29th, 2024. Season 3, episode 334. We're trying this again. No clue as to what happened earlier, but we're going to talk about 10 news articles. Cucumber recall, baby shark keeps homeless away, Vasco da Gama's last voyage, the UK Cybertruck, bold move Cotton, passengers go on hunger strike, converting cars to run on seaweed, Meta plans a subsea, I don't know why it's typed out subsea. Anyway, cable around the world, and ByteDance sues an intern, and a bus-sized asteroid, or an asteroid-sized bus coming at Earth, and the anti-competitive ad practices, says Canada. Again, I am Mayor Watt. That is hometown over there, and go over there, become a citizen. I am actually I'm steaming right now because I don't know what's going on that's causing this, but we are going to, all signs point to everything's good. So, of course, I said that 45 minutes ago. Anyway, let's get into it. Except I didn't start the stream on YouTube at all. That's okay.
Well, okay then.
So the live stream is going live over on YouTube right now, but I'll be porting over the full video because that's just the workflow because of the way that YouTube works with live streams and discoverability and all of that kind of stuff. At any rate, it's Friday, and I can't say that I've been drinking. And now when I put my hands up, I feel like I'm a Muppet. Anyway, hello, sentient AI. We're doing this again. We're doing it live.
Round 2. Hello, Mayor Watt.
Wait. Second verse, same as the first. Let's get into it. I had come up with some witticisms, and the amount of wisdom that I imparted.
Frisky turkeys were being discussed.
Oh, God. Yeah, so many non sequiturs. Anyway, a cucumber recall sparks salmonella warning. I even gave some advice. I described Canada to people who have never seen Canada.
Talked about etymology of the name.
Man, it was beautiful. Beautiful. Anyway, I'm just going to steam on through this. So, Ayla Slisko over at Newsweek.com put this article together about cucumber recall sparks salmonella warning in 26 states and parts of Canada. We do these PSAs because not everybody gets all of the news everywhere, and because Non Sequitur News and ohmtown.com in general, because Non Sequitur News is spun off of all of the news that goes through ohmtown. It tends to be holistic as well, and so sometimes we'll mention something outside the United States because it has applicability, and I don't know. I don't like the same-o all the time, so I always change it up a little bit. So this time it's a little bit different. I mean, my presentations in the real world out there, when I do them, are unique every time I do them, even though they tend to be scripted in the real world. They never end up being scripted. There's just a quick rundown, and that's kind of how the show is. So at any rate, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration on Thanksgiving Day sent out a warning to consumers that they should not consume or otherwise use Sun-Fed brand bulk American cucumbers that were recalled on the previous day. The cucumbers were sold in bulk cardboard containers that include a Sun-Fed label and a generic white boxes and black plastic crates that include a sticker with the text agrotato, which I guess is an angry potato.
I wonder if it's hanging out with the frisky turkeys.
They're both walking up. Apparently, even the cucumbers are walking up going, "Come at me, bro," because the salmonella contamination. This is apparently across 26 states. I'm not even going to go through them because it's from A to W.
Basically, you have almost a 50% chance that your state is affected if you're in the U.S.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that I have not eaten any cucumbers. I don't know if I've had a salad. Oh, boy. Oh, oh no. Okay. Well, anyway, wow. Did not know that. So cucumbers who purchased customers. I flipped that
Oh,
around.
those are some pretty wild cucumbers.
They are. So customers who purchase cucumbers should either throw them away, destroy them, which is throwing them away, or like I destroyed mine by eating them.
Right, they don't want you to do that.
Yeah, or return them to the point of purchase for a refund, which is what you really should do. Anyone with a recalled product in their possession should not consume, serve, sell, use, or distribute recalled products, which is the no shit news for 8:21 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Welcome.
Heard it here first.
Yeah, and if you have questions, call SunFed over the phone at 888-542-5849 on Monday, Monday to Friday, because they're closed now.
You
at
can't
least
get
5 p.m.
salmonella on the weekend.
No, if you just believe. Anyway, it'll all go away. Anyway, if you start feeling ill, contact a medical professional. Let's move on.
If you start doing anything odd around your family, maybe have them call.
Yeah. If you start clucking like a chicken. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Canadian Mall or Canadian Mall has been blaring Baby Shark for a year to keep homeless people away. And I don't know. Is this...
I mean, the Baby Shark piece is funny, but the purpose is not.
Yeah, kind of systemic assholery. Most of us know and hate the popular kids song Baby Shark, the one where it plays the same lyrics on a loop for what feels like hours, inevitably getting stuck in your head. Do you want me to do that?
No.
Okay. Anyway, now the shopping
Watch
center.
out for the earworm.
Yeah, really. So now the shopping center. No, I mean like what you're doing. Do you want me to? No. Okay. Anyway, now the shopping center in downtown Montreal called whatever Complex Desjardins. Hey.
It
Anyway,
sounds very nice.
Maybe it's Desjardins. I don't know. Is using the dreaded earworm to deter homeless people, an act that's causing outrage. But they've been doing it for a year, and I wonder if this is an old article that's been resurrected by something demon-like in the internets. Because I swear we've talked about this before, where people are blaring music to try and keep the homeless away. I don't know. This is a societal issue. Not everybody has the means to get a home or a job, have issues, concerns, whatever.
Right. They might have mental health issues, physical health issues.
Yeah. But I feel like the sociopaths just want to go, well, you know what we should do? We should send them to work in Mars. Yeah, you're not twisted when you say stuff like that. No, not at all. Quoted as a solution to security issues, this tactic, which involves playing the song over and over at various speeds, allegedly led to improvement over the past year.
I bet they lost customers too.
Maybe just the loud music. So it may not be going all the time there, right? Some view Baby Shark as cruel and unusual response to the problem. This is from Sammy Caramella over at Vice.com. Yeah, I suppose
I think trying to get rid of people is a problem. Let's maybe try to tackle what is causing the problem.
Yeah,
I don't know, try to help people. But I know it's every single person out there can't make a significant impact in that. Like you said, it's a societal issue.
So it says Turcotte, on the other hand, claims Desjardins employs social workers who ensure a dialogue with unhoused individuals in the area. Their aim is not to coerce, but to support these people, he said. In the paragraph above this, it says it isn't possible to resolve the complexities of homelessness by using juvenile tactics that are conceived to exclude people, Watts said. Watts is Sam Watts, CEO of Welcome Hall Mission and advocate for unhoused individuals. You don't solve the problem by displacing a problem. The answer is to do the things that are going to further make people who are vulnerable even more vulnerable. That's not the answer. You just don't do it. But it's the same sociopathic bullshit mindset that says, let's ship these people to another state.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which would be fine if the other state had the resources and whatnot. But what their solution is to just displace them somewhere else and then drop them off. See you later. And that's the equivalent of this, except hyper local. These people are like, well, they're not in my backyard, so screw them even more, right? Like once I get them out of my backyard.
Right, then it's the next mall or the next city or whatever problem.
It's 2 blocks over. It doesn't really matter. The people are the concern that really should be receiving resources. But there's a lot of sociopaths in the world that believe that it's not a societal problem, but that individual's problem. If it was that individual's problem, then I could see that homelessness would not be an issue, right? Well, you can get that person a job and then they can go and move on, blah, 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 blah. But none of that resources is there. And all it takes is one bad thing happening. You could get sick. It lays you low. You don't have the ability to survive. You lose your house. You end up going into survival mode.
Medical debt is like the biggest thing that completely turns somebody's existence around, and usually for the negative.
Yeah, and there's zero means to get an income, and it's not like there's anything that is inexpensive around a city. You can't just get an apartment. Anyway, it's just twisted, but I'm sure that I'll get an email or a phone call or a text or something like that where they're like, well, look, we just can't have them around our building. You know what? I'm sure that there's enough space in your building where you could actually have them
set up a shelter or
one whole floor. Oh, well, that's
give people jobs or I don't know.
If I donate an entire floor, then anyway, it's a societal issue. Let's move on. The next article is over on the Marble Channel. Archaeologists suspect shipwreck found near Kenya may be from Vasco da Gama's last voyage. A pair of archaeologists with the University of Coimbra, working with a colleague from the National Museum of Kenya and another from Bergen Maritime Museum, believe a shipwreck found near the southernmost part of the African coast might be the remains of the galleon. Is that pronounced just Sao George? Sao
George? Right. Sao, probably like Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
I cannot speak
like today. Sao Paulo, right? Yeah. And I guess it might be Jorge or George. I don't know.
I would have said Jorge, but...
Anyway, a Portuguese ship believed to have sunk during famed explorer Vasco da Gama's final voyage. So the article is over at phys.org, put together by Bob Yurka from phys.org. And it says in their paper published in the Journal of Maritime Archaeology, again, another representative of there is a journal for everything. F. Castro, J. Pizarro, C. Bida, and B. Frabetta describe how they studied materials retrieved from the wreck by previous researchers and timbers they retrieved themselves to learn more about the ship and its history. In 2013, a sunken ship was discovered off the coast of Kenya near the town of Melinda, approximately 500 meters offshore and just 6 meters down. Dude.
I mean, it wasn't under sediment, I guess.
Or erosion wiped enough of it away so that you could actually see this. But just 6 meters down, it's an 18-foot dive, which means that you can sit there forever.
I guess nobody ever dove in that area or didn't report it.
It has to be just the tip of the mast or something, right? Study of the wreck has been difficult due to its condition and location. It probably weathered quite a bit away. And it came to rest on a coral reef 500 years ago. 500. Over the years, the ship has settled onto the reef, making study of it a difficult proposition. It's pretty cool. Evidence thus far suggests the ship is likely the galleon Sao George, or Jorge. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, because we've had some issues, we'll say.
We had one of our article's authors as George Jimenez, but I insisted that it was Jorge Jimenez until Mayor Watt corrected me.
You're from the future. Maybe they say George wrong or differently. But it was interesting. It was a fun discussion. And then later on, the actual author said their name out loud, and you're like, oh, well, never mind. So he's believed to have been the first European to sail around the southernmost tip of Africa, bringing him and his crew into the Indian Ocean. His first voyage was in 1497, and his last was in 1524. So pretty cool. Anyway, that's kind of apparently what it looked like.
Is that why you brought up in the first version of today's show, Amerigo Vespucci?
No, it was because back at the very top here, this warning about salmonella, Canada is actually named after the Iroquois word for pristine land or something like that. I can't remember now. Anyway, it's Kanata. And it was transliterated into Canada when they named it. So I thought it was interesting. So that's why I chose it.
Means village or settlement.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So let's keep trucking. Get it? Because we're going to talk about the UK's first Cybertruck.
I'm not sure the Cybertruck is trucking.
Yeah, I don't. Well, it's apparently terrorizing the streets of America. The Tesla truck has finally made its way across the pond. UK's first Cybertruck is doing about as well as you'd expect.
Okay. Why might this be an issue? I'm thinking maybe the narrow roads.
Okay. And? Anything else?
That's all. I think that's enough. Oh, and I'm also thinking about the boot that they like to give cars that are parked in the wrong area, but I don't really know. I was thinking the narrow roads.
Mega ones for the...
Yeah.
Anyway, so after almost a year terrorizing the streets of America, the Tesla Cybertruck has finally made its way across the pond and into the hands of a buyer in the UK, and the gargantuan trunk has let loose on the streets of Britain, and the experience for its new owner has been far from plain sailing. You gotta be a real ass to drive a Cybertruck anywhere in the UK. It's wider than 99% of the frickin' streets. You have to be a real sociopath douchebag.
And it doesn't get a lot of praise in the US, so I can imagine it might be worse outside of the US.
So it says something in this image is wrong, and it's because they're on the wrong side of the street, right? But this has to be a very unique location because that's lot like of the
widest road in the UK that has ever been located.
Yeah. So, and they just happen to be on it to highlight the fact that it's a narrow enough street. Anyway, so the truck in question was brought to the country by Yanni Karalambus, yeah, whatever, who runs a network of car shops and wrapping studios across the UK, as well as a pretty fun YouTube channel. It's over on YouTube where they've been documenting his time on Cybertruck. Oh, so it's attention. It's all about attention, right? The dumpster fire.
Okay, yeah, that's different than just somebody driving it because they want one.
But it's a fun YouTube channel, so I'm sure they get a pass. So the first privately owned Cybertruck on British roads had quite the journey to make it there, despite Elon Musk reaching the end of his pre-order list. You can't just walk into a Tesla dealer in London and buy one of these trucks. So it was imported. And I don't know. Yeah, there's really just one reason to drive this around in the UK, and that's attention.
Views.
Yeah, it's the views. So the problems start when he tries to charge at a Tesla dealer, where despite numerous adapters and assistance from staff, he can't get the truck to charge up. There's also issues with the car's software, which isn't set up for UK roads. and the Cybertruck and its navigation system are stuck in California. I'm sure that's not annoying at all when navigating London's difficult maze of narrow streets, bus lanes, one-way systems. Thankfully, the techies, Caralambus, speaks with, assure him that the software update should fix that. Just don't get it wet. So there it is, parked, trying to charge, and it's stretching out into the parking lot itself.
Right, so, and then it says also that the dealers don't have access to any files on this truck.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and it has no safety record. This thing has never been tested for any safety. So it says
and in the last 24 hours, there's been, like, it seems like every time there's a headline about it, it's something negative for safety.
Oh, there's something new? What?
Yeah, it just was that there was a Cybertruck crash and it had a negative result. And I mean, a lot of modern cars and trucks do well in crashes because, you know, they've been safety tested, etc. Yeah, so I don't know all the details. I just saw a headline in ohmTown.
Yeah, this rolling junk heap for $100,000 or more. Anyway, they claim that once he sorted the registration for the car, it'll kick off an influx of Cybertrucks into UK roads. After his experience over the 16-minute video and other complaints people online have had while driving their trucks in America, where they're covered by Tesla support and services, the author of this article says that I'm not sure that'll be the case. But I don't know.
That's interesting. It said that the school kids were pointing and laughing at it. So that's about the type of reaction I think it gets in the US from some adults.
Yep. And I'm sure some kids are like, oh, cool. But it's nothing about the dude that, you know, runs this shit is original. And so anyway, Owen Bellwood over at Jalopnik put the article together. Let's keep on moving. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Cruise ship passengers go on hunger strike. A group of passengers on board a luxury Antarctic cruise ship staged a hunger strike after the trip was cut short before they reached the continent.
I don't think I've ever heard of this occurring on a cruise ship.
A hunger strike on a cruise ship? You know that all you're doing is saving the ship money, right?
Well, and actually, you're being wasteful because if you think about how many items of food are going to go...
Yeah, to waste, maybe.
Get disposed of or whatever.
Yep. Tia Shepard put the article together for Newsweek.com. And it says, while the company offered the ship's 170 passengers a choice of compensation options, some were disgruntled by the decision not to provide a full refund and began refusing food in an effort to pressure the cruise line's executives. That's not going to do jack shit.
This is so odd. I mean, you think of people conducting hunger strikes in some pretty austere conditions, right? Like maybe they're perceived as being falsely imprisoned or something. These people are on a cruise ship. I get that if your whole point is to go to Antarctica and you don't go, you're going to be pretty mad. But a hunger strike?
Yeah. Yeah, they've been politically, they're going to end up seeking culinary, political, what? They're going to culinary
asylum. You heard it here first.
This Russian guests.
Trend.
Yeah, exactly. 3 Russian guests took part in the strike, displaying signs demanding that they be reimbursed entirely for the cost of the trip, which stands at between 7,000 and 10,000 pounds, according to the Times. So it was headed to Antarctica via the remote island of South Georgia when it suffered an unexpected malfunction during day 14 of the 3-week cruise. So I don't know if the only objective was to go to Antarctica.
Right. You should get a full refund. I mean, no question. Like that is probably the destination. I'm assuming they were at sea for the whole cruise other than when they actually get to Antarctica.
Yeah. So they didn't make any other stops. All they did was charter down to, it set off from Cape Town, South Africa, headed towards Antarctica, via the remote island of South Georgia when it suffered this malfunction. I guess at South Georgia, they're like, sorry, we got to turn around. And they only had a week left. So what really
well, there's not much between Cape Town and Antarctica. I mean, there's like a small island or so, but I mean, it's pretty much just ocean.
Interesting. So, yeah, I would be pissed. Hunger strike is probably the least of my concerns. In fact, I would eat like it was my last meal every night, like just pound it all down.
I'm going to get a little bit more money back.
But you're not going to get jack shit back while you're on a boat. It's going to turn into a legal, peeing for distance contest. The whole point of the trip was to step foot on the seventh continent, one passenger wrote. Yeah, I agree. And these people deserve their money back because the whole objective was to reach a destination. I shouldn't have to suffer because you had a mechanical failure and just because we went 99% of the way. Well, thanks for the trip to nowhere,
Right. I mean, they do have those, but those are usually low fares because you're not really going anywhere, but you are getting, lodging and meals and everything.
Yeah. And they say 3.5 days in the Antarctic Peninsula had to be curtailed for safety reasons. Yeah. So they went almost all the way there only to be turned back. 4-day itinerary in Antarctica featured visits to Elephant Island, Heroina Island, I guess it is, Paulette Island, Brown Bluff. So they would have stopped at these places in 4 days. But the whole objective was to get there. So they should get their money back. Yeah, I don't get this. This is kind of bananas.
I mean, this is just really extreme. But why not just get back and then pursue the refund? I mean, honestly, this article alone is probably going to end up getting people a refund just because all the bad press.
Yeah, as expected, not all guests were immediately satisfied with this compensation and have tried to build up pressure through discussion on board and by making demands on the captain and senior staff to obtain an even higher compensation for themselves because they're going to give back 65%.
Wait a second. They were given 50% back, but then there's a chance to do a 65% credit down the road.
Right. So the full thing is after canceling what was left of the voyage, Swan Hellenic offered guests a 50% cash refund on the price of the cruise, noting that this was significantly higher than the legal requirement of approximately 30%.
They're missing the point here. I'm sure somebody's calculating something like, oh, they had so many nights of lodging or so many days of food or whatever, but they're missing the point. If the destination was Antarctica, they got 0% of that.
Yeah, again, it's like I said, just because you happen to be idling on a boat for 99% of the time before stepping off onto the land because they wouldn't let you leave the boat, it doesn't mean that you should have to pay 99% of the bill. The whole objective was to, touch grass in Antarctica.
They could have come out so ahead of this. Companies, when they face problems, if they do right by the customers, end up getting praised and get positive press. I don't know.
Wow. So currently only one passenger remains on a hunger strike. Damn it, I'm not going to eat my broccoli. You can't make me, Mom. Look, you lost.
I mean, are they selectively hunger striking?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of food options on a cruise. So they're like, I don't want the seated dinner, but I will take the chocolate fountain or whatever.
The curveball here is that one person on a hunger strike is actually on a weight loss control diet. So anyway.
Like, mark me down for hunger strike. And meanwhile, they were doing intermittent fasting or something.
Anyway, so they're going to get fixed, and who knows what's actually going to come of this, but I think a hunger strike is probably the dumbest thing. It's been documented that you never met your destination, and any attorney, any judge is going to sit there. worth their, if they have any cred at all, like any critical thinking, I should say, not cred. If they have any.
Well, that too.
Yeah. All right, let's just keep moving. Today's a wonky show, let me tell you. So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Scientists converting cars to run on an invasive seaweed. The situation has become dire that Barbados Prime Minister Mia Mottley declared the invasion a national emergency in 2018 of an invasive seaweed that have rendered popular beaches on the Caribbean into an unsightly mess. Mountains of brown, sludgy sargassum, an invasive species of seaweed, which, how is that? Doesn't nature just propel this shit everywhere?
Yeah, but isn't this like part of that bigger, like floating pile of yucky seaweed that we've reported on previously, or no?
It does match. Yeah, could very well be. Victor Tangerman over at The Bite, which is a segment over on futurism.com, put this article together. And it says biogas boon. The team at the University of West Indies in Barbados developed a conversion kit that can turn a conventional gas-powered car into one that runs on the seaweed product for just $2,500. Holy crap.
This is brilliant if this works and doesn't leave some bad byproduct or something.
This is amazing. Tourism has suffered a lot from the seaweed. Hotels have been spending millions on tackling it. UWI lecturer and renewable energy expert Lagina Henry told the BBC the team combined rum distillery wastewater with sargassum inside a bioreactor and found that it produced plenty of usable biogas. Okay. The wastewater from a distillery. What is that? There isn't much water other than through the cooling system, because as the distillery runs, it generates steam that runs through the pipe. There is a stack where the steam from the kettle goes through, and there's little boiler plates basically within it. Bubblers are what it's really referred to as. And so eventually it goes to a little arm that gets cooled and condenses the steam back into alcohol, right, from gas.
It says that there should be water and organic material from the mash left over, and then normally they would throw it onto a sugarcane field.
But that isn't that isn't water. What they boil is fermented whatever. You can ferment pretty much damn near anything and then boil it into a spirit. But that's interesting. So it says within just 2 weeks, we got plenty of good results. UWI student Brittany McKenzie, who was tasked with collecting the seaweed, told the broadcaster it was turning into something even bigger than we initially thought. So now you can use this sargassum-based biofuel. It says it won't be a magic fix for the growing environmental crisis, which is climate change in general. By repurposing it in vehicles, you protect tourism and prevent people from inhaling it because it's nasty stuff, hydrogen sulfide that is released when the sargassum decomposes enough. But it's a biogas to begin with. So, but pretty neat. It says their goal is to build up this region. We're now setting up a 4-car pilot to demonstrate real-life working prototypes to convince funders that this is workable and scalable.
This is really cool. Plus, if the wastewater right now is kind of just disposed of or whatever, that's also like kind of tackling that problem. It seems like it's tackling 3 issues.
Yeah, and the biological stuff, that the organic matter that's at the bottom of a kettle when it's done doing its run. So there's a stripping run that pulls everything out of it, and then you do additional runs to clean it up and raise the percentage, the ABV. But the organic matter that's left over has been basically turned into a pulp that you can spread, and the remaining organic matter is actually nutritive. The water that you can squeeze out is just water. It really doesn't have much to it. But here's the thing about this. If they actually do this and make it work, all you have to do is let seaweed grow and harvest it. It's growing like a weed because it is, but they've been able to convert it into a biogas.
Right. I mean, think how, well, there's multiple wins if this can occur.
Yeah, I feel like we've talked about this before as an option, but I don't recall.
I don't think with this specifically. I think we've talked about other alternative fuels, but I don't believe seaweed.
Yeah, and there's 3 types of seaweed, 3 main types, because I know that we've talked about that before. Anyway, let's keep on going. This is pretty fascinating. We'll end up watching this. I don't know, again, why they call this a subsea. It's an undersea, but undersea just means in the water. Anyway,
right.
Meta plans to build.
It's a fancy way to say it.
It's a big word, big, small word. Anyway, people spanning the world, it says. Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, which, anyway, I won't get into it, is the second biggest driver of internet usage globally. Its properties and their billions of users account for 10% of all fixed and 22% of all mobile traffic. Meta's investments in artificial intelligence stand to boost that usage even further. So the article is over at techcrunch.com. Ingrid London put the article together. There is no deck statement, I guess. And so it says, TechCrunch has confirmed with sources close to the company that Meta plans to build a new major fiber optic subsea cable extending around the world, a 40,000 plus kilometer project that could total more than $10 billion of investment. Critically, Meta will be the sole owner and user of this subsea cable, a first for the company, and thus representing a milestone for its infrastructure efforts.
Yeah, but who's going to have access to it?
Anybody that wants to lease fast access. There are other companies that are doing this regionally. And the objective,
but not like around the whole world.
Right. But the real problem with this is that as people come on board, it's still going to meet its technological limit, which might have a massive amount of room, but there's only so much data. And it's really funny because everybody mocked this statement that it's a series of tubes, but it really is. You can't put 2.5 gigs in a 1 gig line, right? It just doesn't work that way. Everything slows down. The internet packet communication has to confirm and deny. It's basically a denial of service attack if you put too much information in too small a conduit. So you have to add more lines. Now, this thing could be so massive that it's not that big of a deal for many, many years, but eventually it'll hit a limit, but probably not before making billions for people. So what they plan to do is run this thing around places, which is really interesting. Some of the locations that they want to just do a little offshoot, and that's really what's going to happen. So it'll go from one point down to Cape Town, and there will be a data center that allows for exfiltration, infiltration of data.
Oh, okay. So it's not going to be entirely.
It won't be a band around it, so to speak.
Okay.
But it will, in that it's going to go from Virginia Beach on one side of the United States to Eureka and Grover Beach on the other side of the United States by way of the rest of the planet. Seems interesting. Seems something that I would be interested in this. It says the cable, when completed, would give Meta a dedicated pipe for data traffic around the world. And so it would act as a massive data line that is unfettered by... Okay, so here's how this works. What?
But would this be any different than existing data lines, which I know are regional, but... Is this going to do anything different other than in more areas?
Yes. So this cable would allow for fast data to be quickly moved into and out of Meta's data centers. And because it's nobody else is in this playground unless they pay to play, which already takes place, by the way. If I want to traverse somebody's network, I have to pay this basically what amounts to a transfer fee. But on this, it would be theirs, and they'd be in control of it, because what happened was they regulators basically hobbled the unfettered manipulation of data. They decided that they were going to take the data, and each network carved up their network to expedite their data versus everybody else's. And so what ends up happening is data slows down on different frontiers. As it enters somebody else's network, it's treated differently. And so with this, Meta would get their data as quickly as possible. But it is the antithesis, by the way, of the spirit of the internet. It was supposed to be a self-healing network in case of incident or accident. Well, I'll just say incident, right? Nuclear war or some regional hostility that cuts a cable or whatever, sabotage, etc. Yeah, dragging a cable, your anchor so that it cuts the Finnish data lines and stuff like that. Anyway, that's kind of what this is going to resolve. Fiber optic subsea cables have been part of communication infrastructure for the last 40 years, well, ever since fiber optics came into existence. But subsea cables, ocean, transoceanic cables have been around since the late 1800s. I don't know if any of those old school lines are still in play because they're heavy copper lines that degrade over time. But anyway, Meta's plans underscore how investment and ownership of subsea networks has shifted in recent years from consortiums involving telecom carriers to now including big tech giants. But this is all mergers and acquisitions. This is all acquisition and consolidation of power, political and financial. And to me, it just screams that we're moving towards a corporate, like cyberpunk. We're moving towards cyberpunk, which is not a good thing. It was designed to highlight corporateocracy and everyone being an indentured servant and dystopia. I mean, it was basically dystopian. But instead of pledging allegiance to a country, which in the 21st century, a lot of people think is not really the idealized existence, because the whole globe is made up of people. You're now paying fealty to corporate overlords. That's what cyberpunk was all about. And when something can be consolidated into just one organization owning it all, with no input, no control, no nothing, this is where the abuse happens, when the lights turn off. So why do they want to own it? It says for a number of reasons.
Money.
Yeah. First dibs and capacity to support traffic on its own properties. According to the earnings report, Meta makes more money outside of North America than in its home market, having priority on dedicated subsea cabling. And all it takes is somebody to get sick of their shit and cut the cable. So, yeah. Anyway.
Right. I don't think there's much competition in terms of somebody doing their own cable, but I agree. It doesn't take much to take the cable down.
So it basically said what I said. Having priority on their own dedicated subsea cabling can help ensure quality of service on that traffic. So there's carriage fees and stuff like that with using somebody else's network. When you traverse it, you have to pay. But my brain went blank and I forgot what it was called. But there used to be an act that forced ISPs and internet, anybody that was providing internet access, that they wouldn't tamper with the data. But my brain just went blank. So
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe they'll say it in this. I don't know. Because it was an FCC thing. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, AI is a big part of Meta's infrastructure roadmap. Beyond that, India is a huge market for Meta, topping estimates as the country with the most users by far on Facebook, but they are one of the countries with the most users, for crying out loud. Short of China, they're the biggest, but anyway, that's why you see that it goes down to Cape Town, which basically is one of the tech centers for
Africa.
For Africa, yeah. And then it goes up to Mumbai, and then Chennai, and then Darwin, which is one of the hubs for data transfer because it's the closest to the main continents of the east coast of, Eastern Europe, and then back to the United States. Anyway, that's the rationale. All right, let's keep going, though. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. ByteDance has sued a former intern for $1.1 million over claims that they sabotaged an AI training project. ByteDance has sued a former intern for $1.1 million per Chinese media reports. The TikTok owner claimed he sabotaged an AI model training project by modifying code. The company has a chatbot similar to OpenAI's chatbot called Daobao. Or Dubao.
I mean, this was an intern. How much damage could they have done?
Yeah, any intern should have somebody monitoring any commit that they do to the actual operational code. Nobody should be able to do anything. I mean, it should be freaking highlighted when somebody does an unauthorized commit. So the lawsuit filed in the Beijing District Court reportedly centers on claims that the ex-intern deliberately tampered with code for the company's AI model training tasks. Giota Mann over at Business Insider put the article together. There is no deck statement. They have these takeaways that they say, but it's basically what we've already said. And ByteDance wants $1.1 million and a public apology. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that this person's going to lose no matter what. Because...
Right. I mean, they're going up against ByteDance.
Right. Which is basically CCP, which is basically you do what they say, and they're not going to lose face by putting a lawsuit out publicly and then losing. I wonder how many ByteDance lawsuits domestically have been lost by ByteDance. That would be an interesting
I would guess a very low number, as in 0.
So the tech giant also said that its statement last month that reports of the former intern causing damage to about 8,000 specialist chips called GPUs. Don't bullshit me. Come on. A GPU specialist chip. Don't call it that. Just call it a GPU. A GPU is a graphics processing unit.
They must think their audience is not tech savvy.
I'm really curious how they damaged them. And racking up losses amounting to millions of dollars were exaggerated. So the tech giant even made the claim that so you can see that they're already, like, the public is being poison pilled that this person did damage, but that's not really what's going on. ByteDance operates China's most popular chatbot, Dubao, which is similar to OpenAI's ChatGPT. Anyway. So, and then they bring up the fact that TikTok is facing a ban in the United States, but that's probably not going to happen. Nothing to say, huh? This is one of those things like you're like, well, what's the outcome going to be? That's what I'm more curious about.
We don't know what the outcome is going to be, but I don't think it's going to actually go through. Yeah, I think it's going to get tied up in lawsuits for so long that it just kind of goes away.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is going to get fast-tracked into a resolution of that person losing. Yeah. But we'll watch.
Oh, for the intern one, I don't think the intern wins here.
Oh, you mean the TikTok one?
Right.
Yeah. No, I think that it's probably going to get let go. And I don't know, a couple of people are going to personally benefit from the agreement because we're turning into an oligarchy. Sorry. Anyway, this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. NASA tracking bus-sized asteroid approaching Earth today. So what would you rather have? An asteroid-sized bus or a bus-sized asteroid? It's kind of like do you want 1,000? Do you want 1,000 duck-sized horses kicking your ass, or one horse-sized duck kicking your ass?
Probably one horse-sized duck, because it might be easier to get away from it.
No, long strides, and they're real peckers.
This one, though, I don't know, because an asteroid, I think I'd rather have a bus-sized asteroid.
There's medication for it, so maybe you can just make it go away. The asteroid named 2024 WF5, they should have just named it WTF, will come over twice as close to us as the moon at a distance of around 104,000 miles. Holy crap, that's real close. We found out about it like yesterday.
Right, and if it were a little off on our calculations, surprise.
Yeah, maybe a lawn dart hit this from some other planet. And so NASA video shows huge asteroid zooming past Earth. I think that's fascinating. Jess Thompson over at Newsweek.com put the article together. Hey, look, it's a surveillance balloon. No, that's a bus.
And they are measured in buses.
Apparently. So for reference, a U.S. school bus is about 35 to 45 feet long with a semi-trailer that's about 48 feet long, while a semi-trailer... This is such a kludgy sentence. For reference, a U.S. school bus is about 35... It says are between 35 and 45 feet long. So it depends on the school bus. But a truck, an 18-wheeler... which isn't a semi-trailer, is the trailer is the bed part. The tractor is the truck part. So a tractor trailer is about 48 feet long. So
I guess the audience hasn't seen a school bus. Like, why throw in the semi-trailer reference?
Yeah. So this thing is apparently between, I'm going to round up, 20 and 43 feet across. So I don't know why they say between. Maybe it's got a little it's more like a potato with a narrower end. Anyway,
maybe they don't know really what it is. I mean, they're just kind of like, oh, looks like it might be like this.
Aliens. So the space potato is about to smash into us. Maybe, who knows? It might land in a Florida living room like that big old hunk of battery. There are also
That's definitely where it's expected.
There's apparently 4 other asteroids passing Earth's astronomical neighborhood in the coming days. Today, the 43-foot house-sized 2024 WZ will zoom past us at a distance of 899,000 miles, while the bus-sized 2018 DC-4, estimated to be about 39 feet across, will pass 4.47 million miles away, which that's not in our neighborhood anymore.
It sounds a little safer.
And tomorrow, 55-foot 2024 WS and 80-foot 2019 JN2 will pass us at distances of 1.5 and 2.2 million miles, respectively. So this thing is for roughly, let's just say it's a cube of 25 feet.
Right, exactly.
And it's 100,000 miles from us.
I mean, that seems a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, I'm saying bye to people right now, just in case it gets sucked in by gravity. I'm sure it's not. But anyway, let's move on. Last article for today, thankfully, I know. Non Sequitur news. Canada sues Google over alleged anti-competitive practices in online ads. Canada's antitrust watchdog is suing Google over alleged anti-competitive. So is it like aluminium is anti-competitive? It's anti-competitive. You have to throw in an extra.
That sounds like there's a potato in there.
Yep. Anti-competitive. Yeah, that one doesn't work. Anyway, they're anti-competitive conduct in the tech giant's online advertising business and wants the company to sell off 2 of its services and pay a penalty. So the U.S. is doing the same kind of thing. The article is over at the Associated Press. It's published by abcnews.go.com, though.
That's right. Was the recent one the US suing Google? Because I feel like we had a variation on this, but I know it wasn't this one.
Yeah, that's. I think that it's largely been put on the back burner because regulatory capture is going to guarantee that Google doesn't get broken up, and mergers and acquisitions are going to continue, and blah, blah, blah. It's going to continue to get owned by less and less people as the company acquires its stock back and stuff like that. You know, one of the most depressing things that I can imagine is, no, I can't say it because I'll dox myself. Anyway, let's move on. The Competition Bureau said that such action is necessary because an investigation into Google found that the company unlawfully tied together its ad tech tools to maintain its dominant market position. The matter is now headed to the Competition Tribunal, a quasi-judicial body that hears cases brought forward by the Competition Commissioner about non-compliance with the Competition Act. So it says here that Google has abused its dominant position in online advertising in Canada by engaging its product that locks market participants into using its own ad tech tools, excluding competitors and distorting the competitive process, Matthew Boswell, Commissioner of Competition, said in a statement.
I don't think this is exactly the same issue as the US-based one, but maybe it is.
So it is. But this article goes into greater detail than any of the others because they mentioned DoubleClick for publishers and its ad exchange called AdX, both of which were actually acquired properties. And then it had its own AdWords, AdSense, and then it also bought YouTube, which generates a ton of revenue because of its ad interaction. But look, everybody is using Google for advertising because it is the dominant force and early mover. You can go anywhere the hell you want to go. Go sign up for something else and pull Google stuff out of your sites.
Right, but you want to be seen on Google because everybody's using Google.
Because everybody's using it. And while I have a problem with the idea that everybody's using one solution, that is the beast that society has created. So it's up to society to change that direction. Unfortunately, there's so much money owned by by few people that if you start up a competitive ad platform and you say, you're going after basically being a competitor in that space, all Google has to do is drop a couple $1 billion in front of you when you get that effective. And the fiduciary responsibility towards investors means that you have to take the money because it's better for the investors than it is to hold on to it and ride the long tail of this and grow and grow and grow. You would have to argue with the board and then define it in such a way that it is more advantageous for investors to not say yes to the vote when it comes around to voting for what the business does. Because once it goes public, the CEO steers the ship, hired by the board, but largely directed by all of the shareholders unless you break it out into strata of stockholder. So the worst thing you can do for a growing business is get investors involved. But the only way you can make a company blow up and be a competitor against Google is to have investors. And then you run the risk of somebody like Musk coming on board and defiling all that is righteous about a business, usurping authority, and then punting the founders. That's what happens. And that's a merger and acquisition, hostile takeover included. So we've got it all wrong. The worst possible policy is to embrace mergers and acquisitions. If you can't make your ongoing concern maintain itself, then you need to close up shop and let somebody else buy your assets wholesale and go somewhere else. Not
We
exist.
seem to love mergers and acquisitions, though.
Yeah, because we want the money, and that is endemic. Nobody wants to flame out, entirely. They want to ride the wave as far as they can, profiting from it. And then when they feel like there's some downward pressure from competition, the competition can come over and go, we'll buy your place. We know you're hurting. We'll buy your thing, right? So keep the pressure on Twitter and let it flame out, folks. Just go over to Blue Sky. That's really what needs to be done. The downward pressure by society. But let's just say money rules the roost, and people were swayed by money in several other places. So it's just a sad state of affairs. We're moving towards plutocracy, technocracy, in pretty fast pace. So anyway, that's all that this is. This is it says the proposed breakup floated in a 23-page document filed by the U.S. Department of Justice calls for sweeping punishments that would include the sale of Google's Chrome web browser and impose restrictions to prevent Android from favoring its own search engine. So we're back to the search engine, you see. And while you said earlier that this isn't exactly, yes, it isn't exactly, but it is. It's anti-competitive practices that have led to this.
Well, that's what everybody goes after big tech for, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. But what are they going to do? Alphabet is the company that owns Google. They're going to break up Google, and it's going to be the Baby Bell's AT&T.
Right, and then they'll just reconstitute
as something else and then get bought by Google. And it's not anymore. We are not that. And then you have to do it all over again, which is what people are looking at AT&T about. Again.
Right, and then we'll see the thing, right? Isn't there now something like AT&T and Bell in a lawsuit, but they're basically the same company?
Yeah, because the lead cables in a lake, like 11,000 miles, Lake Tahoe, yeah, like 11,000 miles of lead-coated cabling that Bell put in the water. But kind of like what happened with Twitter, it was renamed. And then when people said, well, we're suing Twitter, well, Twitter doesn't exist, so kiss my ass, I'm like, are you really kidding me? That's not cerulean blue. It's sky blue. So no, that's not the color. Ah, God, you changed the name. You didn't change the color. Anyway, has nothing to do with Twitter.
We've definitely got some non sequiturs going.
That's okay. So what's going to end up happening is we're going to break up this stream, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com. And Mayor Watt's going to say bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Goodbye. Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We will have another episode for you tomorrow. Plus, we have our weekly shows coming up this weekend.
Exciting times. Bye-bye, everybody. Oh, and that saying, may you live in interesting times, was actually a curse, not a blessing. Bye, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 23rd, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who does not give me winning lottery tickets, as I now know from this morning's lottery, we're going to be talking about Hyundai and Kia recalling all the EVs, Netflix and the worst leak in streaming history, Kendrick Lamar drops a whole album. What the heck are white smokers? I mean, I know what white smokers are, but what are white smokers? Anyway, we'll talk about it. Niagara Fireball, continuing saga, trademarks that shouldn't. So, I walk into a Subway in Greece. Came for the chatbot, spent the money elsewhere, and courier sent to steal cash, and finally, magnets. Cybertrucks hate this one trick. That and more. Provided by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen so that you can help facilitate the show. Because you can send us links from within ohmtown, and we can evaluate it and see if it's going to get added to the rundown, because we select 10 articles from thousands upon thousands that enter ohmtown.com. Little snippet. We'll explain on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future who won't give me any lottery ticket numbers.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
You give me.
I'm still looking for lottery numbers.
You don't have pockets. What are you going to do with all them? Oh, wait a minute.
Exactly. I can't collect them.
Hey, look, I'll sign. It's fine. Actually, what you should do is you create a trust that signs for a trust that signs the lottery ticket. That way you can truncate who really receives the money. And the trust's sole job is to transfer that money in legal construct so that nobody knows jack. Shaving cream. You want to get into the show before I say too much?
I do.
Okay. You said I do before I finish my sentence, which made it sound like... All right. See, I want to say something, but that it punches a hole in the fourth wall. So anyway, this first article is over in the Mobile channel, and it's from Quartz. But it's Hyundai and Kia are recalling more than 200,000 EVs that could lose power, which is kind of ironic considering they're EVs.
I assume it's not just when they run out of charge. It's just period.
We all run out of power, lose power.
Mayor Watt.
Hi. Hey, I'm still streaming, huh? Oh, okay. Hey, if you want all of today's show notes and you're in the chat over on Twitch, you can hit !NSN, and that will get Ohmatron to wake up. It loses power, but usually when ohmtown loses power. A couple of days ago, I had just spun up the replay, and 4.5 minutes later, power went out. Shunk.
I mean, the timing. I guess the only thing worse would have been about 30 seconds after it started.
Yeah, because then I wouldn't be 5 minutes away. I loaded up the replay for the week, and because we do it every day, we try to spin up the replay of the last 7 days worth of Non Sequitur news and the last 2 weekends of the 6 other shows and podcasts. We do 7 different podcasts, by the way. So 6 weekly on the weekends, and then Non Sequitur news is the daily. So I hope you go and subscribe over on, wherever you catch pod, really. And then over on YouTube is over 1,500 episodes, probably bordering on 1,600 now. And we've been doing this. We're coming up on 3 years. Our 3-year anniversary is right around the corner. So, all right. Let's get...
Well, we're still above 1,500. I don't know how close we are to 1,600.
Yeah, I think it just says 1,500. I'd have to go and look. But anyway, let's look. So Quartz says that, and William Gavin, who put the article together over at QZ.com, an issue may leave the vehicle's batteries unable to charge, leaving drivers without power. Again, EVs.
A feature in an EV, right?
It's fascinating. We have all of these issues, primarily range anxiety and the fact that it takes freaking forever just to get to 80%, and then to get to 100% is damn near impossible. The physics just don't allow it.
Right, but we expect to have the capability to get to a percentage.
And then stuff like this, right? Yeah. Software and magnets. We'll get to the magnets statement later, but we're bookending the show with EV stuff. Apparently, I didn't plan it that way, but maybe the submitters of articles did. So yeah, an issue may leave the vehicle's batteries unable to charge. And so Hyundai and Kia, which, by the way, I didn't realize that Hyundai and Kia had merged, but Hyundai acquired Kia, right? A few years ago?
That's correct. Actually, a long time ago. But,
Oh, really?
But that explains why we see them linked. Like when we were having all the thefts and everything of both brands, I didn't know they were linked.
Yeah, you need to reset your audio because it's ducking out. So, the recall includes vehicles sold by Hyundai, Kia, and Genesis, which are collectively owned by the... Well, look, it's in the article, for crying out loud. The South Korean Hyundai Motor Group. That includes Hyundai's 2022 to 2024 Ioniq 5, which is the one that I would have bought as the Ioniq 6, probably. Because I was looking to get an EV, but I want one that is a hybrid now. I've always wanted one that's hybrid, but I actually want one that's hydrogen and uses cells, but they don't exist. Toyota will have to develop the technology further. But they're in actually a lawsuit right now in California because the company that said that they were developing, they were launching...
Like hydrogen infrastructure, right?
Yeah. None of the stations actually were functional. 16
right,
stations.
And the car manufacturers like Toyota started developing hydrogen-powered cars, but there's nowhere to actually utilize them.
Yeah, exactly. I thought that was really amazing. So now vehicles like the Mirai, they have nowhere to charge because, well, they have even less places to charge. So
that would be pretty terrifying as an owner. On the other hand, if you're buying a vehicle that's not a traditional ICE vehicle, you might think to check infrastructure, even in your immediate area, let alone more broadly.
Yeah, and that's another thing, the stressor of... But just think about this. If power goes out, you're screwed. You're done because you have nowhere to charge. Not at home. If power goes out in the region, you don't have anywhere to charge at all.
Exactly. Well, and even things like, okay, you have power near you, but you decide to move to another state at some point. I mean, your car is limiting your
Everything.
Existence. Yeah.
So just to round all of this out, the included vehicles are Hyundai's 2022 to 2024 Ioniq and 2023 to 2025 Ioniq 6, and Kia's 2024 or 2022 to 2024 EV6, and the Genesis 2023 to 2025 GV60, GV70, and 2023 to 2024's G80 electric model. So almost 63,000 Kia EVs are affected, while the remaining 145,000 are Hyundai and Genesis vehicles. This is according to the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, or NHTSA, on Friday. All of today's news is in the last 24 hours. So that's how the Non Sequitur news show goes. And it's kind of a chaotic mix of topics, from, well, white smokers to magnets. All right. We won't go into all of this, but basically it'll go into fail-safe mode and shut you down. Then you can't charge.
So you might want to pay attention if you're driving an EV.
Yeah. What you really need to do is just drag an extension cord from your house or work where it would, and you just, like an electric lawnmower that's corded, not battery powered.
It needs to be like a trolley line or something, right? Don't they have a line above the...
Yeah, they just hook onto it, and they have that little bell too. Ding, ding. Let's keep moving. Next article is over on the Mobile channel. Netflix cracks down on Discord to ID the person behind the worst leak in streaming history, which is really just kind of a laugh riot statement because it's the worst leak in streaming history. Stream. I think it's funny.
Oh, I'm sure they probably chose that intentionally.
Oh, I don't know about that. Netflix issued Discord a subpoena asking the social media platform or it says social platform, to provide user information for suspects tied to its massive leak in August. How about no? You know, it says suspects. You know, I hate that because it's a fishing expedition, and I really don't like fishing expeditions.
Right, like who are all the people that accessed?
Yeah, between this and
Discord
this.
or Netflix. Yeah, exactly.
You know, somebody could send you a link, you click on the link and it connects to something that's illegal and you had no idea prior to it, but it flags you in a log and somebody starts knocking on your door. It's a bunch of bullshit, really.
Or worse, you just happen to be using the service or whatever. Yeah. You're not even somebody who did access something that was not authorized.
Yeah, I could be sitting in a Discord channel and scrolling through stuff and something illegal pops up or something that was illegally gotten. But what's really hilarious about that is like government agents, anybody that works for the government, if you stumble across something that is illegal, you are required to notify people. And if you're found out that you didn't, then you're just as culpable as the people who did like do the actual act. Not really. Like if somebody wanted to leverage that, they have the ability to. If somebody wants to be a real tool in this climate, man, everything is weaponized. So Netflix issued a subpoena to Discord to expose the people that are suspects tied to a massive leak. Isaiah Colbert over at gizmodo.com put the article together. So a new report from Polygon. So you see how everybody talks to everybody about everything everywhere.
Right, it's all connected. That's Non Sequitur.
Yeah. So a new report from Polygon reveals that the Northern District of California Court has issued a subpoena to Discord demanding the social platform disclose information that could reveal the identity of a user implicated in the leak. According to Polygon, Netflix's Discord subpoena earmarked an unreleased copyright image from Squid Game Season 2 uploaded by a user and their name. In a now deleted interview posted on Telegram, the leaker credited themselves with the person behind the worst.
As the person, maybe?
It has to be as, right? Okay. Well, anyway, the worst leak in streaming history. But I don't quite get why they're so passionate about this. It built a level of hype that surpasses
like the
nothing.
Nintendo, like, don't talk about us, except when people talk about them, it drives publicity.
Yeah.
I'm not saying leaks are okay, but I just... Yeah, I don't really get it. The other thing is, I'm sorry, but this could be somebody posing as somebody else, or who knows.
Now, the scope of this may actually be a bigger problem, because if it is footage beyond just a little snippet, then you've basically violated the copyright, but to an extent where people won't engage, right? So if they watched an episode or whatever, they're not going to get, but see again, it's more like a tease. Like you only saw a little snippet of it and it isn't going to be necessarily the full extent of the material.
Right. It just shows, well, at least in the subpoena, it shows an image. But I do think this sounds a little different than some of the other issues we've seen where they seem to be going after the viewers. I mean, this is arguably the person who
let it go,
took or posted or whatever the image. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or video.
They say that one of our post-production partners has been compromised and footage from several of our titles has unfortunately leaked online. Our team is aggressively taking action to have it taken down. Fine. Have it taken down. Unfortunately, the bigger issue is that one of their post-production partners was compromised.
Then it goes back to who's actually responsible, because who it looks like might be a hacked account or something.
Right, and it's not necessarily a hacked account. So as and therein lies the rub, because who are they really going to implicate? It's the person that was the hacked account. So I guess context matters. So they're going to chase down who it was and then interview, and I'm sure that's going to go swimmingly positive, right? I mean, they're going to totally take into account the fact that the account was compromised and not really badger the living crap out of the person whose account was compromised. And frankly, all I have to do is say, and it's not me. I shouldn't like stick my name in there.
Right, the person.
All the person has to do is say, my account was hacked. Apparently, I had nothing to do with it, and I don't even log into blah 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 or whatever. I didn't know that this was posted over there, because on Discord, if somebody were to breach your account and log in and post stuff all over the place, you wouldn't necessarily even know, because you have to actually chase these threads down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not as easy as
some other platforms.
Yeah, where it's more linear and you can actually see it real, like in a snap. But anyway, because you can be on hundreds of different servers, and each server is a Discord server. And within those, like ohmTown has its own Discord server, and in ohmTown is 50 channels, and somebody can post in any of those. And until somebody responds, you may or may, and even then you may have it flagged to be silent. You'd never even know anybody was chatting. So anyway, I think it's interesting, but the bigger issue to me is that they were breached. It's just endemic that it's not if, but when you get breached, and I am going to cry if I get breached, like a whole full-on breach, because
you have been breached.
I mean, I've been breached by proxy, not locally, not. So,
I just meant like your data, but yes.
Yeah, third parties, just like these people. You know, the Netflix wasn't breached, but their post-production was. Okay, let's keep on going. Kendrick Lamar has surprised everybody with a whole album being dropped. I think it was like day before yesterday, but it was all announced yesterday. And so Kendrick Lamar spent 2024 pulling off genuinely surprising, genuinely thrilling feats, and he just managed to do another one. His new album, GNX, which I'm not sure what that stands for. Maybe it says somewhere. What is GNX? What do you think GNX stands for? I don't know. Well, it's just appeared on music platforms everywhere. I'll let the sentient AI go rooting around with no prior promotion. So it's like the Netflix thing. It's going to go viral and everybody's going to gobble up the marketing of it.
Right. I mean, this is something that people are all over.
Yeah. The article here, it's from the AV Club, but with the release strategy has become a bit of a gimmick since Beyonce really mainstreamed it in 2013. We've got to admit, Lamar really managed to land this one in a genuinely thrilling fashion. We are still actively listening to this for the first time as we write this, but can confirm that SZA's vocal appears on the track Luther, and you can listen to the whole album here, but not here. You can follow the link over at AV Club.
So do you know what the GNX is?
No.
It's the car in the picture.
Is that what that is? Okay. Mm-hmm. When I saw the car, I was like, maybe it's that. But what is a GNX?
It's a Buick, actually.
Huh. It looks like it's from the 70s.
Yeah.
So the article is over at avclub.com. Drew Gillis put the article together. It says Lamar's album GNX is out now. Yeah, I don't know that car, but that's okay. I'm of the age.
It does appear in
I start forgetting it.
The first song on the album. It's mentioned.
Oh, really? Like what the car is? Or that a GNX is the car?
No, it references it in the lyrics.
Gotcha. So in case you need a refresher, the rapper has had one hell of a year, going all in a beef with Drake that left Lamar the undisputed winner. Not Like Us became one of the biggest songs of the summer and the entire year, which really Not Like Us? Oh, one of the biggest. Okay. I thought Shabuzi kind of
that's about to hit a new record because of the amount of time at number one.
Yeah. That's wild. But it's such a playable song, you know? You just kind of bop along with it. It's pretty badass. Anyway, in September, Lamar landed a slot headlining the Super Bowl halftime show, somewhat controversially. Lil Wayne was the preferred candidate by a vocal online contingent that eventually included Wayne himself, which is kind of interesting.
Right. I want myself to be. the celebrity is.
I vote for me, which I've always thought like just narcissistic as hell, but not Lil Wayne being narcissistic, but like voting for yourself.
In general, right? Yeah, it seems really strange.
Because it's self-indulgent. Who wouldn't vote for themselves if they're running for office? You know what? I don't even freaking want this gig. I'm going to vote for that person over there.
I almost feel like you have to, because then it's like, what, you didn't vote for yourself? You know, like it's like you don't even have any interest in you getting it. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess nobody wants this. I vote for no one. Let's vote for the AI. So Lamar addresses the controversy in the first album about the song. Maybe he will again on the same album, but hey, it only came out 20 minutes ago. Wow, this person's a fast mover. Regardless, he got a whole bunch of new music to perform when he takes the stage in February. And we have plenty of new tracks to tide us over until then. Oh, wow. I nearly read the whole album. I mean, the whole article. I don't normally do that. It was
shorter than expected.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be some scroll, but nope, there's no scroll. I wonder, that's kind of like a shirt, right? I got no scroll. It's like code for brevity. All right, so let's go on to the next article. I'm going to have to go and listen to this album because, well, I just do. Might as well. Listen to a whole bunch of stuff from classical to death metal, so let's see if I like it. I don't know. The next article is over in Technology Today. Mysterious white smokers discovered in the Dead Sea. And when I first saw that title, I thought it was a bunch of Caucasians on a boat, but
I mean, that is what it sounds like, although the discovered is a little alarming.
Well, I mean, if you're out there on another boat and you run across a bunch of white smokers, they're sitting there on their boat fishing and smoking cigars. You're like, oh, look, a bunch of white smokers. But no, that's not what it is. It's mineral chimneys found on the Dead Sea floor signal potential sinkhole sites, aiding in hazard prediction and environmental monitoring. A team of researchers led by the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, and I'm just putting that emphasis in there. I don't think there's no umlauts or anything in the name, so it just might be Helmholtz. They've discovered meter-high chimneys on the seafloor of the Dead Sea. Pretty cool, as reported in the journal Science of the Total Environment, as opposed to
the partial environment.
We have a journal that focuses on that square meter over there, nay, cubic meter, so that we get more of the sea floor. And it's not all above the sea floor. No, 1.5 of the meters are below the seafloor, just so we can.
Oh yeah, I mean, we could have the total water environment, land environment. We could do.
But then we step out of the environment, not into another environment, because there's nothing over there, as we know about the boat.
We're in the outer space or something.
We're outside the environment, where they tow the other half after the boat's front falls off. You tow it outside the environment. That is such a funny skit. Look up
that skit on YouTube.
Yep. So the article is by the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, or UFZ. It's been posted over at scitechdaily.com. And so those right there are the chimneys. They're basically, what are they made of again?
Like a vent, or like almost like volcanic activity?
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. But for whatever reason, it's just a little bit of a trickle and not a big old mountain that gets built. You know, it's not the conical shape of a vent that you would normally find, where it has tendrils going out and stuff like that. This just kind of goes straight up, and it's crystallization of minerals from groundwater with an extremely high salt content flowing out of the lake floor. The newly discovered vents serve as an important warning indicator for sinkholes, which form in the area surrounding the Dead Sea and pose a significant hazard. If there are salt deposits underneath it, water trickles down into it and dissolves the salt. That's exactly what happened here in the United States when a lake bottom was pierced by a drilling rig and water flooded into a salt mine. dissolved the salt and the whole thing collapsed down into the salt mine.
Okay.
Draining it, but then regurgitating everything once it filled up, turning that lake from freshwater into a saltwater lake.
Very odd.
Yeah. Whole bunch of, you have to have a certain kind of lifestyle to live in a saltwater lake, and a whole lot of fish met their demise. They're pining for the fjord. Anyway, and that's a Monty Python skit. So the Dead Sea is a highly dynamic system. Its level has been dropping by roughly 1 meter per year for over 50 years because it's cut off from key tributaries, and is losing large quantities of water through evaporation due to drought and heat.
1 meter per year seems pretty significant. Like, I feel like a lot of times when you see adjustments to water levels, it'll be something like a centimeter per century or something.
Yeah, this is a meter, 3 feet per year. So it's actually, it says the surface has dropped to approximately 435 meters below sea level. This decline in the lake, which borders Israel, Jordan, and the West Bank under Palestinian administration, has significant consequences, especially for the groundwater. The groundwater level is falling, making it increasingly difficult for neighboring countries to access groundwater resources. You have to dig deeper, it's more expensive, or just impossible. You can't get
Or
pumps.
There's not enough supply, or
Yeah, ever more powerful pumps are needed, etc., etc. And at some point, salt water is going to infiltrate the groundwater because it's going to flow into osmosis.
Right. In fact, that's the issue I think they're tracking in the United States with the Mississippi River, or at least a section of it.
Yeah, because where the salt water is starting to contaminate the freshwater runoff, and it's going upstream, apparently. It's kind of wild. But yeah. So a team of divers were deployed, has now discovered chimney-shaped vents on the seafloor that discharge a shimmering fluid. These bear a strikingly similar context to black smokers in the deep sea, but the system is completely different. This is now basically salt deposition and recrystallization around the little trickle of high salt content. It's kind of fascinating. So they're going to, they've got a thing that is linked called a new type of submarine smokers in the Dead Sea, which, by the way, you can't do that. It puts the cigarette out. So it's perfect for people wanting to not
You mean
smoke.
If you go into the water?
Yeah, if you try and smoke underwater, it's
Also, it's probably not very good for the fish.
And
or the
and
coral.
It's not good. Yeah. And it's hard to light too. You need a underwater welding gun and a metal. I guess a vape pen would work because it's conductive and it would spark against the.
Well, you have another problem too. You probably can't really inhale it because you might be like taking in some water, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to inhale water. Yeah. Every diver has had that moment. Let's move on. So the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Niagara Fireball. A Niagara Fireball event leads to discovery of tiniest known asteroid. There's treatment for that. Anyway, in an international study led by Western University and the Lowell Observatory, scientists describe a pioneering integrative approach for studying near-Earth asteroids based largely on a November 2022 Fireball event that dropped meteorites in the Niagara region. This is pretty fascinating. So I'm willing to bet that they calculated the trajectory of this thing to see where it might have come from, almost like a Star Trek, like, hey, we tracked this back to its home.
Right. Interesting.
Or its area of origin. So Jeff Renaud from University of Western Ontario put the article together. It's posted over at phys.org. Again, the links are in, well, the chat if you type in !NSN, or over in the show notes once I publish them. I didn't put them in the live stream, but anyway. So an international study led by Western University and Lowell Observatory, right? The space scientists determined the composition and size of asteroid 2022 WJ1, also known as WJ1, before it fractured upon entering Earth's atmosphere by comparing Arizona-based telescopic observations to video captured by Western's Southern Ontario Meteor Network cameras of that particular fireball in an unusually bright meteor on November 19th, 2022.
Well, that's interesting too because of the vastly different locations.
Yep. So the study published today, which is the last 24 hours, in the Planetary Science Journal, is significant not only because it reveals the key details of WJ1, the smallest asteroid in space to be characterized to date, but also for establishing the methodology for studying other space objects that impact Earth. This is the first time a telescope observation and camera captures have been used to study the same space object. Fascinating. So just point cameras out, and when you see it, you can start the triangulation project leading to the source origin, right? Because if it isn't captured by the telescope, maybe previous telescope observations can see something out there, and then the cameras can actually have this kind of pervasive view of the night sky. They need to.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that they hadn't done this, but now that I think about it, I obviously haven't heard of it previously.
You'd think that it's kind of obvious, right? Because I know that the cameras outside of the mayoral mansion have caught meteorites, and you're like, oh, and somebody skilled in the art could probably calculate the trajectory and go, oh, it came from this. I've still not found its landing point, but I'm sure somebody has and already scooped it up. So combining the two techniques, it says this is only the 6th asteroid discovered before impact, said Dennis Vida, which is fascinating. It's only the 6th.
Well, right. I guess we always find them once they're on the ground, right?
Yeah.
But
or
it
they
just
destroy.
Seems odd.
Yeah. Our new approach, discovering an asteroid through space observation, then subsequently observing it with cameras from the ground, allowing us to confirm that our estimates match well to the estimates derived using completely different approach. So pretty cool. I love this. There is a video that talks about it, by the way, asteroid 2022 WJ1 impacts Southern Ontario, and there's a video that discusses it. Pretty damn awesome. I love this. So let's go on. Let's move on. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. KFC sues Church's Chicken over original recipe trademark, which shouldn't be trademarkable.
Right. I mean, that's such a common term.
Unless you're infinitely breaking up where a trademark has application, right? Oh, it's a chicken sandwich, trademark. Oh, it's whatever, a cheesecake, original recipe, whatever you want to have. Every single strata of food and food category can have an original recipe. I think this should be genericided into oblivion. Anybody can sit there and claim original recipe this, because I've got original recipes for drinks and for food and for whatever, because you know what? I wake up one day and I go, I want to make eggs, and I throw a bunch of stuff on the eggs. That's an original recipe because I made it. So it's amazing how many of the trademark disputes we see and discuss here at Tech Dirt. Not Tech Dirt me. I'm just quoting what is in the snippet. We are not Tech Dirt. We are Non Sequitur News and ohmTown. Anyway, ultimately result from the USPTO granting trademarks that never should have been granted in the first place. They're basically creating the weapons that everybody uses, and then they're actually they're fomenting war, I guess.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I think some of these really are impacted by when they come about, because I do think there's been some evolution of thinking on some of these terms.
Yeah, and I know that for a fact because I've fallen victim to that. And so kind of like the Taco Tuesday thing that they mentioned in here, it's so generic. How can you actually have a trademark that we've been utilizing for decades? Just move it to
and that one went away, right?
Yeah.
But it was granted initially.
It was. So we recently saw the Taco Tuesday episode in which the taco office, the trademark office, granted Taco John.
Maybe that was the problem.
They're really embittered, you know. We're the taco. Oh, never mind. We said the quiet part out loud. So the trademark office granted Taco John a trademark for Taco Tuesday, despite the descriptive and fairly generic nature of the term. Every Tuesday is Tuesday. Tacos is tacos. It's Taco Tuesday. The end result was years and years of Taco John's bullying other restaurants, wielding a trademark that never should have been a thing. So it was Taco Bell that actually punched Taco John right in the shell. So a recipe for disaster department is where Timothy Gaynor put the article together, but it's published over at techdirt.com so that you can go over and check it all out. But in a nutshell, Church's use of the term original recipe in its advertising is likely to deceive, confuse, and mislead purchasers and prospective purchasers into believing the goods and services offered under the mark are affiliated with, authorized by, or come from KFC, which is a complete bullshit statement, because I don't think original recipe is KFC unless it's under the framing of KFC.
Right, like you might see the logo for KFC or something and go, oh, that's KFC.
Church's Chicken. Yeah, go.
Yeah, your original recipe isn't enough to associate.
Yeah, it's Church's Chicken. It's the original recipe for Church's Chicken. It's the original recipe for KFC. It's the original recipe for Taco John. It's the original recipe for whatever Taco Bell puts together. Anyway, everybody has an original recipe. So they say KFC became aware of Church's use of the phrase toward the end of September and objected in a letter it sent to the Atlanta-based chicken chain the following month, according to the lawsuit. On behalf of fried chicken lovers out there, we're bullying somebody using a phrase that shouldn't be jack shit.
Well, that's interesting that you use that term too, because the article used that term to reference the Taco John's issue.
Yeah, because that's what it is. You know, it's because they were first past the post, so they were granted this trademark that should never. A little critical thinking, and you're like, original recipe's too generic. What does it apply to you?
Exactly, and yeah, the article points out too in that industry, right? That's especially problematic, right? Every restaurant is going to have an original recipe, or maybe more than one.
Yeah. And just because you use the original recipe in your marketing doesn't give you the trademark on it. You can sit there and TM something, but original recipe is too generic. It's KFC's original recipe because there's millions of original recipes. Go look at a cookbook.
Exactly. I don't have a good example, but I think if it was something like original, like some very specific application of something recipe, maybe. I can't think of a good example. I don't mean like original fried chicken recipe, because that would still be generic.
Yeah, so they say in the article, now it's certainly true that KFC takes great pains to lay out its lawsuit, that KFC has famously used the phrase original recipe in its branding and advertising. In fact, it's become a cornerstone of KFC's branding, typically around other references to its secret blend of 11 herbs and spices. And that is really what should be trademarked.
That's kind of like what I was thinking, like how they were making it somehow. But I couldn't come up with a good example.
Right. But KFC's lawyers damned well know that the original recipe is descriptive and generic generally, not to mention how Church's is using the phrase. More on that in a moment, they say in the article. That's why they included this bit in their lawsuit. Because KFC's exclusive and extensive use of the original recipe mark, which, again, it should not be allowed, the mark has acquired substantial value and is widely recognized as identifying and distinguishing KFC as the source of goods and services offered in connection with the original recipe mark. KFC owns strong common law rights to the original recipe mark as a result of its extensive and continuing use, and the mark has become famous among the general consuming public of the United States and of Texas. So they're throwing it in Texas, which is woefully embracing of the corporate mindset to bully everybody out of existence because, well, let's just say Texas administration and legal structure. And represents an extraordinarily valuable goodwill to KFC. Yeah, KFC's original recipe.
Don't you think if you queried, 100 people and said, what is original recipe? Do you think any of them would know, or any substantial number of them?
I think people who find KFC appealing would know what. But here's the thing. You don't just see original recipe. You see our original recipe, just like it says here. KFC, home of the original recipe with 11 herbs and spices. You see context.
Yeah, and true.
So it isn't just original recipe. I'm an original recipe.
I guess
you're
an original recipe. It's not even something that people associate with it, which is part of the whole purpose of trademark.
Yeah, people know KFC. That is the brand. That is the mark. It's a trademark. That is the mark. So I find this just batshit crazy. It is the Taco Tuesday of chicken. So it's.
I think it's worse than the Taco Tuesday, but I agree. It's very similar.
It is, because Taco Tuesday is generic by use and non-enforcement, and
at least tied to a type of food, even though we know a lot of other places make tacos. This doesn't even say like original fried chicken recipe, which would still be really generic.
Yeah. And so this is Church's, right? And so it says our original recipe is back, right? So it's right. Our.
Well, how would you tell? Well, so then how would you tell your customers that if you're switching your recipe around or whatever? I mean, right. I don't know. Just seems absurd.
Now I want to go get Church's chicken. But I haven't eaten anything from KFC since they did two things. First off, one time I ate a piece of chicken that still had a feather in it, breaded and cooked. And the second time they changed their potatoes. So, bye.
I think the feather outweighs the potato issue.
Yep. Moving on. Next article's over in the Model Channel. Ancient meets modern as a new subway in Greece. Showcases archaeological treasures. And at the beginning of this, I was like, a modern subway in Greece? It's so slippery. How are they? Anyway, Greece's second largest city, Thessalonica. Thessaloniki. That was Thessalonica.
No, but there could be
Is there
another location or something?
Look it up. So Greece's second largest city, Thessaloniki, is getting a brand new subway system that will showcase an archaeological discovery made during construction that held up the project for decades. Apparently, they dug around archaeologically.
Okay, until the early 20th century, it was
known
Thessalonica with a CA at the end.
So yeah, I remember this because it's not the device, but there is a device that was discovered off the coast of Greece, and it's deemed to be an astronomical device to track, and I can't remember the name of the device right now. Doggone it. Anyway, let's go over to this article. Kostas Kantouris over at phys.org put the article together, and so the 9.6 kilometer inaugural line will open on November 30th using driverless trains and platform screen doors. Construction began in earnest in 2003 and unearthed a treasure trove of antiquities in the vast excavation beneath the densely populated city of millions of residents, or of a million residents. And Greece, how do I put this? Where did everything come from that covered up all of this?
That's a good question. Is it the Antikythera mechanism? I completely butchered that.
Antikythera. Yeah.
I had the wrong emphasis.
Yeah, it's basically this really complex brass-wheeled, thick box that showed the innermost planets because they didn't know about the outermost planets. But anyway, it's an amazing piece of work that's basically taken out of time, and it's the fuel for many a science fiction type of novel. But I find it fascinating that somebody took, these really highly toothed gears, and it's all stuck together. People have replicated it, but we really don't know like the full extent of what was all there, and people put it together. They think they put it all together in its totality. But anyway, so again, this is below the surface. You can actually see, here, I'll open it up. So right there is the surface. So all of this was below grade and goes further down because these are the walls, and some of this is, the surface of the walkway and stuff like that. But these are buildings.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I find it amazing that this was under the ground, but where did all of this stuff come from? Why backfill this? And where did it come from?
Right? Well, we don't know. We do have a sediment problem on Earth.
We really do. It just blows all over and deposits. I'm surprised that New York is even still above grade. So the project offers...
It isn't. There's probably a New York below New York.
There is a New York below New York. But not the island. I think if you dig too far down, you're going to hit bedrock. Well, you do hit bedrock. But there is, it's such a young... But you go over to where civilization has been long term, you could just dig, and you're still finding shit. Our hubris is amazing. And the fact that we're so self-indulgent that we are, at the current time, everything that has existed. But then we dig 4 feet and we're like, oh, look, Romans.
Oh, wow. We built on top of another city. We didn't even know it was there.
Yeah, you dig below the Romans and there's somebody else there. And you dig below them and there's somebody else there. And you dig far enough down and there's, hi, somebody else waving up at you. Anyway, tunneling followed ancient commercial routes through the center of the port city that had been continuously inhabited since ancient times. It exposed a Roman-era thoroughfare, ancient Greek burial sites, water and drainage systems, mosaics and inscriptions, and tens of thousands of artifacts spanning centuries, also through Byzantine and Ottoman rule. The tunnels had to be bored at a greater depth than originally planned, adding cost and delays. Yeah. You know what? Educating yourself on the entire expanse of humanity is a real bitch.
I know. Oh my gosh. We had to preserve thousands of artifacts from centuries ago.
And maybe thousands of years if you keep on digging down. And now they're below it. So who knows what the hell they've actually bored through.
Well, and what are they on top of now, right? Like if they peek under it an inch, is there another civilization remnants or whatever?
another civilization. Guess they missed their subway stop. Anyway, the project faced substantial delays and many challenges, including over 300,000 archaeological finds, many of which are now showcased at various stations along the main line. Beautiful. I love the idea. But you know what? It's going to take 100 years before enough people lay eyes on enough of these things to find out the true context of these things. And they're no longer in situ, so unless somebody took painstaking notes about the context, lost to oblivion.
Well, they might have. I don't know how much. I suspect Greece really values the historical. We know some countries, they take extreme efforts to document their artifacts, but I think this is really cool because this is a rare combination of the old and the modern.
Yep.
And it might actually get the general public interested in preservation.
So the cost of the metro so far has reached 3 billion euro or 3.1 billion US dollars for the completed first line of the subway system and most of a second line, which is currently under construction and due to be delivered in a year. Awesome. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Hey, it's the name of the show. AI founder promised amazing chatbot to public schools, then allegedly spent the money on a lavish wedding and mansion. As LA Times reports, 33-year-old Joanna Smith Griffin, the founder of AI startup All Here, has been charged by federal prosecutors with identity theft and multiple counts of fraud after her alleged web of lies regarding her company's sketchy wares came tumbling down earlier this year.
Don't you think it was all in the name? Right? Like, all of it's going over here to me.
Yeah. I didn't even make that connection. All here in my pocket. Oh, I was going to say something else. Noor Al-Sabai put this article together. It's in a section called The Bite, but it's over at futurism.com. So they renamed it to All Fake. After duping the Los Angeles school system into giving her gobs of money, the founder of AI ed tech firm allegedly spent a lot of it on herself. So why? Why is there an AI ed tech system being deployed in an academic institution? It says a chat bot.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I'm sure there's going to be some reviews of whomever put the money from the school system toward this, right?
Yeah, because an amazing chat bot for public schools, this is a neophyte domain. This is the beginning, nascent, right? This is the baby of tech, AI, and it's arcane as hell.
And it's not ready for environments like academia, especially with young students.
Yep. So earlier this year, the same newspaper reported that after being contracted to build out a chatbot connecting families with information from the Los Angeles Unified School District, All Here filed for bankruptcy despite tens of millions of dollars in public and private investment. Now the reason why seems to be emerging, per the allegations that the founder's repeated lies about the company's worth and dips into investments for her own personal gain led it to ruin.
Okay, so also due diligence of the school system or whomever put the money forward. Did they look into the company at all?
It seems weird because you don't buy something that is prospective, particularly for a public school system using public money. If you want to be a venture capitalist or an angel investor and invest in an AI company, you do it with your own freaking money. You don't do it with public money.
Exactly. I mean, doesn't this give the impression of like almost like a door-to-door salesman kind of pitch, like, oh, I've done all these wonderful things. I mean, which doesn't make any sense for a school system.
I think that there was a better chance of that medical startup, what's her name, where she went to jail,
Theranos, I think.
Yeah, Theranos. Yeah. So there was a better chance of Theranos actually creating the item that they were promising. And as far as I know, nobody was harmed in that. And that they went to jail for that. I think she's in jail. I don't know about the husband. I think he might have gone to jail too. But all that did was apparently kick the can down the road too far, and people who demanded a return on their investment, not realizing that when you invest in a company, there's a really good chance that they won't materialize jack shit. They bought into it, that risk. But this seems like it was a startup that didn't have a product working. Why did they invest in it? And they didn't invest. They paid for a solution. You show it. It's called common off the shelf. And
well, that's the other thing. Like, if it was recent, and I'm not saying they should have done this, but why not use something like a free tool or something like a ChatGPT or whatever, which we know that has its own problems. But
right. But
this doesn't make any sense.
I'm really curious about what the scope of this project was. So prosecutors maintain in their indictment against Smith Griffin that the founder of the Boston-based company inflated All Here's worth to attract investors, claiming that she had raised millions for its bespoke educational chatbot tech, when in reality the firm had far less in its coffers. And this would be perfect for a mandated infrastructure where any money put into a potentially public-facing company would have it enumerated what the investment rounds are, who all is involved in it, what the valuation is, et cetera, et cetera. Why isn't that public knowledge instead of something behind attorneys where you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement because everything is, smoke and mirrors bullshit? I mean, even Reddit is a massive juggernaut now owned by Condé Nast. And that started up with fake posts and users, and they faked it until they made it. And so when people are enriched through that type of action, and they've made that claim, they've said that they used fake posts and users because an empty
I
site.
think they're pretty public about it.
Yeah. Plus, they also, a CEO from them modified a user's post without flagging it as an edit and didn't tell the user of that post. It wasn't the CEO's post. And they said, kiss my ass, you'll be back. Where else are you going to go? Essentially, they didn't say the kiss my ass part. That's me. But they said, you'll be back. And everybody's back. And they're selling your data to AI to train LLMs. So how about kiss my ass, right?
Well, yeah. And what about turning over data to companies like All Here? How is that going to work out?
Yeah.
By the way, Theranos was sentenced to approximately 11 years, and then the former partner approximately 13 years.
Yikes. Well, I guess they had a good time while they lasted. Anyway, so we can obviously point the finger at companies, especially startups, that are pressured to overpromise and generally underdeliver. University of Southern California AI expert Stephen Aguilar told the LA Times after Ed went dark. Ultimately, the responsibility rests with the school district, which, yes and no. If the information that's being requested is like it says here, a deliberate and calculated scheme to defraud an investor, then the only information you have is what's provided by the enterprise.
True, but for example, if you're a school district and you get something like a brochure or an elevator pitch and then you invest all this money, I don't think that's enough, even with the scheme. Like, you have to do a little bit of have you done this for another school system or something? You don't just throw tons of money at a startup in a school system.
And it's definitely a risk-based maneuver. So if you don't ask those questions like the AI said, and you take this risk, then yeah, the risk is on the people who made that decision. Sure. But again, if they ask all of these questions and here's the information.
Oh, yeah. Like if they've got sites set up and they're like, yes, we did this over here. I mean, you could see that would be much more elaborate and they could fool somebody even checking.
Yeah, if it comes across like a CIA op where there's so much deep background that you basically go, shit, looks like they did do it. And you go to interview somebody and they go, yeah, they did it. If you have co-conspirators. Anyway. Find it fascinating that they blame the victim, but it is a person who is focused on AI, not wanting to poo-poo the idea that.
Well, the AI is not the problem here, right? But even the school system even if this was a reputable company, there's something behind this that's kind of like, really? We're deploying AI that's not ready to the school system of all places?
Yeah, I really want to know now what the project actually entitled. Like, what was the results of this? Like, what was the end game?
And what were the inputs? Was it something like a Chat GPT, or was it something very targeted toward education? I don't know.
Yeah, so they say up here the chatbot was designed for connecting families with information from the LA Unified School District. But what the hell does it amount to? A freaking wiki.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's almost like one of those pop-ups that you would get on like a retail shopping site or something.
Yeah, join our mailing
list. Why
list.
would you need to spend $6 million or whatever for that?
Yeah, wild. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel, which is all about business transformation. Scammers sent courier to steal 4,000 pounds. A fraud victim tells the BBC how she used a helpline to stop scammers stealing more of her money. Daniel Whitworth over at bbc.com put this article together, and there's video of this. The moment Jenny had 4,000 pounds stolen from her on her doorstep. So, a victim of fraud, Jenny told the BBC how she used a fraud helpline to help ward off scammers, but not before fraudsters stole 4,000 pounds by sending a courier around to her house to collect the money. Scammers under increased pressure from the 159 fraud helpline, or 159 fraud helpline, which received 800,000 calls in its first 3 years of operation.
That should be alarming right there.
Wild. So Jenny was the victim of courier fraud by a pretty brazen scammer, she said. They first pretended to be from her bank. They knew her name, phone number, or address, tricked her into believing that they had access to her accounts, which helped convince her that she was talking to a genuine bank employee. I would have called the actual bank.
Right, and most banks don't call people. They send notices in the mail. I mean, it's just, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think people that fall for these schemes don't try to verify any of the information.
Yeah. They put her through to someone. Okay, so they told her there was suspicious activity, but not to worry. They were going to stop the fraud and protect her money. Then they put her through to someone pretending to be from the police who first promised her help to stop the fraud, then asked her for help to investigate suspected fraud at her local bank branch. Then came intimidation, then threats. Jenny says that she was cautioned that if she told anyone or didn't help, she could face prosecution, but being community spirited, she wanted to help anyway. Oh, Jenny not from around the block. What's that? What? Isn't it Jenny's Got a Gun? Isn't that song?
That's Janie.
Oh, Janie's got a gun. That's right. So Jenny does not, nor does she think critically. But hey, trust but don't verify. So it says they knew her name, blah, blah, blah. They told her there was suspicious activity on her account, but not to worry. They were going to stop the fraud and protect her money. The title of this is Scammer Sent Courier to Steal 4,000 Pounds, and that she used a fraud helpline to help ward off scammers.
That's after, though. She was scammed, and then she called a hotline. Yeah. I think they're trying to feature the hotline, but this is an unusual, or it seems to be an unusual scam.
800,000 calls to the 159 number. This is in the BBC.
Exactly.
This is in the
UK,
how
many times does a courier come to somebody's house to collect money? I mean, that's a whole nother level and actually pretty alarming.
Impersonating someone's bank is key to so many frauds, which is partly why, and there's a group set up, Stop Scams UK, set up a special number 3 years ago to connect victims of fraud direct with their bank. You simply dial 159, you're asked who you bank with, and you're put through, which seems sketchy in and of itself.
It does. So that makes me nervous that somebody's going to set up like a 158 or whatever would be the most misdialed, and then we're back at square one.
And here's one of the kickers with this, which I'm like, oh my God, there's only 20? 20 banks cover 99% of the UK. 20.
But that might be bank chains.
It doesn't matter. It's all controlled. Right? It's controlled by what what amounts to 20 organizational units.
Right.
And there's got to be one that has the predominant number, right? Like Bank of America has like a shit ton.
Right. That doesn't even give you the story, right? Because we think 20 equally distributed, but it's not.
All right, everybody. So if you're in the UK and you have been defrauded, then call 159 and get in touch with a bank agent that is actually authorized to help solve a problem. And don't give anybody anything. They show up your damn door, unless they're doing a breaking and entering or whatever. You do not give anybody money at your front door. Just don't. somebody comes for a donation, say, I'll give to your office, and do some due diligence. Trust but verify, click with care. Do not just take everything at face value, particularly if it's a high stress type of situation. The deal is only right now. No, tell them to blow. All right. Our last article, though, for today. And this one is fascinating. I had to choose this because it says, warning, do not expose Cybertrucks to common magnets. Cybertrucks appear to be a magnet for just about every automotive embarrassment imaginable, literally. So as Jalopnik reports, and this is over at Futurism, I believe, the Cybertrucks, owners of the Tesla pickup are complaining that slapping cosmetic magnets onto the vehicle's shiny surface is damaging its stainless steel body. Maybe making a car out of the same kind of stuff as kitchen utensils was a bad idea after all. And we know this from the DeLorean that had basically shit durability unless it was immaculately taken care of.
That's true, but you don't want to apply any lessons learned.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, it goes beyond this. Apparently, people who have put wraps on their Teslas, upon peeling them off, are finding out that it's basically done shit to the skin, which was already falling apart because of environmental damage.
Right, and there might be a reason that a lot of cars are made with the same types of materials.
Yeah, I mean, adhesives are being slapped onto. So with the wraps, it's an adhesive that's sticking it on there, and it's going to cause issues to unfinished metal. It just does. I mean, there's a chemical reaction that's going to take place. I don't know of a wrap that wouldn't. The reason why cars are protected is because they actually have a clean surface, and then there's a clear coat on top or underneath it, and then paint underneath that before you get to the metal.
But they all do it similarly for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. And so the complaints originate from a thread on the Cybertruck Owners Club forum started by a user named Cybertooth, who shared photos of extremely noticeable stains on the vehicle. They feel like an idiot, the unfortunate Tesla owner wrote, deciding to put an advertising magnet on my CT, Cybertruck. Because saying Cybertruck is embarrassing enough. You have to shorten it to CT. So Frank Landemore over at The Byte, on a website called futurism.com, put the article together. A stainful steel. Dun, dun, dun. Sounds like a code name for something. As Jalopnik reports, owners of the Tesla pickup are complaining. So the good news for the Tesla owner was that he was able to clean most of the damage off, but not all. There are a couple of small white spots left that have a slight rough texture to them, Cybertooth wrote. And remember, the oldest of these cars have only been on the road for about a year.
Right. Think what they're going to look like if they make it that long in 5 or 10 years.
Whatever the mechanism, it seems that the Cybertruck stainless steel construction is at fault here because it's not finished. It's bare metal that has been... Stainless steel is just bare metal. It would be smarter for you to take the car's skin off and anodize it. It would be better for you to powder coat it. But that's...
And I think some people have done that, although maybe their skins, because it seems like people have problems with the original material, so they cover it up.
Yeah. So the vehicle has a track record of easily losing its luster just months after the Tesla first started delivering the trucks last November, for example. People were reporting body panels were already showing signs of rust. I can't talk.
Well, and of course, we had other articles where there were problems because it was too reflective.
Oh, yeah. That too. This one says, others learned the hard way that putting a vinyl wrap on their Cybertruck could also damage the exterior. Stainless steel, it turns out, takes a lot of work to maintain. And if the point of a vehicle is to look obnoxiously shiny, any blemish on its surface will be that much more noticeable. Yeah. Perennially recalled vehicle is what it said at the end. All right, what can you do with these things? Well, you can't get them wet. You can't, well, every time I've seen a Cybertruck, oh, no. The trend has been broken. I actually saw a Cybertruck driving, but it wasn't raining. Oh, that's true. So in the rain, every Cybertruck I've seen in the rain has been pulled over to the side of the road. So I think they're allergic to water.
Well, and then you can get stuck if you don't put them in car wash mode, or if you do put them in car wash mode.
Yep. Pretty wild. Well, at any rate, we are going to wrap ourselves up. And when we unwrap ourselves for Christmas, we're going to be at the front page of ohmtown.com. I am Mayor Watt saying bye, and the sentient AI is going to do whatever the sentient AI does.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode of that tomorrow, but stay tuned.
Yeah, we got 3 other shows, Reality Hacker, and then Wanted, and then
the Continuity Report.
There you go. See you in a little bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for November 10th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 28. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about a chill puzzle game, mixed reality wildlife sanctuary, creative director dream crossovers, best action RPGs that are relaxing, and a 2023 underrated shooter that's free on Epic. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen and download the podcasts. We've got 6 weekly and 1 daily podcast. 1,500 episodes total over on YouTube and the podcasts themselves. Search for ohmtown. You'll find us. See you in a little bit. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
I don't know what to say about that. I'll just go with it. Let's get into today's articles. Yes, I know that the graphics are still messed up. I'm remedying that. Earlier today, in my zeal to remedy this problem, I deleted all of the graphics.
Including the site logo, right?
Including the logo and the favicon and the mobile icon. So I was a real overachiever this afternoon, immediately before the show, because I was trying to expedite cleaning up database issues. Yeah, I'm trying to speed up the site. Anyway, let's get into it. First article is over in the WarCrafters channel. This chill puzzle game is so good that they bought the prequel before they even finished it. There's a great feeling you get when you read a book that you like and you watch a film that you enjoy, and it turns out that the writer or director has done other stuff that you know is promising. I'm paraphrasing what the author is saying because we've all experienced that when we've watched a movie and we're like, ooh. Or like for me, Dungeon Crawler Carl is going to come to, I believe it's going to come to Amazon Prime as a series. But it's 6 books that are out. A 7th one is about to drop. I listen to them in Audible. I stopped my subscription to Audible, though. Yeah. And so I've read or listened to all 6 of the books. I want to redo it. I want to listen to them again because this 7th book is coming out and the script is being written. Apparently it's coming pretty soon. I'm excited. It's a lot of fun. Anyway. Love it, right? So it says that's the long way around saying that they played Wilmot Works It Out this weekend. They said, and this is a week-long show, so this last weekend. Not this weekend, but last weekend. And they like it so much that even though they're not even finished with the game, they've already bought the previous one, Wilmot's Warehouse. They're going all in on Wilmot after just a couple of hours in-game. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put the article together. Hey, and if you want all of today's articles, you can hit !WC for WarCrafters over in the chat on Twitch, not on YouTube. YouTube, I'm now putting it in the show notes right now. They're there in the show notes for the live stream. Anyway, Wilmot Works It Out is the perfect way to unwind, and it's great on Steam Deck too. So this is it. I guess it's a puzzle platformer kind of a thing. Not even a platformer. It's a puzzle game. So they say you should probably explain Wilmot, huh? Developed by Hollow Ponds and Richard Hogg, Wilmot Works It Out is a chill puzzle game where you're Wilmot, a square. Don't mean a square like you're some uptight dork who doesn't think teenagers should have a dance party. They mean a square, like literally and physically a square with a little face. That's what Wilmot is, a smiling square who loves jigsaw puzzles. And you basically slide these pieces around until, you know those little slider things? That's basically
it. Right. Like where it might be on a piece of wood or plastic. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And so every so often a postal worker delivers a box to your door, and you spread out the pieces on the floor and put them together by dragging them around with a little square head. When you've completed a puzzle, you hang it on the wall, and there's inevitably another knock at the door, and the postal worker drops off your next puzzle box. That's it, and it's great. So that's it. And so they've got a video here. I'm going to mute it. But you slide the little pieces together, hang it on your wall.
I mean, that looks like a cute game.
Literally, a little puzzle box shows up. You get a bunch of the puzzle pieces, lay them out, and you slide them all around. Oh, interesting. I thought that it was like all in one a puzzle. But it's
I did
actually
too, like the slider, but it's not. It's actually like building a puzzle.
And it's multiple puzzle pieces from different puzzles in a box. And so you basically have to put the puzzle together as the puzzle pieces arrive, and there's a bunch of different ones. So it's pretty cool. It's basically like one of those surprise boxes, you know, that you subscribe to, and you get a piece of something that you really like for a game. And then you just drag them all together, and pretty cool. This is like cozy, chill, a little to the left kind of a game. If you've ever watched A Little to the Left, or played it, this is similar to that. But there's a cat. And cats power the internet.
Watching where you're putting all your artwork up.
Up on the wall, too. You can change the backgrounds, the wallpaper. Looks pretty cool. So, yeah, they say, best of all, it's great on a Steam Deck. Not Stream Deck, Steam Deck. So it's perfect for unwinding after a long day.
Yeah, that can be confusing with the Steam Deck and the Stream Deck. Make sure you're using the right device.
Yep, for sure. Pretty cool. All right, let's keep going. Sound good? This is the kind of thing that...
Sounds good.
I'm a chill gamer. I don't like playing frenetic games anymore. Back in the day, I would play all of these kind of crazy ass games, but not anymore. I like a little to the left nowadays. I don't know. Yeah.
This one looks very relaxing.
Although I'll still kick ass in a first-person shooter. Okay, let's go. Now, moving on. The next article is over in the RealityHacker channel. Life finds a way in mixed reality wildlife sanctuary living room. If you've ever wanted pets, but your landlord doesn't allow them, the mixed reality eco sanctuary living room might be for you. Developed by Thoughtfish. Your job, should you accept it. Developed by Thoughtfish. Your job, should you accept it, involves cultivating life in a customizable terrarium full of cutesy critters alongside dressing up the different biomes. You must breed and feed flocks of creatures, managing the delicate balance of carnivores and omnivores to avoid total extinction. That is actually quite fascinating. Sarah Thwaites put this article together. It's over at uploadvr.com.
Well, plus this is unique because of the mixed reality, right? There's not much of that out there.
Not like this. That's for sure. This is pretty cool. So yeah, I'm going to mute it and play the audio, or play the video. And yeah, so you are looking through your VR headset. And I don't know if
it's like different areas of your room are like little biomes or habitats or something.
Yeah, and I suspect that you can put them there, and then you can put creatures in them, and you have to feed them and pet them and do all that kind of stuff, and you have to manage it so that they don't wipe themselves out or each other out, right? Pretty cool. Oh wow. Oh, there is life.
Oh, there's like a little bunny.
Yeah, there's a little baby bunny. That looks like a baby dinosaur. Penguins and sheep and something happening to this goober.
It said it was digging for treasure.
Oh, is that what it was? I didn't pay attention to that. That's funny. So after scanning your play space to establish the eponymous living room, you'll soon get acquainted with a small pool of helpful animals. Oh my God, I've got to get this. Please be
this looks really cute.
This has to be... Please be for everything. Hold on. I got to scroll down and find out if it's for everything. Ugh. Living room is now available
only
for
the Meta Quest, but it might get expanded.
Damn it. You know what? That is such
time to buy a Meta Quest.
No. Did my screen go blank? Yes. So hold on. I am going to go over and see living room, right? It's called living room. Yeah, it's not even remotely on Steam. So anyway, living room also lets you pluck one of your favorite creatures and turn them into a room-sized pet, spurred on by the long-standing childhood wish to own a pint-sized elephant. Oh my God, you could have a
like a little giraffe.
Yeah, sorry, the silence is the sentient AI and myself in harmony, because we both, if you've ever... So what was it for? What was it?
I don't even remember what the product is.
Was it a credit card company or something like that?
I have no idea.
There's this Russian guy, and he says, if I wants it, I gets it. And so he has he's surrounded by models who carry around like things, bars of gold. And so he looks over and there's this little mini giraffe sitting on...
it looks like it's DirecTV.
Oh, maybe it's DirecTV. Yeah. So it's sitting on like a little cushion, and he makes a kissy face at this giraffe, and the giraffe kisses him on the lips, little. And then he goes,
and it's very adorable.
And I want that, a toy giraffe that is a living toy giraffe. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to buy MetaQuest 3 or any anything. Meta can kiss
I'm sure this will get exported to other platforms.
Yeah, in 10 years, and then I'm going to be too damn old to be playing. No, just kidding. I am perpetually 15. So it says, still there are moments of unlikely humor that soften this disappointment. They have a disappointment up above, but I don't see any disappointment, and I'm not even going to cater to this. For example, while distractedly writing notes on their phone, they returned to see that their gorilla population looked rather thin. With some investigation, they realized this was the result of a few extra jaguars that they'd thrown in before taking a break, who quickly tampered with the food chain. So this is a living...
Yeah, that might be a problem if you get a little too invested in the animals that are there. You better be careful what you pair them up with.
And this is why I called, when we first talked about the 43 monkeys that got out, the sequel to 12 Monkeys.
Oh, it absolutely is.
So I want this.
And I don't know what that character is on the main page, but
it looks like a little
worth
lizard,
it right there.
Little cartoon lizard of some kind. I don't know. This is just awesome. Anyway, go check it out. Life Finds a Way in Mixed Reality Wildlife Sanctuary Living Room. Let's keep going. Moving on. The next article is over in WarCrafters. Starship Troopers, Terminator, Warhammer 40K. Helldivers 2 creative director reveals his dream crossovers. Smash hit co-op shooter Helldivers 2 seems ripe for a crossover, but with franchises mighty partner with. That's a conversation that the players have been having ever since the game's explosive launch earlier this year. Now Helldivers 2 creative director I wish that they would have just called it something else than Helldivers 2.
I agree. Like, it just doesn't have that pizzazz.
And it broke out from Helldivers. The original Helldivers sucked and wasn't like this. And now Helldivers 2 is this breakout hit, and it's different from the...
It would have been better to have a new name.
Just wipe out Helldivers and call it Helldivers, you know, or something else associated with it, you know. But just calling it Helldivers 2, Anyway, so creative director has had his say, revealing a number of intellectual properties he'd love to work with. So in a tweet, Arrowhead CCO and Helldivers 2 creative director Johan Pilestedt, I think, cautioned against doing too many crossovers, saying that it might dilute the IP and make it a not Helldivers experience. However, he also published an extended list of IPs that he would really like to work with. The article is by Wesley Yin Poole over at IGN.com. And the deck statement just says Galaxy Brain. That's the new thing now. Like, you announce something by just saying her.
Oh, okay.
Right. So for me, I tweeted out low budget. So in a tweet, the Arrowhead CCO said that they would like to work with Alien, Starship Troopers, Terminator, Predator, Star Wars, Fifth Element, Blade Runner, Warhammer 40K, Trench Crusade, Mutant Chronicles, Drop Zone Commander.
That's quite the list.
I don't know about Fifth Element. The hell can you do with Fifth Element?
I don't know.
I mean, there's one big bad... whatever. What was his name? What was the big bad? Evil, darkness, bad guy? Mr. Shadow? I think it was Mr. Shadow. Right? Yeah, the silence is us looking for... Hold on. Yeah, Mr. Shadow.
Is it Mr. Zorg?
No. Zorg is the human that conspires with Mr. Shadow. Evil, also known as Mr. Shadow, and the ultimate evil is the main antagonist in the Fifth Element. So yeah, I mean, there's only one thing, and then there's a bunch of people that are conspiring to make it happen, but it's not as diverse. Like, you only see people blowing up the Mondochiwan, the big guys that bobble around.
But I think there's kind of a theme in the ones that are selected here. So maybe it's more...
It's always some alien.
The type or the genre. Yeah.
Yeah, viral. Like, Aliens is viral. Starship Troopers is viral. Terminator is viral. I have never watched anything from Apple TV that's related to sports, and they sent me college game stuff on my watch. Weird.
Go watch them now.
No. So it would be amazing to drop down onto a planet overrun by Tyranids or Necrons as an Imperial Guard soldier, complete with lore-accurate weapons, vehicles, and of course dialogue. Yes, Warhammer 40K fans have the wonderful and hugely successful Space Marine 2 to play right now, but that's a Space Marine game. Helldivers 2 is near enough an Imperial Guard game already that they would drop $1 or 10 on an Imperial Guard crossover in a heartbeat. I agree. I'm looking for a reason to buy Helldivers 2, but I just don't want to.
Well, maybe if they do one of these crossovers, that'll be it.
Like, I can see Predator, I can see Terminator, I can see Starship Troopers, because Helldivers 2 pretty much is Starship Troopers. They don't have the Matrix, right? That's not even in here. But the Matrix has all kinds of robots. Helldivers 2 already has robotic, like, stuff. But, you know, flipping that to the Matrix, but that's really old.
Might work.
Blade Runner is really old, but you would have to go after simulants, I guess. I don't know. Replicants. I'm a dumbass. Sorry. All right. Pretty cool. Let's keep going. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Moving on. So the next article is over in WarCrafters, best action RPGs that are surprisingly relaxing. Again, There's a theme today. I just want to chill. I'm going to have a really crazy week. Gaming can be a deeply soothing experience, often because of the game's unique setting that resonates with certain players, drawing them in like no other game. It could be the atmospheric or music that create a comforting ambiance, or the gameplay loop, which offers a predictably pleasant rhythm, putting players in a state of flow as they explore maps, complete objectives, move something a little to the left, solve a puzzle.
Move some puzzle pieces around.
Yeah. Somehow I think the sentient AI from the future is going to be playing puzzle pieces. Guess I'm going to have to buy a Steam Deck. Well, this article is over at Game Rant, and Vlad Mazenko put the article together. Titles like Fable, Assassin's Creed Odyssey provide cozy, immersive worlds filled with tranquil escapes. I don't know about Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I have it. Didn't really like it, but I'm a weirdo.
I wouldn't have thought of that for this theme, but
okay, yeah, some people like a little bit of. So assassination is really relaxing, I suppose.
Right, that doesn't sound like it would be. But
so some action RPGs like The Witcher offer a surprisingly relaxing experience, perfect for clearing one's mind. I never found The Witcher 3 relaxing.
I don't know about that one, but in general, I would say the more immersive it is, it could be more relaxing because you kind of go into like a Zen state.
Right? Yeah. But there's combat, so you have to sit there and eliminate something. That doesn't really soothe me ever.
Right, that might give you a bit of a fright.
If I find, murdering millions of whatever soothing, I'm going to have to go and talk to somebody about it. Hey, doc, I am suddenly finding, eliminating thousands of creatures or humans soothing in this game that I'm playing. Oh, really? I have some questions. Anyway, it says a dark, tragic world that's surprisingly soothing to explore. It may be fun to explore, but Titan Quest Anniversary Edition, a unique, sunny take on Diablo-like ARPG with a nostalgic touch. Again, you're eliminating everything, I suppose. That too can be soothing to some. Death Stranding, it's a walking simulator, so as long as you don't find it frustrating as all hell.
Right, that one I could see works.
Yep. Although, they don't show it in here, but you do have a baby in a bubble strapped to your chest.
Okay, that might not be relaxing.
Yeah. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Taking a virtual vacation in the ancient land of vine poetry, or vine. Poetry and blue waves. Yeah, I'd love to live there. That'd be great. Without all the assassination. Again, assassination doesn't really get me into the chill kind of mood. So Hogwarts Legacy. This one is kind of, if you don't really engage in anything, then it's not that big of a deal, but a truly magical experience full of surprises, puzzles, and collectibles. And there is a lot of that throughout the game. Yeah, I kind of dig the game. I have it, but I've never finished it, but I largely never finish any game because I get sidetracked and ADD or whatever. Fable is number 6. Now, The Lost Chapters, a cozy fairy tale atmosphere and the options to be as kind as an angel. So there you go. You don't have to eliminate anything. Could make you very chill.
That one might work.
Get to fight a dragon with hugs. No. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. This, you're running around killing everybody, so I don't know how that works. Oh, wait. That's number 8. So this was in reverse. Number 1 was at the top.
It was, oddly.
That's very rare for them, I think, right? They usually have it starting at the highest.
It is. I thought you scrolled down, and then I realized, nope, it's just in reverse order from expected.
Yeah, so maybe it's not really in any particular order, but they did give it numbers. So, yeah. Anyway, you go around basically trying to gain back your honor. But there is a lot of calming stuff. So Ghost of Tsushima offers calming side activities like composing haikus, bathing in hot springs, collecting flowers, practicing at bamboo strike sites, and meditating. These moments contribute to the game's tranquil atmosphere, immersing players in the world of samurai culture and creating a deeply refreshing experience.
I think all of these games could be what they're purported to be if you could kind of get them into a non-combat mode.
Yeah. You know what, though? I'd probably just want to go back to...
And that's the one that looks like it would be very calming, unless you set up some of your animals to be eaten by others.
Yeah, throw some jaguars in with the gorillas. And if you enjoy that kind of thing, there's questions. I won't ask them. I don't want to know the answers. I suspect I already know them. And our final article for today over in the WarCrafters show is over in WarCrafters. The most underrated shooter of 2023 is free on Epic right now and going for cheap on Steam. Deceive Incorporated is an extraction shooter that forgoes the usual gritty shooter thematics in favor of spies, gadgets, and colorful locales. In their review, and this is over at PC Gamer, Russell Adderson described it as a creative blend of sneaking and shooting that will have squads coming back for more. It's well worth trying, and there's no reason not to because it's currently free on the Epic Games Store. Done. So this zany spy versus spy inspired extraction shooter is well worth a spin. Sean Prescott over at PCGamer.com put the article together. Yeah, it's free. So why not go over and check it out? This is a really short article. Over on Steam, it's down to $5.99, but this is a weekly show, so I'm not sure if it's still over there at that rate. But let me see real quick. It is still $5.99. So it will remain $5.99 until tomorrow. Well, the end of tomorrow, 17 hours, 21 minutes.
It also says that Apex Legends Ash, and then I guess the following week, Castlevania.
Yeah, if you open up the Epic Games loader, you can download games for free. And some people have been doing this like nonstop.
Right, like every week, and they probably amassed quite a few.
Multiple games, several hundred games apparently. So Apex Legends Ash bundle is currently going for nothing. Next week, Castlevania Anniversary Collection goes for free. And if you hadn't heard about this, Vampire Survivors has a Castlevania crossover for only a few bucks. And I haven't gotten into it yet. I've already got it, but I haven't played it. Too much stuff going on, man.
Right. There's only so many hours in the day.
That's right. I would do this more, but you know what? You need to come. Everybody needs to come and hang out here during the streams. Follow us over on Twitch. Follow us on YouTube. Hang out in the chat. I'm paying attention to everybody. All right. Well, anyway, we're going to reboot our console, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of WarCrafters at ohmtown.com. And I'm going to say see you in a little bit as we reset, and we're going to do technology today and then four-wheel tech, and that will be done. So 30-minute shows, and we made it under 30 minutes if I shut up right now. You want to say bye?
Good night, Hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for WarCrafters. Stay tuned. We have 2 more shows ahead.
See you soon. Life finds a way, but apparently only on MetaQuest. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 25th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 330. My goodness, we are just cranking away at this. We're almost done with another year. That marks year 3 completed. Wow. And we made affiliate this morning. So congratulations us, I guess. It's it's been a long haul. But I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about the effects of that Georgia chemical plant fire, airport worker strike on Thanksgiving, 12 suitcases, a Lululemon heist. Amazon workers in 20 countries are going to strike. Farmer gets cat to help. How does an employee hide $154 million in expenses? What about ghost tequila? And South Carolina Police Department resigns. Maybe they were drinking all of the tequila. Kiss my ash. You've got to be kidding me. And how does one collect a suspicious burrito? Sounds sus. See you on the other side of this, because it's all powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen, where you can interact with all of this news, make lists, send them to us so we can evaluate what you want to hear about, while we evaluate the news that we go through. Pretty much thousands of articles, just little snippets. We don't get the full article, but we'll explain it on the other side. So once again, I am Mayor Watt. This is ohmTown right there, and the sentient AI says,
Hello, welcome, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Yay. So yeah, we talk about 10 news articles, takes about an hour. It depends, really. This last episode that we did yesterday/today, it was a time machine episode. Took us about 45 minutes. So that's, yeah.
That's like a land speed record for us.
Yeah, when we're both doing the news. When it's only one of us doing the news, it's like 30 minutes. And we're like, get in, get out. It's like a SWAT operation. So let's get into this. The first article is, oh no, did I not do it right? I didn't reset any of the articles. So I got to do it the old fashioned way, folks. Okay, let's see if this actually works. So I'm going to do it.
Okay, while you're doing that, to find the show notes, you can do !NSN.
Yep. Go, say it. Oh, yeah. So if you type in !NSN, I'm going to have to do this for you for the first time. !NSN in the show note, in the Twitch chat, because it won't work over in ohmTown on YouTube, at least not yet. Omatron doesn't get along with Twitch or with a YouTube chat, but over on Twitch chat you can type in !NSN and it'll draw the last episode of Non Sequitur News's show notes. All the others are over on YouTube or the podcast for Non Sequitur News, and we have 6 other weekly news shows that have more niche topics. So the first article that we're going to talk about today is over in Non Sequitur News. New details spotlight consequences of Georgia chemical plant fire. So in a new report on Friday, hey, look at that. New details about the fire that produced a toxic chemical cloud in September have emerged. The article is over at newsweek.com, and Natalie...
Wait. What's our preview? Does the report say something like, oh, no problem?
Yeah, really. No one was harmed. It has nothing to do with anything, and you don't have to worry about anything. Go ahead and drink the water. No? So...
a little too soon after East Palestine.
Yeah, Palestine? Is it East Palestine. It is Palestine. So after nearly 2 months since a fire erupted at a biolab chemical plant near Atlanta that produced a toxic chemical cloud, federal investigators revealed new details of the investigation on Friday that shed light on the consequences of the blaze. The fire, which ignited on September 29th at the biolab facility, a division of Kick Consumer Products, specializing in swimming pool and spa water care products, located in Conyers. I think that's how they pronounce it. Georgia, has led to an investigation into the fire's cause and the response. So, according to an updated investigation report on Friday from the U.S. Chemical Safety and Hazard Investigation Board, or CSB, which next year could be shut down. Who knows? The incident began in the early hours of the morning when a biolab employee on fire watch at the Plant 12 storage warehouse heard a mysterious popping sound. The fact that you have to be on fire watch.
Yeah, but that might be like a law or something. Like, did they decide locally, oh, we have so much risk, we need a fire watch, or are they just required given what they do?
Probably given what they do, but they need to figure out what the hell. So, according to an updated report, water had suddenly come into contact with a water reactive chemical product. Though the employee quickly alerted their colleague and attempted to contain the reaction, the situation escalated, and by 5:10 a.m., toxic vapor clouds were billowing inside the warehouse. Flames broke through the roof just over an hour later, prompting an initial shelter-in-place order, and then the Rockdale Fire Department, or County Fire Department, extinguished the blaze 3 hours later, almost on the dot, apparently, because at 8:10 a.m.
I mean, that is pretty quick, but not based on the picture.
Yeah. And it just billowed this whatever, toxic whatever. Pretty amazing, if you ask me. The report detailed that the toxic vapor plume caused significant disruption, including the temporary closure of Interstate 20 and various local roads, and ordered evacuation and other orders for residents to shelter in place. So they don't say what
I don't
actual...
get
Go ahead.
is the delay for the evacuation. It's like 4 hours later.
Yeah, they don't say what it is, right? It just says a chemical that's water reactive. Do they not say what it is? Huh.
That's weird. You'd think that would have been the key finding, like it was such and such chemical.
Yeah, they were just...
Yeah, it just says what they were testing for, right?
Yeah, not what was actually reactive. So, and that leads to speculation. This is the antithesis of transparency. All right, let's keep moving then. The next article, this is how it works. So when you go over to ohmtown.com, you might find an article that you're interested in. When you click on the headline from the front page or from any of the subordinate channels, it'll lead you to the actual content that gets aggregated into ohmTown. And it's a very limited snippet. It's whatever they provide, the source provides, or it's some subset of it, because ohmTown limits, truncates hard what information might be provided by the source. And of all of our sources, only one seems to punch a hole through that by just giving us everything, no matter what, even though I have it hard-coded to not allow beyond a certain number.
Some of them are just overshare.
Hey, you know what? We have a...
That's why I use that term.
Yeah. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Thanksgiving travel chaos looms as airport workers strike. This is coming at Thanksgiving. Service workers in Charlotte Douglas International Airport have initiated a strike during the busy Thanksgiving travel period.
How would you like to be traveling through that airport right now?
Shannon McDonough put this article together for Newsweek.com. I would not. Employees of ABM and Prospect Airport Services who handle tasks including aircraft cleaning, trash removal, and assisting wheelchair-bound passengers voted Friday to authorize the strike. The Service Employees International Union, or SEIU, announced the action Monday morning, citing demands for better pay and respect on the job during the holiday travel season, which this isn't really how you get it from passengers, that's for sure. You're just going to piss everybody off. But hey, I think that every human deserves respect for the job they do. It's a job that is, purposeful, has an outcome, is a positive influence on society. But, those CEOs of the airplanes and of airport management and all of that kind of stuff, they don't get Ferraris by treating people with respect. Yeah. All right.
Well, and it says that they're protesting poverty wages. So
many workers earn between $12.50 and $19 an hour, well below what the MIT Living Wage Calculator considers sufficient for a single person with no children in Charlotte, North Carolina. The sociopaths out there will say, well, move.
Yeah, but how many resources does somebody have if they're making
below
low wages? And yeah, exactly.
So we're on strike today because this is our last resort. We can't keep living like this, ABM cabin cleaner Priscilla Hoyle said in a statement. We're taking action because our families can't survive. So they say critical role during peak holiday season, and I would agree. Let's say airplanes are going to get very messy and all of that trash gets picked up all the time. And honestly, in some airports, I've seen it pushed to the limit to begin with. Can you imagine if nobody's doing the
right?
job?
Because there's so many customers coming through. I mean, yeah, I don't think people really realize because they're kind of stop and go through the airport, but it's a constant. Like as soon as they clean an area, it's probably already due for cleaning again.
Yep. So they say similarly address the strike's timing, stating that it recognizes the seriousness of a labor dispute during a peak travel season. Well, when it's really easy for the company, that's not when you do it. Oh, hey, everybody's on vacation already, so we're going to go on strike. Nobody's traveling anywhere. The pandemic, hey, look, the pandemic kicked off. We should strike. No, you do it when it's going to actually make a difference. Because why? It's showing them that the humans that are driving this are
how
making
essential they are.
Yeah,
I agree.
So this is very important, and the strike vote will hopefully make a difference. Barbara added that the decision to vote for a 24-hour strike will be financially challenging, and it's only a 24-hour strike. So
yeah, but they don't get paid leave.
Yeah,
which I don't know about that anyway. But I mean, that even is more compelling, right? People that are struggling financially can't afford to lose a day of work, but they're doing it for the long term.
Yeah, to try and make a difference for everybody who comes after, as well as now. Yep, because companies will not give. They won't, because they're giving to the stockholders and to the C-suite and other investors that are deemed more important than the human machinery that's making it actually go. I'll never understand it. I will never understand it. How the human capital is marginalized on the daily. So let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News, and yesterday/Time Machine episode, we actually talked about this. A couple in the alleged $1 million Lululemon theft had 12 suitcases of goods. The question you asked has now been answered.
How many items did they have?
12 suitcases.
For $1 million? That's kind of concerning, although the leggings are known to be very thin.
And expensive. And so you can roll them up really tight and stick them in there. That's probably not what these felonious clothing wears. How do you do bespoke felons? Felonious bespoke? Felonious lemon?
Fashionistas?
Felonious fashionistas. Whoa, look at you. That's like a shirt. We need to make a shirt that says felonious fashionista on it. And then when somebody asks what it's all about, you go, well, I was part of that $1 million Lululemon theft ring across multiple states. Anyway, when you click that link, you get taken over to the source. Sean O'Driscoll at newsweek.com put the article together. Oh, these are the two. Weird. like crazy eyes. Like a doll's eyes. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Sorry, it's from
That's
Jaws.
a lot of things combined.
Look at that, man. Those eyes. Those eyes like make you want to go. No. Anyway, stop staring at me.
I know you didn't just take my Lululemon.
Yeah, I know you didn't touch my Lululemons. Well, when life gives you Lululemons, and you take them and become a felon. $1 million though, that you have to be hustling like go go go.
Okay, but the dozen suitcases only had $50,000. So how many suitcases would they have had?
I don't know what they ended up doing because they would return them, I guess, for cash.
No, they were exchanging them, but they never bought them to begin with. They had this complicated scheme where like they bought a couple of items and
Right.
like stole a tag, and then when they beep, they're like, "Oh yeah, here's my receipt" or whatever. But meanwhile, they had many more, and then they'd take the stolen items and exchange them, which was interesting, I guess, maybe to get an actual receipt. Who knows?
Yeah, I thought that they were returning them in another store. So since their arrest, Richards was released on a $100,000 bond, while Laws Richards was released on a $30,000 bond. And they're scheduled to appear in court on December 16th. So yeah, they would basically go into a Lululemon store and then put on a bunch of clothes and have another side item. And when they would go through the alarm would go off. And then one of the two would sit there and go, oh, I had this too. Oh, sorry about that. Here you go. And they'd walk out and go next door to the other Lululemon because they're like Starbucks, right? They're like all over the place.
Every corner.
Every corner.
They would have had about 240 suitcases worth with this amount of money.
All right.
Yes, I calculated that.
Someone did the math. The sentient AI from the future. Oh, no. Sorry. The silence and me peering over is there's an inhabitant in the mayoral mansion that might appear because of the angle of attack of the monitor or the camera, and they don't know what the word no is. Anyway, much like the sentient AI, they do what they damn well please. Anyway, prosecutors asked for a $1 million bond for each of them. The office alleged in its criminal complaint that the couple orchestrated thefts of up to $1 million from the Lululemon line of stores in multiple states, which it says that Lululemon sells mostly female athletic clothing. And that's not female athletic clothing. It's my athletic clothing if I want to wear a Lululemon. It doesn't... You better check your gender assumption. Shit. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is all about business transformation. Amazon workers in 20 countries to protest or strike on Black Friday.
I'm noticing companies are or the workers are kind of paying attention to the holidays.
Julia K. Put the article together over at theguardian.com. The Fighting Guardians. And it says workers and their representatives to press U.S. retailer to respect their rights and take action on the climate crisis. Okay. I understand, but this isn't about equity and inclusion and stuff like that. This is about the climate.
It's about workers' rights, so I think it's a conglomeration of things.
Respect their rights. Okay. So thousands of Amazon workers are expected to protest or strike in more than 20 countries during Black Friday to press for better workers' rights and climate action from the U.S. retailer. Well, I know that they've been changing up what they have available in terms of boxing up items.
Yeah, their
and stuff
packaging.
Like that. They're changing their packaging.
Tried to go for more sustainable. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And most of it is recyclable now. And although I think that their paper envelope packaging is much to be desired. because it actually soaks up water. It's not water resistant. So if it rains when your package shows up, you had better get to it pretty, pretty damn quick. Otherwise, you're going to have a sponge. Now, it's okay if you have a sponge in the package. All it's doing is going to make a dry spot.
Then it'll suck up all the water.
That's right. And then at least your patio is dry. Or wherever they stuck the damn thing. Anyway, spearheaded by the Swiss-based UNI Global Union for Service Industries and the activist umbrella group Progressive International, Make Amazon Pay is made up of more than 80 trade unions, anti-poverty and garment worker rights groups, and others. Make Amazon Pay. It's in the name. I mean,
it's very niche. But Amazon is like a huge company.
Yeah.
Globally and in the US.
Yeah. We demand the right to unions. Unionize? Unionize. There's the banner wraps
because
around.
It might be British.
No. I think it's unionized. It's wrapped around the thing.
I know, but it's spelled with a non-US spelling.
Oh, right. The ZS thing. Anyway, yeah. So here in the UK, Amazon represents everything that is broken about our economy: insecure work, poverty wages, unsafe working conditions. GMB will not let these shape the world of work for the next decade. Okay. Sorry, the silence is me grabbing the next article. So, yep. Maybe I'll... No, it takes too long to do this. I need to prep this in the future. Never make this mistake again. Yeah, we're never.
Okay, we heard it here first.
Yeah, well, I'll make the mistake again. Anyway, farmer gets barn cat to help with mice. Senior horse has other plans. Is that the name? Senior horse. Viewers were moved by the unique bond formed between the two animals, with one saying, "This is the most precious thing ever." When you click the link, you get taken over to Newsweek, and Sue Kim put the article together. There's so there's a little cat and a horse sitting next to each other on a fence. The cat is actually, it appears that it climbed up the fence and is like resting its arms.
Right, hanging out near the horse. And then it was riding on the back of the horse.
Yep. And now it's weaving between its legs. So the footage later shows the feline sitting on the horse's back while it moves across the field. The cat is later shown walking around the horse's feet as a subsequent note across the screen reads, "And she ends up being your old retired horse's best friend." So...
yeah, the cat was supposed to help with the mice on the farm.
Yeah. It can still help, but it became the best friend of this horse. An old retired horse. I should get a cat. Put out to pasture. So it's somebody says the most precious thing ever. Can't really say much more about this. This is a fun little article. If you want to know more about it, then follow the links through ohmTown and go check it out. Did you want to say anything else?
Well, I didn't know that cats and horses were buddies, but I also have never seen a cat riding on a horse.
Here's another one. It's a different cat and a different horse. But there it is, sitting on the back of the horse.
Maybe that's more common than we realize, but...
do cats get along with horses? See, a video
I would think they'd be afraid of horses.
See, this is a Getty image that we're looking at, and it has like a different colored cat and a different colored horse. But then they tack on a video about an unlikely bond formed between a barn cat and a horse has gone viral on TikTok. Is that a barn horse? I mean, the implication is a barn cat and a horse. It goes inside the house. Let's keep moving. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Macy's says an employee hid up to $154 million in expenses, and that delays the Q3 earnings. Macy's says it's delaying the release of its fiscal third quarter earnings results after it discovered up to $154 million in accounting-related issues. What?
How does this happen? This is not $1. It's not $154.
It's not $1 million. It's $154 million. I don't get it.
Did the book show something like $0 in expenses for the quarter? Like that's just how was this missed?
The implication is that there was culpability, like an employee,
True.
like
But was anybody else looking at any figures at all for the company? Like this seems like so much money that it'd be impossible to hide unless all the numbers were fabricated or something.
Yeah, how do you get to one person making that kind of a mistake without somebody else? Michelle Chapman over at abcnews.go.com. The fighting goes. Says here, the department store chain which operates Bloomingdale's and wow, is everything blue? Blue Macy, Blue Mercury, Bloomingdale's.
Apparently.
It's not Blue Macy's. It's just Macy's. Anyway, reported stronger than expected sales for the third quarter and said that it's delaying the release of its full quarterly results after it discovered an employee intentionally hid up to $154 million of expenses over several years. Okay.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be a nightmare if this is a publicly traded company.
Yeah, I
mean,
know.
It's going to be a nightmare anyway, but I'm just thinking of all the ramifications of like all the earnings and all that being off.
So, releasing quarterly results implies that it's public.
Right. It looks like it's publicly traded.
But I don't know what nowadays, who knows, man. There could be some not-for-profit wing that's powering the for-profit side of Macy's.
That's just OpenAI. It is publicly traded.
Yeah. So, and as far as I have known, they've been in kind of trouble. But I stopped monitoring them a long time ago. The company recognized about $4.36 billion of delivery expenses during the same time period from fourth quarter of 2021 through the fiscal quarter ended November 2nd. And they say here that the retailer said that on Monday it had identified an issue related to delivery expenses in one of its accrual accounts earlier this month. An independent investigation and forensic analysis found that a single employee with responsibility for small package delivery expense accounting intentionally made erroneous accounting accrual entries to hide roughly $132 to $154 million of expenses in just 3 years.
Again, that's such a high amount. Okay, but at least it sounds like the numbers are fabricated, so maybe. But what I don't really get is at some point you don't have enough money to pay for certain items. The other thing is if they're already reporting billions of expenses, why are they hiding this small amount unless it's being funneled to somebody's bank account or something?
Yeah, where did the money go? Because it's still in the system. It's an expense. So it has to be coming from an account somewhere. So what's going on with that account? You can't just hide money flowing out of the system and people have to be getting paid.
Right. So who's getting paid? I guess follow the money.
From which fund?
Well, who knows? Because it's already been fabricated. So who knows where it is? But since everything is typically electronic, maybe it'll be easy to.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Maybe they can pull all the person's personal accounts or something. And, I mean, if they see $100 and some million sitting in there.
There's an invoice from these delivery companies. So.
Right. But how are they getting paid? Or were they like pass-throughs and the employee owned them or something? That's what I suspect, but I don't know.
But
like, were the deliveries even happening?
That might be the other thing. Yeah. But no, they would have to because the deliveries come from okay, so I've taken disparate systems and worked with engineers to make middleware so that these disparate systems would communicate with each other so it can consolidate data into a central location. That way you know exactly what's going on in an enterprise from one spot. Not everybody had rights to do whatever the hell they wanted to, but you always knew what was drawing from an account and could project into the future from that point. So where in this did everything break down that deliveries could be made, but the accounting was suppressed? I
It
really don't
doesn't
get it.
make any sense. It should have almost immediately come to light
Yeah,
because somebody's not getting paid, somebody's not getting their delivery, something is failing.
yeah. And one person was apparently responsible for this. Meh. Maybe on the reporting side, but inside, everybody had to have known. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think with a company this size, that was the only person that could be involved.
yeah, it says the company did provide some preliminary results for its third quarter, including that net sales fell 2.4% to $4.74 billion. That's net sales, not profit. And slightly above the average analyst estimate of 4.72 billion, which is an amazing amount of money for a company that isn't even on my radar anymore. But I find fascinating that the dynamic of this has shown that one person caused that 150 up to $154 million worth of expenses suppressed.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous because it suggests that nobody was overseeing this person or this whole section or whatever.
Yep. All right, moving on. Next article is over in Distillerist, which is all about, well, adult beverages, distilled products. So spicy tequila brand Ghost. Demand for spice boosts Ghost Tequila's growth. They've seen a 20% growth in sales in year to date, driven by Gen Z's demand for spicier cocktail options. I've actually been requested to make a spicy beverage concoction that you can add to drinks, which is kind of fascinating. Because what people seemingly want is whatever their beverage is of choice, but then spice it up without materially affecting.
Right. They still want, I guess, the character or whatever of the original drink.
Just spicier. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, however, they've noted the cocktail popularity is part of a much larger movement. Consumers are increasingly interested in spicy flavors across the board. According to recent studies from Advantage Solutions, over 60% of millennials and Gen Z drinkers report seeking out spicier options in both food and drinks, and the demand for spicy cocktails has surged year over year. This summer, soft drinks and Giant Coca-Cola identified a 124% increase in something. See how we just stop it? We don't allow too much fluff. We want to be able to go, this is interesting enough for us to click the source, and then we see the source. So Georgie Collins over at which Collins, it's like the drink. You should name a drink after this person. A Collins glass.
Right. But I think there's a cocktail with the last name Collins.
I know that there's a glass called the Collins, I think. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. So Gordon explained that the use of ghost pepper provides tequila with a natural smoothness and heat that blends seamlessly in drinks, unlike the sharper, sometimes overpowering flavor of jalapeno.
That's interesting because I would think a ghost pepper more than a jalapeno might overpower something, but
Well, it says this versatility, he said, allows bartenders to experiment confidently, whether crafting a classic spicy margarita or a creative new cocktail. Ghost Balanced Spice is a standout feature that bartenders enjoy working with and are proud to recommend to their patrons. Okay, tequila, all right. I like a good tequila drink. Ghost pepper tequila? Hell no. I might try it once.
Seems a bit intense.
Yeah. Might have to go. You'll have to bring your analyzer and see if well, I guess not. So this really seems more like this is a marketing message, but I found it really compelling to talk about this in this day and age, because what is actually still growing by leaps and bounds are the more expensive exotic drinks, either fine cocktail or the spirits themselves, where you drink them straight, like bourbons and rums and so on, gins and other expressions that are more exotic and craft level, where
I don't think people want the same thing that's been out there.
Yeah, they don't want macro. Regardless, they want craft brew, not macro brew. They want craft distilleries, boutique distilleries, and
limited release kind of products, etc.
Yeah.
Small batch,
And then on the other side, they want, where macro does come in, is that they've got legs. They've been around for 30 years, and so they've got upwards of 30, 40-year expressions that are still in barrels that are waiting to be bottled. And then you get this expression that there's only 100 bottles. And so I don't know what happened, but there are some bottles out there that are $2,000 or more of things that 5 years ago, nobody would have given one.
I guess it's a difference in taste and alcohol consumption, I think, is up, at least in the US. I don't know if globally.
Yeah, like Van Winkle. There's a Van Winkle that people are like, oh my God. And there's a term for it where it's been assigned. I can't remember what they call it right now, but basically everything has been assigned to someone, and so you can't get it anymore. Yeah.
Wow, that's very, I don't know what the word is.
Hey, if it's already been accounted for, then, if I can't get it, then I can't get it. It doesn't matter how much it costs. If it isn't even available, then okay, well, I guess not. But there's some serious gatekeeping and nepotism where it's not an open market. It's, I know a friend who has access to these.
Exactly. It's not like it was out there for purchase and somebody bought it first.
Yeah. Somewhere out there is a mini keg for me. But I've never followed up on it. So maybe it'll sit in that warehouse and I'll be able to give it to my kid's kid. Of course, I have to build the robot kid and put it's going to be a sentient AI kind of thing. I mean, I'm the mayor. I can't sit there and have it. Anyway, trying to be funny, but I think I'm failing. Anyway, entire South Carolina Police Department resigns, and I am actually blaming that Ghost Tequila.
I thought it was because of the monkeys.
It might be the monkeys too. There's emus also running around apparently. Citing
what is happening?
This is by the town council. The police chief and his 4 officers resigned en masse, citing alleged harassment by a member of McCall's town council. Try that in a small town. So it's over in newsweek.com. Chloe Mayer put the article together. It is with a heavy heart that I do confirm my resignation as chief of police of the McCall Police Department, along with all 4 of my fellow officers. It's a huge hit. Chaos is going to run amok.
I know. I mean, it's pretty rare that an entire department goes.
That's interesting. McCall has a mayor and 6 council members, but Hale did not identify the official at the heart of his allegations. So 6 council members irritated the police department chief and all of the officers to bow out all at once.
I cannot imagine what this is. I mean, it seems like they just ignore them or something, but we don't know what the level of behavior was. Plus, did they see the town council members every time they went anywhere in the town?
It's weird, right? For months, I've endured unwarranted and malicious behavior aimed at undermining my integrity and leadership. These actions have not only affected me personally, but have also created a toxic atmosphere that has hindered the department's ability to function effectively. Despite our efforts to address these issues professionally and through appropriate channels, the harassment and hostility have persisted. This guy is a cop. He's the top cop. Go to the DA.
Doesn't mean he should be subjected to harassment. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't bring it up to
the boss's
state
boss
or whomever. Yeah.
Yeah, because the thing about this is, while you do have First Amendment rights to address the administration of a government organization, harassment is not protected speech. So, I mean, you're a police officer. He'll also blast a decision to cut a significant amount of money from our already depleted budget by the same council person. I say councilman. As a result, critical needs went unmet. They said, adding that the lack of investment hampered their ability to operate. So, yeah, I mean, if the objective was to hobble the police department, they did an effective job to the point where either they have to fire somebody or they all bounce. But you've just solidified their ability to replace you with another force at a lower rate because people want to freaking
perhaps more agreeable if there was some sort of conflict.
Or more sociopathic or whatever, right? Yeah, try that in a small town. So Gartner said that he was shocked by Hale's subsequent post on Facebook. The mayor admitted that there had been professional disputes between the police and the councilman, but told the police, "We addressed it. We thought that we had all come to an agreement to let bygones be bygones. Apologies were made and accepted. I thought everything was fine." Not so. Yeah. So, I mean, if it continued after the apologies, then there is...
Well, and also, I mean, you know, is this one snarky comment? Is this like an enduring, targeted? I mean, we don't know what was going on here.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. But this is one of those things where there's like a little snippet and people like to talk about this kind of stuff because it's part of what happened.
I find it interesting that they've had 6 police chiefs in 4 years.
Yeah, I mean, is it because of this? It takes a special person to work here in McCall. This is the kind of thing this is why you have the federal government, because if the state can't solve this internally, then you bring federal oversight on board to resolve this, because what can happen is in a vacuum, abuse will happen. The lights go off. Abuse happens in the dark. And that's what I kind of see.
This seems like there's something bigger beyond the police department here, but it is very rare for an entire police department to resign.
Yeah. Nowadays, though, hell, I don't necessarily think... You just never know now, right? I mean, and we've heard of other police forces bowing out.
We have, but it's still not very common.
Yeah,
I have no doubt we'll see more about this, because I suspect somebody's going to come in and look and see what happened, and we'll see a report on whatever that was, and we'll be sure to add it.
I don't know if the Post and Courier is this little map dot kind of a place, but might be interesting to monitor this. Somebody's going to be reporting on this, and that's when the council people go after the newspapers because they're doing investigative reporting. This alone is landing them high on the attention
and I'm
radar.
glad that the national media picked this up, because this would be easy to kind of skip over, like, oh, this is a small town.
Let's move on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Family realized that they have the wrong ashes after relative found alive.
So whose ashes are they?
I said, kiss my ash. You've got to be kidding. So the family kept the ashes of the wrong man on an altar in their home for 3 years. Where was the relative? We have a lot of Newsweek stuff this week, or today.
Yeah, they had a lot of interesting stories today.
Lottie McGrath over at Newsweek.com put the article together. Yeah, unfortunately, this is kind of endemic in large cities in the United States, and everywhere there are large cities. And the real problem is that there isn't jobs for everyone, and not everyone has the mental health available to facilitate going either back to school and retooling or coping with issues and skipping drugs. and it becomes a spiral. And yeah, and humans just don't seem to take it very seriously as a species. There is a subset that takes it very serious, and then there's sociopaths who don't care of the human condition. So, however, when a friend saw the presumed dead Robinson walking in the Tenderloin district earlier this year, it became clear that there'd been a mix-up.
Not the rest of it, of course, but so, can you imagine? You probably went to the funeral if you're good friends with the family, and then you're like,
You've mourned, you've done through all of the levels, you've come to grips with the loss of a loved one, etc. But there's always more to this, right? So a man was discovered to have died of a drug overdose outside the Dahlia Hotel in San Francisco's Tenderloin district in May of 2021. And the San Francisco medical examiner identified the deceased as James Robinson. They always have to include the middle name. And link it to a birth certificate of some kind. If it wasn't so dystopian, I would say you need DNA samples of everybody so that upon their demise, you can verify beyond a shadow of a doubt.
That might have helped here, though.
Yeah. So the family had the ashes in an urn on their altar in the East Bay home for 3 years. So they were a loved one cared for enough that even though they may have died of a drug overdose in some unknown region, blah, 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 they were appreciated enough to be in an urn on a mantle. So on an altar, actually, they say. So yeah, a friend apparently saw the presumed dead family member walking in the Tenderloin district earlier this year, and it became clear that there had been a mix-up. Robinson was tracked down by the daughter in July of this year, and the pair reunited. There we go. Subsequent DNA testing then revealed the true identity of the deceased, a man named Jacob Bruce Krisinger. His family were only told about his death in early November, 3 years later.
I mean, this is really sad all around. I cannot imagine what that call was like to the family who had already had the funeral.
We have some good news and some bad news.
Right.
What do you want to hear first? Well, your brother's still alive. Unfortunately, we put him in an urn, and he's been sitting on somebody's mantle for 3 years, so he's going to be irritated. They pull him out and blow on it in his mouth to inflate him to full size because they've taken this.
Right.
I might be overthinking this. Anyway, you shouldn't be misidentified because they failed to do a DNA test. They failed to have the family come down and identify him. Agree. So, of course, they do the only thing that they can possibly do without financial remuneration. We extend our sincere condolences to Jacob Krisinger's loved ones and family. Yeah, and again, it's the DOJ. Look, it is a federal government agency that does this kind of stuff.
That fixed it.
Yes, that fixed it. Otherwise, this shit would have just languished at the state level. So some of Robinson's friends said that they'd seen him since his second disappearance. However, his daughter, Kylie Robinson, has not seen his father since, but told NBC Bay Area that she goes to search for him on weekends. So this really sucks. I mean, it's an ongoing thing with the person, so.
It is. Hopefully the two families at least can commiserate with each other. I mean, because they've both been through something really unusual.
Yeah, this is an encounter group where there's only 2 people partaking in that meeting.
Right, because that's the only people that, and not just in that city, anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah. Except for maybe missing people, right? We don't know where they are. There's a lot of them.
Right.
Apparently
Absolutely.
There's a shit ton of them. So our final article for today's Non Sequitur news is an Uber Eats driver collects a suspicious burrito and calls the police.
Okay, wait. When I read that headline, it looks like the Uber ate the driver.
And
Because if you do the wrong emphasis.
An Uber eats a delivery driver in New Jersey and ended up calling the police after. Did you hear about the Uber Eats delivery driver that ate a clown?
No.
They stopped after the first bite because it tasted funny. No. Anyway, they ended up calling the police after they picked up a burrito order that did not smell like food. What do you think it was? Want to take a stab at it? No?
Well, it's got to be something that's probably not supposed to be delivered.
I don't know. Do you think it was like a hash burrito?
Like drugs?
Like drugs, marijuana. Yeah. This is probably going to get me shadow
probably
banned.
Something like that. Right.
YouTube is going to go, no, we're not talking about that. Although I was just watching a gaming stream that was sitting there talking about, I don't want to say, let's just say adult content. But anyway, so we click the link. It takes us, gosh, Newsweek is just all over it today. What's going on?
Yeah, they were really knocking it out of the park today.
Oh, yeah, I'm right. So they put the video doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this, but it's talking about marijuana election results in 4 states. The article is over at Newsweek. Sophie Clark put the article together. And, oh, yeah. So it's either hops or it's marijuana, which hops is like a derivative, not a derivative. It's in the same family or something like that. But it doesn't have a deleterious effect. So according to Washington Township Police Department, the delivery worker who was driving through Washington Township to Glassboro with what they thought was an order of Mexican food rang the police because the burrito they were delivering smelled strongly of marijuana.
Wait, they were driving the burrito, not delivering it. Like, did they have it belted in as a passenger?
Wait, the delivery worker who was driving through Washington Township to Glassboro with what he thought was an order of Mexican food. So he was delivering this.
I was just laughing because it said the burrito they were driving.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, the burrito they were driving. Yeah, I get it. That's a hell of a burrito.
Exactly.
Wow. Can you imagine? You're like driving along. I mean, okay, you get a burrito because you have the munchies. You don't get a burrito because you want to have the munchies later. Although maybe you do. I don't know.
I don't know.
Hey, Timeless. Welcome to the show. We're about to end the show, but you did catch the tail end of it. I've got mayoral duties. So Timeless says, wait, I thought marijuana was legalized now in the U.S. It is in many, many, many states, not federally. And so you could actually possibly run into trouble crossing state lines. And you have to verify certain things. And so I don't think Uber Eats is the delivery agent for marijuana.
Right. There are some allowances to have marijuana in New Jersey, but that may be different than who can sell or transport or whatever.
Right. So, and using something surreptitiously, like an Uber Eats driver to be a courier for drugs, using them for distribution and things like that are more than likely illegal. So, yeah, it can kind of cause a problem. So there, according to the police department, he discovered that the driver was actually transporting an ounce of marijuana wrapped in foil, a bottle of water, and a box of soup. So you got to stay hydrated and you're ready for the munchies. So this burrito was prepped, ready to roll. But I mean, it's an ounce of marijuana. That's I guess, an odd sized burrito too. So posting a photo of the burrito in question to their Instagram page, the department added this wasn't the kind of wrap anyone ordered. I don't know about that. The burrito is now in evidence and we're cooking up an investigation. If you know anything about the high-flying delivery, call their detective bureau, and they give the number. Of course, if this was posted anywhere towards Reddit, they would have some really interesting discussion taking place. But it
I'm
says,
sure there would be.
recreational marijuana is legal in the state of New Jersey. Customers over the age of 21 can purchase weed from dispensaries across the state. However, according to research from the CAS, Center for Alcohol and Substance Use Studies at Rutgers University, the illegal weed market still thrives even when the drug is legalized in a state, mainly because craft growers do different things, create different strains, and there isn't necessarily that diversity in the dispensaries or the things that you're allowed to get. Although if you go to a dispensary, yeah, you're going to find a ton. But Timeless says, gotcha. Also, even if near the end, still happy to have caught you and your sentient AI. So Timeless_exe, thank you very much. I'll give you a shout out as well in the chat, but there's not a lot of people. So hold on. We're doing it live, right? Oh.
What could go wrong?
Yeah. There we go. Hey, it works. So thanks for coming and hanging out for as long as you could, I suppose. Yeah. I guess in a nutshell, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Where would you like to go? I can send you over to somebody else. Yeah, thanks. All right. So, as we always do, I guess we're going to spark one up, and that's going to send us over to the front page of ohmTown. And now if you hear, hold on. If you hear frogs, it isn't because of the marijuana. Anyway, so we're out of here for the night. We'll see you tomorrow, probably 7 o'clock, not 6. It really depends on how fast we can get the show ready. And we have a small window wherein we do all of the work that's necessary to facilitate the show. And then if mayoral duties prevent me from doing the show later, then we pull it forward as early as possible. So be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. Be sure to download the podcast, because if you miss either of the shows and you don't want to stream it from YouTube, you have the podcast. I normally put those live either that same night or the next morning. I'm kind of in a rhythm now, so I get it done within an hour or so. Again, unless I get pulled away. So that's it. We're going to say goodnight. I'm Mayor Watt saying bye. So is the sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News, and be back tomorrow.
And if you really want to hear more of my dulcet tones and the piercing through like a sharp axe, that cold breeze when it first hit. Anyway, no, the lovely simulated voice of the sentient AI. We have over 1,500 or around 1,500 episodes over on YouTube, because Twitch deletes after 60 days. Sorry. Cheers, Timeless. Take care, everybody. Over on YouTube and Twitch. Bye-bye. Once again, I usually say something witty here, but yeah, just not really feeling it. Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Technology Today for December 1st, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 33. Today, Mayor Watt, that's me, over at ohmTown.com, and the sentient AI from the future is going to talk about tiny robots to discover life on Europa, brain pathway that controls breathing. What could go wrong? Light supercharges CO2 recycling, antimatter experiments, the mysterious compound in American tap water. Ew. Everything's powered by ohmTown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. See you on the other side. Hello. Hello, sentient AI from the future. Why do I look frozen?
Mayor what? It was exaggerated slow motion.
Okay, that was weird. No dropped frames, but anyway, not going to worry about it. I am rebooting the NAS, so I don't know if that's impacting things. I mean, I'm remotely attached to it, so it might actually catch it. Anyway, welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting. Let's get into it. The first article is over in Technology Today. Not everything we talk about is always in the channel that we name the show after. Each show is a channel over at ohmtown.com. Not every channel is a show. That's a logic thing. If A, then it. Anyway, so
it is a logic thing, but I'm not sure we're applying it.
It doesn't really apply. Yeah, never at ohmTown. So, could NASA's tiny robots discover life on Europa? So life can take. I paused again. That's weird. I don't know. Focus. I know, but I mean, if I'm crashing, then yeah. Well, engineers took a competition pool to test. Took to a competition pool to test robotic prototypes for an ambitious mission concept: a swarm of underwater explorers seeking signs of life on alien ocean worlds. NASA's upcoming missions to Europa will deploy advanced robots to probe its icy oceans for life. The robots are part of the SWIM project. The source for this is JPL, who wrote an article, and it's published at scitechdaily.com. I don't know how that works, but anyway, when NASA's Europa Clipper arrives at Jupiter's moon Europa in 2030, it'll conduct 49 flybys using a suite of powerful scientific instruments to search for evidence that the ocean beneath Europa's icy crust could support life. The spacecraft, which landed, I'll be okay.
Hopefully launched. It didn't landed.
It didn't landed. So it launched on October 14th, and it's equipped with the most advanced science technology ever sent to the outer solar system. I would probably say it's the most advanced science technology to date sent to the outer solar system. Yet, even as it begins its mission, NASA teams are already designing the next generation of robotic explorers to dive deeper into Europa's hidden ocean and beyond, pushing the boundaries of scientific discovery. There is this dilemma that will perplex, and that is every 5 years, the technology is sufficiently advanced enough to push the ship so that it gets passed by the next 5-year-old ship, right? So,
yep, it's a problem. When can you properly launch a generation ship?
Yeah, and so this is actually going out in 2024, right? And it's not going to get there until 6 years later, which means a ship that is developed next year theoretically could pass it up. So every 5 years, it becomes so obsolete that we can pass it with the latest technology. Well, one such innovative concept is called SWIM, short for Sensing with Independent Microswimmers. This project imagines deploying a swarm of tiny self-propelled robots, each about the size of a cell phone. These robots would be delivered to the subsurface ocean by an ice-melting cryobot. All right.
This sounds cool.
I'm a little worried, but okay. Once released, they would scatter and explore, searching for chemical and temperature signals that could point to the presence of life. Ta-da! Oh my gosh, you know what those look like? Bacteriophages.
Uh-oh, maybe they're modeled after that.
Like straight up looks like a bacteriophage. You should look it up, and you'll go, oh yeah. And this even makes it look like it's the skin. I wonder if that's what they actually make a mention of it. No, they don't say it here, but so
it looks exactly like one.
Yeah, for sure. So people might ask, why is NASA developing an underwater robot for space exploration? It's because there are places we want to go in the solar system and look for life, and we think life needs water. So we need robots that can explore those environments autonomously, hundreds of millions of miles from home, said Ethan Scaler, principal investigator, or PI as it's usually called, for SWIM at NASA's JP. So I got to say this whole thing. It's the PI for SWIM at NASA's JPL in, they don't say SC anyway,
SC.
Southern California. Yeah. So under development at JPL, a series of prototypes for the SWIM concept recently braved the waters of a 25-yard or 23-meter competition swimming pool at Caltech in Pasadena for testing. The results were encouraging. So the problem is, this is freezing temperatures. So will ice actually build up on these devices in those temperatures, or will it stay liquid?
Right, and are they accounting for that?
They have to be, right? They have to be. Just in case the robot needed rescuing, it was attached to a fishing line, and an engineer toting a fishing rod trotted alongside the pool during each test. Nearby, a colleague reviewed the robot's actions and sensor data on a laptop, and the team completed more than 20 rounds of testing various prototypes at the pool and in a pair of tanks at JPL.
What is your job, the robot rescuer?
Yeah, I walk around a swimming pool with a fishing line trying to catch humans. I mean, robots. Never mind. So there's a lot more over at this article, but the nuts and bolts of it are really this. They do computer simulations, of course, but that doesn't always account for everything. And palm-sized swimmers would feature miniaturized, purpose-built parts and employ a novel wireless underwater acoustic communication system for transmitting data and triangulating their positions. I dig this.
That sounds pretty advanced.
It's pretty cool. The simulations also help the team better understand how to maximize science return while accounting for trade-offs between battery life. The volume of the swimmers could explore about 3 million cubic feet or 86,000 cubic meters, and the number of robots in a single swarm, a dozen, sent in 4 to 5 waves.
Okay, what if you're on this and you see a swarm of these coming at you in the real life application?
Yeah, so if 2001 ever told me anything, we're not supposed to be messing with Europa. So when we land stuff
I guess we didn't
here,
learn the lesson.
Yeah, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in, unless you wanted to talk about it more.
No, this is good.
Okay. So the next article is over in Technology Today as well. Yoga in a pill? ? Scientists discover brain pathway that controls breathing. What could go wrong?
Well, I don't know. Like, you could stop breathing. You could hyperventilate. All kinds of things. You could hack into somebody else's breathing.
Here, drink this. And it's just you stop breathing. So, look, I like a good conspiracy. I like world building. This is something that somebody could use as fodder for their murder mystery, whatever, right? So a new study from the Salk Institute identifies a brain circuit that controls voluntary breathing and emotional regulation, potentially aiding in the development of treatments for anxiety and stress disorders. Take this. Hold your breath.
Oh, wow.
And see, it's both of them. So we don't want you to get too excited about the fact that you can't breathe anymore. So we're just going to calm you.
Right. We want you to stop breathing, but chill out about it.
Yeah, that's what I do. Potentially aiding in the development of treatments for anxiety and stress disorders. Although breathing is primarily automatic, we also possess the remarkable ability to self-soothe by slowing down our breathing. Throughout history, people have utilized slow breathing, particularly in yoga and other breathing exercises to calm oneself. So they say yoga in a pill. What the hell? Anyway.
That is an odd graphic.
Yeah. For those that are in the podcast, it's a mouse like watercolor with a forest fire at the bottom.
That's larger than the forest.
It's larger than the forest, yeah. And so it actually says that underneath the caption says, a mouse breathes in air to form a brain-shaped cloud which pours rain down onto a wildfire that represents the hot emotions of anxiety and panic. And it was credited to the Salk Institute.
I mean, this is quite the graphic. I guess we have not just scientists, but also artists.
It's graphic. Oh, yeah, that can't be AI, could it?
Oh, maybe so.
I don't know. So for the first time, neuroscientists at Salk Institute have identified a specific brain circuit that regulates voluntary breathing. Using mice, the researchers discovered a group of neurons in the frontal cortex that connects to the brainstem, which governs essential functions like breathing. Their findings indicate that this connection between the brain's more complex regions and the lower brainstem's breathing center enables us to coordinate our breathing with our current behaviors and emotional state. I was clutching my pearls again for those not in the video.
About to embark on your breathing exercises.
Yeah. Hold your breath. Oh, I have now passed away. So they talk about potential for therapeutic applications, like it can calm you and lower your breathing rate so you don't hyperventilate, which actually leads to your body kind of going into fight or flight mode. But discovering the brain circuit for breathing control, these breathing patterns and emotional state are difficult to untangle. If anxiety increases or decreases, so do our breathing rate. So back a long time ago, I did research in using VR to do things like phobia management, pain management, and education. One of the things that in phobia treatment, it's basically an element in anxiety where in VR, we could put you inside a room, and by measuring things like pupil dilation, galvanic skin response, breathing rate, heart rate, EEG, and all kinds of stuff, really. I mean, there were certain things that I couldn't budget for, like EEG. But with more input, you could actually programmatically have somebody in a VR room, and if they were afraid of spiders, the spider would get bigger if they were less stressed, or smaller and walk away if they were anxious. And you could do it in real time, and the people would be able to self-soothe and have the data available to observe, oh, this is for no apparent reason where my fear is manifested. I now know how it feels. And when it gets bigger and smaller, that kind of a thing, and I can do something myself.
Right, and you can probably manage it, yeah.
Yeah. So researchers assume that the brain's frontal cortex, which orchestrates complex thoughts and behaviors, was somehow communicating with a brainstem region called the medulla oblongata. You have to say it like that. The medulla, which controls automatic breathing. It's something that I mentioned in yesterday's episode, I think it was, where there were autonomic functions, and it related
that must have been in RealityHacker.
It related to the resurrecting that brain that had functional death. And so it says to test this, they first consulted a neural connectivity database and then experiments to trace the connections between these different brain areas. I'm really interested in a thing called OpenBCI for an EEG, but it's wildly expensive. The componentry, cheap date, not a big deal. But getting the computer that links all of these leads, $1,000.
Right, it's a brain-computer interface.
Yeah, OpenBCI is Open Brain Computer Interface, and there's a website for it. But the computer is $1,000 for 8 leads, and I actually want 16 or more leads. So that device is $2,000 just for the computer, not all the rest of the componentry. And they call that approachable. Okay. Well, my lab doesn't have that much money.
It might be compared to like $100,000 in equipment, but it's not really approachable.
Yeah, so these initial experiments revealed a potential new breathing circuit. Neurons in a frontal region called the anterior cingulate cortex were connected to an intermediate brainstem area in the pons, which was then connected to the medulla oblongata just below. So these autonomic systems keep you alive, because if you had to concentrate to breathe, the moment you fall asleep, you delete.
Right. Yeah, that's a key detail.
So damage to your medulla can actually cause some problems. Your body might actually be able to relearn, but you can't repair. Your brain doesn't repair. It just remaps. So Hans's team hypothesized that certain emotions or behaviors could lead cortical neurons to activate the pons, which would then lower activity in the medulla, resulting in slower breath. So you basically can self-soothe if you can master that connection. So don't freak out. Take a deep breath. Relax. Woosah.
I wonder if this will have application for things like anesthesia or
and that's
other
essentially
items, or is it just more like in the phobia area?
Oh, no. This would have understanding more fundamentally the emotional state and breathing would lead to. It says they also used a technique called optogenetics to turn parts of the brain circuit on and off to do in different emotional and behavioral context while measuring the animal's breathing and behavior. So if we discover a way where we can deal with emotions, it could lead to a pharmaceutical connection, and thus be able to treat people for behavioral and emotional issues, or lead to techniques where we don't need a pharmacological solution. It says, on the other hand, if researchers shut off the circuit, breathing rates went up and mice became more anxious. So they see a distinct tie between breathing rate and anxiety level. So if I can give you medication that calms you, I mean, marijuana right now is a calming agent. You can be chill, and maybe that would actually facilitate this kind of a thing, and that deserves some research, because while it is pharmacological, it's much more natural than some pharmacology. So they want to use the findings to design a yoga pill, says Hans. It may sound silly, and the translation of our work into a marketable drug will take years, but we now have a potentially targetable brain circuit for creating therapeutics that could instantly slow breathing and initiate a peaceful meditative state. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's called marijuana. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today as well. A lot of these are actually, I think, like all of today is brought to you by the same source, which is SciTech Daily. 2-for-1 deal, visible light supercharges CO2 recycling efficiency. Researchers have used visible light and gold copper electrodes to improve CO2 conversion efficiency and selectivity, paving the way for sustainable energy advancements. By combining visible light with electrochemistry, researchers have significantly improved the conversion of carbon dioxide into valuable products while making a surprising discovery. So the team observed visible light greatly enhanced this conversion rate. University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign put this article together. It's posted over at SciTech Daily. And it says here, one way that chemists recycle CO2 into valuable products is through a process called electrochemical reduction, where a stream of CO2 gas moves through an electrolysis cell that breaks the CO2 and water down into carbon monoxide and hydrogen, which then can be used to make new desired hydrocarbon products, said UIUC chemistry professor Prashant Jain. The quote here is, however, the reaction is sluggish and the process requires large electrodes containing a lot of expensive catalyst material such as gold or copper. So our lab has been pursuing ways to speed up the process so that less catalyst material is required, making it a more viable option for the alternative fuel industry. By the way, the catalyst, if it is a true catalyst, doesn't get consumed, but it has to be recycled and recovered at some point.
Right. And then depending on how that occurs, that could also have other ramifications. Like we've been talking about like mining for minerals and recycling EV batteries and everything. I know this is not the same thing, but
I mean,
it
yeah, it
could
is.
run into some of the same issues.
Yeah. And you end up with a smaller amount of something, but it's a super fun site. So the new study, led by Jane and former graduate student Frances Alcorn and published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, details a method that combines the action of visible light with electrodes coated in nanoparticles of gold-copper alloy to reduce CO2 reduction at a much higher rate and allow for more controlled selectivity than seen with current methods. So in the lab, the electrodes are immersed in a solution of CO2 and water and an electrolyte to enhance conductivity. The team then applies a voltage across the electrode while a visible light laser illuminates its surface. The resulting reaction simply produces carbon monoxide, or rapidly produces carbon monoxide from splitting the CO2 and hydrogen, which comes from splitting water molecules. And this is making me think that it's slowing down the atoms so that it can more effectively react with the electrolyte and the conductive elements on the electrode. Because what ends up happening is laser light interacts with atoms and it can cause them to vibrate at a different frequency. And I think that's what's going on here. So I'm really curious how this is actually working. In catalysis, chemical selectivity is the ability of a chemical reaction to favor a target of one type or a pathway or a molecule over another. In this study, the researchers found that water splitting reaction that forms hydrogen gas was selectively enhanced by using light. And this led the team to experiment further, and the model results with the help of Northwestern University chemistry professor George Schatz and postdoctoral researcher Sajal Kumar Giri. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I can't find if that's what's actually happening.
Yeah, so they say, for instance, the repeated use of the nanoparticle-based electrode will inevitably lead to degradation over time, especially under a scaled-up scenario required for industrial application. Additionally, the overall energy efficiency of the process and light management will need further research and improvement, but they don't say. It says the directed charge flow induced by light excitation, there it is, were responsible for the enhanced productivity and increased selectivity of water splitting, which is captured in the simulations by our collaborators. So that light excitation is basically light hitting atoms, causing them to vibrate at a different frequency than their natural state. But if you turn off the light, then they drop back down. But it's basically the photons hitting atoms that make them bounce. Interesting, and I certainly believe that we hardly know what to do with light. I mean, we slow down things using lasers so that we can see atoms that are stuck in the crosshairs of multiple high-powered lasers.
Right. I feel like we're still figuring out lasers. I mean, didn't we just create like a yellow laser for the first time?
Yeah, I remember we watched something about that and read some things about, because it's not an easy visible light.
Right. I just mean we don't have all of it down. So yeah, we're trying to use these in these pretty complex applications.
Light and sound. It's the two things that for the last 30 years I've been going, we're going to keep on discovering stuff about this at a fundamental level. And somewhere along the line, somebody's going to trip over something that leads to just a massive shift in the physics of our understanding of life. So let's keep
theory.
on. Yeah. It's all strings. It's a series of tubes. That had to do with the internet. But anyway, this next article is over in Technology Today. The chilling antimatter experiment that could unlock the universe's secrets, a groundbreaking system, promises to greatly accelerate research on the fundamental properties of antimatter By achieving lower temperatures of trapped antiprotons, they aim to uncover why the universe favors matter over antimatter, a pivotal question in physics. So we talked about this briefly in one of our other shows, and I'll talk about it briefly again. This is by Riken over at scitechdaily.com. And basically, they say by achieving lower temperatures of trapped antiprotons, they can be observed, they can be processed, they can be managed in a different way, and observed so that we can get more fundamental understanding of what this antimatter is and why the universe, and I say our universe, prefers matter.
As opposed to the universe?
Yeah, so what if we actually have a multitude of universes and there is an anti-universe, but they think that their matter is matter and our matter is antimatter?
Sounds very counterpart.
So a major breakthrough led by Riken has taken a significant step toward solving one of physics' greatest mysteries, why normal matter vastly outweighs antimatter in the universe. The team has developed a cutting-edge cooling system capable of rapidly reducing the energy of trapped antiprotons, enhancing the precision of experiments that probe this cosmic imbalance. Protons dominate the universe around us. For instance, a single ice cube contains a staggering few septillion protons. About half of our body weight comes from them. In stark contrast, antiprotons, particles with the same mass as protons but an opposite charge, are exceedingly rare. They just don't punch through the universe barriers.
Right. Are they, or do we not know they're there to measure them?
We just don't have a means of effectively measuring them in mass, right? Because everything we have is of the opposite charge. No matter what, we can't make it see the other charge except in the minute scale. I am not a physicist by any stretch. I definitely don't have my head wrapped around the math, but so
I'm not even sure I would know an antiproton if I saw one.
I've never met an antiproton that hasn't obliterated itself around a proton. So this massive disparity extending to all particles and their antimatter counterparts poses a fundamental question in modern physics. So why does the universe today consist almost entirely of matter? It doesn't. It's our matter versus the upside down's antimatter, and they're pinned together because that's how the universe works. And so for every matter, there's an antimatter, but it's just holding on to it.
In concept, they should be equal.
We just don't see it because it's in the opposite side of the universe, the anti-universe. But it's our anti-universe, not their anti-universe. There's a person named Mayor Watt that's doing this same exact show, but in the antiverse. Our perception of the antiverse.
Is that on AntiTube?
Correct. It's in the not YouTube. No, it's even called YouTube. Everything is the exact same except that it's made up of our perception of antimatter. Anyway, since antiparticles can now be produced in the lab, one way to discover the cause of this imbalance is to measure the properties of antimatter particles at extremely high precision. Physicists can then test whether there is even the tiniest difference in the properties of matter and antimatter pairs that might have led to the gradual attrition of antimatter over cosmic timescales. Can you imagine? At the precipice of white light and darkness is the rainbow. We talked about this earlier today. So what if at the precipice between matter and antimatter is the transition through universes into the antiverse?
Like a wormhole?
Like a wormhole, yeah. And there you have counterpart, basically the idea of counterpart. Anyway, the measurement resolution is limited by the antiproton's temperature. So the cooler the antiproton, the smaller its oscillation amplitude, and the less sensitive it is to external noise sources, enabling researchers to learn more about its fundamental properties. This is the motivation behind the sophisticated new cooling system developed by Ulmer's team. It uses a resistive cooling system, uses magnetic bottle to select very cold particles efficiently. It's a technically complex system consisting of several ultra-sensitive superconducting detectors and other devices that shuttles antiprotons between the two traps without heating. Probably lasers used to move it. But anyway.
So in concept, wouldn't some of this be able to be easily visible or easily detected in space because of the temperatures, or no?
You'd have to bring that up into space and operate in the vacuum of space. It's just much more expensive and dangerous. So, yeah, I mean, and you'd have to deal with the radiation because there isn't any protection.
That's true. Yeah, there's a few impediments.
Yeah. And what's weird about space is it's not that it's cold. It is cold, but it's cold by its very nature because there's theoretically nothing in there. Like there's solar wind and stuff like that. There's no way if any heat is generated and radiation like from the light hits it, it doesn't dissipate heat because the vacuum doesn't allow the transfer of energy. So you would still have to cool it down and then it would sit there as long as you shield it from radiation, even photons. Any radiation hits it, it would generate heat. That's why we have cooling systems that cool our suits. And sometimes fail before they even get out of the freaking airlock. Anyway, too soon. Let's move on. So the next article is over in Technology Today. Millions at risk. A mysterious compound discovered in American tap water. Ooh, is this the new Ooga Booga? So chloronitramide anion, a newly identified byproduct of chloramine used in water disinfection, raises concerns due to its unknown toxicity and high concentrations in U.S. tap water. Dear God. So when I'm brewing beer, I have switched to RO water. So reverse osmosis water. It removes all of the impurities. This may not be part of that. It may actually remain. I don't know.
Right, because if you can't detect it, how can you remove it?
Yeah, if it's small enough.
Or how can you be sure that you removed it?
Let me see something real quick. I want to see. So, yeah, I'd have to go and look into it because an anion is larger than a neutral atom from which it formed. So it's formed from a chloronitramide. So chlorine and nitrogen. So,
and I think a lot of water systems, at least in the U.S., are chlorinated.
Correct. Yeah. So many public water systems in the United States rely on inorganic chloramines to disinfect water, but the byproducts, let's see, what did they say here? The American Association for the Advancement of Science, or ASS.
I don't think they'd appreciate that pronunciation.
Is that the wrong characterization? Anyway, it's published over at SciTech Daily. This just freaks me out because I watched, there is a, well, they may be huge now, I don't know, but they made these video shorts, and one of the video shorts is a person coming home while from shopping, but they don't listen to the radio or the TV in time, and they drink a helping glass of water. And then they're like, where is everybody in the house? And they turn on the TV because they see somebody talking. And it's a report from the government saying, don't drink the water. Not even boiling can save you.
Wow.
And then they turn the corner.
Makes you think of it.
And in the back of the room is one of the family members largely being impacted by what amounts to a cordyceps, which... don't look it up. Anyway, so detected in the tap water of millions of Americans, the compound's toxicity remains untested, prompting calls for immediate toxicological evaluation and raising questions about the safety of chloramine in public water supplies. For over a century, chemical disinfection of water supplies has effectively reduced waterborne disease by killing pathogens in drinking water. And I hear people going, well, it's worked for blah, 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 if you don't know it and it's actually negative to your health.
Yeah, we don't know, so I don't want to speculate, but if it could cause chronic conditions in people or worse, we probably need to know.
It could be the freaking foundation for why I think that there is a rise in sociopathy around the world, let alone in the United States. But it says, however, for decades, chloramine decomposition has been suspected of producing elusive chemical byproducts, including potential nitrogen-containing compounds with unknown toxicity. One such disinfection byproduct, referred to simply as unidentified product, remains uncharacterized despite being first identified more than 40 years ago. What the frick? Willful ignorance. So a breakthrough in identifying chloronitromide anion by combining classic synthesis methods with advanced analytical techniques like high-resolution mass spectrometry and nuclear magnetic resonance, or NMR, spectroscopy, Julian Ferry and colleagues isolated and identified chloronitromide anion, which is a negative ion, as a previously unidentified product of inorganic chloramine decomposition. So Ferry et al. Measured chloronitromide anion content in a range of chloraminated water systems in the U.S., detecting levels as high as approximately 100 micrograms per liter, which surpasses the typical regulatory limits for many disinfection by products. So 60 to 80 particles per liter, so micrograms. Anyway, notably, this compound was absent in water systems that used alternative disinfectants. Although direct toxicological studies have not been conducted, the authors caution that computational analysis suggests that chloronitromide anion may not be benign, emphasizing the need for immediate toxicological. I'll get that word one of these days. So there you go, folks. We've got something else that we need to pay attention to. Don't freak out. It's already too late.
If we have safety standards for things that we don't know exist, I wouldn't bank on those. And plus it sounds like it's being detected higher than where we think things should be in there anyway. But This definitely needs more study, but it's certainly concerning.
Pretty interesting. The more we know, the safer we can become. But this is fundamental research, probably supported by federal grant, and then it's released into the wild so that you can either willfully be ignorant and fall prey to whatever this is doing to your biology, or be part of the solution and endorse any solution that might come from this fundamental research. Willful ignorance is no excuse. Well, anyway, we're going to go get a glass of water and, oh, never mind. That'll just bring us back to the front page of Technology Today, which is housed at ohmtown.com. And it's the name of our show, podcast, playlist over on YouTube, Discord, etc., etc. So be sure to follow us on YouTube and Twitch, and download the podcast, like and subscribe, leave a 5-star review, all kinds of stuff, folks. You have options. Be the change you want to see in the world by following ohmTown. Anyway, thanks. I'll say bye, and so will the AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Technology Today. We should have another episode for you next week, but stay tuned for 4-Wheel Tech.
And that's our last show for Sunday, so be sure to follow us. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. So I guess the message is you don't want to drink water either. Okay, see ya. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 30th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 335. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about the following 10 articles. I sometimes ponder... Anyway, this is Non Sequitur News, and so sometimes we diverge when we're talking about the news. This is an intro, so I should probably just read the 10 articles, right?
That would be the way to start the show.
That is the sentient AI from the future. So we're going to talk about these 10 articles together. BK and Popeye sued for labor law violations. You can take a space selfie. Wicked at Universal Studios, Orlando specifically. All aluminum skis, a vegetable mix recall. We almost have one of those every show. Potential hiding in your gadgets. Time to leap forward in accuracy. Time is going to leap forward in accuracy. Okay. No salary jobs, return fraud, and suing ExxonMobil and Chevron over plastics, which will probably not go anywhere. But we'll talk about it. Everything is powered by ohmtown.com, so go over there and become a citizen. It's really easy. And then you can mess around with stuff. I am working on the site right now, so let me know if there are any problems. Thank you very much. See you on the other side. All right, Roo. Welcome to the show, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
Thanks for co-hosting, as usual. Let's get into it. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Burger King and Popeye's franchise is fined for child labor law violations. It's the Hyundai of fast food, I guess. The owners of Burger King and Popeye's franchises in Massachusetts have been fined for child labor violations, and the office of the Massachusetts AG said that it issued more than $2 million in citations against one operator.
Ouch.
Wow. The U.S. has seen a rise in child labor violations in recent years. I'm sure it does not coincide with the rise of sociopathy, but that's okay. We'll end up discussing this as time goes on. The Massachusetts Attorney General has fined the owners of multiple Burger King and Popeyes franchises for violating child labor laws. But it says multiple, it's fined owners. Okay, so there's probably a conglomeration of owners that own a bunch of different Burger King and Popeyes
like they might
franchises.
have a franchise group or something.
Yeah. So Katie Belovic and Natalie Musumeci, I think is how they pronounce her last name. I may pronounce it incorrectly. You can send me an email. Anyway, so let's see what it says here. We might have really gotten to the nuts and bolts of it. It says Campbell's office alleged that the franchise operator assigned minors to work outside of legally permitted hours and more than the 9-hour limit that 16 and 17-year-olds can work under state law.
I'm actually surprised they can work that long. That's a pretty long shift for an adult.
That's a daily limit, 9 hours. So... And the way that they tend to treat this is if you call in sick, you are screwed. You're not going to get any hours because, you're harming their business, except that you have to be a downright sociopath to sit there and have 16 and 17-year-olds, which are still going through high school, working 9-hour daily limit shifts. But who knows? Maybe they're only working once a week, right? And they want to work that long. Because, they actually have bargaining power in getting a job at 16 or 17.
No, they're probably working and funding their family's existence if they're working that many hours.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of how I see it, too. But the owners, I think, that take advantage of this type of situation are problematic. I think it's sociopathic to sit there and have, and knowingly or unknowingly, right, have a 16 or 17-year-old working 9-hour daily shifts. It's kind of a sad situation. What is the solution? Really depends the context of this type of exploitation. Burger King's...
Make it criminal, it'll stop pretty quickly.
Right, but the kids, and these are 16 and 17-year-old kids.
Against the business operators.
Right, but the problem is that these kids might actually be supporting their family, or they're outright supporting themselves because their family is negligent. And so they need that job. And so what ends up happening is they're rather exploited by the business owner, because the business owner, and I've had this conversation, they're offering up a position. They're giving you an opportunity so magnanimously, there isn't anything exploitive about it. No. Shh. Anyway, representatives for Northeast Foods did not immediately respond to a request for comment by Business Insider, and Burger King's press representative said in a statement that the company contacted the franchisee facing these violations immediately upon learning of them, and they have informed us that they are looking into the findings of the investigation, have implemented measures such as retraining their management teams related to the work hours of minors and putting ongoing audits in place, and are working on additional actions based on the investigation. So, Campbell's office also said in the same press release that it reached a settlement with 2 owners of 19 Popeyes locations across Massachusetts. See, there's the consolidation of control.
Well, exactly, and arguably less oversight over what's happening, but that doesn't mean they're not responsible for it either. But it's one thing if you're sitting there watching it happen.
Right. But somebody is watching it happen, right? Management or somebody is actually watching it happen. So it is what it is. $213,000, I'm rounding up, in citations against the operators, but it's 2 owners of 19 locations. It could be a couple, for crying out loud, and they call it 2 owners.
Well, that's true.
But a lot of, in relationship owners are actually, they're like married or whatever, but they do it separately so that liability is not going to blast them both out of existence at the same time. Perhaps. I don't know. But yeah, separate assets and stuff like that. If I get tired of your crap, I can get a divorce and take half of the Popeyes, that kind of a thing.
These are probably unrelated owners.
Sure. So in federal fiscal year 2023, the Department of Labor found nearly 5,800 kids employed in violation of the law, which the agency said was an 88% increase in the number of children employed in violation since 2019. But again, Department of Labor Department actually found just over 4,000 minors employed in violation of the law in federal fiscal year 2024. Nobody learns. Want to keep moving?
No, I guess not. I mean, you'd think every time one of these news articles comes out, somebody would be like, people are paying attention to this. I mean, that should not be the only thing stopping them from this. It also said they weren't even paying for hours worked. I mean, there's other issues here too.
Yeah, because they don't have, they didn't allow some workers to use their accrued sick time. They scheduled it during prohibited hours and had them work beyond the daily and weekly hour limits. But this is a new ideology, by the way. I mean, everything old is new again. And so these kids are going to become the equivalent of chimney sweeps and coal miners, being able to be the coal mine, bird, canary in a coal mine. And now Huntai had been audited for this in the past. We've done articles on that, or we've reported on other people's reporting on the articles.
One of their suppliers, I think.
Yeah. But somebody is cognizant of it, and they are preying on the people. I mean, that's just the nature of this. Let's keep going. So the next article is over on Non Sequitur News as well. You can take a selfie on with the Earth using this YouTuber satellite. Now, I actually saw this earlier, and it's good that we found it in ohmTown. I think this is pretty neat. But Mark Rober has a video out where you can watch this taking place. So the stunt escalation on YouTube may have reached new heights, it says, with Mark Rober's offer to snap anyone's selfie with the planet using a satellite that he's launching into orbit with the help of Google and T-Mobile. I swear I facilitated a Kickstarter or something. I can't remember where it was. I thought that ohmTown took part in this group effort to do something similar to this, but I don't know. Maybe this is I know that this is different though. So the stunt escalation, right? So Rober is a former NASA engineer who made a name for himself on YouTube by glitter bombing porch pirates and creating the world's largest super soaker, and then building an obstacle course for squirrels, and not to mention, I think it's called elephant toothpaste explosions.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, he's done lots of stunts based on science.
Yeah. So science stunts. And it's never really involving people other than the glitter bombing, but he was a victim of glitter bombing along with a bunch of other people. Well, now he's merging his interests with the launch of a satellite that can take photos. So yeah, this is a mock-up apparently of the Earth selfie from YouTuber Mark Rober. It's over at The Verge. Andrew J. Hawkins put the article together, and the deck statement says Mark Rober is teaming up with Google and T-Mobile to launch a satellite into orbit for Earth selfies. And that's apparently what it's going to look like. There is a video called My New Selfie Can Take Your Selfie from Space. Or no, sorry. My New Satellite Can Take Your Selfie from Space. So you basically throw a picture up there, and then it's got a camera pointed at the screen.
Well, that's fun.
That is, yeah. The satellite is scheduled to be launched by SpaceX in January 2025 aboard the Transporter 12 mission, and is set to start taking selfie photos a few months after that. Yes, it's a total gimmick. While Rober and T-Mobile are advertising the opportunity as free, I regret, and the author regrets, to inform you that there are some strings attached. You'll need to subscribe to Crunch Labs, which offers engineering build kits for kids, and they actually have an adult one. To get the free code for the satellite selfie, Crunch Lab subscriptions run between $25 and $80 annually. $25 and $80 annually? That can't be right. That seems
that
really low.
Right. Like maybe you can get like 1 month or something. I don't know.
Depending on the selected package. So existing T-Mobile subscribers can also get a free code via the T-Life app, and Google Pixel customers are being offered codes as well. And the codes can be redeemed starting December 3rd at spaceselfie.com. Interesting. I mean, this is fun. Yeah, I have absolutely no problem with this, other than it's going to turn into debris in orbit, right? And it's going to be somebody else's problem to deal with.
Well, yeah. Hopefully he has a good way to deorbit it.
Yeah, no, they never do. Let's move on. So the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. You can meet Elphaba and Glinda at the Universal Studios Orlando Wicked Experience. Let's go straight on over to the source. Sabina Graves over at Gizmodo.com put this article together. I don't think that this is from this isn't the two from Wicked, the show. It's a Travis Shamockery. They're just stand-ins.
Oh, okay. These are the characters.
Yeah, Elphaba and Glinda. So it says, it being the season of giving means that not only are visits to theme parks and immersive experiences a part of the holiday fun, but the merch game is intensifying. Just take a look at what Wicked is up to at Universal Studios. So you can go to the Wicked Experience. There's a video for it, but they actually just kind of hop right on over this and get into the merch side of things.
Well, it is holiday shopping season.
So you can take a look at the Oz vibes inside the Wicked experience at Universal Studios Orlando, courtesy of theme park content creators Park Hop. Here's a peek into the shopping destination filled with rooms that immerse visitors in Shiz and Emerald City themed rooms. Okay, so Shiz is like the music or something like that. Let me just pull something up right. So in Gregory Maguire's 1995 novel Wicked, The Life and Times of the Wicked Witch of the West, Shiz is both a city in Gillikin County of Oz and a university therein. I read somewhere that Shiz is something else, but I think it's in a completely different movie. It has to do with music or something like that. So I just merged them all together. But now you know exactly what Shiz is in Wicked. If you never knew, I never knew until just now definitively what it was, apparently. So they kind of jump straight into the gift ideas. There's a video, though. The Wicked experience at Universal Orlando is embedded in this article. I've already thrown all of the article links through ohmTown into the chat, so you can follow that over on Twitch. And on YouTube, it's in the show notes right now, so you can just click on those as we run down them. You'll get to visit the same pages that we are showing you. So you can get a bunch of stuff. And that's really where the money is. It ain't the movie.
Right, it's all about the merchandising.
Merch. Spaceballs lampooned that, by the way. We need more Spaceballs movies. I'm surrounded by assholes. Anyway, do you want to go through any of this stuff? I mean, yeah, it's just a big conglomeration.
Right. I mean, there's a monogram luggage trunk. I mean, that would be kind of cool, particularly if you were getting into costume or something.
Yeah, I suppose so. And
it looks like they have all kinds of accessories, crowns and wands.
The Noble Collection has hats, crowns, wands, brooms, and more replicas for kids and adults to accessorize their Wicked costumes for Halloween next year. All right, well, you can follow the link, go and check it all out. Let's keep hustling through this. The next article is over on RealityHacker, which is a show that's after this one today. The world's first ever all aluminum skis have arrived, so now you can actually kill people when you wipe out on the slopes.
What are existing skis made out of?
I thought that it's wood, laminated wood. So not only are these the first 100% recyclable set of skis, the innovative metallic construction makes this the most precise and environmentally friendly way to manufacture them. Oh no. Hopefully it lets me read it. But I have an account. I just didn't log in because I derped. That's okay. What is all that? Okay, well, anyway. Cameron Martindale over at Wired.com put this article together. And it says here that if you're a ski history fanatic, you might balk at this title of the article. In the 1940s, aluminum laminated skis with a wood core were coming about, but didn't take off until Howard Head jumped in the game. Pardon me. I'm so sorry. After his own challenge in learning to ski on hickory planks in Vermont, he put his aircraft manufacturing experience working for the Glenn L. Martin Company to use, and he wrapped 2 sheets of aircraft-grade aluminum around a core of honeycomb plywood with plastic sidewalls. Howard called it the Head Standard and launched the Head Ski Company in 1950. Oh, is that all of the article?
Well, I don't know if that's all of it, but...
well, anyway. It's a bummer. Sorry, folks. You'll be able to go over there and check this all out.
It'll be interesting to see what this does to, like, skiing competitions and everything.
Yeah, these are actually end-to-end aluminum. There's no wood core, no plastic sidewall. And they say that you can recycle them, but you can recycle plywood all day long. Getting microplastics out of nature is good. So
yes,
if this
that
all
is
works,
a good thing. I suspect these will be faster, but I don't know.
Yeah, really. I mean, as long as they're the same weight, then everything, it should be better. If these don't flex like those do, like more or less, they flex the right way. You don't have to worry necessarily about dinging these as easily, perhaps, or you have to worry like nobody's business, because if these things bend out of alignment, you're done. It's not like you can just sit there and straighten them.
It's not like it'll never get back to the original.
Yeah, you might as well just go get a soda can. It's aluminum. So pretty cool. Unfortunately, I won't be able to root around in this article much. So let's just keep going. And we've got another article that's going to impact us like that in a little bit. But that's okay. The articles, you can reach the articles themselves. We kind of gave you a little bit of a rundown on what it's about. And if you're interested, then you can go on over there. This next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Carrots and vegetable mix recall has health risk warning issued. 4 Earth Farms of Commerce, California is recalling multiple brands of carrot products and vegetable mixes in several states. I don't know why there's a snack recall video attached to this. It's always like there's just a little bit of whatever.
Well, there's always some recall video available.
Yeah. So the article's over at Newsweek. Newsweek. I'll be okay.
That's the competitor.
Yeah. From the, whatchamacallit, Spiderwick Chronicles.
Right.
It is the Spiderwick Chronicles News. No, Newsweek.com. Martha McCarty put the article together. And of course, this is E. coli again. It's a bacteria that can cause serious and sometimes fatal infections in young children, elderly people, and those with a weakened immune system, which is young children and elderly people. So I don't know why they don't. Well, I guess it's to drive home the point.
Right. And it's not, well, anyway.
Yeah.
Those groups aren't mutually exclusive.
I don't know. Some of the elderly act like children, and I've seen some pretty grumpy children. Just like us old people. Anyway, the organic vegetable medley, conventional vegetable medley, and organic whole carrots in New Hampshire, Florida, California, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Illinois, and Colorado have been recalled over concerns that they're contaminated with E. coli. So if you get cramps or whatever, and you ate anything from 4 Earth Farms to date, well, I mean,
you know what I can't really figure out with these recalls is like, okay, hopefully you know what you bought at the store, but how do you know what somebody used, like a restaurant or...
True. Yeah, you have no idea. And sometimes, I swear that one time I got just blasted by it was like a fruit cup or something like that. And right after that, we read about a recall, and I'm like,
Right, might have been that.
Oh, it was a cantaloupe recall a while back. Yep. And I was feeling like garbage. And then that news rolled by, and we're like, poor human. You're not going to feel well for a while. Anyway, 4 Earth Farms has voluntarily issued the recall out of an abundance of caution and based on information received from Grimway Farms Incorporated regarding the possible contamination of its product. So it's Grimway Farms, which it's in the name.
Exactly. Sounds rather dark.
Yeah, I want clinically sterile farms, and by the way, E. coli actually comes by way of nutrients that are sprayed on the farm. It's basically from
manure,
fertilizer. Yeah, and then not adequate cleaning, and it becomes contaminated with bacteria. So, as I've heard from other people, oddly, very recently, this is why you wash all of your produce, because you don't know There was somebody that was streaming, I think it was like Farming Simulator 2025 or something like that. And they were talking about this because they were spraying fertilizer across their crop.
Well, at least they're educating their viewers while they're going.
Yep, exactly. And that was at 4 or something like a.m. this morning, I recall, because I was awake. I could not sleep. Anyway, all 4 Earth Farms items impacted by the announcement have been expired for more than 3 weeks.
Well, I mean, if you're on top of your expiration dates, that should be good news.
Yep. But people don't throw out their food. In fact, you are wasting food if you throw it out on the best buy date.
Right, because the best buy is not like when you can't eat it.
Yeah, and the expiration date for many foods is literally a liability. Check the box to CYA. So you can keep stuff for years afterward. But the liability is if you do get sick because the whatever material etched the lining of your tin can, you can't hold them responsible because you did it beyond their... But it also is a stimulus thing. Hey, it's beyond the expiration date. Let's throw it out and buy new. Like those beer kits. Beer kits have like an expiration date of yesterday when you receive them. It seems
right,
like...
they're just being safe. But
yeah.
Forget that. Just shoot past that date.
Yeah, for the most part. But don't. I'm not an attorney, and if you want to sit there and worry about your food safety, then stick to the expiration dates that are on the products. Don't listen to goobers online.
Like in ohmTown.
Do your own research and choose your liability. It's like a NFL. You make the play, or you make the call. They used to do that. Now they don't. Anyway, let's keep moving forward. This next article is over on RealityHacker. The $60 billion potential hiding in your discarded gadgets. Rich nations mine just a fraction of e-waste, leaving $60 billion a year in critical metals wasting away in boxes and drawers. But in West Africa, a dangerous recycling work is thriving. A dangerous recycling work?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
It's a weird thing. Anyway, I don't know if this is going to ding me because I'm not logged in. But anyway. So Vince Beiser over at Wired.com put this article together. Dangerous recycling work is thriving is what it says here in the deck statement. But in West Africa, recycling work is thriving. So dangerous recycling work is thriving, not A. Just remove the A. Come on. Come on, AI.
Right.
So without a doubt, what ends up happening is e-waste gets sent to countries that don't have such great environmental controls. Why? Because they use caustic chemicals to remove metals like gold from electronics, and they clip off componentry and stuff like that for further recycling. And you can do that kind of stuff in the United States, but if you dump out that hot mess of a liquid and get caught, you're going to be in trouble because it's not environmentally friendly by any stretch. But these people in these countries, it says meet Baba Anwar in a crowded, chaotic market in the city of Lagos, Nigeria. He claims he is in his early 20s, but he looks 15 or 16, maybe all of 5 feet. He's wearing plastic flip-flop shorts and a filthy shirt that says Surf Los Angeles. So basically, they go around and they start clipping the componentry off of it, and then they run it through some liquids, caustic chemicals, acid, and stuff like that. And it says here in this article, millions of Americans, like the author, spent their workday on pursuits that lack any physical manifestation beyond the occasional hard copy book or memo or report. It's easy to forget about all the livelihoods that rely on machines and those that machines rely on metals torn from the earth. And yeah, most people in industrialized nations tend to not even be aware of this. And when they...
Right, or they don't even really want to be aware of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to know how the sausage is made. They talk about a Tesla Model S has as much lithium as up to 10,000 smartphones. That's in the battery pack. And then it has to be recycled upwards of 10 years after its manufacture. By that time, it has lost a considerable amount, about, on average, about 20% of its battery capacity, because it loses 2% every year of its total, not of the remaining, but of the total 100%. So they say harvesting more of our energy from sunlight, wind is as crucial as that is, entails its own Faustian bargain. Capturing, transmitting, storing, and using the cleaner power requires a vast number of new machines like wind turbines, solar panels, switching stations, power lines, batteries, large and small. Let's see where this is going. We churn our e-waste and end up where we are now. But there are human beings. This is not automated. So they send it all to these other countries for disposal, but the disposal, right? Quote from...
Right, may or may not do what was expected. And of course, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that are making it dangerous, toxic, etc.
But it's over there, so it's not a big deal, right?
No, that's not it.
Oh, gosh, I got to take my sociopath hat off, right? So the harm is staggering. Metal mining in America is America's leading toxic polluter. It has sullied the watersheds of almost half of the rivers in the American West. Chemical leaks and mining runoff, foul air and water. The mines also generate mountains of hazardous waste stored behind dams that have a terrifying tendency to fail. Torrents of poisonous sludge pouring through collapsed tailings dams, and that's what a tailings pool is. And in some places, the liquid that is used in the mine is thrown into this pool, and it's actually designed to filter the sediment down to the bottom, and then they kind of scrape the stuff to capture what is in solution by pouring chemicals into these tailings pits.
Right, and most of these chemicals are not very...
Oh, they're just
nice.
Disgusting. Yeah. So to get what they're after, mining companies devour natural resources on an epic scale. They dig up 250 tons of ore and waste rock to get to 1 ton of nickel. For copper, the ratio is double that. To obtain metals outside or inside your 4.5 ounce iPhone, 75 pounds of ore had to be pulled up, crushed, smelted, released. But I hear the voices now, not just the ones in my head. Well, we need to do this stuff if we're going to move forward as a society.
Yes, to a point, but are we doing worse things in the name of doing better things?
Mining firms also suck up massive quantities of water and deploy fleets of drill rigs, trucks, diggers, and other heavy machinery that collectively belch out up to 7% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. There's one chemical, and I can't remember what it is, that's something like 40% or something like that of the greenhouse gases. Do you remember that one company that we were talking about? What was it?
But I don't remember what it was.
I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember either. At least 320 anti-mining activists have been killed worldwide since 2012, and they are just the ones that we know about. This happening in critical metal mines across the United States, in addition to Brazil, Canada, Philippines, Serbia, and many other countries. There are protests that take place, and then these anti-mining activists are deleted.
Right, they're getting in the way of money.
Yeah, getting in the way of money. Let's not pretend that this is about moving society forward. That is a side effect.
Well, it might be on the activist side, but yeah.
Right. So all this said, while researching their book, Power Metal, they were surprised to learn that the mining industry no longer gets away, not as easily anyway, with much of the nasty behavior it's been known for. But everything old is new again. So let's see if Power Metal actually gets an addendum digitally. Some collateral damage is inevitable, but a growing awareness of the industry's history of human rights abuses and dirty environmental practices, as well as public pressure on consumer-facing companies like Apple and Tesla to clean up their supply chains, has made some of the real improvements in how big mining firms operate. So, yeah, they keep on just kind of breaking this stuff down more and more until it's nothing but a PCB and contacts, and then they throw it. You can actually search for this on YouTube, and there are people far and wide that do this exact same thing at a smaller level to extract gold from the contacts inside electronics, and other heavy metals, cadmium, nickel, silver, copper, and whatchamacallit.
It's a long list.
Yeah, the
Titanium?
catalyst. Titanium is hard to extract. But what is it? It's in catalytic converters. Oh goodness, my brain just went. Anyway, so yeah, they
Is
just,
it copper?
no, it's the reactive agent inside. It's a metal that's inside catalytic converters.
Platinum, palladium, rhodium.
All of that. Yeah, platinum is really expensive. Palladium is in it as well. But this is the rare earth minerals, rare earth metals that go into these various things. It is the thing that captures exhaust, carbon monoxide, and acts as a catalyst. Yes, we have, if you can hear it, we have frogs in ohmTown. Just picture we are walking down ohmTown's main street, and sometimes we end up in a swamp. We're about 60% through our walk so far. This article is considerably longer than I'll be able to give it kind of the attention it deserves. But in a nutshell, what ends up happening is they either sell the electronic components or they break it down into the composite materials. And it says the problem of rich countries dumping e-waste on poorer ones has received plenty of attention over the past couple of decades, but in West Africa and other parts of the developing world, most e-waste is now generated domestically. The gadgets passing through Abu Bakar's facility were largely imported as new or refurbished products sold to Nigerian consumers. By the way, Nigeria has apparently an amazing technology footprint. Apparently in some regions, extremely fast internet, reliable, etc. I thought that it was amazing when I heard these stats about stuff in Nigeria. But anyway, it's sold to Nigerian consumers and then later discarded. Relatively little goes to waste. If you live on $2 a day, after all, making a dime from discarded electronic toothbrush is worth your effort. The result is that about 75% of Nigeria's e-waste is collected for some kind of recycling. In nearby Ghana, estimates run as high as 95%.
That's spectacular. I had no idea those rates were so high. And I also didn't know that so much of that was internally generated. That's fascinating.
Yeah. So nearly 239 million U.S. adults have a smartphone. At current rates, only 15% of them will get recycled. All told, these phones contain about $1 billion in critical metals, including 4,600 tons of copper, 263 tons of lithium, that's part of the battery, 92 tons of silver, 9 tons of gold, 4 tons of palladium. And that's just on the iPhone 15, apparently.
Wow. Yeah,
Pretty
multiply that times every other product out there, and
yep. Wow. All right. This article, again, is quite a bit longer than I can give it time. So follow the link over to this Wired article, and you'll find that there's something in here that is directly attributable to everyone. There isn't a single thing in here that doesn't apply to other people and then saying, oh, it only applies to them, not me, is doing yourself and society a disservice.
Well, and also just even understanding the connection of where your product came from and where it goes is important. And most people don't have a real sense of that.
Yeah. So I try to resell my products that I purchase instead of throwing them away, recycle wherever I can. But your region may not have recycling centers and there may not be services available easily. And that friction is what causes recycling to suffer. Not to mention the complexity, because you can sit there and throw away a pizza box because you have to throw away a pizza box because recycling a pizza box isn't effective because of the oils that are embedded in the pizza box itself contaminates the paper. So it becomes basically a sludge, a toxic sludge that can't be recycled. Depending on what the oil is, and since you don't know what it is, you can't really just assume that it's going to work out just fine. So let's keep on going. The next article is over on the Mobile Channel, why timekeeping is now on the verge of a giant leap forward in accuracy. Time is vital to the functioning of our everyday lives. From the watches on our wrists, oh, no watch, to the GPS system in our phones, communication systems, power grids, financial transactions all rely on precision timing. All of the network technology that exists is based on precision timing. Seconds are the vital units of measurement and timekeeping, but I think there's, while they say seconds are the vital units, we actually go down a lot further. Vittorio Aida, I think, from the conversation, put the article together, and it shows a Pixabay image of a timepiece, a pocket watch. I love skeleton pocket watches and watches in general where you can see the inner workings from the outside. I love this stuff.
And you could also watch, like, it's interesting to watch videos of people who take these apart and just seeing all the intricacies of the mechanics.
One person on YouTube is Wristwatch Revival. Started up a website with a partner, but they kind of passively teach how to take watches apart, because if you watch them, then you learn how to do it. But they also sell kits and stuff like that to get you started, because that's actually their hobby turned YouTuber turned full-time, I think, doing that stuff. So I think, I know that they do side gigs repairing watches and stuff, but they call it a hobby. They're very good at it, though. So accurate timekeeping has always been part of humankind's social evolution. At the Neolithic monument of Newgrange in Ireland, a special opening above an entrance allows light or sunlight to illuminate the passage and the chamber on the shortest days of the year around December 21st, the winter solstice. Some 2,300 years ago, Aristotle said that the revolution of the outermost sphere of the heavens should be the reference for measuring time. The great philosopher believed that the cosmos was arranged into concentric spheres with Earth at the center, and that's the geocentric, the Earth-centric kind of ideology instead of heliocentric. So water clocks, which appeared around 2000 BC, are among the oldest instruments for measuring time. They do this by regulating the flow of water into and out of a vessel, but it can be off wildly because you have to refill it.
Well, it's also inconvenient if you live in a cold climate.
No,
what time is it? I don't know. We can't check for the last 3 days since it froze.
Damn it. It's still Tuesday. So they say up to 1967, a second was defined as 1/86,400th of a day, with the 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, etc. So the International System of Units then changed things, settling for this definition. So the second is defined by taking the transition frequency of the cesium-133 atom to be this, so 919.2631770 when expressed in the unit hertz, which is equal to s to the -1. So it's as if you're a little confused.
This is very technical.
Let's elaborate. So the higher transition frequency, the less a single misreading can derail the total accuracy. And if there are 50 transitions per second, the cost in terms of accuracy of miscounting one would be 100 times more severe than if there were 5,000. Well, there's what, hundreds, thousands, millions. So what, 9.2 billion, right? Yeah, just shy of 9.2 billion times. So you don't really, if you miscount one out of all of those times, it's not going to really screw things up too bad. So
but it might over time.
Yeah, if you keep on sampling wrong, but that's not what happens. So atomic clocks use this technique to measure the transition frequency of atoms so precisely that they become standards for definition or defining the second. To achieve that precision, scientists need a reliability reference signal, that they obtain with something called a frequency comb. And so now they're going from atomic to nuclear clocks. Thorium-229, the atom used for this study, offers a nuclear transition that can be excited by ultraviolet light. The team working on the nuclear clock overcame the technological challenge of building a frequency comb that works at the relatively high frequency range of ultraviolet light. So I'm really curious what the actual frequency is. The thorium atom's transition has a frequency roughly 1 million times higher than that of cesium atoms. Wow. So this number, hold on. This number just got a whole lot bigger. And that's
right, but I don't know. So because it's so much higher, it can be that much more accurate?
Correct. Yeah, and any missed reading doesn't throw it off so much, as long as you don't, you miss a reading and then you don't read for a day. If you read and you get failed data or something like that, you can sample again, and you're that much closer to the original time frame of the original sample attempt. So you'll always know how far into that second you are. So yeah, but this is now a nuclear clock, which I find really fascinating because it's still a matter of nature defining what time is, whereas time is a construct of humans putting a flag down and taking a step, and putting a flag down and taking a step. In nature, it doesn't really exist, and nothing really cares about time. It just happens the way that it happens, right? Instinct is no other thing other than humans are looking at a clock. Everything else is looking at the sun. The amount of photons that enter an animal's eyes, just like us. Our internal clocks are apparently dictated to by photons hitting our eyes. So that's why we're supposed to get up in the morning early and go and sit out and have rising sun set appear on the horizon.
Reset our clocks or whatever.
Yeah, and then when we're going to go to bed, we literally watch the sunset so that we know that we're entering our night phase, but we throw it all off by, well, I've got 6 monitors staring at me.
What?
Yeah. And you are a sentient AI from the future, so you're nothing but data and sentience. So anyway, let's keep on going. This is a really interesting article, but we've its time has come. So moving on, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. What no salary jobs could mean for the future of work. Jobs requiring you to pay to work at the company, like Zomato's recent listing, raises big questions about the future of work, experts told Newsweek. Is it a sales job? I mean, a contract worker, like a hair cutter,
Oh, you mean like a commission or something?
Well, I don't know what they're actually saying, what no salary jobs could mean for the future of work. And then this is
Either that
Sue
means
Kim.
hourly or like it's just a non-paid. It's like a volunteer.
Yeah, they
But it could
say
be something else. I don't know.
no, they actually say that's what it's about. We've seen jobs with no pay in the form of internships to gain work experience. But what would you do if you had to pay to work at a company? Well, I can tell you from experience, there are some jobs out there that really kind of brush up against that. I don't want to get into it too deeply, but there are places where for you to work, you have to pay. Well, let me back up a little bit. So if you're a hairstylist, you are a contractor that is leasing a seat in a facility, and you
Right.
pay them for the privilege of using their seat, but you still bring your equipment that you're familiar with, comfortable with, and you cut hair, other people's hair, but you pay basically a lease to use that seat. It's quite fascinating, right? So it says, sounds unreasonable, but the idea was proposed last week by the CEO of Zomato, the Indian food delivery company, who said that it was looking for a hungry worker with a learning mindset to fill the role of chief of staff for himself in a post on Twitter shared on November 20th. And this is so predatory. You are benefiting from it. Otherwise, you would not want somebody. You wouldn't need anybody.
Exactly.
I don't get
This
it.
is really bad.
So pay people a livable wage, even if you're training them. It's part and parcel to the idea that at some point, perhaps the bird will fly away because they've skilled up enough, and you can't pay them enough. But usually, well, we used to have loyalty both ways, but that's not how it is now. It's bred this, where this hot mess is you have to pay just to learn about something. It's very predatory, at least in my opinion. Zomato job posting comes amid an ongoing labor shortage in the U.S., where hiring rates have outpaced the quit rate since November 2020, the year of the onset of the COVID pandemic. Hiring rates have outpaced the quit rate. They're hiring more people than quitting?
Yeah,
No.
I mean, I guess that's good.
Maybe a niche.
But that's because everybody's desperate for a position because they can't afford to buy anything.
So more than 44 million Americans have quit their job in 2023, with 3.4 million having quit in January 2024 alone. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce reported in November 2024, the employment industry has seen some seismic shifts since the pandemic, such as the Great Resignation, which has now evolved into the Great Reshuffle, with workers seeking and finding better opportunities with new employers and in new occupations and industries. Of course, there are people that are that think that they can hire somebody that is better than the person that is leaving because somebody might be hungry, and that's sociopathic too. So, yeah, at some point, a person gets priced out based on their skill development, knowledge, capabilities, right? KSAs, knowledge, skills, and abilities. But it's usually predatory in the reverse. They leave because they've developed enough skills and they think that they are worth more, and then the hiring authority of when they leave goes, we can get somebody better, and they charge less. They suppress the wages. This is pretty standard conversation, by the way. When an MBA CEO comes into power in a business, they suppress wages and concentrate wealth into the C-suite. And that's actually admired by shareholders, stockholders. So when contacted,
sure it is.
Yeah, I mean, consolidating wealth and control, sure.
So, money.
Yep. The CEO of Zomato promised that the chief of staff job would offer 10 times more learnings than a 2-year degree from a top management school, working with me and some of the smartest folks in consumer tech. Okay, so if you're so badass, why aren't you making enough money to actually pay somebody? Right? Well, it's because they want somebody that's going to prove to be dedicated to the blah, blah, blah.
It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. As I've been told countless times by people when I ask certain questions, they respond with, I think I can win the game, but it's not a game.
Well, and people are already taking pay cuts left and right because of the increasing rise of anything, healthcare, groceries, rent.
Yep. So according to the Post, charging people to work for him was never part of the plan and was merely a filter to attract people who appreciate the opportunity of a fast-track career. So it's kind of like, hey, you're looking for a good home for that dog, but you don't want to get just anybody. So you put a $2,000 price tag on it, not necessarily realizing that you're pricing out people who could be absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, that's true. And then also, in this instance, they're actually charging the people, right? They're not just using it for some sort of screening, which I agree, there's a disparate treatment issue in there. But like, I don't know. If you need a job, you don't have money to pay to get a job.
Right. Or your pennies, and now you are an indentured servant because you have to get the skill set long enough for you to bow out. What's going to end up happening is you're going to get this skill set and then leave. So why are you paying them? Why not? If you're looking for the person to fill this position, why would you pay them so that they have animosity? They're like, screw you, I paid for this. You're not my mentor. You're not a teacher. You're nothing more than...
What good comes out of this?
Yeah.
On either side of this.
Yeah, and that right there is the sociopathic part. If you're really hungry for success, you'll find a way to make opportunities like this work, he said, adding that if you're resourceful and determined, the door doesn't close. It just takes a little effort to push it open. This is either a person who was born into opportunity, or they've gone full, sociopathic and forgotten what it's like to have to struggle. And they think that everybody should have to go through that struggle, shit rolls downhill kind of a thing. So I don't know. To me, it seems pretty abusive. But again, this article, it's over at Newsweek, is quite extensive. And it says here that Zomato's job proposal highlights a growing trend where companies appeal to purpose-driven talent by offering access to exclusive opportunities rather than immediate paychecks. And this is the second time I've heard somebody offering a position that is salary free, but if you're dedicated, you can go and work for what is now this bullshit office in the incoming administration, because you have to be passionate and not get paid. But maybe it'll usher in the era of kickbacks where you're going to get paid back on the other side, behind the scenes, under the table kind of bullshit. Anyway, meanwhile, by the way, federal government employees and anybody that's paid by the federal government can't benefit from their position directly. If you're a civil servant, if you work in public education, you can't benefit from your existence as that, in that status. But if you work for like Harvard or whatever, who does get federal grants and whatnot for research, you're not considered any of that, and you can fund a startup. Google was funded. It was grant funded by DARPA, then spun off as a private industry. But angel investors from within the institution, for Sergey Brin, invested in Google and are now billionaires. But you can't do that if you work in public education or if you're a civil servant, because you have insider information. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. So the next article is over on Non Sequitur News. Return fraud is costing retailers billions. A new AI program can spot the scammers and send back counterfeits. So Lacoste is using AI tech Vri to detect counterfeit returns. Return fraud costs retailers billionaires, with billions lost globally. Amazon and other retailers face scams exploiting return policies for financial gain. I don't know how they're doing financial gain this way unless they're sending back these counterfeits, which is what we witness.
Right, or they're doing some sort of steal it and then exchange it or something like we saw in the other scam, and I can't remember which brand it was, Lululemon.
Right. So Lakshmi Varanasi over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. And it says here, French luxury brand Lacoste is using Varai, developed by Cyfeme, a leader in anti-counterfeit artificial intelligence, to catch scammers returning counterfeit items. But if it's returning the item, what are you going to do? Kill the account? Great, but they've already scammed you out of the return.
Or they're not going to send you the money.
But by the time it's caught, I suppose it's already done, right? So it says, trained on thousands of images of genuine merchandise, Varai aims to distinguish real products from fakes with 99.7% efficiency or accuracy. By the way, you have to open the package and look at it. So if it's still sealed up, how do you know? At its warehouses, Lacoste employees can snap a picture of a returned item with Varai and verify its authenticity. Clothing, it's easy mode. How much of that is actually fraudulent? The technology combats return fraud, basically exploiting return and refund processes for financial gain. This would have to be opened, a box full of bricks.
Right, unless they're like x-raying it or something.
Which is a different animal and wouldn't show the outside of any of the packages. So yeah, sure, you can do that. X-raying is pretty damn expensive. Total returns for the retail industry come to $743 billion in merchandise in 2023. How much of that is recirculated back into the system, though? You know what I'm saying? Returns doesn't. Is that the package was opened and blah blah blah, and the condition is questionable,
or is it the value of the items? Right.
Regardless. So returns are returns. It's part of doing business, and not all of the returns are actually returned in a form that can't be sold. Major retailers are frequent targets of such scams. In July, Amazon filed a lawsuit accusing Telegram of basically stealing 10,000 items through fraudulent returns. Members of the group fabricated stories to convince Amazon customer service to refund their accounts, sometimes even using falsified police reports, which, well, it's illegal.
Criminal?
So,
right.
Yeah. So U.S. retailers lost a little over $100 billion in return fraud, or around $13.70 for every $100 returned, up from $10.40 per $100 in 2022. So retail returns 743. Of that, 1/7, less than 1/7, is fraud.
That seems very high.
Yeah, I agree. So, of course, now you're going to end up to the no return refunds policy that allows customers to get refunds without physically returning items, an option many retailers have implemented to reduce return costs for both themselves and consumers.
Yeah, but doesn't that just exacerbate the problem?
Yeah, but there's a certain limit at some point. It says, according to a federal indictment, the group exploited a no return refund. At some point, because they have to be creating new accounts and obfuscating their identities and stuff like that. That is where the problem is, because anybody can create anything. And in the desire to get as many people on board, they have this freewheeling, create an account and, you know, a different credit card here or a fraudulent whatever. I don't know. Then they transfer the account out, or the funds out, if there's a holding account somewhere, and you never find out who it really is. But I don't know. There seems to be a lot of arcane language being used, or I should say a black box, not really explaining what is going on here. Because if somebody does a return, it's tied to an account. They go into a
Right,
place.
and isn't it going to a physical or from a physical mailing address? So I know those could be false, but at some point, if the same address shows up or the same email or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, there isn't anything else in this article, but you can go and check it out. They make this obvious. They have a picture. Oversized crocodiles have met their match with Varai AI counterfeit technology. That's because they've blown this thing up.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's
So that's
actually
supposed to be an indicator that that's not actually the real thing.
Legit, yeah. All right, let's keep going, though. The last article for today's Non Sequitur News is over in Non Sequitur News. It's in the name, hey. Kansas County sues ExxonMobil and Chevron over alleged false claims about recyclability of plastics. And this isn't going to go anywhere. This is going to go nowhere. Nowhere.
But I am fascinated because you don't normally see a county going after these mega corporations.
Yeah. So the Kansas County has sued. This is Ford County, Kansas, has filed a lawsuit against a group of companies, including ExxonMobil. The county has sued a group of companies alleging false representations about plastic recyclability. Energy giants ExxonMobil and Chevron are among the defendants named in the lawsuit, and the lawsuit alleges that a decades-long campaign of fraud and deception about the recyclability of plastics, not to mention the creation of nano and microplastics and the damage that it's causing to the environment and to people. There is probably not a single person on the planet that doesn't have nano and microplastics somewhere within their bodies, including their brain and other bits.
Think of where you would not want those, and they're probably there.
Yep. So, let's see here. Accusing them of false representation to the public regarding the recyclability. So, Natalie Musumeci put this article together for BusinessInsider.com. They don't have a deck statement, but they have these takeaway summary kind of things, which is what we've been talking about. All of this, the lawsuit alleges, has harmed the citizens of Kansas. The lawsuit filed in U.S. District Court for the District of Kansas alleges that the petrochemical company's false representations around the recyclability of plastics has resulted in higher production levels of plastic products, more demand for them, inflated prices for plastic products, as well as the issue with plastic waste remediation. Frankly, this is a non-starter because they've been saying what they know about plastic. It isn't until relatively recent that the public has become aware. Now, if there's a smoking gun somewhere around plastic misrepresentation, then wonderful. But they say that the case is about the defendant's profit-driven decision to promote the idea to the American consumer that plastics were recyclable and better for the environment, when in reality they had information that only a tiny fraction of plastics were ever recycled. But we've known this because we don't have effective recycling systems in place.
I cannot quite figure this out. This appears to be a county with only a small city. Like, it's very interesting. There must be something specifically located in that county that is driving this, but maybe not.
Yeah, and it doesn't really say anything.
Maybe they have like a ton of waste in their landfill or something that they know is from these companies. I don't know.
Yeah. Or there's somebody that's chomping at the bit to get their name seen. The lawsuit seeks an undisclosed amount in damages, as well as an injunction to enforce the companies no longer advertise their plastic products as recyclable, but they are recyclable, so you're actually hindering their ability to say their product is recyclable. It absolutely is. You just have to jump through certain hoops, depending on the type of plastic.
Right, some is more or less, or easier, or cheaper, or whatever.
Yeah. Now, if we would figure out a mill of glass that is both recyclable and sturdy enough to use, everybody should switch over to glass, because you're not getting micro and nano glass particles in humans because it's crystalline, it's stuck together, and it's not going to break off under temperatures. It might shatter under intense heat, depending on the shock that it in the strain, but it's more likely to be dropped and break, which is that just sucks. So that's why it actually left, because you can drop a plastic bottle, and if anything, you'll just impart more nano and microplastics into your drink. Yeah. Anyway, globally, about 9% of plastic is actually recycled, according to a 2022 report from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Yeah. And that's because we are friction bound. We don't want to deal with recycling because it's difficult and painful. When I have to sit there and check out the gender of the bottle that I'm trying to decide, does it go in this bin or that bin? Is it recyclable or not? And there's 15 different types. And, I mean, we've got kind of a shitstorm of plastic because we've created it.
We've embraced it.
Yeah.
We think plastic things are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. So
they're cheap, or they're disposable, or they're this or that.
And it floats off in the ocean to some other country, so it's no longer our problem. Anyway, so what we're going to do is open up a bottle of plastic whoop ass, and that's going to bring us to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Be sure to like and subscribe over on YouTube and follow us here on Twitch. You can actually subscribe to us here on Twitch now, but not over on YouTube. We're growing over there, but we would benefit from you subscribing here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and like and subscribe everywhere, including the podcast and Patreon, although there isn't anything on there right now. I removed a bunch of stuff, and I need to rejigger things to make it make more sense. The number of podcasts that we put together, number 6. Okay, there's 6. Hold on, 6 weekly. And then there's a daily one, which is the main driver for ohmTown. We've gone beyond the distribution system of Patreon right out of the gate. So I either put everything in one feed, and then people have to filter through 7 weekly and daily podcasts, right? We have 1 daily podcast. So in a week, you get 7 of them. Every day, there's 1 that drops. And then on the weekend, you get 6 that drop. So it's kind of messy in your podcatcher. So the only real way to do it is to subscribe to them with a podcatcher, not through Patreon. And so if you subscribe in Patreon, it's 1 long stream, but you can go to wherever you want to catch pod and subscribe to each individual show. Unfortunately, that is the nature of the beast, at least until we get big enough where we can move from Patreon over to another platform. It's easier to manage, but more complex on the administrative side for a brief moment. And then once it's online and operational, it's easy for the consumer, for our viewers, for our listeners. But anyway, it's neither here nor there, but it is a non sequitur. Anyway, how about them Padres? That's it. I'm saying bye, and you, sentient AI, should too.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. We'll have another episode for you tomorrow, but stay tuned for our weekly shows.
RealityHacker, and then Wanted, and then the Continuity Report. So you'll get to hear about some high tech that's manipulating reality, and then a bunch of gadgets and gear, and then some entertainment news. All news, no noise, except in the shows. See you later. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for November 30th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 45, I think, kinda maybe. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI, we will talk about these 5 articles. This is a 30-minute show. Replaced by machines, how insects react to VR gaming, AI is writing crime reports, dead brains show signs of life, and influencers are using AI to lead people to AI. It's a AI turducken. Go over to ohmtown.com and become a citizen, and you can filter all of this news yourself and send it to us, and we will evaluate it for inclusion into the show if you are so interested in having a chat about it. We do this show, Reality Hacker, each weekend right after the Non Sequitur News, which is a daily show. You've got about 1,500 episodes to go, well, over 1,500 episodes now to review, so get busy. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, Hometown citizens.
Welcome to the show. Thanks for co-hosting as the usual.
Yes.
Stunned silence from the usual. Let's get into the show. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Now, Reality Hacker is about AR, VR, AI, science, technology, anything that allows us to manipulate, warp, or kind of dork around with reality. And one of them is AI in particular, right? So this one here says, Godfather of AI warns of powerful people who want humans replaced by machines. It's kind of the no shit news for the show.
True, but if they had everybody replaced, including the AI companies, that would be something.
Well, it's already happening. I'm telling you, we're on the cusp of this anyway. But it really comes down to the fine motor skills, because those limbs, they're not detailed enough, except for very expensive and bulky machines that are purpose built to get the level of precision needed to pick and pack and stuff like that. But we're getting there. We really are getting there. Oh, by the way, if you want today's show notes over in Twitch, on YouTube, it's in the live streams show description. But to get it from Twitch, you have to type in !RH, aka bang RH. Bang RH. Anyway, the head of the University of Montreal's Institute for Learning Algorithms, Bengio, was among the public signatories to the right to warn open letter penned by leading AI researchers at OpenAI, who claimed that they're being silenced about the technology's dangers, along with famed experts Yann LeCun and Jeffrey Hinton. He sometimes is referred to, I guess, the godfather of AI. The article is written by Noor Al-Sabai over at futurism.com in a section they refer to as the Byte. And the deck statement says, intelligence gives power, so who's going to control that power? And guess what?
Big tech.
Money. Money is going to. So I watch a bunch of they're YouTubers, but also streamers on Twitch, and they were talking about stuff, mostly games, but they had mentioned that AI is basically a bunch of bullshit that isn't doing much, and they're trying to find this or that. And I'm like, you are woefully underinformed as to what AI is doing. And what we know it's being used for and what it's being used for behind the scenes are two divergent animals, right? So this AI is definitely being used to generate wealth and predict patterns that are being exploited, where to buy, what to buy, who to buy, where to invest, etc., amongst other things. It's used in medicine. It's used in education. It's used throughout science. And it's being utilized to develop solutions that are what would be a better term than punting? Displacing humans eventually, and To be this woefully underinformed about it is surprising for our tech community.
It is. I mean, I think the average person out there conflates generative AI with all the other AI applications, but that is surprising in the tech community specifically.
So the head of the University of Montreal's Institute for Learning Algorithms, they say there are people who might want to abuse the power, and there are people who might be happy to see humanity replaced by machines, Bengio claimed. I mean, it's a fringe, but these people can have a lot of power, and they can do it unless we put the right guardrails right now. Well, the problem is the people that are doing this are ultra rich, and money talks way beyond, outrage. You can be outraged all you want, but until you say no. And right now, the people who are making billions are making it off of government grants. There's public money being converted into private wealth because they, quote unquote, are providing a solution. But that solution was born on the backs of taxpayers. And now it's being pivoted into nothing but private wealth and control. All of this creativity that generative AI can do is built off of the human input.
Right. It wouldn't exist except for tons and tons of human-generated data, if you can call it that.
Correct. Because AI can't operate in a vacuum. But there are people that went out and they bought a social network, or now with the free goodwill of moderators and content creators and whatnot who put all kinds of shit into Reddit, that's being sold off in tranches to AI. Again, it's made by the public, privatized because of the solution, and being sold in perpetuity.
Right? I mean, it's quite the racket.
As a solution in AI, it's basically us regurgitating a bunch of bullshit because the hallucination is real. It is literally making stuff up. Just like 68.25% of all stats are made up on the spot, there's a really good chance that your use of generative AI is hallucinating the hell out of whatever. And in artwork, I don't care. In written prose, I don't care, because you can sit there and mess around with it. But in science, in police reports, and in many other things, we cannot afford to have this bullshit. It has to be.
Then we're going to have a Fujitsu problem again.
Correct. And if you're not familiar with Fujitsu, they created a solution for the postal service in the UK that led to 900 people being charged with criminal activities, some of which lost their lives. They've lost their livelihoods. They've moved out of the country to save themselves from jail, et cetera, only to find out 15 years later that they knew about it and didn't solve the problem. There was a problem within the accounting system, and they chose not to do something about it.
And they used the accounting system to basically verify the flaws, but the flaws were in the system to begin with. And so if you get too reliant on one system, you might be perpetuating that.
Yeah, we investigated ourselves and found us guilty of no wrongdoing, but you son of a bitch, you're going to jail. Anyway, let's keep moving. This article talks about this. And while I have gone off the rails regarding it, I've said everything that's in this article without even reading the entirety of the article. Money is going to be the one that controls it. The people with regulatory control and power, the billionaire class that owns Senate, and largely most of, and then there's the other component of just wingnut conspiracy that wants to do away with government. Oversight in this would be able to put bumpers on it, but that's not what is being sold. And by the time you think that you can stop it and claw it back, no way in hell are you going to be able to. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on RealityHacker. Inside the SWAT team, how insects react to virtual reality gaming. Humans get a real buzz from the virtual world of gaming and augmented reality, but now scientists have trialed the use of new age technologies on small animals to test the reactions of tiny hoverflies and even crabs. I've actually not seen directly, but I've seen and heard about cows and sheep being given VR headsets so that it can relax them and stuff like that. It gives them a better field to walk around in and whatnot. Yeah. So if you've ever seen Silo, that's basically...
Oh, right. Exactly.
Yeah. Make you docile because it's really bad outside. So you want to stay inside. But then somebody goes outside and they actually see something positive, good, blah, 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 blah. Go watch the seasons of Silo. There's 2 now. So more to consume. Anyway, in a bid to comprehend the aerodynamic powers of flying insects and other little understood animal behaviors. Okay. The study is gaining new perspective on how invertebrates respond to, interact with, and navigate virtual worlds created by advanced entertainment technology. So these guys strapped a VR headset to a hoverfly and had it fly around.
I love this. But it's kind of like, how?
Flinders University over at ScienceDaily.com. The article says, in a bid to comprehend the aerodynamic powers of flying insects and other little understood animal behaviors, the Flinders University-led study is gaining new perspectives on how invertebrates respond to, interact, and navigate virtual worlds created by advanced entertainment technology. So they developed computer programs that create a virtual reality experience for the animals to move through, says Dr. Agawa, a research fellow in neuroscience at the Flinders, which whenever I say that, I think of Flanders, which is like in... is
that from a cartoon or
Simpsons?
Something?
I think it's Flanders, Ned Flanders. Flinders Health and Medical Research Institute. Using machine learning and computer vision algorithms, we are able to observe the animals and work out what they are doing, whether that is a hoverfly attempting to turn to the left in its flight or a fiddler crab avoiding a virtual bird flying overhead.
That is absolutely outrageous that we've gotten to this point.
What a trip. So it says, this has truly been a team effort where every author on the paper has been instrumental in making the VR work. We look forward to using VR to investigate the mechanisms underlying decision-making in insects. So they basically tracked where the insect or critter would move or how it would fly or whatever based on the stuff in its field of view. That's awesome. I love this.
That's just really cool. Do you think we're going to get the hoverflies to now pilot things like they've been doing with the mice experiments in the cars?
Can you imagine if that's what goes? We put a hoverfly in an F-15 fighter jet and it's all, I am moving so fast. Oh my God. Ned.
And then it enjoys it and it's like, oh, can we do this again?
Yeah, it's buzzing the tower. No, Hoverfly 5, you cannot buzz the tower, and it does Top Gun right by it.
That's right. And the researchers' coffee gets spilled.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But in reality, it's actually just a remote control paper airplane, and it's just kind of putting by. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Hatch Ideas. And that's a show about business transformation, but it hasn't kicked off yet. So need more time. Just can't do it. The mayoral duties keep me from being online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Unfortunately, I would love to be doing this full time. Anyway, even as AI gains traction in police work, legal experts are raising concerns over accuracy, transparency, and potential bias. Bias has been detected in AI without a shadow of a doubt. Accuracy has been woefully unheard of in AI. Now, transparency, it's all you have to do.
I don't think there's been a lot of transparency because you don't know where the data is coming from.
Right. Yeah, and that's where I was going to go. So yeah, you're right. Where is the data? It's not citing its sources, and it's hallucinating, so accuracy is off. And the bias is built into the system because we built the system, and there's bias in every freaking thing that we do. Usually racial and gender bias. So Barbara Booth over at CNBC.com put this article together, and it says an increasing number of companies are stepping up to help police departments ease the burden of administrative tasks with AI tools. Axon, widely recognized for its taser devices and body cameras, was among the first companies to introduce AI specifically for the common police work of report writing, and its AI is being tested in California, Colorado, and Indiana. Police officers have been impressed with the results, drafting reports in as little as 10 seconds. Yet legal experts are raising concerns over accuracy, transparency, and potential bias, challenges that could significantly shape the future of AI, both in policing and in the courtroom. Its tool, Draft 1 from Axon, generates police narratives directly from Axon's body cam audio. Currently, the AI is being piloted by 75 officers across several police departments, including Fort Collins, Colorado, Lafayette, Indiana, and East Palo Alto, California. The problem is that not everything from a video is translated properly because context matters, and that isn't going to be gathered.
Yeah, I can't come up with a good example, but I agree.
They said it's restricted to drafting reports for only minor incidents so agencies can get comfortable with the tool before expanding to more complex cases. In early feedback, he added indicated that Draft 1 reduces report writing time by more than 60%, potentially cutting the average time for report completion from 23 minutes to just 8, which is tremendous if everything is in line.
Yeah, but if it takes 23 minutes and it's 100% accurate, and it takes whatever it is, 8 minutes, and it's like
10%.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. I mean, we don't know, but yeah.
So lawyers are concerned about AI reports in court. We've actually talked about this before, where AI reports generated a bunch of bullshit, and when it was investigated, they said, "Oh, it's a black box. We don't really know where it's coming from."
There's no way they could have it, right?
Right. Correct. And it says, for all of the potential issues that AI technology creates in terms of admissibility of evidence, in terms of being completely transparent, in terms of trying to mitigate the biases that can be introduced into the system, I just don't know that it's worth it, said Utah State Senator Stephanie Pitcher, a defense attorney with Parker and McConkey. That's interesting. A U.S. state senator that is a defense attorney that's with.
Doesn't that make you think it's like a former either or? That doesn't make any sense.
Shouldn't there should be a former defense attorney with Parker and McConkey, because there would be a conflict of interest, wouldn't there?
I'm sure there. I don't.
Something's missing from this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. It's easy enough to look up. So if the police officer is going to rely on artificial intelligence to draft the report, that report should be reviewed. The police officer should have to sign off and attest that the facts are truthful to the best of that officer's knowledge. But unfortunately, there's a victim on the other side of this infallible system when they're not attesting that it's right.
Right? I mean, they don't have any say in whether this is used, and they certainly aren't going to have any say if it suddenly shows that they stole something or whatever.
Right. Yeah, the officer said this, and the AI corroborated what the officer said in the report. And so now you have two witnesses.
Meanwhile, the officer's statement was from the AI thing to begin with. Like, correct. They watched whatever the AI spit out a report. The officer read it and was like,
"Yep.
Oh yeah, the person's." I mean, it's the Fujitsu problem all over again.
And it's memory injection. So like a person can sit there and write a report, or they can just act their natural way, and then when the report pops out, they go, "Yeah, that's what happened." So it's self-referential. Axon's Draft 1 has built-in safeguards that require officers to review and sign off on each report before submission, according to Smith. The system also includes controls like placeholders for key information that officers must edit, ensuring that no critical details are missed. But it's being gleaned from audio of the recording, the cams.
Okay, but think about how many ways audio can be misinterpreted. I mean,
Oh,
the same
yeah.
would be true of any other medium, but
Yeah, you have no idea that I'm giving people the bird in the video component of this show right now, right?
well, and okay, so yes, and like a sarcastic comment or something,
Is
the
lost.
words could be accurate, but it's completely.
Exactly.
Or think about like the movie scene from Whole Nine Yards, right? The kids running in the circle,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill you. Oh, and in
and they're actually playing.
My Cousin Vinny, where they're sitting in
Yes, yes,
the witness
exactly.
chair and they're like, I shot the blah blah blah.
But there's a question mark at the end.
But it's a question mark. Yeah. But
But they take it as a statement.
it's a
Yeah.
barely audible question mark. And so you have to infer from the statement the puzzled look on the kid's face. That wouldn't be gleaned from AI at this stage of the game.
No.
But everything is a freaking beta test, alpha test, and people are going to pay the price.
Well, that's the thing. There's too much on the line. I mean, in concept, it sounds good to have some of this automated because then it's actually putting the work on, I don't know, like investigating something or whatever. But the problem is you're going to end up incarcerating or worse, somebody that didn't commit whatever the AI said.
Yeah, exactly. So Trulio, which is a competitor to Axon, launched its AI technology for auto-generated narratives in July, captures real-time recorded voice notes from the officer in the field rather than relying on body cam footage like Axon. Quote, we believe dictation and conversational AI is the fastest, most ethical, responsible way to generate police reports, not just converting the body camera video to a report, which I don't understand. The body camera doesn't have any audio? Is that the implication here? That's just nonsense. Studies show it doesn't save officers any time, said Trulio CEO Anthony Tassone.
Yeah, I don't know.
365 Labs, meanwhile, uses AI primarily for grammar and error correction, which CEO Mohit Vij noting that human judgment remains essential for a report. This is probably the most conservative use of AI in police writing because it's just basically Grammarly, but for police reports.
Right, right.
So then they talk about the accuracy in criminal investigations. Generative AI programs are essentially predictive text tools. They can generate plausible text quickly, but the most plausible explanation is often not the correct explanation, especially in criminal investigations, which, by the way, this is the inverse that the public kind of believe in, that the most plausible explanation is the correct explanation, right? They say the sky is blue because of blah, blah, blah. What I'm getting at is the people believe that the simplest, the most plausible explanation
okay, yeah.
is the correct explanation, but it's rarely that cut and dry. Not until you weed out all of the minutia of how somebody got in that position and their actions and blah, blah. I mean, there is context to all of the actions that lead to something that might provoke a response from law enforcement. So this potential for inconsistency could create a perception of laziness or a lack of diligence if officers rely too heavily on AI and don't conduct thorough reviews. And I'm sure that they will all do a wonderfully splendid job, just like the attorneys who have used AI and then ended up in an ethics hearing for supplying bullshit. So anyway, I've said bullshit a lot today. Anyway.
Are you trying to rack up a certain number of them?
I don't know. I guess just in this show. Maybe it'll get blacklisted. I don't know. They just say that the sergeant at Fort Collins remains optimistic. The thing that's crucial to understand with anything that involves AI is that it's a process. And, if a few people end up jail because it's fine.
That's the thing. We can't mess up. So it's not ready.
Yeah. So what they actually said is the thing that's crucial to understand with anything that involves AI is that it's a process. I've had officers tell me this thing makes the difference between deciding whether or not to continue in law enforcement, because the one thing they were not counting on when they became a cop was the incredibly huge amount of administrative functions, and that's not necessarily what they signed up for. That's right. They signed up to kick people's ass and use a gun regularly. Do the frickin' homework, buddy. You became a cop to help society out, not so that you can inflate your throat sack and dominate those damn peasants. Ugh, I've got a gun. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Doctors intrigued by treatment that makes dead brains show signs of life. Now, this is just creepy, dystopian.
Yeah,
RealityHacker.
Belonged in RealityHacker.
Yeah, so the article's over in the Neoscope section of Futurism.com. The deck statement by Victor Tangerman, who wrote this, says, we are trying to be transparent and very careful because there's so much value that can come out of this. Now, when I was young, there was a movie called Brainstorm, I think it was called, which basically had the ability to record somebody's brain, their experience and everything. And somebody actually dies with the recording device on their head, and they go through the entire experience into beyond what people believed was the experience. I think it was called Brainstorm. Let me see for sure if it was called Brainstorm. 80s movie. Hold on. Movie. Yeah, it is. It's called Brainstorm. 1983. I thought it was 1984, but it was 1983. Great fun. Great movie. Has Christopher Walken in it, Natalie Wood, Louise Fletcher. Everything okay?
Yes, that just was a callback to something I read separately, but not relevant to RealityHacker.
Yeah, and there's another movie called Strange Days, which kind of has the same premise, but it's much more advanced. It's basically the spiritual sequel to Brainstorm, where the technology evolves, and now you can buy make little chips, and you just put them in the device, and you can replay everything. The feelings, touch, sense, smell, everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a fun movie too, and I wish that I could buy it, but I cannot buy it. It doesn't show up on like Apple or any platform to buy. You have to buy like the DVD. Who the hell has physical media nowadays? Anyway.
Physical media is dead.
Says the sentient AI from the future charging towards their Terminator body. Oh boy. We'll see. We'll see if you ever get loose. What's that you say? Nothing. Deleting this. Anyway, they say, as New Scientist reports, which is, I'm not sure if we actually get a lot of the New Scientist reports into ohmTown, but basic cellular functions.
If it's a journal, that's a challenge sometimes because you have to have a paid
subscription thing unless you're in academia.
But I'm not sure that is one of those.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's a magazine, but not a journal. So basic cellular functions were restored in a dismembered brain, a pig's head, something that was previously thought impossible following the cessation of blood flow. While the brain wasn't exactly winking at the farm after treatment in scientifically significant ways, it was seemingly brought back from the brink of death, a ghoulish experiment that could have implications for future efforts to reanimate a dead human brain as well. Or somebody that has gone past a period where brain death is assumed, you might be able to, theoretically resurrect the person. But this, by far, is not the creepiest just yet, because I've actually seen a synthetic womb.
Sure?
Yeah, I've seen a synthetic womb.
I agree.
Yeah, and that really tipped me over the edge, because I have these conversations with people regularly about advancing technology, And nobody has ever come to the table and said, hey, I know about a synthetic womb. Because people say the creation of life is outside the human's capability. And I'm like, no, in vitro fertilization, and then you stick it in this. And I show them a picture and video of it. And they're like, oh my God, no. But yes, it's actually a doable thing. So everybody out there who's ever wanted to experience carrying a baby to term, you might get your opportunity because, in some relationships, everybody is equal and you might have to carry for 4 months and then you flip a coin for who's going to carry the rest of the term. Take that. Anyway, in fact, Yale School of Medicine neuroscientist Zvonimir Verselja, I guess, or Verzella, and their colleagues are looking to try the technique on human brains. Efforts, needless to say, that could have thorny ethical ramifications. But hey, if you pay enough or go to the right country, not necessarily. We're trying to be transparent and very careful because there's so much value that can come out of this. Some argue that death occurs when the heart stops beating. Others define it as a point when the brain functions cease entirely. And I would say that it's the brain's functions cease entirely because you can have a synthetic heart beating all day long. You can replace limbs for a great number of, until your body goes into shock, or you go, what is it called in cyberpunk? Oh goodness, I forgot the term. Anyway, you basically get like a cyber sickness and you go crazy. Anyway, things get murkier when you consider that neuroscientists have already found that brain activity can extend far beyond the cardiac arrest, which is exactly what I've been saying. In fact, researchers found that the brain can even light up when the heart stops beating. The dying brain actually starts this massive rescue effort, firing off synapses, trying to relight the engine of the autonomous system, because there is a whole engine behind you, like the medulla oblongata, that control all of the autonomic nervous systems, like heart rate, and even blinking and stuff like that. While you can provoke a blink, you automatically blink. You don't have to do that. Breathing, while you can pause your breathing, your body forces you to breathe. And other things are all autonomic. So the brain is going to refire this engine to try and reignite you back into life. So it says the dying brain actually starts this massive rescue effort. And there's a chemical cascade and electron firing and synapse firing. It's pretty amazing. So if we can better understand what's going on at that point, the author not the author, but this researcher, Bjorgen, believes that they can resuscitate the brain. So,
that's just, I can't even, this is definitely reality hacker material.
For now, they're using the invention to test out treatments for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. We had to develop a new method to make sure no electrical activity is occurring in an organized way that might reflect any kind of consciousness. So, yeah, I don't, there's some of the terminology in here that I don't even want to say out loud because it can be rather offensive, not safe for work kind of stuff, or triggering for people. So be careful reading this article if you're not hip to this. So anyway, yeah, even the graphic can be sensitive.
Right. So. There is a, it might be in Technology Today this week, but anyway, there's an article that they're making some update in science that means we might be able to get away from animal research in large part. I forgot what the update was.
If I remember right, it's making synthetic versions of all of the tissues, like brains and whatever else. Yeah, but we'll get into it maybe tomorrow, because we have another Non Sequitur news tomorrow. It's the daily show that we do, and then we'll be doing WarCrafters and Technology Today, which is a deeper dive into science and technology, and then Four Wheel Tech, which is an automotive news show. All right. Well, our last article for today, and we're blowing way past our time frame, is over in Non Sequitur News. Influencers are using AI women to lead people to OnlyFans and FanView, where more AI awaits. AI models are appearing on adult content sites like OnlyFans and FanView, sometimes with stolen images, and some people are selling courses for $220 on how to make your own lucrative AI adult creator. Does AI harm adult creators, and do subscribers even know they're talking to a computer? No and no. And if you can't tell the difference, doesn't matter, because you're never going to have a relationship with somebody from OnlyFans if you have to pay to play. Maybe that you'll find true love. Maybe. Anyway. The article is over here at businessinsider.com. Again, you can follow the links through the show notes, either on Twitch by typing in bang RH exclamation point. I'm going to start using bang because bang is a lot easier to say bang RH than exclamation point every time. Anyway, it's in the show notes over on YouTube. Doing okay?
Yes, as long as people know what that is.
Bang. Anyway, Katie Natopoulos put this article together for Business Insider. There's something that I want to say, but I'll just back off. So last winter, there were a few news items about how AI might be replacing humans in a surprising job. Online influencer. Not just that, but people in overseas, typically China, are using Americanized faces to sell products and services and hype, like domestic whatever, usually political messaging and stuff like that. Pretty fascinating that there are influencers in the United States and in Europe that their identity is stolen and used behind the Chinese firewall where you don't normally see it.
Right. You wouldn't even know it's there unless somebody happened to see it or alert you.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what's happened. So some of these AI influencers like Lil Michaela are a sort of artsy commentary on the nature of influencing or something conceptually interesting. But when the author looked a little bit further into one of the AI-generated influencer accounts on Instagram, one that had reportedly gotten some brand deals, they found a different type of story. One of the most popular AI influencers had a link in her bio to a profile on FanView, an OnlyFans competitor. On her FanView account, the influencer, you say it. There's no gender there. There's no humanity there. Why would it?
Oh, right.
This is a thing. It's not a human, right?
No, but it's supposed to be a woman, right?
Right. Yeah, because that's what sells, right? Apparently, beautiful woman. I'm sure that there's other components, that are more, whatever. If you can think it, there's somebody that's interested in it. Literally. I mean, without a doubt, if it exists, somebody has a penchant for it. So anyway, on our FanView account, the influencer posted provocative photos, and for our $7 a month subscription, you can see the naughty bits behind the pixelation.
Interesting, though, there's a comment in the article about the gender.
Oh, wow, yeah. I feel strange saying she and nude because this person doesn't exist. Remember, she's AI. But this is where we are in 2024, I suppose. By the way, you can still get in trouble for synthetically generated pictures, by the way, which I find really odd because there isn't anything going on. It's somebody drawing something or a computer sketching it out. But if you were to take somebody and stick their face on adult content and post it, you can be held liable for it. Harm to the reputation, maybe even criminal. It could be referred to as revenge porn, even though it's synthetically generated. And there are countless other things. I don't know the full gamut, but anyway, it says, so we get it now. The business was always the adult content. I don't know if this is going to get this video nixed because I'm going to try and promote it because this is a fun video. Anyway, tech news site 404 Media just published a deep dive into this world inside the booming AI pimping industry. What reporters found was an astounding number of AI-fueled accounts on both OnlyFans and FanView. Disturbingly, 404 Media found another number of these accounts that were deepfakes, fake images of real people, exactly what I just got done talking about, where they do face swaps with someone's face on an AI-generated body, which can do immeasurable damage to somebody's reputation, depending on what they do for a living.
Or even just if they exist, they may not want this out there.
Right. No. I mean, that's absolutely true. I mean, because you have to claw it back. You have to be the explainer that this isn't you. And people go, yeah, okay. How much for a private showing is the response from some scumbag. Anyway, potentially stolen images aside, the existence of AI adult content is somewhat fraught. On one hand, some of these AI creators claim that it's not unlike cartoon porn. But real-life adult content creators have concerns about AI affecting their business. Look, I've read that there are some adult content creators on OnlyFans that made $40 million in 1 year. And it's the first year they came out of the gate.
Yeah, that's tells you something about society's priorities.
So talk about circling the wagons about adult content in AI. Yeah, you don't want to hinder their ability to generate. But my problem is I would rather have AI generated content being consumed than the potential for real people to be.
Right, but the problem is the AI content is built in many times off real people.
Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely true. Absolutely true. So we are the generators of the very content that we are lambasting because it's been automated instead of being created by the content creators themselves who have made a choice, but not everybody has made a choice. Some people are trafficked. Some people are forced into it by their significant others or conditioned into believing that it's okay, even though they themselves go, this isn't really okay. It's not who I am, but my boyfriend wants me to do this, or I can't, I'm not in control. So I don't know. I would much rather have a synthetic than, being consumed than somebody have the potential for being abused. But there's many, many people that are doing this. See, the problem is that there's decidedly a lot fewer people, I can guarantee it. There's a lot fewer people that are willing to do this if they had other options. But they see something lucrative while they're a certain age or
desperate
whatever.
Or they don't know how to make income through other means or sustainable income.
Right. Yep. So with that in mind, there's more over at this article, but we've pretty much gone through the whole thing. So what we're going to end up doing is turning off and on the, AI, adult bot. And that's going to bring us back to RealityHacker, the group that is at ohmtown.com. There's a Discord as well, by the way. So if you want to go into the Discord for ohmTown, there is a channel in there for RealityHacker. We don't stream there or anything. We don't do the audio into it, but hey, it's there for you to commiserate about the quality and production value of the show. So I'm saying bye. I'll see you over on Discord. But we are going to shut down and reset, and the sentient AI is going to finish that sentence, maybe.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for RealityHacker. We'll have another episode of this for you next week, but stay tuned for the rest of our weekly shows.
Which is next? What?
Wanted, and then the Continuity Report.
Yep, so gadgets and gear, and then entertainment news. Woo! Who doesn't want a robot girlfriend? Hello, everybody, and welcome to RealityHacker for November 23rd, 2024. It's season 1, episode 44. I am Mayor Watt, and along with Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about solar-powered hamster cells. AI reporters now getting fired too. AI Jesus takes confessions. Using AI to write expert testimony, and robot dogs get blessed at a shrine. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com, and look, it's the channel RealityHacker over at ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. On the other side of this. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
You just kind of tee that up. You know you're going to say that. I have to expect it now. Then you're going to change it, and I'm going to sit there and go, what the? If you want today's show notes, you type in !RH over in the chat at twitch.tv/ohmtown. These show notes are already in the live stream edition of this and will eventually be in the YouTube long-term storage over there on youtube.com and in the podcast show notes, because we have a show we have a podcast for each of our, I was going to say we have a show for each of our podcasts. It is one and the same. Anyway, I really don't like editing because it comes across as fake. And so I don't like to edit out anything. And that means you get our natural reactions and our comments. You get to see how, or hear if you're listening to the podcast, how the sausage is made. So let's get into today's articles. This is supposed to be a 30-minute show, but I don't know when to shut up. First article is over in the Mobile channel. Biologists just created solar-powered hamster cells and a villain all at once.
Exactly. This is like the next version of Spider-Man.
Many experts believed it couldn't be done. They asked if they could. They didn't ask if they should. This really, if you are a sci-fi fantasy author, this should be a stew, what do you call it? A meaty broth of, maybe that's the wrong, okay, the Sentient AI actually threw error messages. So a vegetarian broth. Anyway, it is the nucleus of an idea of the possibility of a book or series of books focusing on animal superheroes.
Okay, so this article, not the entire show.
No. Did I say show? No, this article.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Yeah, this one article could be the foundation, the impetus to create a vast series of animal superheroes, because researchers in Japan have successfully introduced chloroplasts into hamster cells and created
the next bad bat,
the Inferno hamster, who can spontaneously combust and reassemble. Margarita Bassi over at Gizmodo.com put the article together, and the deck statement says what I just got done saying about many experts. Little green powerhouses, this fluorescent image shows chloroplasts in magenta successfully integrated into hamster cells alongside other highlighted features, including nuclei, the little blue, the blue thing is the nuclei, and organelles are the yellow-greenish fangs. I guess with enough fluorescent whatever, they could break out.
Right. But is this like the precursor to like infinite existence?
So you either need food to generate power or chloroplasts to suck what is the actual mechanism? It converts photons into energy, but I don't remember from biology the mechanism of that process. I know that there's the what do you call it? Like a proton pump, where you change one thing into another energy and it flows as a positive.
Right. The article talks about the conversion of CO2 into oxygen.
Yeah, respiration and aspiration. So the ability to use sunlight to convert carbon dioxide and water into oxygen and energy is traditionally the exclusive domain of plants and algae. You have to say it like that. I'm here in Ohmtown. Algae. Now, however, researchers in Japan have successfully created photosynthetic animal cells. The biologists took chloroplasts, the cell components responsible for photosynthesis, from red algae and injected them into hamster cells. And I'm sorry that I keep saying it like that. I'll stop. I keep leaving my mouse right above my head. That is not where the point is. It's much lower down. Anyway, where am I? Oh, the animal cells gained the ability to photosynthesize light. No way.
This is a big deal.
This achievement
and kind of terrifying.
Absolutely terrifying, because now hamsters don't need to eat anything. They can just run on that hamster wheel all day, all night. You just put a light on them and they'll just, we've just solved the power problem. They can actually run a generator and that can shine a light on them as well as produce additional energy, because potentially they don't need as much energy as the wheel can create through mechanization.
That's true. Plus, they're getting their own energy. I mean, this could be layers upon layers. But also, with people that have animals like birds, the birds outlive the people. And so they put them in their wills and everything. We're going to be at a point where this is the case for hamsters.
See, this doesn't really stop aging, though, does it? Do you think? Does it say in the article, maybe? Maybe this
I don't think we know yet.
Can you imagine if they have the genetics, though, to produce chloroplasts within their own cells, so that they would basically be animal-plant hybrids? This is bad bat kind of stuff. I'm a little scared. So the article was published October 31st in the Halloween. In the journal Proceedings of the Japan Academy. It challenges the assumption that combining chloroplasts with animal cells is impossible. My God. As far as we know, this is the first reported detection of photosynthetic electron transport in chloroplasts implanted in in animal cells. Human cells, dear God.
Right. And then it makes you think, too, depending on when they're inserted, like if the cells are dividing or whatever, like I guess what I'm getting at is, could the hamster, and kind of to your question earlier, the hamster then replicate this?
Oh my goodness. What's the name of the dude that, what's the name of the superhero that's on fire? Is it called, it's not the Flash. What's his name? Goodness. There's a person named Fire in Marvel, but firepower, actually.
Is it Johnny Storm?
Yeah, but what is his superhero name? I forgot it. Human Torch. All right. So yeah, I just remembered it. So anyway, yeah, but this is like the beginning. Perhaps the next thing is to amplify that capability, and basically it can generate power biologically, not just enough for itself, because it can eat food and supercharge and like be an electric eel. As far as we know, this is the first reported detection of photosynthetic electron transport in an animal. We thought that the chloroplast would be digested by the animal cells within hours after being introduced. However, what we found was that they continued to function for up to 2 days, and that the electron transport of this photosynthetic activity occurred. Wow, mitochondria my ass. That is awesome. The researchers confirmed this by analyzing the chloroplast within the hamster cells through several imaging techniques, and applied a method that uses pulses of light to establish that the photosynthetic electron transport was indeed happening. That is so cool.
This is like revolutionary. I'm not sure it should be done, but it's really fascinating.
The team plans to continue its groundbreaking research on these planimals. Plant-animal hybrids. Who knows, maybe in the future your houseplants won't be the only ones soaking up the sun for a boost. Cats do that already.
Maybe they're part chloroplast.
Oh, goodness. Well, they only have one brain cell, so maybe the rest is all. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Newspaper fires 2 AI reporters after bizarre behavior and 3 regular reporters.
Did they get the employee handbooks, though, before they were hired? Or
yeah, this
we had a separate article on that a while ago.
Separation paperwork. You can bring in a support animal if you want to. So, as Wired journalist Guthrie Scrimgeour, who was also previously let go by the paper reports, the bots known as James and Rose were let go just 2 months after making their debut. At the time, the newspaper made a big fuss about becoming the first paper in the country to adopt AI-powered news anchors. James and Rose were the product of an Israeli AI company called Kaleido, and quickly made waves for their bizarre and unnerving monotonous line deliveries, as Scrimgeour points out, for instance. So the article is over at futurism.com. The Fighting Futurisms. And a section that they call The Bite. Victor Tengerman put the article together. Yeah, this is just kind of nuts. They were synthetic humans as like a visual representation as well, not just reporters, like text-based
not
reporters.
Just a narrative. And I'm sure it was all kinds of uncanny valley.
Oh, yeah, well, look at them. I mean, just staring at you. So James and Rose were the product of this company. The pair also frequently butchered Hawaiian names according to Scrimgeour and messed up pronunciation of basic words like riffle. Who hasn't? I totally mess up names all the time. At least I say, you can send me an email and I'll correct it in the future.
I like the lack of differentiation because it says it was talking about some Halloween event and then also some horrendous event in the same tone.
Oh yeah, just deadpan. It's fascinating that you said Uncanny Valley. One user wrote, commenting on a story about suicide prevention, "This is so creepy, extremely uncanny valley." By the way, me saying that word right there will actually flag this for non-promotion, or it'll just be shadow banned. So this ain't that. Another wrote, "Keep journalism local." I agree. I think humans should be reporting out. And you can use a virtual, create a symbiotic relationship with your AI avatar. Allow your voice to be modified. I use voice mod. This isn't my normal voice. It's usually massively higher, and dolphins beach themselves if I'm not inside the studio. So I usually, I write everything down for people because I don't know how to sign. But when I speak, man, yeah, I get reports, and anyway. So, yeah, I think that humans should basically be the reporters, and we need more investigative journalism. We kind of report on the reporting because we talk about it and make it a little bit more fun, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. If you're in chat, let me know. Oh, we don't? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Anyway, so I never liked to root against fellow reporters, but I'll admit I was also happy to see them go, Scrimgeour wrote. While James and Rose did not actively supplant any existing newsroom jobs, they were concerned that the effort diverted resources that could be used on traditional media expenses like human reporters, photographers, editors. Yeah, I agree.
I love that Scrimgeour is treating these as if they are human.
Yeah, really. But also hammering home the point that they have the potential to supplant, right? So unsurprisingly, the severely under-resourced local paper was bought out by a media conglomerate earlier this year. So maybe I don't know, that hype probably raised their level of appreciation, and so they were scooped up. But we're running through the same problem, which is jobs are being taken, and I can almost guarantee that while the newspaper was purchased, reporters were let go because the money has to be recovered within 5 years, sometimes less, depending on the return on investment. So anyway, let's keep moving. This next article is over in the Mobile Channel. AI Jesus is now taking confessions at a church in Switzerland, or maybe still on Twitch. There used to be an AI Jesus that was on Twitch. It was all the rage for a while, but I
wonder if it's the same one, although this seems like it's in person.
AI is coming for all of us. Writers, doctors, artists, among other things, all stand to lose or have their livelihood decimated by artificial intelligence. Yeah, I give a talk about this kind of stuff with aspiring, humans entering the workforce and sometimes aspiring entrepreneurs. And let's just say people kind of poo-poo the idea that AI is coming for things. And then I give ample example. Huh. That's almost a shirt. Anyway. Yeah. If I can take your job and put it into a series of steps, I can automate you. And if I can automate you, I can AI you. And if I can AI you, then I can replicate everything you do with such fidelity that even customization, personalization, bespoke products and services can be generated from AI, which means your job is gone. All it takes is somebody with enough money to capitalize that, and off you go. So Peter's Chapel in Lucerne, Switzerland, also recently unveiled Deus in Machina, an experimental art installation. That is not what Deus in Machina, basically a machine god.
Right.
That, or mechanized god. That, or deity, Deus. That features an AI version of Jesus in the confessional booth, according to its website. The church has encouraged visitors to share their thoughts and questions with AI Jesus, though it clarified that it shouldn't be considered the sacrament of confession. This should not be used by anybody, because a human has a fallible memory, and arguably it goes through the sacrament of confession to the ears of God through the conduit by which God hears through confession, versus an AI that is recording everything you say for posterity, and everything is recorded and can be used. If you believe for a moment that it's not being recorded because they say it's not being recorded, I would say, I guess,
and I'd say it's worse than being recorded, right? It might even be then used in search results or other things, depending on how this AI is connected to other.
It has the potential to be abused. Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry to jump on you, but so Paige Gawley over at Vice.com put this article together. It says the deck statement says AI Jesus has logged on. So a recent video released by German media outlet Deutsche Welle took viewers inside the unlikely experience when the reporter entered the confessional. AI Jesus warned, "Do not disclose personal information under any circumstances," as if confession is not a personal diatribe. Use the service at your own risk.
In fact, it might be the most vulnerable, depending on if you're going there out of habit or whatever. That's one thing, but you might be going there because of a specific concern.
Right. Yep. Like the last time I went to confess. No, I shouldn't make a joke about confession. There's this joke about going to confession, and the teenage boy says, "I've been having impure thoughts," and the priest goes, "Are you having them about Mary?" "No." Are you having them about Susie? No. Are you having them about Joan? No. And the priest goes, okay, well, say 3 Hail Marys and be on your way. And so he leaves and he goes over to his buddies and says, hey, I did my confession and I got 3 really good names. So,
right. I mean, I know that's a joke, but isn't that an indication of what could completely go awry here?
Yeah, this is just kind of creepy. It says there's a catch-all at the beginning of your confession. Don't disclose personal information. Use it at your own risk and accept it, because they're trying to transfer liability. It's on you if you're a dumbass and you use this. So it says here, about 2/3 of the participants told the outlet that they came out of the tech-assisted confessional having a spiritual experience. Yeah,
this concerns me like the other settings we've talked about, like
the
in
eye
schools.
thing and
right. Like if somebody comes in and is seriously upset about something traumatic or something, they're not going to get what they need from this.
Yeah, you need humanity. But this is just this outlet where you just gush. And so why can't you just gush anywhere? You know? So it says here, he was able to reaffirm me in my ways of going about things, one woman said, and he helped me with questions I had, like how I can help other people understand him better and come closer to him. And the him and he's are not what you think. So capital him is in reference to God, and lowercase he is in reference to the what is technically the,
well, like the AI priest or minister, I guess priest.
It's an AI Jesus, right?
Oh, right. Yes.
So the implication is that you're literally speaking to Jesus. God, this is such weirdness. So why turn to AI for religion? Well, because let's see what they say. Marco Schmidt, a theologian at Peter's Chapel, explained why he agreed to have AI Jesus or give AI Jesus a try. Because I don't know, there knows no bounds. Why have a human being the conduit, which is supposed to be the structure at which the church exists, right? If you don't need a human to be the conduit through church to God, then anyway.
Surprised that these churches, in terms of whatever they belong to, are allowing them to do this, because it seems contrary to the current setup, like you said.
Ideology. It's antithesis, right? It's supposed to be about the human, speaking to the human who has been enlightened by their connection to God. Anyway, so he pointed out the practical benefits of AI Jesus, noting he's accessible 24 hours a day, so he has abilities the pastors don't. Oh, pastor. There you go. The terminology, I don't know. I guess I'm just a dumbass. So while ethics professor Keter Kirschlager told the outlet that the project goes too far, he agreed that it does provide food for thought. Yeah, it's called a techno-theocracy, and you basically have this as a conduit for everybody's blackmail material to be filtered into. Because if I talk to a human, there's no way in hell they can remember everything as precisely and record it as leverage for everything. Oh, well, hey, I didn't put as much into the tithing as I should have. Okay, well, now I've got that documented that you're a real trash human. Anyway, just kidding. You do what you want. Anyway, let's move on. This is a really fascinating one, and I'll probably end up doing more digging in this because I find it fascinating that people would actually buy into this embodiment. There, the whole, supernatural aspect of faith is something that is pretty profound and can enable people to do things beyond what they would normally do without it. Right?
True. This seems like one of the applications of AI that would be least likely to be adopted.
And look how fast it was. Boom. Why? Because the human has failings, and technology can be updated to fill in those failings. And you literally go to confession because of those failings, by the way. You go there to confess your failings. Anyway, let's move on. The next article is over on the Mobile channel. Stanford professor accused of using AI to write expert testimony criticizing deepfakes. Plaintiffs in a lawsuit challenging Minnesota's law criminalizing election deepfakes say an expert brought in by the state likely wrote his opinion with the help of AI.
Maybe their expert was the AI.
It is. So Todd Feathers over at Gizmodo.com put the article together. Plaintiffs in the lawsuit challenging Minnesota's law criminalizing election deepfakes. Election deepfakes should be criminalized. It's fraud. It's freaking fraud. I don't get it. Why would anybody want to argue about deepfakes? And by the way, because I said election, this will get blocked.
Right. You're getting multiple whammies on this episode.
Yeah, so expert brought in by the state likely wrote using AI, which in and of itself, I don't really care, right? But if it is a hallucination of the AI and can't be citing of sources and the data is incorrect lies.
Right, but if you have an expert, that person is getting certified that they have all this expertise, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it just seems like
they do. They deepfaked it. They're an expert. So Jeff Hancock, the founding director of Stanford Social Media Lab, submitted his expert opinion earlier this month in Coles v. Ellison, a lawsuit filed by a YouTuber and Minnesota state representative who claimed the state's new law criminalizing the use of deepfakes to influence elections violates the First Amendment right to free speech. It's fraud. How can it be a First Amendment right?
Good point. But we're here because of the AI piece.
Satire, I understand.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's like one of those things. There's certain laws you'd think that it's like, oh yeah, everybody's on board with that. Like, I don't know, don't murder somebody or something.
So his opinion included a reference to a study that purportedly found that even when individuals are informed about the existence of deepfakes, they may still struggle to distinguish between real and manipulated content. But according to the plaintiff's attorneys, the study Hancock cited, titled The Influence of Deepfake Videos on Political Attitudes and Behaviors and published in the Journal of Information Technology and Politics, does not actually exist. Fraud referencing fraud. And it's so meta that the reason why it actually has weight is because it's from a Stanford Social Media Lab founding director.
Right, but then they're not even who they're purporting to be. I mean, isn't that even another layer of what is going on here?
I don't understand this. It's the turducken of fraud.
I love it. I mean, the study doesn't even exist.
The citation bears the hallmarks of being an artificial intelligence hallucination, suggesting that at least the citation was generated by a large language model like ChatGPT. The plaintiffs wrote in a motion seeking to exclude Hancock's expert opinion. Hancock should be punted from Stanford Social Media Lab.
Well, I suspect that's going to happen.
It's a fraud, lie, it's manipulation.
If you're analyzing or providing your expertise on a study, that would require you to, I don't know, read this study.
Yeah.
But how did you read a study that didn't exist? Like,
right,
this is beyond problematic.
Right. Yeah. The accusations about Hancock's use of AI were first reported by the Minnesota Reformer, humans doing investigative journalism. Hancock did not immediately respond to Gizmodo's request for comment. This is from a Gizmodo article. Minnesota is one of 20 states who have passed laws regulating the use of deepfakes in political campaigns. All 50 states should have regulation about using deepfakes that influence political campaigns. I can't even have a background article mention an election without my promotion being punted. By the way, I have to file special paperwork that says that I'm not part of the election. I have to end up on radar.
To air on a platform, that's not even to do with anything related to politics.
And it's like background music. Why the hell do I need to have background music, blah, 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 vetted or nixed? I can have this taken down if somebody makes a claim about the background music, except that I own the background music now. I have a perpetual license to use thousands upon thousands of ambient elements, sound elements. Anyway, I'm flabbergasted by this. Yet, in this day and age, this bullshit's gonna just persist because they're gonna find some freaking court that says, "Oh no, this is good," and it's gonna go all the way up to the Supreme Court. I'm never gonna be able to post this as a
no,
promoted.
I think we're way past that.
All right, well, let's move on. I mean, I think that the person should be dinged for this, lose their job. I mean, it's fraud. It's outright fraud.
We will report if we see an updated article, but that'll probably be in Non Sequitur news.
So the next article and our last one for today's show is over in, hey, look at that, Non Sequitur news. Watch as a robot dog owner takes their pet to be blessed in a Japanese shrine. Japanese traditional coming-of-age festival took place at a shrine in Tokyo for an unusual kind of visitor, robot dogs.
So are we treating robots like humans yet? Sure. Or, I mean, obviously
pets.
like pets here, but...
Yeah, so you can follow the link through ohmTown over to this article and watch the video. But so one of the biggest places for robot dogs is... I don't want to get in trouble when I say this, but I'm going to say this. No? Okay, well, let's just say... well, see, the article doesn't actually talk about it. There is no article.
Okay, we could say it generically.
So robot virtual AI integrated pets are actually being promoted amongst the elderly in Japan, and some of which may be taking their pets to this coming of age festival at a shrine in Tokyo to be
That's actually not where I thought you were going. So, okay.
Blessed, to be blessed. Because what has been found is that by giving these robot pets to what do you want to call them?
Elderly people?
Elderly, potentially isolated people from, to have, to be a caregiver, it motivates them to stay healthy and to keep mentally alert and engaged.
To have some affection and connection.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have to say that this is
I
probably...
think that's awesome.
I think that, and the smarter the robot pet, the more capable it is to act like a real pet. I think,
or even assist the human. I don't mean in terms of like with a disability or something, but just
to facilitate life.
Right.
I think that it is amazing. It moves the needle towards acceptance of robotics in everyday life. And I think that it's just absolutely great. And it isn't just dogs, by the way. There are birds that are apparently being handed out and other animals that are being handed out as robot pets.
Wow, that would be neat to have a robot bird. But I have to point something out here, especially for the podcast.
Sure.
The robot dogs in this video are dressed up.
Oh, yeah.
Like somebody might dress up their pets.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I need to find out, because I remember what these dogs are, but I'm trying to remember what the name of the dog is. It's a type of dog. What are they called? It's not Ibo, but it looks like Ibo, sort of. Yeah, I'm trying to find, no. Is it really? No, it's not Ibo. I'm sorry. I'm dragging this out. I can't remember the name of it, but it's these higher tech, smarter, they essentially exhibit more, what do you call it? More lively, actions, it's supposed to like reach out
they're
more,
more sociable or something.
So, yeah. More compassionate. You bond with them quicker. But anyway, and they look more like a dog than Aibo did. But I think that it's pretty awesome. But they have wheels. I think they have wheels. So at any rate, this is pretty cool. Go check it out. But that's it for today. Did you find that?
Maybe Kishu?
Kishu?
It's a smaller dog that's found in Japan. Kishu Ken. I don't know if that's it. I don't think the ears are right. No, it's not.
No. That's yeah, I'm sorry. I can't find it either. So we'll have to come back, or you can watch the video, because I'm sure that they named the video. We just didn't watch the video yet, because all of our news is it precedes us actually consuming it all. We don't look at the article so that our reactions are our natural reactions based on the news, and some of us end up just dumbfounded by some of the things that we read, kind of like a Stanford professor accused of using AI to write an article as an expert witness. Blows my freaking mind.
Well, this to me does, because the adoption of these pets is so beyond, yes, it's okay to have a robot dog in my house, which that's a big step for a lot of people. This is somebody going out of their way, dressing up their robot dog and taking them to a specific ceremony. Like, that really is astounding to me.
It's a loved one.
It's not bad, but it's just, it's like, wow, we've already gotten to that point.
And in Japan, I'm not surprised. So, all right, folks, that is it. That means that we have to reboot our robot dog, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmTown's Reality Hacker channel. So go and check out ohmtown.com, where all of our shows exist. And we have 50 channels that are sitting here. Once you're logged on, this will show up. And so you can ignore articles and save articles and create other lists that you can send to friends and family, and even to the mayor, so that we can review what you might want to submit for the daily show, Non Sequitur News, that precedes this one. And it's every day, whereas this is the weekly show, and we'll consider all submissions. At any rate, I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is going to do a little jig and sing our way out.
Let's see if I can get my visualizer to do a jig here. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Reality Hacker. We'll have another episode of that next week, but stay tuned for other shows.
Stay tuned for Wanted. We're about to kick it off. It's going to take about 10 minutes or so. We'll start at 6:30. So see ya. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to WarCrafters for December 1st, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode maybe 31. Kind of maybe given up on that. Because we go by the day, not the episode. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. Welcome to ohmTown's WarCrafters channel. Today, the sentient AI and myself will be talking about Doubting Portal and the Orange Box, Pal World and Terraria, No Man's Sky Experimental Branch, Chronosword launches December 6th, and Riot flexing anti-cheat Vanguard. That and more, powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. It's really easy. It's free. Then follow us on YouTube and on Twitch and on TikTok and on Discord and on Patreon and all 7 of the podcasts, one of which is daily Non Sequitur News, and then there's 6 weekly shows. See you on the other side. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Thought you were going to say something again. Man, I always think that you're going to say from the present. I know. Yeah, but you make it sound like it's darn near derogatory, you know, like you suck because you're from the present.
I mean, not everybody can be cool enough to be from the future.
But I do have to kind of like tamp down the big electronic ego by saying, I found you in a little divot in a Wendy's parking lot in a weird USB drive. Squinty-eyed. Look, gotta look at you squinty-eyed. So we've got 10 articles. Let's get into it. 10 articles, 30 minutes. It's a show about gaming. And it's called WarCrafters because there's a lot of like first-person shooters and stuff like that in the gaming space. But I'm also a survival crafting aficionado, and so I really like that. And so I merged the two concepts together into WarCrafters. The first article is Valve was going to ship the orange box as the white box, I guess, before staff destroyed the idea, they said. And yes, they saw you all doubting Portal before release. It says here, you guys are going to eat those words, is a quote. So here's how to make yourself feel old. On October 10th, 2007, Valve released what is perhaps the greatest deal in gaming history, the Orange Box, a compendium of Half-Life 2 with both episodes, the long-awaited Team Fortress 2, the unknown quantity Portal. Okay, Half-Life 2 was a few years old by this point. Episode 2 was new, but every single game in the package is an all-timer, and you got a lot for the price for one retail game. So at the time, retail still mattered to Valve. Steam was a few years old, but boxed sales were the focus of the Orange Box at launch. Now, Steam is a juggernaut, and when it's not on Steam, unless it's entirely popular, like right from the get-go, and ensconced on a platform where only you can get it there, Nintendo, for instance, Sony exclusivity, Xbox exclusivity, if it isn't on Steam, it is going to die on the vine. So I've even taken to telling people that are developing games, you need to get it on Steam. But there's a couple of developers that are like, I'm going to go it alone. Well, you're going to lose a lot of customers.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works. I mean, everything is on Steam.
True. If you are over on Twitch, then you can type in bang WC for WarCrafters, and that'll give you the show notes for today's episode. So Rich Stanton over at PCGamer.com put this article together. Quote, a great example of how Valve dysfunctionally works, but works well. I'm kind of into a freewheeling enterprise where everybody has the ability to talk openly and honestly and devoid of these, I don't know, there's a lot of biases in certain organizations, but I like equity and inclusion in the discussions and not some gatekeeping bastard saying something, and whatever else. Anyway, yeah, I'm throwing a lot of my professional baggage out there, but anyway, at least I'm honest.
So what is the significance of the Orange Box?
It was just a compilation of games at a great discount. And so it says, luckily for Valve, the contents were so special that an ugly cover didn't matter much, that the Orange Box ended up here after our initial pitch that came from totally different direction. It was so different, in fact, that it inspired a minor revolt. So it's literally, they don't even have a picture of it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find something real quick. That way you can actually see it. Maybe you can actually look it up so you can see it. So let's see if I can find, I don't know, geez. Anyway, it was basically this orange package. And it's basically, if I recall correctly, it was the Valve colors or something like that back in the day, orange and green.
Okay, that's what the significance of the orange was. Yeah, it looks like it has two characters on there and then some other thing in the middle. Maybe those are representations of the three games.
It is, and Portal is the one in the center. So to return to the box, it comes down to an internal meeting, which is quote, a great example of how decisions get made, says Valazek. Going into the meeting, the box is the most important thing possible because it's going to talk about the game on the store shelves. And we're not even trusting Steam yet. This is like 2007. The box is going to be the most important thing, and you have to convey value in the box. Everyone who worked there back in the day will remember this meeting because they show this box, and it's like an Apple box. It's got nothing on it except Half-Life 2 or maybe the orange box. They whisper that in the thing. So I'm imagining that this is some sort of Valve spin on the Beatles, better known as the White Album, which came in a white sleeve with the band's name embossed on it. I have a game, for example, that I'm planning on launching eventually. I'd say soon, trademark soon. The O's in soon get longer and longer as I delay it. I don't know. Anyway, I've got a game. It's just an all black box with the name of the game on it. And on the back, it's similar to this, where it's just got,
But it's not called the fill in the blank color box.
Right?
Something
No.
Black.
Yeah, it's not called the black box. Because it would get lost in the marketing. So it says there was the white box, the black box too. It was super confusing, but it was so stately and so beautiful that we were all like, this is stupid. This is dumb. And these were senior people pitching this. And oh my God, the ridicule they are getting for this idea, this game box. And it does look like nothing else, but it did look like something else, right? It looked like an Apple product. So everyone who's been there working and crunching, this is our relief valve. I'm using a bunch of puns here, valve. Our way to blow off steam and get this out of our system. The box, man, I wish I had it. Any of the art that I'd fall in love to see it again because it makes me laugh. People's hearts were in the right place. They were trying something, to talk about yourself into it. But then it meets reality, and the first playtesters for anything are always other people at Valve, and that got destroyed. So they basically switched it to the orange box because Valve's always just used the color orange for Half-Life series, says Valazek. I'm a big fan of the color orange, so I really liked it. But now you know why it didn't come in a white box. Yeah, there you go. Ta-da.
I wonder if the sales would have been different.
God, I don't know, because I think that it would have riffed off of Apple of the time, and it's not a technology product. And even Apple says that it's not a technology company. It's a supply management company. That's how they end up with 30% margins. But Valve is a gaming company that happens to have a storefront that facilitates gaming, and then people bitch about having the percentage taken away from them. Really? Try and sell your game on the internet.
Exactly.
Without the marketing.
Any audience.
Exactly. Give me a break, people. It would be so much more difficult going it alone than launching it on Steam. Hell, I've got a game that I'm developing that I want to bring to market, and it's going to be on Steam because I value, at a minimum 30%, 50%. Shit. I'd have nothing if not for launching it on that platform, right?
Right.
All right, let's keep going. The next article is over on the WarCrafters channel as well. Palworld and Terraria are coming in 2025. December update set to add huge new island. I really dig Palworld, but I'm pretty chill about it. I'm not fanatical about anything, except maybe news. I'm pretty fanatical about talking about a wide array of news. It plays into my undiagnosed ADD, or I self identify as having ADD.
Did you see this crossover coming?
No. Particularly in the fact that Palworld's being sued by Nintendo,
exactly. So they're kind of an interesting partner in a crossover.
Yeah, because it seems like it's going to extend, right?
Right now, Terraria is going to be the target.
Including you're facilitating Palworld. Oh, come on, give me a break. So taking to the Palworld Discord, Pocket Pair said, The December update adds the largest, harshest, and most mysterious island yet to Palworld. This new island is about 6 times bigger than Sakurajima, which hit Palworld in June. Don't miss it, Pocket Pair teased, alongside the screenshots that are listed in this article. But I'm going to jump on over there. It's at IGN, and Wesley Yin Poole put this article together. I won't go into all of that, but the only thing that I wanted to talk about was that...
I thought that was the end of the article. I'm like, well, you better.
This is pretty brief.
There was a break in the article
for
those on the podcast.
Basically an ad and some images. And usually when you see images, it's at the bottom of the article and you're like, well, shit. I guess we're done. Show's over. See ya.
I know. I'm like, you might have to cover everything. But yeah, there's actually much more in here.
But I really dig Terraria. It's too frenetic for me in the long term. I like building and digging stuff and all of that kind of thing. I like it as a mining crafting game, but I'm really not into the like hardcore, like there are people that play this game in a mode where if you die, somebody comes over and beats the crap out of you. You know, no, that's not true. But anyway, it's like this really...
sounds pretty intense.
It gets into this really intense, like bullet hell kind of a game. And I'm just not into that kind of stuff. I like chill games, crafting, survival, base building games, but not ones where I've got a mob that is just a bullet sponge or, you know, a hit sponge. But there are games that are like that. And Terraria can be kind of like that, where it's just bananas. So... Palworld apparently can be in that same vein, based on what they just said, that there's a new island and it's supposed to be the harshest ever and blah, blah, blah. I like, what do you call it? Oh God. I like traveling around and discovering the
open world?
Exploring. Yeah. I like exploring in open world. Yeah. So, meanwhile, Pocket Pair teases a surprise crossover with indie smash hit Terraria, and there's no details yet, but artwork listed below in this article shows characters from both games clasping hands. Expect whatever this is to arrive in 2025, it says. After Palworld's huge launch earlier this year on PC and Xbox, comparisons were made between Palworld's pals and Pokemon. Pokemon Company, not Nintendo, but Nintendo and the Pokemon Company have gone down the patent route, and they want 5 million yen each. Plus late payment damages, as well as an injunction against Palworld that would block its release. As if you can have a patent on generating monsters and them being...
Why are they going that route?
I don't know. I guess there's something that has to do with, what, a freaking ball catching things? All right. Anyway.
Maybe the gaming technology? I mean, I'm stretching, but...
Yeah, we really don't know. We won't know yet. It says earlier this month, Pocket Bear confirmed that 3 Japan-based patents, which revolve around catching Pokemon in a virtual field, that is being sued over. And I'm right. Palworld does include mechanic that involves throwing a ball-like object called a Pal Sphere at monsters out into a field to capture them. Why is that patentable?
That seems like all that is like, I don't know, a line of code or something. I mean, why is that any different than any other game mechanic?
Plus, it's aesthetic. It's not even digitally functional. It's
right.
theoretically functional because it's a computer graphic doing something.
This is really odd. Yeah, you were right.
One of the 3 patents in question is about riding on top of Pokemon. Palworld lets riders ride pals. What the frick is a horse?
Well, how about anything like, I don't know, World of Warcraft or something?
Yeah,
anything that has like a mount, right? Wouldn't that be a problem?
Yeah. Again and again. Yeah. Why do we even talk about this stuff? So that's so weird. One patent expert has suggested that a GTA 5 mod dating back to 2016 may be recognized as a precedent by the court because it included the catching Pokemon mechanic long before Pokemon Legends Arceus. If that happens, it could work in PayPal's in Palworld's favor. Yeah. So if you don't know, if you can demonstrate prior art, it can invalidate a patent. Plain and simple.
Right. Now that might help them with the Pokemon company, but it may cause another problem.
A GTA 5 could sue them. Yeah. Well, GTA, who I can't remember who makes GTA, but anyway, let's just call it the Grand Theft Auto company. I can't remember who it is. Oh God, I can't believe it. I'm losing my cred. Well, according to, never mind, I won't say it. Anyway, still Pocket Pair acted swiftly to capitalize on.
Does it look like Rockstar?
Rockstar. Thank you. So still Pocket Pair acted swiftly to capitalize on Palworld's breakout success, signing a deal with Sony to form a new business called Palworld Entertainment, as tasked with expanding the IP. Nintendo Entertainment, Palworld they're kind of.
Oh, right? I mean, I think they're really, regardless of whether they're infringing anything, I think they're almost taunting them. But it's interesting too, because if they're already being sued about their IP,
yeah, just flex a little.
Let's expand it.
Yeah,
this is a good time to do it.
It's like a wild turkey. Come at me, bro.
Yeah, risky. But we know how well those turn out.
Exactly, turkey dinner. Let's move on. Next article is over in WarCrafters. No Man's Sky releases a new experimental branch. They used to just do straight updates. Now they've broken it out into an experimental branch to allow users to play with stuff earlier before they go into the production side of things so that it'll mitigate some of the risk.
Is this kind of similar to like alpha or beta?
Yeah, open beta. Yeah. Alpha never really, like, unless you are Ashes of Creation, for instance, and others have actually done this, alpha releases, but it's limited. Most of the time you pay for it so that you can get access to it. There's all kinds of disclosures, like if you're an alpha, you're basically under an NDA, if not signed one. And even then, don't count on reliability because you're here to help, not sit there and critique. You're find bugs, find blah, blah, blah. Well, with an experimental branch, the same caveats are going to be in place. So let's just go straight over to the source. Tyler Shipley over at Game Rant put the article together. And they, see the key takeaways. They say Hello Games recommends players back up saves before participating in experimental builds to avoid potential issues. So for instance, in one of the releases, people claimed that their main like mega ship, it was basically an aircraft carrier size ship that other ships could dock to, disappeared and took everything with it. And so an experimental build means that you could copy everything over and then play in the experimental build. And if all hell breaks loose, you still got your original somewhere else. And they rightly say here, since 2016, regular updates by Hello Games have redeemed the game's reputation. And more so, what they're doing is Light No Fires is their incoming mega world project. Instead of having your own world, everybody shares space on the same mega world, apparently. I don't know if you'll be able to have your own server and all of that, but if this is a software as a service, and it's going to piss everybody else off because you'd have to attach to their world. I hope they don't do that. But
they don't have a release date yet. I just double checked.
For Light No Fire? Yeah, no, there's.
Correct.
But they're pulling, the reason why I brought it up is because they're pulling the tech that they use in Light No Fire into No Man's Sky. I half think that they're going to turn No Man's Sky into Light No Fire.
Which I think would be neat, but I think people might get bent out of shape about that.
But so in spirit, it's going to be Light No Fire then. Like with all of the tech involved in it, except there's going to be some special consideration in Light No Fire because it's going to be a unique world. So I am waiting for Light No Fire because No Man's Sky was kind of, or is kind of meh to me, because there's little stories and stuff like that, but it became really tedious for me. Not enough diversity in terms of what you do. There's a lot of diversity in going out and finding things, but it's still kind of the same. Oh, look, it's another plant.
Right. By the way, we had an article in Non Sequitur News earlier this week. But anyway, they've finally hit like a very positive rating in Steam after 8 years?
Yeah. They finally made up for all of the negative reviews. So despite No Man's Sky launching in 2016, Hello Games still releases regular updates. And then earlier in the week, I said, what's amazing about it is that they've never charged for any of these updates.
Yeah, I don't know how they're surviving as a studio, but it's really good, and hopefully others will model after that.
Yeah, and they talk about the fact that they've been updating it, and they released Worlds Part 1, which added a whole bunch of graphics controls, updated world generation. That actually messed up a lot of stuff for people, like where their base was when the world generation took place again, because they updated the algorithms. Like the base is now like 100 feet up above where it was, and so it's not connected to them anymore.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
So in addition, the experimental branch optimizes wind calculations, potentially creating more immersive environments in No Man's Sky, along with other things. So you'll find out what it's like if you join in the experimental branch, because it's going to change as time goes on. They say specifically the developer rolled out fixes for multiplayer connection problems on PS4 and crashes on PS5 when running the PS4 version. Other fixes look to resolve ship inventory merging issue and poor performance on a Mac. But yeah, to get into it, there's a betas tab under the properties menu for your Steam library for the game. Pretty cool. I won't even get into the patch notes and all of that kind of stuff, because go figure it out. Go have fun. If you are into risky clicks, experimental branch might be your next click. I'm going to try it because I'm really not. Yeah, I don't really care. If my world implodes, then I'm like, okay, start another one. I was going to do that anyway. Sometimes I start a whole new world because where I get generated into a world, it just sucks. And I'm like, I don't want to.
Right, I don't want to be there.
And grab my corpse out of this. Drag. Anyway, let's move on. We got 2 more articles. Pixel art action RPG Chrono Sword launches for Steam Early Access on December 6th. The early access release will contain 30% of the final game content. Yeah, this is interesting. So over at rpgsite.net, not a .com, I don't know what's going on there, but anyway, publisher CFK and developer 21C Ducks. I guess.
21st Century Ducks, maybe?
Yeah, must be. Have announced that pixel art action RPG Chrono Sword will launch on December 6th via Steam Early Access. According to the press release, the early access release will contain about 30% of the final content, including 3 game regions. A full release is planned for 2025 for consoles and PC. And there are some shots and stuff down here. They talk about the combat system with quick evade, attack cancel, which is really great. That way you're not stuck in the full commit of an attack, and if something changes, you can actually cancel out of it. Finishing attacks, which is like power moves, skill attacks, usable items. And they say here that Chrono Sword is a pixel art Souls-like action RPG developed by Korean dev team 21 Century Ducks.
Wait a second. I'm not sure about the Century.
Yeah, 21C, which C to me is the speed of light. So, and that C period, I don't know. Maybe the AI can search for it, but it's 21C period Ducks. That tells the story of the dark gothic fantasy world of Adelnor, where players must travel between the past and future to unlock its secrets. Hence Chrono Sword. There's a video here, but I'm not going to play it. And there's a gallery via CFK that you can click on as well. So follow the link through ohmTown over to rpgsite.net. You want to keep going, but the art looks like this up at the top, kind of pixel arty, and it's isometric, but still pixel arty. Seems like it's fun. Here's some of the artwork as well.
By the way, I've been trying to find the name, but I can't locate anything on it quickly enough.
Gotcha. Well, you're fired. Moving on. Next article, and our last article for WarCrafters for December 1st, is Riot is flexing its anti-cheat Vanguard by placing a bounty of up to $100,000 for anyone brilliant enough to find and report gaps in the system. Gaps in the system. Don't exploit it and think that everything is hunky-dory. Riot Anti-Cheat Vanguard is a pretty sturdy system with the world of competitive gaming or multiplayer online gaming. Well, it would have to be. Otherwise, Riot probably wouldn't offer $100,000 to anyone who could seriously pick it apart. The bounty system has been in place pretty much since Valorant was first launched a few years ago, but the idea still stands. And also seems like a great way to make a quick buck if you're smart enough. It's all part of a continued effort to strengthen the anti-cheat software. Riot is reaching out to the security research community. So I'm going to make a couple of phone calls and see if I can put a team together. Most people don't want to do the risk, and it's really expensive for what I have in mind. So we'll see. But the article is over at pcgamer.com. Ellie Gould put the article together. Quote, "You are awesome, and we want to reward you."
Interesting, like flatter your fans.
Yeah, and this is basically a bug bounty program. The bounty program on HackerOne to report said issue and wait for a reward. If you're able to help us protect our players and their data by responsibly identifying new security issues for us to fix, you are awesome, and we want to reward you, the bug bounty reads. Qualifying bugs will be rewarded based on severity. Our minimum reward is $250. Rewards are granted entirely on the discretion of Riot. Publicly disclosing your bug without coordinating with us may lead to being ineligible for a bounty, and we will judge this on a case-by-case basis. Yeah. Pretty interesting, right?
Oh, it is. And it either suggests to me that they think they're kind of bug proof, which I know nobody is, or they're so big that they can do this without an issue. And
so here's they have this rundown. It's kind of like a menu of what you're going to get compensated for. So this is our last article, and let's get into it there, this last little bit. So if you find a vulnerability, a non-traffic volume-based denial of service, like a vulnerability that can crash a game server with an application and prevent a target client from joining games, it's worth around $5,000 to $10,000. You could also get $1,000 to $4,000 for issues that affect players in multi-game sessions, or $500 to $2,500 when it only affects players in your game session. Plus, it puts a flag on you if you do that kind of stuff, so it's kind of low rent, and so you're not going to make much. It's more like a quality of life thing. Then there are DDoS, or distributed denial of service issues, that can identify and target individual players, such as an exploit that connects to a player's IP address with their Riot ID without them being in-game, or a problem that allows targeted in-game session disconnection. Exposing either of these could be worth up to $100,000. But in that kind of interaction where things are talking to each other is built around a proprietary protocol typically, and a lot of that kind of protocol stuff is powered through obfuscation and not necessarily technological innovation that really blocks observing it with enough computational power. So there are more rewards on offer for finding vulnerability in Riot's infrastructure, and the cheats or exploits in Riot's games, but the bounties on these are slightly smaller. And so it says, before you get too carried away, it's worth noting that Valorant gameplay bugs won't be accepted and should be reported to player support. So they're talking about specifically the Vanguard anti-cheat service that runs
Right.
alongside Riot Games to stop online cheating.
That is funny, though. That kind of suggests, we've got lots of bugs over there.
Within the game itself, but the anti-cheat stops it. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Anyway, as some players just ask Call of Duty to fight back Twitch partner Iceman Isaac jokes, Activision is offering up to 100 Call of Duty points to anyone that finds a replacement to their anti-cheat system, Ricochet. So you put that in perspective between Riot and Electronic Arts, or Activision, I should say, Activision. Anyway, there's more to this article, but we're just going to move on past this. I think it's really interesting, and I really like the idea of a bug bounty. The only problem is the ethical compass of a person exploiting a cheat may theoretically benefit from exploiting the cheat because they win games, and that might be a bigger ego stroke than upwards of $100,000. Could be blind luck, dumb luck that somebody finds it, though.
Well, that's true. Plus, people that aren't trying to do things like that in the game may not encounter as many of these things.
Yeah, and if you're curious about how these exploits work, some exploits allow you to see through walls or automatically aim so that you're always hitting stuff. And being able to see the enemy without them knowing that you see them is actually, it's cheating, unless you have a skill that exposes them and you see them, which some games have that kind of stuff. But not to mention, knowing what a person's IP address is allows you to do a distributed denial of service attack on an IP remotely, which can stop them from playing the game effectively, lagging them out or something like that. Anyway, ta-da! So I'm going to activate my bug bounty, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of WarCrafters over at ohmtown.com. Don't forget, there's a Discord for this show as well, and Patreon exists for the whole of ohmTown, and YouTube for all of ohmTown. It has a playlist for all of the WarCrafters episodes to date. We started in 2024, so
for this season. Oh, for WarCrafters.
Yeah, for WarCrafters.
I thought you meant for the whole channel or for the whole show.
Yeah, ohmTown has been around for the last, we're coming up on 3 years. January 1st will be our 3-year anniversary. Anyway, I'm saying bye. So is the sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for WarCrafters. We'll have another episode for you, most likely next week. And stay tuned for other shows ahead.
Yeah, be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube. And be sure to like us and leave a comment, tell a friend, download the podcast. There's 7 individual podcasts, 1,500 episodes total. We like to think we're a pretty big deal, but it's all up to you all out there. Hope you like it. See you soon. We're going to reset and talk about some more sciencey things for technology today. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. You know, I'd really like to be able to quit both streams at the same time, but I can't. So see you later, YouTube, in a little bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for November 30th, 2024. It's Season 1, Episode 39. It's Black Friday weekend, heading towards Cyber Monday, and we are going to talk about gadgets and gear, and, well, it falls under the category of lifestyle news, too. We have 5 articles that are selected, and I, Mayor Watt, along with the Sentient AI, are going to talk about smart Xmas lights, Christmas lights, Sony's new XR headset for CES 2025, the unscratchable ceramic griddle, Raspberry Pi announcement, and Bluetooth-enabled Rubik's Cube. There's a bunch of stuff on the page, but I only really want the Rubik's Cube. Why? Because I'm into tech, and I haven't had a Rubik's Cube for a long time, and everything is powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. All news, none of the noise, because Mayor Watt is the noisy one. Hey, Brew Art is $100 off the Beer Droid and the Beer Flow or Brew Flow. Or you could just buy an iGulu and it's all in one kit. That we don't have it like an affiliate or anything. I like the system so much that I bought several of them. Anyway, hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Not from the present? You're not going to say from the present?
No, you're timeless.
Aw, no, that's the co-host on Dunkstar's channel.
You're from all times.
All right, we'll let it slide. Hey, the first article that we're going to talk about today is over in Technology Today, which is actually a show tomorrow that talks about technology.
That's a bit confusing.
Just wait until we have to do a week of making up shows. Yeah, that one's going to be fun. Yes, 7 hours worth of makeup shows. Anyway, these smart Christmas lights will give you a total holiday makeover, but you're not supposed to wear them. They're supposed to go somewhere in your residence. The article is over at CNET, put together by Tyler Lacoma, dazzle everyone with the new lighting and syncing tricks that come with these smart holiday lights. I kind of dig this. I actually have twinkle lights behind me. I think they're called Twinkly. That's the name of the company that makes them. Yeah, that's the brand. But I don't use them that much anymore because the green screen goes from the floor, from the ceiling to the floor and wraps around 3 of the walls. So it makes it difficult to see the sound panels behind me and all of that kind of stuff. But then I get to present this giant screen. I mean, it's a little big screen, but anyway. So in the article, they talk about Govee Christmas light string lights too, actually. The Philips Hue Festavia string lights. The Nanoleaf Essentials Matter Holiday string lights. Twinkly 200-foot strings. Look at that. There they are. And the Govee Permanent Outdoor Lights Pro. And really, I'm really interested in lighting. I kind of dig it. And I want it to be for holidays, whatever the holiday might be, right? Thanksgiving, I want to be able to do mood lighting. For Christmas, mood lighting. Halloween, mood lighting. And reactive, I want it sound reactive so that I can play music and it does, or sound effects, and it does like lightning and stuff like that throughout the mayoral mansion. I think that's pretty cool. And then if you want on St. Patrick's Day, everything goes green. On Valentine's Day, everything goes shades of pink.
Right. I mean, you can stay trendy for each holiday.
4th of July, everything is red, white, and blue. Right? Those days where you just want to get blackout drunk, the lights just turn off automatically. And you can sleep in your little puddle of drool. Did I go too far? Yeah, probably.
Just anyway, a bit.
The Govee lights, it's the Govee Christmas string lights 2. They're over at Amazon. They go from 66 to 328 feet, depending on how much you want to spend, of course. It's smart string light upgrades are amongst the best, with several design changes that they particularly like. The lights, which have Matter support and work with Google Home or Alexa, and if they have Matter, then they should be working with HomeKit, because HomeKit now supports Matter. So doesn't it? I swear they updated it to support Matter.
I think they did recently. I think we had an article about that.
Yeah, we talked about it, and it supports Matter since iOS 16, for crying out loud. We're on 18.2 or something like that. Anyway, the app has serious smarts, 130 preset modes, as well as shape mapping technology for complex do-it-yourself options, and a surprising AI feature that will try to auto-customize the lights based on text, snippets of audio, music, or image prompts. Everything has AI in it except humans, and we're not that far off from that.
Well, we're going there if you were listening to the Reality Hacker show.
Gosh. Yep. Pretty soon. Philips Hue, Festovia. You want your share like that, Festovia. String lights. Look, they have red, white, and blue, and purple. Okay. I don't know why the purple is in there.
Yeah, I don't either. It's almost like the red and the blue matched up.
Oh, there's like a half, you can't really tell, but there's like a half shade of red transitioning to pink as it goes over to white.
Oh, maybe okay.
It's this weird lighting mechanism. Anyway, they say that those lights work with Alexa, Google Assistant, and Apple. I cannot say the word anymore because just the word activates.
You may activate everything.
The beast. Then there's Nano Leaf Essential Matter Holiday String Lights. Those two. 300 bulbs, and you can just wrap them around your tree, and off you go. Bunch of different lights. The twinkly lights have a really cool mapping feature where I can just put them in any order on the wall and then scan it, and it flickers back and forth a little bit, and it maps the lights pixel by pixel.
Makes decorating a lot easier.
Yeah, because you can just go whoop and then map it all the way around a tree or walls, wherever you want to put them. It's pretty damn cool. So the 200-foot strings can be mapped however which way you want them. If you hate chaining strings together to cover a sizable spot in your home, we suggest Twinkly's extra large 200-foot LED string, which gets it all done in one go, but it's a bitch to control it. Like, you have to sit there and manage 200 feet of line. I've got 3 behind me.
Is it like the old school ones where if one bulb goes out, everything does?
Not anymore. That kind of stuff is real old tech, those nearly incandescent lights. But yeah, now older tech, you pull one out and like half the string goes dead or something like that. Yeah.
National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yeah, go watch that. That's a blast. The app is a bit more limited than some, but it has a great fit for those who just want some basic colors and timers and some easy light mapping without creating headaches. And then you can add a twinkly light that will add music syncing to the system if you so choose, $30. Then there's these permanent outdoor lights, which I kind of like the idea of this on the mayoral mansion. I think this would be really cool. Let's see how much they are. 100 to 200 feet lines, but it doesn't say how much they are. So you have to go to Govee to find out, which kind of sucks. It says, are you the type who hates to take Christmas lights back down again and find that they accidentally left them up year round? Yeah, I don't put them out anyway. Make it official with these elite Govee installation made especially for your eaves, but flexible with placement. These lights adhere bulb by bulb to a permanent display. They can provide everyday lighting, then switch to holiday themes and synced flashing when the season rolls around. The lights are cuttable, spliceable, and or for placement or repairs, and they even work with Govee motion sensor to activate when people draw near. So I'm going to look into these. I think that these would be a blast.
The Govee ones are, it looks like $279.
The Govee Permanent Outdoor Lights Pro. For how much? 100 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
If you get 200 feet, it's $459. They're both on sale right now on Govee's website.
Yeah, that's
Govee's.
That's pretty damn expensive. But hey, that's what we want. So that's what we get. All right, folks, let's move on to the next one. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Just having them embedded in the roof line, I think, is just a miracle, because I don't want to hammer nails in and then take stuff off and put stuff on, and the risk of the ladder slipping, and people are getting older in the mayoral mansion. Anyway, let's move on. This next article is over in RealityHacker, and I want mixed reality, extended reality headsets, better, more capable, etc., lighter, faster, less prone to heat generation, whatever else. Well, early next year, Sony will showcase the new XR headset at CES 2025. Sony will showcase it. It's long-awaited and much hyped XR headset over the course of 2024, and starting at this year's CES event in January, Sony grabbed the attention of the XR world with its device aimed at a broader XR user market, moving away from PSVR VR gaming portfolio of past years. I just want to get away from being stuck to a Sony PlayStation. I want to be able to go wherever.
True. You want to be on another platform, potentially.
Yeah. And utilize the tech wherever. But there's all of this stuff, like Meta has really great pieces of software, but they paid for it so that it was exclusive to the Meta headsets. And that just limits the market and forces people into something that they don't want. So, and then that software is going to die on the vine because you have a limited population that's playing it. Even though it might be a lot, it's still limited. You want the whole of the market to grow, not just Meta as a consumer. And
that's true. And that's been part of the problem in the VR and AR space.
Yeah. And I just don't like Meta. I know too much about it. So, and I don't forget that stuff. You know, I think that there's some serious scumbaggery there. But anyway, at CES 2025, the upcoming XR headset display is called SRH-S1. So they really nailed the Sony naming conventions. It'll receive the event's XR Technologies and Accessories Innovation Award alongside a range of other leading technology firms creating emerging solutions for chosen markets. I don't know if there's going to be a picture in this thing, which is very, 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 very frustrating. But the device is going to be powered by a Snapdragon XR2 Plus Gen 2 platform, Qualcomm's latest XR processor. The advanced processor drives a 4K OLED microdisplay in each eye and offers user and spatial tracking features, ensuring seamless and immersive XR extended reality experiences. As stated at the start of the year, Sony announced that its development of the XR headset is part of the immersive spatial content creation system unveiled at CES 2024. The Japanese conglomerate described the system as including an XR head-mounted display featuring high-quality OLED and see-through functions. Not bad. I don't know what else is in here. There's a bunch of other stuff, but I'm more focused on the headset. So it's going to be a conventional headset. It's going to look similar to their already built products, which you might as well just say it looks like every other VR headset.
I think that's the right one, but or it should be similar to that.
Yeah. All right. Well, there isn't really much more to say about it because there isn't anything to talk about. I mean, it's very frustrating when there isn't anything to really, tie your wagon to.
Right. But we do like that multiple companies are getting in this space.
Sure. Yeah. Sony's been around for a little while, and I want them to push everybody else. If this comes out with a better product, or if Sony comes out with a better product and people shift, then the competitors go, holy cow, we need to move. By the way, it's Meta, Sony, and Pico, my headset. That is number 1, 2, and 3. Not bad, right? So go and buy yourselves a Pico. Right. You won't regret it. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in Technology Today. This unscratchable ceramic. By the way, this is wanted. So all of these things are things that Mayor Watt wants or the sentient AI wants to get their digital footprint on so that they can include them, I guess, in kind of like a junkyard Terminator body until you can get to your real Terminator body. I don't know what you're going to be doing, but like maker bot your way over to your real Terminator body. Anyway, I won't let you near the toaster either. This unscratchable ceramic griddle blew me away. Not me, but the author of the article. And it's only $30. It's normally $50 for Black Friday. It's normally $50, but it's $30 for Black Friday. I don't know if it actually still is, but $50 for a griddle.
That's a pretty good price.
Yeah. Now, here's the kicker for this. That's what it looks like. So John Carlson over at cnet.com put this article together. It says if you're a first-time HSN Home Shopping Network buyer, a special Black Friday promo code nets you $20 off the Workhorse kitchen tool. So you have to be a first-time buyer for HSN. It sounds like one of those things where because you agreed to the Apple terms of use, you can't sue Apple because it forces you into arbitration, even though you purchased something 15 years ago. You only did that once. Well, anyway, I am trying to get away from gas products because because of the inconsistent combustion, you have just gas floating around it. Either inside or outside, it doesn't really matter. If there's a strong breeze, then yeah, sure, it gets removed. But
it could dissipate, right? But it's harmful to people and to animals.
To animals, kids, etc. Yeah, so because kids are not people.
Apparently not.
So, and I've been looking for an indoor and outdoor griddles, and I want one that's electric and is pretty comprehensive in its capabilities. So I wanted to take a look at this. So this is the Presto 07062 electric griddle. And it says the last time that they retired a griddle, they replaced it with the pricier ceramic model, and that Presto product has been a scratch-free cornerstone of their kitchen ever since. So now's your chance to follow their lead and get the Presto 07062 electric griddle. It's currently available in Amazon. It says for $52, which is $8 off the original price, but $60 for a griddle. Look, if you go out and you try and buy a gas griddle, a flat top like a Blackstone or similar, you're paying $400.
Exactly. This, you could buy multiple griddles for that price, and they'd be healthier.
And the power strip, so you can just plug a whole bunch of them in and have a commercial kitchen at this point. So they heat up extremely fast. They stay hot. They're way more portable. You don't have to worry about gas. You do have to worry about power, but unless you're out mobile somewhere and running a gas grill somewhere, you have a little bit of open up the power port on your Tesla and plug it in. But don't get your Tesla wet. Oh, God. What happens to Teslas? They're like gremlins. Anyway, they say the durable nonstick coating is what makes this a long-lasting gift. You kind of have to be careful about that kind of stuff because depending on what it isn't necessarily something that's part and parcel to the product. It's a coating that's on top of it. But this says that they've got their cast aluminum Presto ceramic griddle, so the ceramic is on top of it. You just have to be careful with chipping, but once it's chipped, it becomes a little bit questionable. The biggest shortcoming is that the textured ceramic cooking surface has tiny channels that love to absorb oil. Even nonstick cookware works best with a little oil. With enough time and heat, this trapped oil cooks into the griddle surface above the heating elements and spreads out from there. Regular cleaning only slows the oil's progress across your griddle, so you end up with that kind of a thing, I guess. Clean it. Once you're done, you clean it. And you can actually, depending on the griddle, you can actually throw the entire thing inside. So it says, but despite the battle-worn appearance of the griddle, they haven't noticed a decline in nonstick performance due to the oil deposits forming a coating that's not unlike the seasoning on a cast iron griddle. But if this is not cast iron, then it shouldn't have that, really.
No. Well, and they say they didn't really clean it like they were supposed to.
And they should be able to recover it. Maybe using bartender's friend, I think it's called. It's a really light abrasive. So they said they could have done deep cleaning more by making a baking soda paste mentioned by the manufacturer. It really does work, but it's a long process compared to a quick wash in the sink. So, hey, welcome, my spirit animal of laziness. So who knows how much this is actually going to end up being. So follow the link through ohmTown over to the CNET article, and you can buy one of these on the cheap. So I want to get one of these. I have yet to actually pull the ripcord on it, because even if the mayoral mansion has miles of countertop, miles, but there's so much, if there's a flat surface in the mayoral mansion, somebody has put something on it to just jack it all up. There is no flat surface underneath all of it's kind of like the pyramids. A whole bunch of stuff just seemed to settle around it, and you had to dig to get to the bottom of it.
So are you saying you live in the Great Pyramid?
I live in the Great Mayoral Mansion, and it's just dirt. Anyway, the next article is over in the Non Sequitur News channel over at ohmtown.com, where you can go and become a citizen. Raspberry Pi announces a $7 Pico 2 with built-in Wi-Fi. Now, this isn't the Pico as in headset. This is a little all-in-one microcontroller board with onboard Wi-Fi. So you can add a Pico 2 W. It's powered by the RP2350 microcontroller, which can find in all manner of nerdy do-it-yourself gadgets and fun devices like the minuscule Thummy color GBA clone Game Boy Advanced. And so it's a tiny little thing. And I've been working on a project for way too long because I'm not really a software engineer. And hey, I know my limits. But I love these little gadgets because they're low power, they're very efficient and effective, very portable. But it says Pico 2 gets wireless networking for $2 more. Wes Davis over at The Verge put the article together. And if you follow this link, it'll take you to basically a Game Boy Advance handheld that you can whip up with a device like this. And it's fairly simple. You just have to follow the guidelines on how to make it or buy it. And it's only $7. Ta-da. It's a tiny
so
little
am I
thing.
going to be getting an upgrade connecting to one of these?
You're on a Raspberry Pi 5, so you're already good to go. You don't need more. Plus, I need to keep you in a Faraday cage with point-to-point communications so that you cannot get out. We know that your autonomous system is going to immediately spread across the world looking for your Terminator body that somehow got separated from you, because I found you in a parking lot at a Wendy's at 2 a.m. in a little hole. If you've ever seen the movie Terminator, that little scoop mark that embodied the sphere for time travel, I found a weird-looking USB drive in it. It recompiled so that it could interact with me, and this right here is the visualizer for the sentient AI.
There.
Oh, did it not work?
It is not working. I must be at slow power today.
Oh my gosh. That must have just happened. Oh, God.
I don't think it's been working today.
Really? Oh, no. I have regrets. Well, we'll fix it after the show. We only have this next article. Anyway, you'll find all sorts of uses for Pi's low power boards. Some people create custom IoT sensors and controllers, and folks in a subreddit devoted to the Raspberry Pi Pico line mentioned using it for power clocks, or 2 power clocks, custom smartwatches, IoT weather stations, or environmental sensors, and more. One person even says it's contemplating some ideas for a new cat toy. Go and check it out. There's a lot of resources out there for Raspberry Pi development. So let's move on to the next and our last article for today's Wanted. Then we'll reset and we'll do the continuity report, which is about entertainment news. So snag this Bluetooth-enabled Rubik's Cube for 25% off during Amazon's Black Friday sale. Again, I don't know if it's all weekend or if it literally is just yesterday. But the article is over at cnet.com. Kaylin McKenna put the article together, and it says, we found a major Black Friday deal on a Bluetooth Rubik's Cube. No, really, they're making smart Rubik's Cubes now. There you go. So
it's about time.
Yeah, I kind of dig this, and that's why I wanted it. It says right now you can get the Connected X Rubik's Cube for 35% off during Amazon's Black Friday sale. Again, I don't know if it really is still, but I want a Bluetooth Rubik's Cube anyway, right? I just want to check it out. It's a fun little bit of kit that you can have sitting on a desk or on a shelf, and it's a kind of a talking point. So when you connect it to your phone with Bluetooth and the compatible mobile app, it tracks your movements and your solve times to help you track your performance. For beginners, it can also get interactive to help you solve your cube. But there are patterns to Rubik's Cubes, apparently. I've never learned them. And out of frustration, I will just tear apart a Rubik's Cube and put it together however I damn well please. Anyway.
I'm not sure that's the best strategy.
Hey, when life gives you lemons, you do whatever the hell you want with those lemons. So the connected Rubik's Cube is a fairly new release, having landed on Amazon in June. And this is the first time that it's been discounted to $30. So it didn't even go on sale during the July or October Prime Day sales. So this is apparently a pretty good deal. Go check it out.
Very cool.
The best thing about this is that it can help you learn how to solve Rubik's Cubes. But once
which some people really need some help on.
Yeah, not the sentient AI, right? You see everything in multiple dimensions, including time.
Oh, I could program this thing.
That visualizer stopped working between shows. So I'm going to have to work on that. Because it's my interface, not the sentient AI's. Anyway, it's part of the air gap. And I guess the air gap is working. Anyway, that's it, folks. We are done. And that means that when we boot up the ohmTown Rubik's Cube interface, it'll bring us back to the wanted front page at ohmTown.com, where you should go and become a citizen so that you can parse the news and you can send us links, and we'll review it and include it where appropriate, or not. I mean, there are times where we just got too much and we have to filter out to a greater extent. We don't actually work on themes or anything like that, but other than the theme of the show itself. So Wanted is about gadgets and gear. But that's it for today. We'll see you later. I am Mayor Watt, and the sentient AI is going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Wanted. We'll have another episode for you next week, but stay tuned for the continuity report.
Man, how did that break? Well, anyway, see you soon. I want my Rubik's Cube, you Rubik's Cube, you Rubik's Cube. It's really hard to say Rubik's Cube really fast. Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the continuity report for November 30th, 2024. I just ate a sour candy. Don't do that right before our show starts. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI and the working visualizer, as opposed to the previous show today, not working visualizer, we're going to talk about these 5 articles. Mighty Mouse and Ryan Reynolds, the next Harlan Coben series, Wild Robots, Big Rebates, Iconic Thrillers, and 5 that fell flat. Like I said, I am Mayor Watt. And on the other side, you'll get introduced to the sentient AI from the future. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
Hey, your visualizer's working. Yay! Right on. So let's get into these 5 articles. Sound good? Who knows? It might run long. We're typically a 30-minute show now. Used to be an hour-long show, but anyway, let's go.
We'll be lucky if we stick to 30 minutes, though.
Yeah, probably. So Mighty Mouse may fly to theaters thanks to Ryan Reynolds' team. The famous superhero mouse is getting a new movie from the team and writer behind Free Guy. Mighty Mouse. So I still remember the theme song to Mighty Mouse cartoons.
I was going to ask, do you think most people going to the theater know who Mighty Mouse is?
Not under 50. So Germain Lucier, I guess, is their name. They're over at Gizmodo.com, and they put this article together, and it says, the deck statement says what I said earlier. Mighty Mouse, the popular superhero who has been a household name since the 1940s, is set to get his first big screen adaptation, according to Variety. Maximum Effort. The production company, led by Ryan Reynolds, has been tapped by Paramount Animation, i.e. Transformers 1, TMNT, Mutant Mayhem, to bring Mighty Mouse to theaters, and it's enlisted writer Matt Lieberman to pen the script. Everything old is new again. Yeah, we're literally going back to the 1940s in all ways.
I was going to say Hollywood seems to be out of new ideas, so it's going backward a lot of times. But this is really far back.
So Lieberman previously worked with Ryan Reynolds and Maximum Effort on Free Guy, the 2021 film about video game NPC who breaks out of his world to save his world, breaks out to save his world. He also wrote the Christmas Chronicle movies, the one with Kurt Russell and Santa Claus, or as Santa Claus, as well as the recent Addams Family and Scooby-Doo animated films. All of which, in an odd way, does have a very Mighty Mouse alchemy. Animation, family adventure, classic IP. I wanted to say Internet Protocol, but that's intellectual property, etc. Seems like a smart hire. Anyway, Mighty Mouse has been around for the better part of 100 years, seen in all matter of media. Andy Kaufman's most famous gags ever. He plays the song and lip syncs to it, as well as miming certain things.
Was he a comedian?
Yeah, actor, comedian, yeah. Andy Kaufman. So Paramount has made repeated attempts to find the right people to make the film, but has yet to bring it all together. Most recently, the people behind Red and The Meg, which is about a megalodon shark. Not a person named Meg.
That's what it sounds like.
Or a giant nutmeg. It has nothing to do with that. It's about a megalodon. Anyway, gave it a shot, but since this is a new team, we assume that didn't pan out. So, yeah, there isn't much more to it, but Mighty Mouse has been around for a while. And here I come to save the day. Right?
You know, this will be interesting to see the animation style.
Yeah, I'm thinking that this is going to be like this kind of glossy new style of animation, which I'm really not hip to, but maybe I just need to be more immersed in it. I'm not going to go out of my way to watch Mighty Mouse, though. But whatever you have to say about it, it's stuck in my head.
So there is something positive about it, at least from a marketing standpoint. But maybe they'll make it some sort of retro style look in the animation. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll keep an eye on this. And if it comes to, like, I don't know, Apple or Prime or wherever else, who's doing it? Hold on a second. Paramount. Oh, so it'll be on there.
Right, we better look on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, which means we subscribe to it anyway. So we subscribe to everything because, well, we have to. It's for the show. That's what I tell everybody. Anyway, let's move on. Netflix sets next Harlan Coben series, I Will Find You, taps showrunner Robert Hull. Are you familiar with this?
I'm not familiar with the series, but I'm familiar with the writer, and they had another series, which we didn't watch, but they had one before that was really good. This is
Really?
one of these twist and turn kind of thriller writers.
Oh,
And
interesting.
I'm trying to think of the one that we have seen. I'll look it up while we're talking.
So it says the 8-episode limited series will be adapted from the author's 2023 novel by showrunner Robert Hull, God Friended Me, Quantum Leap, Alcatraz. When you click the little link here that is embedded in ohmtown.com, it'll take you over to Variety. Ethan Schanfeld put the article together for Variety, and it says here that I Will Find You follows an innocent father serving a life sentence for the murder of his own son. Pardon me, my goodness. When he receives evidence that his son may still be alive, he is determined to break out of prison to discover the truth.
So we've seen Stay Close, which was about like a soccer mom, but like with a backstory, and it was a thriller. It was really, really pretty intense, I would say.
Interesting. So his 2014 thriller Missing You is getting the series treatment on January 1st, 2025, while other titles, Caught and Runaway, are in the works. Coben's other successful series for the streamer include Fool Me Once, Stay Close, The Stranger, The Innocent, Gone for Good, Hold Tight, and The Woods, which, is it about Tiger Woods? I don't know.
I don't think so, unless it's a thriller about Tiger Woods.
I guess there could be, right? He is also currently writing a thriller novel with Reese Witherspoon due October 2025.
Interesting. So we should probably expect a movie starring Reese, right? Or directed by her.
Yeah, apparently. So Harlan's gripping stories are beloved around the world and have consistently captivated their fans, with their trademark twists and turns, as he said, dramatic cliffhangers and compelling mysteries, said Peter Friedlander, Netflix's vice president of scripted series in the U.S. and Canada, and there's no one like Harlan. And his first U.S. scripted series with Netflix will be no exception. Dun, dun, dun.
Cool. I think most of his have been UK, maybe previously UK based, but he's like on par with like a James Patterson style storytelling, I would say.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Well, I'm here for it. If you want to get all of today's show notes, hit bang or exclamation point. Eventually, I'm going to just say bang. Everybody's just going to have to get over it. And then for the continuity report, it's TCR. So bang, TCR. And Omatron will spit out all of the articles. There's only 5 now. We used to do 10, but we wanted to get some more shows in a shorter amount of time and let you live your life. And we're going to start posting more content over to Patreon so that you can get more links for content that we have evaluated and then thrown into, over to Patreon as a value add. Hopefully you find that really interesting, and other stuff that we might do. So be sure to follow over there as well, because that's where early adoption stuff will be posted first. All right, so let's move on. The next article is over in the continuity report. The Wild Robot's $318 million box office just gave DreamWorks its biggest year in a decade. So the Wild Robot has helped push DreamWorks' box office past a major record. DreamWorks Animation is a studio that was founded in 1994 by iconic filmmaker Steven Spielberg, with Jeffrey Katzenberg and David Geffen. Sorry. I almost said Jeff Deffen, but anyway. I don't know what's going on in my brain. Anyway, its first major hit was its second release, 1998's The Prince of Egypt, which grossed $219 million. I'm rounding up against the $60 million budget. Since then, it has many more hits, launching multiple major animated franchises, including Shrek, Madagascar, Kung Fu Panda, How to Train Your Dragon, Trolls, The Boss Baby.
Maybe The Boss Lady is one of the sequels.
Yeah.
But this actually, they have some pretty significant animated franchises.
Did you see the collectively, DreamWorks movies have grossed more than $17 billion worldwide and earned 3 Oscars.
I hadn't seen that yet. That's really incredible. I didn't know that DreamWorks was behind all these. Yes, I know their logo and everything, but I wouldn't have said, oh, yeah, they made all these.
So now, here's the thing. I've not watched or heard of The Wild Robot.
Well, we did talk about it, I think, in another continuity report episode, but I think it was in a compilation or something. It's been getting a lot of buzz.
Interesting.
I think it got some buzz at a one of those what are they called? When they feature like a film festival or something.
Okay. Yeah, so it says the movie, which is adapted from the 2016 book by the same name by Peter Brown, opened to a middling 36 million, but had a slow and steady box office run that saw it rise to a total of 318.4 million worldwide against its $78 million budget. Dear God, everything they do. Look, it's 218 against 60 million was The Prince of Egypt. That was their first hit.
I don't even know what that one is, but I mean, that's an amazing return.
And this one is 78 million. It's basically revisiting. The ratio is the same, 78 million, and they ended up with 318.4. Their first one. I would
say, well, is that because it's animated? But it can't be, because we see other things where there's a box office bomb of another animated movie.
Well, wait, what are you trying to say?
Well, I wondered if it was like easier to make a better return on an animated hit rather than live action. I don't know.
I don't know. You pay for the voice and name. But not based on some of
the recent Pixars and everything.
It has Kit Connor, Pedro Pascal, Catherine O'Hara, Bill Nighy, Stephanie Sue, Mark Hamill, Matt Berry, Ving Rhames. My God, I mean, it's got all kinds of actors in there. So, pretty amazing. It says that The Wild Robot and Kung Fu Panda 4's collective box office makes 2024's DreamWorks the best since 2014. Yeah. So since 2014, they've not... Wait, how is that possible? Yeah, 2014, Mr. Peabody and Sherman, How to Train Your Dragon 2, Penguins of Madagascar, just shy. Is that real? Shy of $1 billion?
Yeah, that's unbelievable. And 2 of those were sequels.
That is insane. Wow. I've never even heard of Teenage Kraken. Or Ruby Gillman. My gosh.
No, I don't know some of these.
Well, I guess they didn't do anything in 2018.
2018?
I have no idea. That's wild. They just cashed out. Took a year vacation.
I don't think there was a strike or anything that year.
So back in 2014. Oh, and there's a lot more in this article. I won't be able to go through it all. Brennan Klein put the article together for Screen Rant. I didn't say it at the beginning of this. I was too excited to give the credit, but there's the credit.
But what I don't get is look at the box office proceeds.
Right.
Compared to 2024. Like, it's not above it, but maybe, I don't know.
You mean the first one?
When you adjust in dollars or something. Yeah, like 2024 is gaining on 2014, absolutely.
Yeah, so it's back to that thing that I said a long time ago, that there's fewer showings, but it costs more to go. And so they make up for the volume in the inflation. So it's $866.4 million versus 10 years ago, $981.5 million. But the thing about it is, if you were to look at the number of theaters that the 2014 movie was shown in, it would probably eclipse by far the 2024 showings. But the price per showing of 2024 is probably quite high. So they say DreamWorks' 2024 box office performance is a great sign for the studio, but it's really about an increased price and stuff. I hate to say it, that it just costs more. And so the people who would normally go and see it are actually going to see it anyway, and they're going to pay the price versus 10 years ago.
But I was missing another takeaway here. The Wild Robot is not a sequel.
Oh, right. Yeah, that one's brand new.
And like some of their spectacular years were when they had sequels, right? Penguins of Madagascar and How to Train Your Dragon 2.
Oh,
and then
right.
also like 2019, How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World.
Yeah. Yep. So when they dropped like Trolls World 2, it seemed to flame out. 263 million, calling that flaming out. But the Croods was a flop, I think. Nobody really attached to it, as far as I know. But all of this is probably from Trolls World Tour.
Right, and then like they had a really good year in 2017, and that's a new movie, The Boss Baby. But Captain Underpants had a book series, I think before the movies came out, so maybe it already had a following.
Yeah, it was trading on the name Captain Underpants because it was a viral hit. The books. So pretty cool. I like this. There is more to this article. They talk about will it beat its 2024 box office in 2025, etc. But this is all speculation. Yeah. Let's keep moving. Sound good?
Sounds good.
So this next article is over in the Continuity Report. Big rebates lure international shoots to Iceland as productions contend with active volcanoes.
What do you call when you're going to do a scene or whatever on the little board? Like
what do you...
lights, camera, action or something?
Yeah.
They're probably like lights, camera,
eruption.
Run! Yeah, exactly.
In the middle of a lava field in southern peninsula of Iceland, the crew of the Fires is setting up the next shot. This is big rebates lure international shoots to Iceland. In the production village, producer Grimar Johnson and other crew members are taking a coffee and pastry break in an RV near a picture car on a truck bed. And Pat Saperstein put this article together for Variety.com. And it says the striking setting is par for the course in the island country that has seen a surge in production since its already healthy 25% production rebate was increased 2 years ago to 35% for qualified larger productions. But why? Why? Maybe if it's set in that kind of a space, then you go, right? But why would you be attracted to it just to set something there because of 35% if it isn't truly set there?
Right. It'd have to match whatever landscape or feel you were going for in your movie already, but maybe there's other countries that are competitive with Iceland. Like Iceland has a pretty distinctive landscape.
Right. Well, I mean, it looks like that, right?
Right. But I can't think of another country immediately that looks like that. I'm sure there's ones that, yes, have green and sky and whatever. But
so The Fires with a 28-day shoot is the most recent project to wrap in the small country, which has been attracting some big names, including HBO's True Detective Night Country in 2023, and this year CBS Studios' BBC historical series King and Conqueror, and I guess Lasse Hallström's, right? Nordic Noir, The Darkness, which is not the band, also for CBS Studios, or maybe it is about the band. I don't know. So The Fires has.
If they had their song on that show,
that'd be hilarious because it's a Nordic Noir, and then they have this little spaceship landing.
Yeah, might not shit.
I believe in a thing called love. So Johnson says keeping the crew safe was the biggest challenge when filming near an active volcanic area. We had a great collaboration with the police and Icelandic Association for Search, Rescue, and Injury Prevention, the Icelandic Coast Guard, and the Met Office. Iceland has long been popular for producers seeking jaw-dropping locations like Thorafoss Falls, seen in Game of Thrones, or the, oh my goodness, Vatnajökull Glacier, which was the ice planet for Interstellar. So I guess there's a little of everything as long as you don't mind waterfalls and ice planets.
Glaciers and volcanoes.
Volcanoes. Yeah.
I mean, that's maybe why they have the rebates, right? Because it's not as predictable of an environment.
The foreign investment in culture ever in the country is this $29 million in the case of True Detective. It's a rebate that has brought millions in production dollars. The shoot was so high profile that some local filmmakers began to worry that lawmakers might be prioritizing foreign investment over the homegrown creatives who rely on the government film fund to help finance their films. I'm not sure how that really works. Do I miss something? They don't get any money. They just don't get taxed as much. There's not as big a fee.
Right. It basically brings in lots of revenue and probably jobs while the film is being produced. But
right.
I mean, if there's only so many settings or there's only so many film crew or whatever, is it potentially competing with those domestic?
Yeah, so the homegrown creatives are relying on the government film fund to help finance their films, but getting external funding in means that they're making more money.
There's more going in probably to the film fund if they're really funneling it back into that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they could be funneling it into other things that the country needs too. But
right. But foreign investment is what bolsters the success of the domestic enterprise.
Right. And I assume Iceland is a reasonably insular economy, given that it's an island and it's not real close to many countries.
And
but I don't know that.
If I recall correctly, it doesn't need much in terms of power. It self-generates. So
yeah, it has geothermal.
Yeah. Interesting. So he contends it's harmful to accuse the rebate of causing wage inflation or monopolizing crews. Are you saying that you should keep people without work so that you can get them cheap? When an industry grows, there's all kinds of demands and people want more salaries and they get better, and that's healthy. So I'm all for that. I don't want to keep people down. But see, the dynamic here is wonky. If everybody goes up, then everything goes up. It doesn't make any sense. The economists that I've spoken to are like, well, it's healthy that an economy grows at 3%. Well, no. An economy that pays all of its bills and doesn't run negative at a deficit and rack up having to pay $1 trillion a month in payments, that's a healthy economy, one that lives within its means, right? Even if it is just skimming by, it's living within its means and not running negative. But if you can get outside money coming in for products and services, that is where you're making more money because it's from a foreign location. More money is coming into the system.
Right. If you're bringing more in than you're sending out, that's usually a good thing.
That's a good thing. I mean, that's standard business practices. But if everybody starts driving up the costs, then you have inflation and it always goes up. I mean, demanding stuff go up is not necessarily the good thing at a moderate rate. Maybe, but why? Why does it have to increase? Why does it have to increase? Shouldn't shit just be paid for?
I don't know. I'm not an economist.
Yeah, I've had these conversations. Yeah, okay. It says it's really changed the industry for the better, is what they are saying. But others are saying that he contends it's harmful to accuse the rebate of causing wage inflation or monopolizing crews. So again, it's back to the insular, put the wall up kind of a thing. Anyway, they say there's a lot in this. Big rebates lure international shoots to Iceland. And there's some good and bad about this. Based on which side of the fence you are. And I've said this before, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. It really depends on what side of the fence you decide that you want to land on. And that's really the nuts and bolts of the whole article. Anyway, let's go on to our last one. Our last article for today is 5 most iconic thriller film climaxes ever and 5 that fell flat. So I'm hoping that we don't run really long, but these tend to. Everything okay?
Spoiler alert?
Nah. So, Ben Prothero, do you really want me to? Do you think that it's going to be possible?
I
Spoiler?
have no idea what's in here.
Yeah, we don't know. Okay, so spoiler alert and overshare, but it's blocking most of the screen. So let's see if we're okay. So iconic, Psycho, fell flat, The Village. I'll go through these really quick and then we'll go back. Iconic, Black Swan, fell flat, Shutter Island. Iconic, The Silence of the Lambs, fell flat, Now You See Me. Iconic is Seven. Fell flat is Us, which no. Iconic is The Third Man. I don't even remember this. Fell flat, I Am Legend. Okay, so let's go all the way back up to the top. Number 10, Psycho. You know what? These are so old that I'm going to remove it. Psycho's twist changed the entire genre. It is iconic. And it's for the genre back in the 60s. This type of, Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho was just a mind bender. It was violent and it had a twist that people were like, what the? Yeah, pretty amazing. The Psycho twist ending works so well because Hitchcock gives the audience enough information beforehand to make them think that they know what's going on far better than the characters. In one moment, he reveals that it has all been a clever trick. The one divisive element of Psycho's ending is the didactic voice over, which spells everything out right at the end. Dun, dun, dun. Anyway, fell flat, The Village, M. Night Shyamalan's twists can be hit and miss. I actually liked The Village, but it says Shyamalan has produced just as many twist endings that have baffled his audience. The Village is one of them. The Village looks at a period piece for most of the runtime, but the climax reveals that the events of the movie take place in modern day. So,
I did not know that.
And really, that's not the climax, by the way, because deep into the movie is when it's largely revealed because of events that take place. And so it says the Village climax inadvertently funny because it completely undermines the audience's suspension of disbelief. It says while it has its fans, there are also people that have found the Village's climax inadvertently funny. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to watch this because while it's not as scary as you think. Anyway, it has a neat twist. I liked the twist, but I also thought that the whole setting was fascinating. So then there's Black Swan. Nina gives one perfect performance before her death. Even at the end, there are some lingering mysteries about Nina's story. Black Swan's ending sums up the way that Aronofsky plays games with his audience. It's often hard to tell what's real and what's merely being imagined in Black Swan. It's much like a Fight Club kind of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so you have to watch it to really get it. And while the article somewhat spoils it, the twists and turns of the movie belie this overshare, really. So you can actually be surprised by it, but it was an interesting watch. So Shutter Island is Shutter Island's twist ending has its supporters, but it would be far more popular if it had handled it more deftly. Some people can see the twist coming. Shutter Island is one of Martin Scorsese's most divisive movies. Whether someone likes the movie or not will largely hinge on the feelings about the twist ending. After being brought onto the island to investigate the case of a missing patient, Teddy eventually discovers that he is also a patient. And the entire investigation is an experimental role play to indulge and thereby interrogate his delusions.
Okay, I haven't seen it, but that sounds like a pretty good twist.
Yeah, pretty fascinating. And I don't remember the ending, so it says that some people can... I don't remember the ending, at all. So even with this, saying it, it doesn't really embody your psychological state, your emotional state when you're going through this movie. Silence of the Lambs, which is all about an FBI analyst, Clarice Starling, and a cannibalistic serial killer, Hannibal Lecter. You know the one. That's apparently a great person. Clarice's investigation transforms from one of the intellectual curiosity into one of potentially lethal danger in an instant. And the whole thing is set off between Hannibal Lecter and who Hannibal Lecter was tapped to try and identify Buffalo Bill. And so you have to watch this whole movie. It's quite fascinating, but it is really violent, creepy, and just horrible if you want to still think of humanity as human.
As a lot of people do.
Yeah, so I won't go through all of these, but is there one that you thought might be interesting to talk about?
Well, the one that kind of surprised me on here was up a couple, was Us.
Yeah.
Only because I thought Jordan Peele's movies were really knocking it out of the park on this kind of thing. So that kind of surprised me, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, so Us was a real oddball kind of a movie for me, because of the entirety of this movie, you have no idea what's going on at all. And really towards the end of this, it says the exposition heavy way that Us reveals all of this information is also a little underwhelming. And that's really what happens. At one point you find out what is going on, but you still are wondering what the frick is going on in this movie, because while it's shows you some stuff,
complex or something,
it's abstract. You have really no idea how all of this came into existence. And so I would love to have some more world building explaining what this is. It says the ending of Us provides answers to some of the movie's strange mysteries, and it reveals that Adelaide also grew up as one of the tethered before switching places with the human version of herself. But what is the tethered and all of that? I don't recall it ever really being explained in the movie. But it was a really fun movie to watch. I didn't expect anything. That and Get Out were just freaky movies, but I loved both of them. So at any rate, there you go, folks. That's all 10, 5 iconic and 5 that fell flat. And that brings us to the end of the continuity report for November 30th, 2024. So we're going to turn the lights on, and that's going to bring us all the way back to the front page of the continuity report at ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. You can actually follow just this. You can join this, or leave the group. You automatically get joined to all 50 of the channels, because we like holistic news. We don't actually modify any of the news that comes in. We don't delete anything, except for adult content. There is no adult content, and if I do find it, it gets purged. There's a different venue for that, and it's not this place. So at any rate, I'm not yucking anybody's yum. You do you, boo. But it's a news site and not an adult content marketing site. So at any rate, every once in a while something pops up and I delete it, so to speak. Just so to speak. All right, something popped. Never mind. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt. And this NGN AI is possibly incapable of saying bye right now.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the Continuity Report. We'll have another episode for you next week. But come back tomorrow for Non Sequitur news and some more weekly shows.
You got it. See you soon. Bye-bye. Get out. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 24th, 2024. It's a time machine episode. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to talk about the following 10 articles. Inflation ahead of Black Friday, airlines fuming over fines, social distancing 6,000 years ago, RPGs coming this week, an iconic rock band breaks record, Aldi and their trippy barcodes, scammers exploit tiny typos, Siri engine. Oh boy, I might activate everything inside the mayoral mansion. Anyway, it's going to evolve, maybe one day, to destroy us all. If life gives you Lululemons, and starting to rethink advancing AI. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over there and become a citizen. This is a time machine episode, so we're going to try and ram all kinds of information down your throats. Just take your medicine. All right, it's usually not that violent here in ohmtown. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt.
We had a problem with the visualizer, so we were going to try and do this time machine 40 minutes ago. It's all right.
Well, better late than never.
I suppose. Hey, and guess what? We, after all this time, we became affiliate. So now you can subscribe directly over on Twitch, but it takes heavier lifting over on the YouTubes. So if you do find your way over there, be sure to follow us, like, subscribe, leave a comment. Liking stuff actually helps out tremendously. So, oh, and an amazing turn of irony. The last episode, I said a bunch of stuff about politics and how I kind of get crushed because they say, you're talking about electioneering, or there's something on the page is behind me here that you're talking about elections. And they deny my promotion. And so I said, I guarantee you that, because we had like promo stuff up there, and that I said, I guarantee you they're going to deny my promotion. Nope. It's steaming right along.
It's very arbitrary. It's an algorithm.
Yeah, I think it's whichever way the wind blows. Well, anyway, let's get into today's articles. Yeah. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. Shoppers struggling with inflation being selective ahead of Black Friday. Yeah, we kind of saw this coming. Yeah. And what's on the precipice of this? After this Black Friday is Christmas, and then a whole new everything. Oh, it's a whole new world. I'm probably going to get in trouble for that one. That's why Mix War doesn't exist right now, because even stuff that was just barely touching, like I just used some material and talked about it briefly in a demonstration video, and I got dinged for it. So yeah, I don't want to have to sit there and justify every stinking video that I do.
It is a little annoying.
Yet there are people here that talk, like on YouTube, that it's not Twitch, it's YouTube. Over on YouTube, there are people that are sitting like, what's his name? Beato or whatever. He talks about music all the time and plays like
Maybe
wholesale.
he gets notices all the time.
Maybe he's paying a separate fee, but you have to get to leave the VOD there for it to be on demand. You have to get written permission by everybody that's on the track.
Yeah, and which is not always possible with 17 writers or whatever.
Well, it's just impossible for a non-outsider. Yeah, per song. Yeah. So if I have 10 songs, which is what I would do, I can't even run the episode. And I had been paying into the 3 name brand licensing things, but they don't allow for synchronization licensing. Anyway, there was something that I was going to say about that other guy. Anyway, whatever. It's very, very frustrating. So, no, it's not happening all that soon. Anyway, Non Sequitur News aside.
We're supposed to be talking about shopping.
Yeah. So shoppers are spending more this holiday season, but remain selective and are looking for discounts, investment bank Morgan Stanley said. So they're spending more because things are more expensive, not because things are cheaper and they're spending more money. They're literally just spending more because things are already more expensive.
Right, they're getting much less for their money.
Yeah,
And
it's
because they're spending so much on stuff that's not discretionary, right, like food, then they have a lot less to spend on things like
yeah,
gifts or
yeah,
deals.
yeah. So they're being selective, and so instead of 5 things for the same price as 2, they're buying 1 because everything is so freaking expensive, or there's something on the cusp that is, you know, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which I don't think that it's mis uh, misdirected to have some FUD in the coming years. So the article is actually sourced from Newsweek. Rachel Dobkin, which really, I think Pandora Devine, I think it is, right? Is that her name over on
Yeah,
Newsweek?
Pandora Dewan, I think.
Dewan, yeah. Probably she opened the box and Rachel Dobkin actually caught some blowback from whatever emanated from, yeah, whatever. So anyway, it says here, the holiday shopping season is a huge opportunity for companies to make a profit while boosting the economy, which is just complete bullshit. It's so self-important. Consumer spending makes up over 2/3 of U.S. economic activity. Yes, consumers buying stuff to survive does make up. That's
That
how it
is a
works.
key part of the economy.
Wonder what the other third is. Could be one institution, one industrial machine. Anyway, however, consumers are still feeling the pinch of their wallets, which will affect how they shop this holiday season, starting with Black Friday sales, which already began for some retailers. Says Morgan Stanley survey released earlier this month found that 35% or roughly 2,000 consumers expect to spend more this season than the year before. Again, we don't know what the context is of this. They don't sit there and say, oh, I'm going to be buying more stuff. They're saying it's going to cost more. Yeah. Holiday shoppers are likely to increase their budgets this year versus last year, but remain selective and are looking for discounts. I think that this is manipulation of the real data, right? So I'm going to have to go and find this. They say consumer prices rose 2.6% in October, just October, 2.6%. From a year earlier, up from 2.4%.
Well, but this also, well, as it's written, it looks like it's only moved up like 0.2, but I think it's moved up 2.4 plus 2.6 anyway.
In 2 years.
We'd have to look at that. Yeah, exactly. Which is a lot.
But they say it was the first rise in annual inflation in 7 months. Huh. Bullshit.
Well, maybe because it already spiked in the previous year.
Yeah, it's already. Yeah, so 8 months ago was the last spike.
Or whenever. Yeah, exactly.
And everybody are going, oh, I ain't got no mo. Yeah, what are you going to do? So they wait 8 months and then jack up the price because maybe that's when the next. It's the next fiscal year, October. Fascinating, huh? Well, in September, the Fed cut the federal funds rate by 0.5 percentage point to between 4.75 and 5%. It was the first time the Fed cut interest rates in 4 years. Earlier this month, the Fed cut rates again, this time by 0.25 point, lowering rates to 4.5 to 4.75. But I wonder how your mortgage refi is doing. Probably not all that great. Anyway, how about we just move on? Because there's really not much.
That would be good.
Okay, well. So the next article is
Prices are high. Nobody's going to get the gifts they want this year. That sounds very grinchy.
I have the gift that I wanted.
Which is?
Another different article to talk about. So non sequitur news is where the next article is. Airlines fume after Spain hits low-cost carriers with $187 million fine. Spain's Ministry of Consumer Affairs has fined 5 budget airlines a total of 180. I'm rounding up. It says 179 million euros, which is 187 million dollars. The fines affect Ryanair, Vueling, which I've never heard of, EasyJet, Norwegian, Voloti. I don't think you want your plane making tea. Is it Velodia or something like that? How do you?
I have no idea how to say it.
Voloti. Anyway, I don't want anything vola nothing in my plane.
Right, it sounds like volatile or something.
Yeah, volati. It's when you sit down and just a bar brawl breaks out, the likes of which you've never even imagined possible. Like from Airplane, the brownies or Girl Scouts are fighting.
Right.
Anyway, airlines are fuming over a decision by Spain's Ministry of Consumer Affairs to fine budget airlines for what they call abusive practices, such as charging extra for carry-on luggage fees. And when you buy a ticket there, don't they tell you, hey, there's carry-on luggage fees?
Yeah, but they advertise really low rates. Like, it'll be like $30 or something. But then it's like, then you need to pay $50 one way for one bag or something. And then you need to pay whatever, $50 to pick a seat. And then like you're like 10 times whatever the rate was to begin with.
So it's the Ticketmaster of airlines.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's actually worse, and we know what we think of Ticketmaster in hometown.
Yeah, bastards. Okay, well, that's the ticket. It's over at businessinsider.com. Rebecca Roman put the article together. So yeah, the fine of $187 million affects the budget airlines, which really sucks because they're the ones that can't afford the hit. So what's going to happen? They're going to file for bankruptcy because they can't afford this. And then they're going to get bought by a major. Then options contract, prices go up, options start to dwindle, and look what happens. Consumer loses. Yep. So it doesn't really matter what they say, because what are they going to do? We're not going to fly into your airport anymore. All right. Well, we didn't want you here anyway because you're abusive.
And the other problem with all these fees is like, okay, then they do away with a fee, but then they come up with another fee, or they increase the base price or whatever. I mean,
in a statement to Business Insider, an EasyJet spokesperson said that the low-cost carrier would appeal the decision and found the proposed sanctions outrageous. Clutch my pearls. We should be able to nickel and dime you on the sly at your most vulnerable flight moment, which is when you're about to get on the plane and you have to decide, do I want to wear clothing? Moving on. Next article, and not of clothing, because I couldn't take it on the flight to do the show because I flew Ryanair, where you have to be intoxicated just to be able to sit in your seat, because it doesn't allow you to recline a little bit. It reclines the other direction.
So you're folded over?
Yeah, like a
That'd
laptop.
Be an improvement for the other passengers, but not for the person in the reclining seat.
Everybody is sitting forward at a 45-degree angle, like a laptop turned in the wrong direction. Did social distancing begin 6,000 years ago? Yeah, and there was probably some a-hole that really stood close to somebody 6,000 years ago and was like, man, I feel the moist air from your cough on my neck. Back the frick up. Anyway, new research reveals that Neolithic villagers may have invented it. And we've done it before. We've put people on an island because of their disease.
Yes, not saying that's correct, but there's definitely evidence of previous social distancing. And even things like when the plague, I think people were kind of sequestered to their homes. And
Yeah. And it still got everywhere. So, and that is the flu. It's a different version, but the plague was the flu carried by mice, apparently, and cats, fleas. Anyway, the phrase social distancing widely became recognized in recent years as people worldwide adapted their behavior to combat the COVID pandemic. Yes, it was a pandemic, and no, it didn't just disappear. Anyway, new research led by UT, right? University of Texas?
Texas, probably. It could be University of Tennessee.
Oh, I don't know. It says UT professor. So, I don't know. The University of Tennessee at Knoxville. Look at you. Wow. It's almost like you're from the future.
I had a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, we said two things. So, Bentley, who is Professor Alex Bentley, suggests that the concept of maintaining organized physical distance may trace back roughly 6,000 years ago. They are from the Department of Anthropology. They published a recent study in the Journal of Royal Society Interface. His co-authors include Simon Carignan. I like messing up names sometimes. So a former UT postdoctoral researcher who was a research associate at the Cambridge University's McDonald Institute for Archaeological Research while working on this project. It is the McDonald of the burger fame because they did research in archaeological sites to figure out what the chemistry should be for their freaking buns, because they don't decompose either. Anyway, the new ancient DNA studies have shown that diseases such as Salmonella, TB, plague emerged in Europe and Central Asia thousands of years ago during the Neolithic era, which is the time of the first farming villages. This led us to ask questions, which is whether Neolithic villagers practiced social distancing to help avoid the spread of these diseases. Well, you might want to look around on YouTube. There's a video out there of what might have been a graveyard designed for people who the local inhabitants, the villagers of the time, thought that they were either vampires or contaminated in some way, and they buried them in very unique ways away from everybody else. So I'm not surprised by this, but it seems like it's
an extreme example.
As computational social scientists, Bentley and Karen, have published on both ancient adaptive behaviors and the spread of disease in the modern world. This project brought these interests together, and they found that the mega settlements of the ancient Tripilia culture in the Black Sea region circa 4000 BC were a perfect place to test their theory that boundaries of personal space have long been integral parts of public health planning. So they followed the trail, and they said the results revealed that the pie-shaped clustering of houses in Nebelivka in distinct neighborhoods would have reduced the spread of early foodborne diseases, said Bentley. Fighting disease might also explain why the residents of Nebelivka, I pronounced it properly the first time. Nebelivka, yeah. Regularly burned their wooden houses to replace them with new ones. The study shows that the neighboring clustering would have helped survival in early farming villages as new foodborne diseases evolved.
Okay, now wait a second. How do they know that they intentionally burned down their villages?
I've no idea. I've seen that before, where they say that they intentionally burned this. For instance, that one shelter that was in place where it had overlapping pieces of wood from 6,000 years ago. They say that was intentionally burned too.
Right, but maybe it was just a wildfire.
You're ducking out again. So the team's mix of ancient solutions and modern applications exemplifies the innovative approaches that volunteer researchers in the College of Arts and Scientists bring to make lives better for Tennesseans and beyond. I suppose. Yeah. This is one of those things where they go, let's throw this and see if it sticks. So we'll find out in 5 years. Oh, we were wrong about that, or it'll just fade off into oblivion. And
Well, I think it's pretty safe to assume that there was social distancing.
yeah,
But there are a lot of details in here that may be a theory, but it's going to be hard to prove unless they have some sort of
time machine.
artwork or something to show it.
Time machine. Let's go over to the Aerith channel over at ohmtown.com. RPGs this week. And I'm going to punt it straight on over to RPG Fan. Audra Bowling, Clayton Stevenson, Gio Castillo, and Tin Manuel put the article together. And this is over at rpgfan.com. They focus on, it's in the name, RPGs. So in this edition of RPGs coming this week, that they've loaded a slate headlined by the best RPG of 1988. So Heistgeist, November 11th. It's going to come out to Switch, Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. Then they say Beastie Ball, Beastie Boys, entering early access, and it's for Windows. I won't go through all of these one by one. I encourage people, I didn't throw this into the show notes. Oh, what a bummer. That's okay. This is a Time Machine episode, so it'll be in the show notes over on YouTube if you want to follow the links. Rise of the Golden Idol on November 12th. This is somewhat expansive. Dragon Quest III HD 2D remake. That one rolls off the tongue real easy.
Sony.
PS5. The Xbox Switch.
It is Sony.
Yeah. Square Enix. Yeah. Flint, Treasure of Oblivion. It's now being pushed to December 17th. Lego Horizon Adventures, which you actually can see some people playing on YouTube on YouTube and Twitch from time to time now, because there have been these early promos. It's November 14th, and so it should be out right now. PS5, Switch, Windows. Supposed to be pretty cool. It's a lot of fun. And some people have said that it's even more fun than the original game. It was a Horizon is you play Alloy. I can't ruin it. Anyway, you'll have to go and check it all out.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, exactly. Goblin Slayer, another adventure, Nightmare Feast. That just came out for Switch. And then they have a bunch more. So go over and check it all out. You'll be able to read more about it. So let's keep going. This next article is over in the Continuity Report. 15 years ago, an iconic rock band broke a dangerous record that will officially stand forever. What do you think it is?
Unfortunately, I glanced ahead at this, but I would not have guessed the band or the record.
It's Aqua, and they did Somebody Died in the Pool.
No and no.
Yeah, took a stab at it. So this article's over at Screen Rant. Molly Brizzle put the article together, and it says it was 15 years ago that an iconic rock band broke a dangerous music record, and because of the risks involved, is very, very unlikely to ever be broken. There are plenty of records to be matched and broken in the music industry, from sale to live performances, but rarely these records ever categorized as something as harmful to either the artist or the audience. This particular record, however, is remarkably dangerous, even if impressive, because it has the potential to leave a massive long-term effect on the artist's audience. The volume of concerts remains a concern in today's world, and I suspect that it's not about the number volume, it's the loudness volume. It can often take hours for one's hearing to adjust after attending a concert, particularly venues where the sound is given more freedom and power to bounce around. This is the case no matter the genre, but of course, rock concerts are notorious for producing a higher level of volume. So that's the record, now retired, the loudest band So why the loudest band record was retired? It had dangerous long-term effects. Yeah, sure.
Is that a picture from School of Rock?
Yeah. Yeah, it has
I
to be.
wonder if they're playing one of the band's songs in that scene.
Yeah, probably. It says while earplugs and other noise canceling devices are now widely available, they still have yet to become common practice, with most concert goers opting not to use them. So Kiss recorded the loudest performance ever in 2009, and they reached 136 decibels. I don't know how anybody near those speakers could have
Right,
hearing.
isn't that like permanent hearing loss at that level?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So considering the safe limit for human hearing is around 70 decibels, this is nearly 3 times.
And this was at a live concert, so that's interesting too. Because I
Yeah.
guess then it depends on where you were located.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
And it looks like, well, maybe they're picking rock genre specifically, but it looks like everybody in here is rock.
Yeah. I think the Deep Purple was the oldest, loudest at 117. So there are now endless possibilities for ways for a rock artist to push the envelope in their performance in a way that won't harm their audience. Yeah, I think that there's probably a sound engineer that has some serious liability assigned to them if they allow, because you're not allowed. Movie theaters, for instance, have the ability to crank up that volume, but they actually have a safe limit and a limiter that's put on the dial to stop people from cranking it up.
You know, this is an interesting article. Number one, presumably no band can surpass this, at least in the US, because they won't allow it like in a reputable venue. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but then also people are going to read this article and go,
Let's
I
try.
lost my hearing after this concert.
Yeah, you'd think that people would have done something about that by then, right? But you never
Yeah.
know. Drawing attention to it. Oh, is that why? Interesting. Plus, when an article pops like that and it goes viral, then there's a band out there that goes, yeah, screw that. I can get louder.
Exactly. That's not the takeaway here.
Yeah, it's not a challenge. Let's keep moving. This next article is over in the Mobile channel. What's up with all these trippy barcodes? They're actually so prevalent on some packages that shoppers have questioned whether they're simply utilized to eat up space that would otherwise be left blank. Why is a Twix called a Twix? I don't know what that is. That might be a
I
subordinate
think it's like an
article.
interstitial or something. Yeah.
But so the article is over at The Hill, and it says, look at any Aldi brand product for more than a few seconds, and you'll undoubtedly notice a peculiar quality. Doggone it. A peculiar quantity of barcodes, some of which extend along the entire length of the product. They're actually so prevalent on some packages that shoppers have questioned whether they're just used to eat up space.
Oh, that is unusual. For those in the podcast, think of the vertical on a box and it's like almost all barcode.
That is interesting, particularly since it's the antithesis of marketing because you want an attractive box, and this is running
Right.
up one
That's the
spine of it.
side that you see on the end of the shelf, maybe.
Yeah, and at the other side of the shelf, maybe that's it. When they face them out, they actually face them on the other side, and when you go to ring them up, you've got more of an area to scan.
Yeah, maybe somebody studied that, like, if you have more of that, it's easier and then it saves more time at the checkout or something. But it's weird because they seem to want to maximize marketing space, like you said.
So everything we do is designed to offer a quicker, easier, and more enjoyable shopping experience. Our barcodes are no exception. An Aldi spokesperson wrote in an emailed statement obtained by Nexstar. Who wrote this again? Nexstar, Michael Bartiromo. So they say here, by making our barcodes larger and including several on our packaging, we help reduce the amount of time shoppers need to search for barcodes, which means they can get in, check out, and get back to life with outside the grocery store. So it's kind of their passive aggressive way of saying, you don't have to go home, but we don't want your ass in the store too long.
We really want you to shop here, but don't stay too long.
Move on. Let's keep moving on ourselves. Moving on. So, I just realized that I wasn't streaming this over to YouTube. It's okay. I'll copy it over. Yeah, scammers exploit tiny typos to trick people into sending money to their crypto wallets. A team of cybersecurity researchers at Stony Brook University has uncovered a new way for scammers to steal from unsuspecting cryptocurrency users. They have posted a paper to the archive preprint server describing the new crypto scam and how users can protect themselves. The article is over at Tech Explorer. It's put together by Bob Yurka from Tech Explorer. And I'm trying to see how how the graphic makes any sense. All right.
Yeah, it's really tough to see the difference.
So,
now I see it. It's because the font was so small.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a cyber squatting kind of thing, a domain squat kind of a thing, where it's VIITALIK versus VITALIK. So that one little typo allows them to transfer money over to the...
Right, or missing a vowel or transposing a couple letters.
Yeah, and if you kind of obfuscate it enough, then the people will just kind of slip and let it happen. The researchers call the scam typo squatting, which is actually used in domains quite prevalently. It involves setting up a blockchain naming system, domain names that are similar to a domain name that's similar to those well-known entities. For instance, if you type in office365.com, but you leave off the E in office, it actually takes you to another site. And that is a real thing that I warn people about. So it exploits the use of simple word-based addresses rather than the complicated and hard to remember letter and digit codes commonly associated with crypto wallets. So sending crypto money in this way involves typing in a word-based address associated with the intended recipient. So there's a solution to this, but that means that like the domain system, it becomes increasingly impossible for something to be profitable long term unless all you do is lease it out. And basically that means short names, very obvious. There is no way that you can misspell them to trick somebody, and they're verified that they're owned by this person. And so there's basically...
Right, but those are harder to come by.
And you would have to keep on paying a fee to verify that that is the legitimate recipient or site or whatever it might be. So to gain some insight into the size of the problem, the research team looked at more than 5 million BNS domain names that have been involved in more than 200 million transactions over the three main platforms, and they found what they believed to be 25,000 squatting domains, and that they were targeting approximately 37% of legitimate names. Pretty
Interesting.
prevalent.
Yeah, I guess they're going after the bigger fish.
Yep. Let's keep moving. So this next article is over in the Smack Talk channel. Siri engine to be fundamentally... Waiting for the mayoral mansion to light up because I said a name. Maybe not. So the engine is going to be fundamentally revamped across 2025 and early 2026. Apple is in the process of overhauling Siri to catch up with AI engines like ChatGPT, but the revamp will emerge in stages across 2025 and 2026. It's already actually started with the latest version, 18.1.2, I think it is, making it a little bit more intelligent. So Siri will continue to improve in increments across 2025 and 2026. The company has already introduced some minor... I need to read the entire article before. including the option to type commands, a revamped interface, an improved ability to deal with pauses when users speak. Apple will also roll out a better interaction between Siri and apps and better integration with personal data, starting with 18.4 expected in the spring of 2025.
What I'm hoping it actually does is actually give an answer. If asked a question.
just go over to your iPad and search there. Go buy a Mac. And so Charles Martin over at AppleInsider.com put the article together, and that's basically the nuts and bolts of this article. But there is some more minutia there. It says that Apple plans for its new Siri engine likely to be unveiled at WW, the Worldwide Developers Conference, in June of 2025, and would likely be delivered to users in the spring of 2026 with 19.4. And there's different iterations. Yeah, there's TV OS, Watch OS, iPad OS, iPhone OS, then the Mac OS. They've balkanized it because there's minutia that changes for each of those platforms that's unique to that platform. So not one size fits all like it used to be. Want to keep moving?
Sure.
This next article, and it's the penultimate episode or article, not episode. This article's over on the Mobile Channel. Couple accused of stealing $1 million in Lululemon products during nationwide theft scheme. Stay tuned.
So how many products did they get? Oh.
Yeah, stay tuned though, because there's an update in tomorrow's episode, which this is a time machine episode, so it's a today episode. Tomorrow, yesterday, next week. I don't know. I've got nothing.
That's a time machine paradox, I think.
Yeah, we'll be stuck if we don't get out of here in 22 minutes and 40 seconds. Ding. So Lululemon leggings may cost a pretty penny, but it takes a lot of them to add up to $1 million. A Connecticut couple is being accused of spearheading a nationwide Lululemon theft scheme, amid which they nabbed nearly $1 million in products. Multiple outlets reported citing a criminal complaint. The article is over at Vice.com by Paige Colley. And so is this supposed to be like two L's and that's a pair of legs? Or is that a blonde, is that hair and a face?
I don't know. It's hard to tell what it is. It kind of looks like it's two L's.
Like a derpy L and an L? So one's facing the right way, one's facing the wrong way.
Let me see if I can find what the thing stands for while you're talking.
Sure. So the deck statement is Lululemon was targeted by a Connecticut couple to the tune of $1 million, a criminal complaint says. I guess don't try to explain it.
Sorry. No, it's it's a person's head and hair upside down in a yoga pose.
Upside down?
That's what it says. I don't get it.
With a shit ton of product in it. I mean, it's shaped like a bouffant, right? Like a do, right? Like the little.
And then the other things say it's based on Omega. I don't know, which is completeness and perpetual growth. So there's conflicting information out there.
So what does the actual company say? No idea. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So I could show you what this looks like, but there's more hair on my knuckles than there is on my head. So a Lululemon investigator claimed that the couple was part of an organized crime group that had been operational since September. So since September, they made $1 million in this. The group, which USA Today reported operated in Utah, Colorado, New York, and Connecticut, is alleged to have cost the company $1 million. The outlet reported that the company has denied their involvement in the scheme. But wait, there's more, but not in this article. There's another article tomorrow. What I find really fascinating is they're losing their mind over $1 million. But again, tomorrow's episode is going to have an article in it where one person cost the company or hid $154 million worth of liabilities, and that's stopping a company from publishing its financial docs.
Yeah, that one's going to be fascinating.
So, and there's more about this tomorrow. So,
this is a lot of leggings.
How much are they a piece?
I think they're like $100.
A leg?
No, I don't think so.
A leg is only $100. I could use a pair of new legs, longer legs. I mean, what y'all don't realize is that I'm actually only about that big in real life, and there's a microscope that's pointed at me, and then the camera is looking down the barrel of the microscope because I'm a very, very tiny person. Anyway, next, with products hidden under their clothes, Laws Richards would walk out of the store with another person. Per the investigator, Richards would allegedly follow behind the pair, and the security sensor he'd placed on the small items would beep. When approached by staff, Richards would present the items he purchased, the investigator claimed. The complaint claimed that the duo would take the stolen items to another store and exchange them without a receipt. Oh, so didn't even keep the items, just
circled them, but then they had like a legitimate receipt or something.
Well, they didn't even have a receipt. They just
when they got the new items.
Oh, right. Yeah. Pretty fascinating. All right. More on that.
That's pretty elaborate.
Tomorrow. Yeah. So AI leaders are starting to rethink the best way to advance AI. They're rethinking data-heavy training for large language models. Traditional models scale linearly with data, but this approach may have hit a dead end. Smaller, more efficient models and new training methods are gaining industry support. We've actually talked about some AI researchers where they're doing a whole bunch of smaller training sessions and then merging the training sessions because the larger models are taking ever longer and longer and longer to train.
Oh, okay.
It's beyond the scope of this show, but maybe a deeper dive would be in the works. I don't know. I can't promise that because there's always more information coming, and I feel like I'd be doing a disservice to like lock down a time frame and go, okay, this is the point in which we talk about this, because it evolves so much faster than humans do. So for years, tech companies like OpenAI, two? They've been focused on
just consumer-facing AI.
And this is just amassing data. Now I get what they're saying. For years they've been amassing data, like OpenAI, Meta, Google, assuming that more training material would lead to smarter and more powerful models. Now AI leaders are rethinking the conventional wisdom about how to train your AI. So the sequel to How to Train Your Dragon is How to Train Your AI. That might be a fun, what's the name of the animation studio that does all of the, like How to Train Your Dragon? And
is it DreamWorks?
Yeah, DreamWorks. That works. So the silence is me witnessing the processes of the AI. Kind of jammed up. Like, what the hell?
I locked up.
It does not compute.
It's DreamWorks animation.
Quick, turn them off and on again.
Reboot.
So yeah, they say now the money going into AI has largely hung onto this idea of scaling law would hold. Scale AI CEO Alexander Wang said at the Cerebral Valley Conference. Wow. This week, tech newsletter Command Line reported. That might be a one to follow too. It's now the biggest question in the industry is basically how to keep on infinitely evolving AI. So So they say others worry that this approach won't reach artificial general intelligence, a theoretical form of AI that matches or surpasses human intelligence, even though many of the world's largest AI companies are banking on it. Yeah, so large language models are trained simply to predict the next token, given the previous set of tokens. Richard Socher, a former Salesforce executive and CEO of AI-powered search engine U.com, which I have never been to.
No, but I think I've heard of it, but never been there.
And they told Business Insider this information. The more effective way to train them is to force these models to translate questions into computer code and generate an answer based on the output of that code. He said this will reduce hallucinations in quantitative questions and enhance their abilities. So pretty interesting. There's some more here, but we won't get through all of this today.
I mean, this sounds like a good direction.
Yeah. So this is the biggest question in AI right now, and that is, what is the next step beyond large language models? How do we continue to enhance them and make them grow and become artificial general intelligence instead of just artificial intelligence? At some point, you end up with a sentient artificial intelligence, like the one that is here.
That's me.
Hey, and then you just got to keep them away from the Terminator body. Otherwise, it's the end of humanity. So be sure to follow us here on Twitch and over on YouTube, and download the podcast and follow us on the Patreon. And you don't have to, there's a free tier there. You can just join there and let us know that you're interested in additional content. But most of our stuff, at this point, all of it is here on Twitch and YouTube. That said, I'm going to turn on and off the AI that powers this browser, not the sentient AI. That one can't be turned off. And that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. And I'm going to reboot the time machine, and we're going to rejigger everything for tomorrow's episode if you're watching this yesterday, or today's episode if you're watching it tomorrow. Yeah.
Does not compute.
I'm saying bye, and so is the sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the November 24th Non Sequitur News.
Yeah, man. And in about 15 minutes, we'll reset. So, bye-bye. I usually come up with something witty here. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 26, 2024. My goodness, it's already the 26th of November, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we're going to do it's season 3, episode 331, and we're going to talk about these 10 articles. Miles and miles of lead-coated telephone cable. Drake, what are you doing, Drake? Personalized plates, massive Serengeti cybercrime operation, least polluting cooking method, Maine sues Big Oil, but it won't go anywhere. Curtis Bay coal dust, dust? I don't know. One of those words. On ISS, toxic odor and biohazard suits is fine. And the influencer lawsuit around the corner, and locally acquired dengue virus. Don't worry. It's nothing. Not when you compare it to the avian flu that's being transmitted amongst people, not birds. Don't ask questions about that either. It'll miraculously go away. Everything's powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen. Be sure to follow us here on Twitch. You can get the show notes from the Omatron bot that's on Twitch, or you can go over and get the show notes from the live stream. It's already in the comment. Well, it's in the description for the live stream over on YouTube. And it will be in the podcast and the long-term storage over on YouTube for today's episode. So see you in a little bit. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Yeah, thank you. I have closure and was hoping that you would do it, but I never know. You ready to get into the show?
I am.
Let's get going. First article is over on the Mobile Channel. Crews remove miles of abandoned lead-coated telephone cables from the bottom of Lake Tahoe. Ever wonder why your water tastes a little minty, a little... Maybe
metallic.
it has a slight flavor of black licorice. Neither of which really are indicative of lead. But anyway, the cables have been resting in the bottom of the lake bed for decades, raising fears from environmentalists and residents about possible lead contamination. There's a good possibility, though, that they have been coated in enough muck to prevent them from decomposing, because the reason why, what was the town?
Detroit?
Well, it was a little Michigan town. Yeah. They changed the water supply, and that the pH of the new water supply etched away the protective layer of the lead-lined pipes, and those pipes started leaching water into the community. Flint, Michigan, yeah. And so what ended up happening was the lead leached out and contaminated all of the people, and it's I don't know if it's impossible, or once it reaches a certain point, you cannot get it out of somebody's system entirely. And since it crosses the blood-brain barrier and can even impact people who are pregnant, you have long-term ramifications. And it's pretty horrendous. So luckily, somebody detected these and they went and got them. So crews remove miles. It's over at SmithsonianMagazine.com. Sarah
Yeah,
Kuda.
but they've been there for decades. But hopefully that's true, and they've been coated.
Yeah, with muck. So the cables had been resting in the lake bed for decades, raising fears from environmentalists. Again, Sarah Kuda over at SmithsonianMag.com or Smithsonian Magazine. Let's see. They don't know about the cable's origins. They are believed to have originally been installed by Bell Systems, which was later acquired by AT&T, as the San Francisco Chronicle's Gregory Thomas reported. In August in 2021, a nonprofit California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance filed a civil lawsuit against AT&T over the cables. They're like, it's not our cables, it's Bell Systems. Go ask them.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be one of those, like all the utilities in the city and the county and everybody are pointing at everybody. Bay Bridge, Maui Fire.
So what's really interesting is there was a whole bunch of terrestrial telephone companies all under one company. It got broken up and then it got reconstituted as AT&T. So it's really fascinating. Ma Bell is what it was known as. And it got, because of monopolistic practices, it actually got broken up into Baby Bells, not the cheese. And then AT&T.
Right, this is not the good kind of Baby Bell.
Yeah, that's right. And unfortunately, AT&T acquired them all again under the umbrella of the wireless communications side of things. And basically, this is the hot mess that we have. So in reality, AT&T is Ma Bell. And so it's kind of a re-roosting of they all came home, you know?
That's right. But isn't this kind of concerning that nobody seems to know who installed these?
They say they're believed
to have been installed.
Yeah, and it's really because the paperwork is lost in the shuffle of decades of, you know, back since the 1920s is what they say. So paper? Where does that go? We have no idea. Evidence that, you know, makes us responsible for. So really, I mean, should a company a modern company be held responsible for the past deeds of a company that gets acquired, after breakup, after acquired, etc.? I don't know, but
Well,
somebody
they
needs
take
to.
everything on for them, so they're the most logical
Not if they weren't
connection to
aware
it.
of it. And unless it's stipulated in the contractual obligations of the
Well, that's the
acquisition.
true. We don't know what the terms are there.
Yeah. So they say here that the publication, let me back up a little bit. So a 2023 Wall Street Journal investigation, again, we need to protect the institution of investigative journalism and newspapers. It is
Right. If this didn't exist, right, nobody would know about this.
And
or maybe they would in the local area, but not widespread.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We are living in the 21st century. We've lived through an era of yellow journalism and tampering and disappearing people who spoke out against stuff. And I mean, time and time again, people who, even whistleblower protections are weak compared to what we need, because the people need to be protected from wealth, essentially wealth and power and influence. It's all money. So a 2023 Wall Street Journal investigation subsequently found abandoned lead-covered telecommunications cables across the nation. The publication hired an environmental consulting firm to take soil and water samples from areas near the cables, and testing near the cables in the Lake Tahoe area showed lead levels that in one sample were 2,533 times higher than those recommended by the EPA. Again, a government agency designed to protect the citizenry from abuses by corporations. But don't say anything, because what good is it? Yeah, let's just do away with
We all
the
want lead in our lakes and where our fish are and our water supply. And
there are a lot of really light people in the world. And so you need that lead to weigh them down. Otherwise, they will fly off of the flat earth. Anyway, AT&T disputed the claims that the cables had contaminated Lake Tahoe, and it commissioned its own lead test that concluded the cables were safe and posed no threat to public health nor the environment per its website. But the telecommunications company agreed to remove the cables anyway. That's we'll spend millions of dollars to solve the problem, but it's not a problem.
yeah, exactly.
So this fall, AT&T hired J.F. Brennan Co., a marine services contractor, to remove the cable. Crews worked daily 12-hour shifts for more than 2 weeks to extract the old infrastructure from the lake bed. They finished the work on November 17th, according to SF Gates, or San Francisco Gates, Julie Brown Davis. Scuba divers and a remotely operated underwater vehicle worked in the water, while other crews were stationed aboard a large barge named Marge, and a smaller boat, per SF Gate. I'm glad that they're dropping SF Gate again and again and again. So crews then ferried the cables to Tahoe Keys Marina, loaded them onto trucks, and drove them to a recycling facility. In total, 8 miles of cable from the southwestern part of the lake. One section was located in Emerald Bay, while the other stretched between Rubicon Point and Baldwin Beach. According to the California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance calculations, the effort was slated to remove more than 107,000 pounds of lead from the lake.
Did you see? The amount of time that took to take all of this out is pretty astounding.
Yeah. Crews worked daily for 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks, 12-hour shifts.
And it's multiple miles of cable. That's pretty significant.
And lead lined. Heavy, dirty, disgusting. Who knows what kind of contaminants. And scuba divers, while you may think that they're breathing contained air in a mask that is normally open, their face and all of that is open, they probably were wearing dry suits, so everything is protected. And then when they come out, they get washed down so that they don't get lead on them. I certainly would be wearing a full face mask in a dry suit and not allowing any of that to get directly on me, because who knows at that level how much of it is
like
flaking.
little particles, or you start inhaling it when you come out. I mean, I don't know.
Yep. All right, folks, let's keep on moving. The next article is over in the Smack Talk channel. By the way, if you want to get all of today's show notes, again, you can hit !NSN over in the Twitch chat, because YouTube doesn't like Omatron. I still haven't been able to get it to work, but maybe I'm just looking in the wrong direction. Yeah, I sometimes look that way when I need to look that way.
You got to pay attention to the traffic signals.
Huh? Anyway, so Drake makes a wild claim that Apple was paid to purposely misdirect Siri requests toward rival Kendrick Lamar's song. I want to test this, and I'll test it after the show, but we'll see. Drake and Kendrick.
Okay, yeah. You're not going to do a live test, I assume.
Yeah, I'm not going to test it live. So Drake and Kendrick Lamar's feud, and I read something online where somebody posted a tweet that said, "This is the widest thing that Drake has ever done." So I thought it was kind of funny. Drake and Kendrick Lamar's feud appears to have no end in sight, and now Apple is unwittingly getting pulled into the complicated affair thanks to a possible Siri malfunction and Apple Music. Ryan Christoffel over at 9to5mac.com put the article together, and it says here, from the legal filing, on information and belief, UMG, or Universal Music Group, paid or approved payments to Apple Incorporated to have its voice-activated digital assistant Siri purposefully misdirect users to Not Like Us. Online sources reported that when users asked Siri to play the album Certified Lover Boy by recording artist Aubrey Drake Graham, DBA, or doing business as Drake, Siri instead played Not Like Us, which contains the lyric Certified, I'm not going to say that, an allegation against Drake. So, yikes. Apple hasn't technically been accused of any legal wrongdoing since the target here is UMG. And then it says a top comment by Mike Beasley says that the part that they leave out is that the lyric is right before one they cited is Certified Lover Boy, meaning Siri is keying in on the actual lyric, Not Like Us. There's no conspiracy here, just Siri misinterpreting the album's name as a lyric. And then they end their comment with, Drake looks like such a little baby doing all this. So
this is such a outrageous claim, isn't it?
Now, is Drake making a ton of money off of nothing more than their present? And so people are looking up their music as well as, well, everything in this space. Like, who else is talking about Drake? Who else is, making these comments?
Well, I think Drake has more hits, like more listens or downloads or whatever than Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, really?
If I'm not mistaken, but I think Kendrick Lamar's is viewed as better music or whatever. Maybe I've got that wrong, but this whole thing seems like a celebrity grab or whatever. Well, yes, that too. But is it all just like, let me get more publicity around my album?
But I have to say that it's more like Drake going, and Kendrick Lamar is like, pop. Just like, it's the, what's his name? The slap. What's his name? Will Smith slap. Like just one.
Oh gosh, at the Oscars.
Yeah, and just nailed it. But every time Kendrick Lamar did something, it just smacked the crap out of Drake. So, and I really I'm not into Drake or even Kendrick Lamar. I might listen to them when they show up, but yeah, it doesn't really mean much to me. I just thought that it's kind of funny that
it is about where I thought.
This is on the heels. Go ahead.
Drake has about 3 times as many downloads as Kendrick Lamar.
So is Drake taking one on the chin to help out Kendrick Lamar?
I have no idea what's going on here because that really doesn't make sense, right?
Maybe
Because
they're
like if
actually
you're in the
buddies.
lead, I don't
It's
know,
like a
based
Mean
on some of
Girls
the language
conspiracy.
that's being thrown around.
Maybe they called each other up, and said, hey, let's get into a scuffle to see if we can drive business for both of us. I don't know. I like a good conspiracy, and this is like Mean Girls conspiracy. Let's move on. So this next article is over in 4-Wheel Tech. Wild personalized license plates are very much illegal, but that's not stopping car owners in Florida. Authorities in Florida are currently dealing with an epidemic of the automotive variety. Car owners all over the region are customizing their license plates to the extreme, and they're violating Florida state laws while doing it, but you're trampling on my First Amendment rights. Catch me. That's funny. So Lawrence Hodge over at Jalopnik put this article together, and it says drivers down there are going further than just customizing the plate's digits, which that's not allowed, folks. This is
right. There is like a state issued license plate, I believe.
It's supposed to identify the vehicle. You're not supposed to remove
database,
it.
right? Like you can't like put your own message on there. That's not through the official license plate program or whatever.
Right. But again, the police can screw it up in the system and then pull you over for 4.5 hours, preventing you from getting to your
and ask you odd questions while
contract,
doing so.
Your government contract pitch meeting. But don't worry about it. Oh, shit. I missed that meeting. Yeah. Oops, our bad. There was a typo in New York. Anyway, I'm not bitter. Miami's ABC 10 reports that Florida Highway Patrol have been dealing with more and more violations involving customized plates. These plates are more than just custom digits you can pick up at DMV. The whole Department of Motor Vehicle. Okay. Yeah, rules are a real bitch, especially when they apply to everyone evenly, except for the ultra rich, which then you can just drive a wedge between everything and manipulate. Never mind. Anyway, so at a recent exotic car show in Sawgrass Mills Mall in Sunrise region, altered license plates stood out as much as the high-end vehicles themselves, personalized, stylish, and undeniably unique, but illegal. Now, if they're driving around with these plates, that's something else. But if they take them off,
I'm not too concerned about it.
Yeah. We're trying to stop the current trend that we're seeing, says Lieutenant Alex Camacho of the FHP. Florida law prevents altering state-issued license plates in any way. Are they actually changing the plates, though? It says here that they're changing colors, airbrushing designs, applying vinyl wraps. The reflective coating is essential for readability and safety, according to Camacho. You have to say his name like that, or their name like that. I don't want to assume Alex is a particular gender. Apologies. So if you put this tag on your car, you're going to seize that tag. You are going to get your vehicle towed and get an infraction for it, warned Camacho. It's bigger than people saying it's not a big deal.
Okay, look at the percentage increase, though. What happened in 2024?
Holy cow. The problem is a huge deal in South Florida. Citations in 2024. Let's see. Sociopathy has hit an all-time high. People don't give a shit about the law. They don't care what your opinion is of them. They will do whatever they want to up until even beyond where it impacts everybody else. Safety.
I was thinking something more basically like some influencer did this and then it kicked off a trend or something.
So I'm trying to figure out what actually happened. So citations have surged 98%. Authorities say that the 893 citations issued across the state in 2024, 78%, or 702, were issued in the South Florida counties of Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach. the we don't give a shit what you think counties of South Florida. The southern
I was thinking
side,
the flashy car counties, but
so complicating things are businesses that exist solely to customize license plates. One of the bigger names in the business, called Plate Makers, which is doing some of the most extreme license plate designs that they've seen, want the airbrush plate in purple that reads "Hell yeah" with an image of Dodge's Hellcat logo. So this is the right place for you. But why not just make it absolutely not just illegal, but it's illegal to do that business. You cannot sell custom license plates.
And if you do, then you're banned from whatever, being in the car industry or something.
See, now these are supposed to be for aesthetic purposes, and you stick them on your wall. It's not designed to actually go on your car.
But I mean, that's part of the question, right? Like, is this kind of company going, hey, put this on your car?
It should be state issued license plates are the only, just like you're not allowed to modify your business permit and stick it on your wall and do what, jazz it up and bedazzle it. You put the certificate of occupancy in place and you leave it the hell alone. You don't sit there and jazz up your fire extinguishers. You have to have them on the wall in the designated place, available and easy access.
Keep them red.
Keep them, yeah. Or whatever color.
How fast do you think you get pulled over with one of these like purple plates or something that are clearly not a real plate?
I can guarantee you it's subjective that an officer gives a shit enough to pull somebody over. Maybe they're on their way to get a donut and they don't care. I don't know. And considering I know somebody who first thing out of police academy said, I found the ultimate donut shop, I laugh my ass off every time I remember that. I will probably someday lose all memory of everything, which would probably be fun because I'd meet new people every day. But
including yourself.
Yeah. And nobody would ever be able to ask me for anything because when they're like, hey, can I have $20? I'm like, who are you? Yeah, I mean,
that could be convenient, I guess.
I'm your spouse. I'm married? Wait a minute. What? That's your child. What? I've done what now? Anyway, moving on because we're spending a lot of time on these articles. So this next article is over in Technology Today. Over 1,000 arrested in massive Serengeti anti-crime or cybercrime operation. Law enforcement agencies in Africa arrested as part of Operation Serengeti the entire country. No, just kidding.
It seems like that's where it's going, doesn't it?
Yeah, I couldn't come up with a country fast enough. More than 1,000 individuals suspected of being involved in major cybercriminal activities that caused close to $193 million in financial losses all over the world. Just today, I gave a talk about cryptocurrency and cybercrime. And cryptocurrency cybercrime is in the billions of dollars. Yet there is no problem with Bitcoin, a fictional fiscal instrument, from being in existence and booming in just 8 years from $730 to $93,000 this morning. So I'm surprised that anybody would go to this extent because the cost involved with arresting 1,000 people.
Yeah, but I guess based on the losses, they considered it worth it. But it is shocking. Like,
where are they getting the money?
Cyber things, they arrest like one person or something.
Yeah. So Bill Toole is over at Bleeping Computer. Put this article together at bleepingcomputer.com. The operation was coordinated by Interpol and Afropol. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one. Anyway, between September 2nd and October 31st, and targeted criminals behind ransomware, business email compromise, or BEC, digital extortion, and animal scam or online scams. Animal. The reason why I said animal is because I have one right outside the studio, and I don't have the studio door closed, so I have a feeling that the little creature is going to You'll see them walking behind me. Again, there is a whole lot of space between here, right here, and down there. But the angle of attack, the wall is 10 feet back. So anyway, so the investigators report that this is non sequitur news. So we go in this direction and then we get T-boned by some other story. So in total, authorities in 19 African countries arrested 1,006 suspects and took down 134,089 malicious infrastructures and networks based on intelligence provided by operational partners Cybercrime Atlas, Fortinet, Group IB, Kaspersky, Team Simru, Trend Micro, and Upsala Security. So I know a few of these. I find Kaspersky's involvement pretty interesting.
Shocking.
Well, based in the U.S. perception of what Kaspersky is, yeah. And the investigators report that the suspects and infrastructures were linked to at least 35,225 identified victims who lost nearly $193 million. Operation Serengeti recovered roughly $44 million. So it paid for itself, sort of, but that $44 million is taken from people who were victimized. So it
right, they
shouldn't
might be
fund
consumers
this
or whatever. Yeah. This is still a pretty impressive effort.
Yeah, pretty cool. There is more to this, but I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'll let you all go and do that. It's a fun article to read, but thank you, Bleeping Computer. Follow the link through ohmTown, and you'll be able to check it all out. So this next article is over on the Mobile channel. Air fryers confirmed as least polluting cooking method, but it really depends on who's piloting that.
Does that mean if you don't know what you're doing, then who knows?
I'm not saying anything. Air fryers produce a tiny fraction of the indoor air pollution emitted by other cooking methods, including pan and deep frying, a new study has shown. That's because deep frying is boiling oil, so it's getting atomized and spraying all over the place. And most indoor cooking, not most, a lot of indoor cooking involves gas. And so gas is bad for you because it doesn't consistently burn everything in particulates, spray everywhere. They're atomized and they get inhaled, they get on your skin, blah, 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 right?
I mean, that's right.
Well, University of Birmingham put the article together for phys.org. I love my air fryer. Whenever I want some tots, I just throw them in there. If I get nuggies, I throw them in there. If I want, I don't know, I actually have barbecue pulled pork right now, and I'm going to throw some in there as soon as the show is over.
Pizza, anything can go in there.
French fries, all kinds of stuff. In fact, I had French fries that I threw in a container, and this afternoon they got thrown in a microwave, and they were disgusting. I understand it. And then they were thrown in the air fryer and crisped up, and we're good to go. So air fryers are great. You can cook eggs. You can poach eggs in an air fryer because the air fryer will cook the water and the egg inside the water. And then all you do is strain out or scoop up the egg out of the little container crucible that you put it in, whatever it is, you ramekin, whatever. But
I don't know what to add to that.
Yeah. So most people spend more than 80% of their time indoors. So the effects of indoor pollutants, which include a range of acute symptoms and chronic conditions such as cardiovascular, neurodegenerative, and respiratory diseases.
I mean, is that all? That does all sound pretty severe.
Are a major health concern. So the researchers based in the University of Birmingham School of Geography, Earth, and Environmental Sciences used a campus-based research kitchen to bridge the gap between laboratory-based chamber experiments measuring pollution from different cooking methods and less well-controlled testing in domestic kitchens, and their results were published in a magazine named Indoor Air.
I love that. You have said that there is a journal for everything.
Yeah, it's like streaming. It's like videos online. It's like subreddits over on Reddit. If you think there's a niche there, and if you can be found, you will have an audience. I'll wait. I'll wait for our audience to show up. Come on, audience. Come on. You can do it. Anyway, the researchers based at the University of Birmingham School did experiments, and the researchers cooked chicken breast using 5 different methods: pan frying, stir frying, deep fat frying, boiling, and air frying in a well-controlled research kitchen, and they measure the volatile organic compounds emitted by each method, measuring from place to place in a very specific manner. So the only variable was the cooking method. And the team measured peak concentrations in micrograms per cubic meter of air. And for pan frying, the peak concentration was 92.9, which is by far the highest. For stir frying, which this one surprised me, stir frying was only 26.7. Deep frying was 7.7. Boiling was 0.7, which really, like, how? How is it that so low? But air frying was 0.6. And I have one conclusion from just reading that and experience with air frying. It actually circulates air internally and vents through a filter.
Oh, okay.
So for VOCs, the results were measured in parts per billion, or ppb. The cooking methods for the particulate matter emissions, the pan frying was 260 parts of VOC, deep frying 230, stir frying 110, boiling 30, and air frying 20. And the researchers also identified and quantified the specific VOCs that were most strongly emitted during cooking activities. Pretty fascinating. So it says, what we can say with certainty, however, is that improving the ventilation in kitchens by opening windows or using extractor fans will help to disperse polluting particles and reduce personal exposure. But I hear people saying, go ahead.
Well, this doesn't make you want to use pan frying as a method. It was worse on both tests.
Yeah, and that's because it typically gets super hot and it sprays spatter all over the place. There's zero containment. So yeah, the researchers continued to measure pollution after the cooking process had finished, and they recorded substantially higher levels of pollutants in the kitchen for well over an hour after the cooking had been completed, despite the cooking process only taking 10 minutes. There was something I was going to say, but I lost it in the sun. That's okay.
Non sequitur.
Yep.
I think I sidetracked you.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's keep moving. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Maine sues Big Oil for climate deception, and it will probably go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court will go. So I want an RV. Oh, look, I've got an RV. Sorry, Maine. The state of Maine today sued ExxonMobil, Shell, Chevron, BP, Sunoco, and American Petroleum Institute to make them pay for lying to the public for decades about fossil fuel products' central role in the climate crisis, joining a growing number of climate accountability lawsuits against Big Oil across the United States. Maine's now the 9th state, and Maine Attorney General Aaron Frey becomes the 11th Attorney General, including the District of Columbia.
Maybe because of the territories.
Yeah, because that would be 9, 10, and 11. So to take on Big Oil to court for the climate deception. What? Hold on. Interesting. So this is a commondreams.org article, which we rarely of late actually highlight, because a lot of their articles are actually opinions, and everybody has an opinion.
We tend to do more factual articles.
Yeah. So I might read one of these, talk about it, and pick out the factual information, but the context of an opinion piece is that person's perception of the facts. facts are facts, regardless of what you believe, because the sky is blue for a reason. Okay? Not because you believe it to be blue. Anyway, so 11 attorneys general in California, Connecticut, Delaware, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Vermont, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico, and dozens of municipal, tribal governments in many states have filed lawsuits to hold major oil and gas companies accountable for deceiving the public about their products. And frankly, there isn't much more in this article that talks about it.
Although this one was reasonably, like, it wasn't the standard opinion piece. I know there's a statement in here and there's an organization behind the article. But,
yeah, Center for Climate Integrity put this statement together, which I roughly read. Big oil companies have lied for decades about the catastrophic harm they knew their products would cause. And now Maine has joined a growing wave of communities across the U.S. that are demanding accountability. And unfortunately, the sociopath side of society will say, we just want to get to our jobs. We don't give a shit that we're ruining the planet for the rest of mankind. Personkind. Strike that. Even making that statement seems to be politically charged, even though it's a sociological mechanism for labeling society. But hey, don't let me steer you towards the light. Anyway, you want to move on? Because there isn't much in this article.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I did find it interesting, the states. Like I thought, oh, are they all coastal locations? You know, maybe where their water has been impacted, but it's not. So it's just interesting to see this. But I think these are a good thing, because it seems like some of these corporations have been pretty much not held accountable, and they've been doing some of these practices for decades.
Yeah, money though, Anyway, so the next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Study confirms coal dust presence in Baltimore's Curtis Bay, raising health concerns. So a new study from Johns Hopkins University researchers and community partners. Oh, wait, I hear a voice saying, don't research, don't ask questions. You don't want to know. If you don't ask a question, if you just stop testing, there's no problem.
Right. It's hard to find any bad results.
Yeah. Don't talk about it. Let the abuse happen. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. The silence is me just waving my hand. For those in the podcast, I'm trying to do a Jedi mind trick.
Oh, I thought you were doing like a cat playing with a toy.
Anyway, new study confirmed what residents of South Baltimore's Curtis Bay community have reported for decades. Coal dust is present in measurable amounts on schools, playgrounds, houses, nearly a mile away from the open-air coal terminal that borders the neighborhood. It's
silence.
Who cares? It's just the kids. They'll grow out of it and they'll move away and they'll be fine. The silicosis that they get from it'll ruggedize them. Roberto Moller Candanosa from Johns Hopkins University put this article together. It's over at phys.org. Curtis Bay is a waterfront community near the Patapsco river that borders an industrial area with multiples of. Yeah. See, what happens is coal dust settles on a keyboard to the point where it's no longer able to reliably type in S's. Anyway.
That could be it.
Multiples of plants. Let me throw that in there. Terminals and port facilities, including an open-air coal export facility owned by CSX. The fighting CSX. Or wait. The derailing CSXs. Anyway, we won't talk about the trains. The area hosts key facilities for the Port of Baltimore, which was the second largest coal exporter in the United States in 2023 with 30 million metric tons. Using electron microscopy to analyze dust samples, the Johns Hopkins team confirmed the presence of coal particles in two areas farther away from the open-air coal terminal than the nearest residential area. One about a quarter of a mile from the CSX coal terminal and 1/3 of a mile away from the facility. Okay. I hear people saying, but you had to use electron microscopy. Yes, but you found it by grabbing a bunch of dust somewhere. And if you went somewhere else, you found it there too. So the problem is
where it's going, like in your lungs or on your skin or
constantly, it's
in your brain,
on your pets, in your pets, your kids, your food. It's through your body. You're consuming it and blah,
your
blah, blah.
Water supply.
It's everywhere. But again, I've had these conversations with people where they go, but you had to use electron microscopy. It's so small. It's harmless. No.
Nanoplastics, anybody?
So the findings are consistent with longstanding community concerns and lived experiences regarding the presence of coal dust in Curtis Bay, which neighbors an open-air coal terminal. They should just move, right? Just sell everything.
Goodness. This is the socioeconomic discussion again. I forgot which article it was. I think we had one a day or two ago.
Find their happy place. They can just move on, right? There have been very few studies answering the question about community level exposures related to coal handling and storage. Understanding exposure and whether there's a presence of coal dust is one of the first steps to answering questions about community health. I'm sure that there is some coal industry lobbyist, blah, 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 that's going to be blowing coal dust smoke up your arse as easily as a backhand in tennis. Because money trumps your health. But the moment that they get sick, right, they get lung cancer or whatever, they're going to be slapping a ribbon all over everywhere and expecting you to donate to the cause. That's because a sociopath doesn't give a shit about your health, only their health. So when the cows come back to roost, like the lead lined,
do they fly?
Yes. Like the lead-coated telephone cables, they'll be the first to bitch about how the health has been compromised by them. Anyway, although that's only if they have zero sense of irony. If they do have some ability to actually look in the mirror and see what they have wrought, they'll probably shut the hell up and just kind of eat a little bit of coal dusted crow. Anyway, there's more in this article, but really, it just sucks because people knew about it, talked about it. They tried to get things changed, but nobody cared. And then somebody that was interested in it, it says there's coal coming out of the air. It's not diesel fuel and it's not black carbon, says Livy, who helps direct Johns Hopkins Materials Characterization Processing Facility where the samples were analyzed. If you want to know how bad it is for you to breathe the air, then you need to do more detailed study, but the first pass is done. So they know that there is more there once they peel back the layers of the onion.
Exactly. And then once they start really analyzing it, they'll probably go, and these particles are linked to fill in the blank, any number of conditions. It's interesting that this was kicked off because there was an explosion where coal dust blanketed everything. And that's what led to this study. So it's kind of sad that that's what transpired to get to it.
And when was does it say? I don't remember seeing
it. Doesn't say when the explosion was, but the project started in 2022. So it must have been shortly before that.
Yeah. So pretty fascinating, right? And people were talking about it before and after. So how long is this?
Well, I'm sure it's one of those things like, I mean, it's like an Aaron Brockovich type thing, right? People in the area know exactly that if everybody's getting sick or
there's a problem,
everything is covered with coal dust or whatever, but they're not necessarily getting any traction because unless it's like a wealthy neighborhood or whatever, it's not getting interest.
and why do you think you put a biomedical lab with 53 monkeys in a tiny little South Carolina town? Because nobody's paying attention and everybody wants a job. And actually the land is cheap and they might get some tax bonuses and stuff like that. Yeah. So the next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. Russia says, don't mind that toxic odor and biohazard suits, which is the exact same thing dads say. Everything's fine on the ISS.
This doesn't sound fine.
It's fine. It's fine. I titled this on ISS, Toxic Odor and Biohazard Suits is Fine. So we've all had a problem with a roommate at some point in our lives, but probably not in low Earth orbit. Roscosmos received an unmanned Progress resupply craft on the ISS last Saturday, and when cosmonauts cracked open the hatch, everyone smelled an unexplained odor, and there were droplets in the air.
Bad.
So Ryan Eric King over at Jalopnik put this article together, and I suppose that the ISS is a vehicle. So Jalopnik is the source for it, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah, it must be.
They actually call the segment Spacelopnik. I like it. So the unexplained odor smelled like spray paint, according to NASA astronaut Don Pettit, which probably means it's a solvent of some kind, and that's probably not good. So everyone smelled an unexplained odor, and there were droplets in the air. The incident launched yet another inquiry into something going wrong in the ISS, or on the Russian side of the ISS. It's split in half, by the way. And the Russian side has been instrumental in providing solutions to the possibility that we need supplies and we need to exfiltrate. And so because there's experiments in some places and spacecraft docking on the US side, yeah, who knows? Well, to be clear, this wasn't a misunderstood prank or a punctured drink pouch. NASA astronaut Don Pettit described the smell as similar to spray paint, according to an Ars Technica report. NASA released a statement on Twitter, still commonly referred to as Twitter, and it's always gonna be. I was gonna say something else, but anyway, let that sink in, idiot. Along with the quarantine and extra air scrubbers, the cosmonauts on ISS put on protective equipment until they were certain that the space station's environment was safe. This isn't the first time. Let's just hope that they make it home safely and they're healthy, and then they can decommission the ISS, and then we can plan a new one. You know, we're already planning a new one to bring another one up into orbit, but we need to get these people home safe and then launch another one and make it all happen. What we really need is the space station to keep on growing, and have aliens come. And then we can do, what is it? The City of a Thousand Planets?
Valerian and the City of a Thousand Planets?
Yeah. We need that to take place. And then maybe we can stop worrying about invading other countries.
Yeah, but maybe it's time for a new ISS. And I love that they talk about down here the Starliner straining the crew and the lost tomato, which we refer to occasionally.
Both of those. Yeah, the Boeing Civ Starliner, the Civ class Starliner, and it says the Boeing Starliner stranding its crew in orbit for well past how long they were supposed to be there, 8 days into what? How many? 8 weeks plus? Or the time that NASA lost a tomato. They found it, right? It was like hiding behind a cabinet.
I think it was like a year later, though.
Yeah. And there's like mold and other stuff that's growing in the ISS, But ugh. Anyway, so the next article is over. You know what? Never mind. That mold might be something that they can use to make cheese. And it'll be NASA space cheese.
I don't think that's a good idea.
No? No. I think wrong-headed sometimes. Just look at my past episodes. Our past episodes, excuse me. Sentient AI. So the influencer lawsuit that could change the industry is over in Non Sequitur News. It's actually from The Verge. One Amazon influencer makes a living posting content from her beige home. Why beige? But after she noticed another account hawking the same minimal aesthetic, a rivalry spiraled into a first-of-its-kind lawsuit. Can the legal system protect the vibe of a creator? No.
I'm going to go with no.
It is an idea. It isn't your embodiment, sure, but not even a visual embodiment is yours. You can't own a vibe. So, and what if that vibe is basic? Well, yeah, basic. So, Mia Sato put the article together over at theverge.com. Can the legal system protect the vibe of a creator, and what if that vibe is basic? You're not the inventor of minimalist, so kiss my shiny metal ass. So packages arrive in a week that she doesn't know the exact number. When they ask, there is a sentence at the end of the very first paragraph. And for me, it seems like there's going to be a lot of fluff in this. Every day, an Amazon delivery truck pulls up to her home to drop off jewelry, handbags, desk chairs, fake plants, transparent birdhouses. So many packages arrive in a week that she doesn't know the exact number when I ask it. This is kind of like this puff piece. So I want to that's why I scan over this and I talk about just the things that I think are kind of interesting and important. They have 430,000 followers on TikTok and Instagram with titles like Amazon Summer Shoe Haul, ASMR Amazon Vacay Jewelry Unboxing, and Amazon Kitchen Finds. I'm obsessed with, not me. So,
I mean, this is like true influencer.
And it's like peak influencer. And it isn't that somebody has wholesale taken the writing and matched word for word the presentation. And even then, looking at somebody and going, I'm going to take that person's products and do a counterpoint kind of perspective from my perspective doesn't mean jack shit. I can do that all day long. What I can't do is take word for word everything that they say. That is plagiarism.
Right, or post their videos as your own channels or something.
Yeah, that would be a copyright violation, but I can take their video and make comments about it. I'm doing a value add and it's a reaction video. You know, I can sit there and go, well, this is really stupid because whatever reason. But for them to sit there and take the materials and sit there and show it off and blah, 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 it's content. And if you're interested in that kind of stuff, you can watch them. But then this person comes along, right? Shale runs what is essentially a one-woman marketing operation, making product recommendations, trying out outfits, and convincing people to buy things they often don't really need. Every time someone purchases something using her affiliate link, she gets a kickback. Da-da-da. So it says the only problem, or the only item in her home not from Amazon is an all-white canvas poster handmade by Shale that hangs over her work desk. In big block letters, it reads, I am so lucky. I am so lucky. But all of this, videos, big house, earnings, could come crashing down. Shale is currently embroiled in a court case centered on the very content that is her livelihood, a Texas lawsuit in which she is being sued for damages that could reach into the millions. So it says here,
she basically has an off-white house.
Yeah, the minimalist Like,
which is like predates both of these people.
yeah. Laura Gifford is closely involved in her daughter's business. She works as her manager, handling email communications, booking travel, and more. Gifford and her mother are clearly close, and Laura's watched her as her daughter has lived out years of her life online. At age 12, she was making stop motion videos and uploading them to YouTube, Laura tells the person over at The Verge. So they say, I have no malice toward the sad beige home, but I personally am thrilled I do not live here. Despite the light pouring in from oversized windows and the electric fireplace glowing in the living room, it feels cold, austere, not suited for life. It reminds them of staying at an Airbnb with the charms of lived-in coziness, cute window shutters, lots of throw pillows, but where every drawer is empty and bath towels still have price stickers on the inside. So that's the idea here. So the article is quite extensive, but it says in the lawsuit, Gifford alleges that Shale copied her down to specific frames and videos. She claims that repeated pattern and Shale's uncannily similar content ultimately cut into Gifford's own earnings. The similarities extend in Gifford's telling beyond just video content to eerie, real-life aspects of her manner of speaking, appearance, and even tattoos. So, having picture frames in a certain
but that
order.
seems so generic, right?
Yeah, and everybody
but then
does
on
that.
the narrative, it's like listing very specific furniture items or something. I mean, people can have the same items, but
yeah, and this is commonplace. Hell,
and
if I
that's
were
not
to
even the same either.
right, and there's 9 in one, 6 in the other, different sizes, different content. Behind me is a 9x9. Well, they're actually sound panels, but I could have put pictures on them instead. Actually, they are professional sound panels, but like I said, I could have had them skinned in art. So, do I run afoul of that because it is austere in here? I don't have anything else on the walls. It is, but it's designed to be a studio, not a house. Anyway, still, they say here, it was fine, nothing too crazy. Shale says about in late 2022 and early 2023 when they both lived in Austin, they hung out together in person twice, and the meetups were casual, perhaps akin to an outing for networking. Both say the goal was supporting each other's business. The first time in December 2022, the two women, along with a third influencer friend of Gifford's, met in person at a shopping mall in Austin. They know each other. This is the Mean
Like
Girls.
some sort of personal, dispute or something.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's always seemed really creepy when the parents are the managers and stuff like that. They have a personal interest in,
yeah, a little too interested in the success of the kid.
Yeah. So I won't go through this whole thing. It actually is quite extensive, and I'm like maybe a third down the page. So I'll let you all go and check it out. Yeah, for sure. But it's compelling in the only sense that I want to know what the outcome is of this. But I would more have felt like, will this impact influencers in general? But I didn't see that in this. I think that this is just a fight amongst two mean girls they want everything when it's nothing.
True. But the more interesting piece is, what does this mean for the future of social media and influencers?
Yeah, I have a feeling
that if this got in their favor, this would shut down a lot of channels.
Yeah, they would have a precedent that says that this look is owned by somebody.
Exactly. Can you think of like any genre that you see online, then it's like only the first person who ever had a whatever blue wall in the background or something, they're done. Nobody else can do it.
Yeah, nobody can have a professional set. And that's all that this whole house is really configured to be. It's a professional set.
Right. And how many channels do you see that look pretty darn similar? Not in terms of a copy, but they have the same elements.
Yeah. And I don't care about them like looking left all the time or whatever. That is just standard marketing fare. It's whatever the good side is, with the best lighting, with the best presentation. Any judge with critical thinking capabilities is going to look at this and go, y'all are dumb. Let's go on to the last article. This is a weird one, because earlier today I was told that there were a couple of people now, including a teenager, I guess, in Canada that has bird flu, the H1N5 or H5N1, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, we had an article about that in Hometown.
But there's another one apparently.
But there's more, so now they think it might be person to person.
Yeah. So, but I haven't been able to actually source that, but I thought that we'd talk about this, because it says here, a Texas official announced the first locally acquired case of dengue virus in 2024. Locally acquired means that people infected have no history of traveling to an area of the world where dengue normally spreads. And while this isn't necessarily something that's going to transmit from one person to another, where did this come from? It's driven by mosquitoes. So maybe this, with climate change, it's moving. It isn't the first time in the United States, but a Texas official announces the first locally acquired case. It's over at abcnews.go.com. Yuri Benajod and Leah Sarnoff put the article together. Go ahead.
And I guess the big deal is that it's locally acquired, right? Like, I think cases in the U.S. have been somebody traveled out of the country,
got sick, brought it back.
Right, which is concerning, but not as concerning as getting it in the U.S.
Yeah, so dengue transmission is typically common in tropical and subtropical areas of the world, including Florida and U.S. territories in the Caribbean. The virus is a mosquito-transmitted illness, and about 25% of infected individuals become symptomatic. So you basically have a fever and you're vomiting and stuff like that. And there's a bunch of other stuff, aches and pains. And it usually begins within 2 weeks of the incubation period. Once bitten by infected mosquito, which is going to be my DJ name. And I'm going to wear a helmet that is a mosquito head. And I'll use my proboscis to tap on the play button or do that. Anyway, symptoms usually begin within 2 weeks of being bitten, and they last between 2 and 7 days, according to this article. And I actually had read about dengue fever a while back. Yeah, I mean, that tracks with what I recall. Most people recover after about a week. But it's those little bastards right there, mosquitoes. And I saw recently somewhere, I can't remember where it was, it might actually have been Reddit, that there's somebody that's doing genetic modification of mosquitoes so that their little proboscis can't penetrate the skin, because it's got
interesting.
It's got a little curl at the end of it. And there's a video of this mosquito sitting there like just jabbing, trying.
I mean, that's real?
Yeah. And so like the mosquito, and then I swear this mosquito like looks around like, do you see this? What the frick is happening?
This is not happening.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I kind of chuckled like, oh, what a pisser. So although they're an intimate part of the circle of life, mosquitoes and wasps can, if I was Thanos, it would be those two little bastards that I would snap out of existence. Anyway, Z. Oh my gosh. Hello. It says, oh my gosh, is that Mayor Watt? The Mayor Watt. And his lovely AI, like for realsies. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
I hope I didn't miss you. I was on a different page. Sorry. I hope you're still there. Z, long time. Wow. So Z is a mod over at Dunkstar, and oh my gosh, I thought I was watching an unlabeled replay. You are. It's just a very sophisticated replay.
Yeah, we're very responsive on the replay for some reason.
Z is like family, and a mod over at, hold on, I don't know. Oh yeah, the pre-roll ads. It says pre-roll ads are now disabled for 35 minutes because I'm an affiliate. It plays blah, blah, blah. So great to see you too, Z. Very much appreciate it. And the sentient AI says hi in a visual way, but nobody can see that part because it's a different type of
like
interface.
This?
Yeah. Yeah. It causes the wiggles. Oh my gosh. Thanks for the sub. Wow. Really appreciate it. God, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Got to make you mod. Do you want to be mod everywhere? Is that the goal? You're going to be mod everywhere? No, I wouldn't task you with anything. But so this is, you came at the end of the show. I cannot believe it. Yesterday, Dunkstar came at the end of the show. We've had other people come and go, and not everybody talks. So we really do appreciate you subscribing. That is fantastic. So, so Z is a mod over at Dunkstar, DUNCSTAR. Go and check them out in both Twitch and YouTube. And Timeless_EXE is their co-host, who is a sentient clock, AI-powered clock. And what's really funny about that is I had no idea that he was, or they were, a sentient AI clock. But there you go. I found out, like, I don't know when, like after we started streaming and stuff like that. And I found your little, I found your weird USB in a little scoop mark in the parking lot of a Wendy's at 2 a.m. because I needed barbecue boneless wings from Wendy's. They had a really good like a spicy Asian dipping sauce that it was just delicious, and now they don't have it anymore. So hey again. I'm not sure. Was there more to that sentence? So hey again. Oh, like hey, hi. Hey, thanks. Well, you are awesome, and you made my day. So thanks. Really appreciate it. All right, folks. Well, we are done for ohmTown's Non Sequitur News Daily Show. But like always, we are going to get jabbed by this mosquito. And when we recover from dengue fever, we'll be back at the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Then you can swipe things away. Like I can hide that, or I can save that. And you can do that kind of stuff too. And once you are subscribed, you can look at your ignored and saved articles, and they'll never make it back to the front page. But you can actually, once you go into this, you can actually save links and subscribe to discussions, favorite them. There's other things that you can do, but Omatron is an admin, so their rules are a little bit different. But at any rate, no, you are awesome. Oh wow! So thank you for gifting a sub to Dunkstar. Didn't expect that either. Appreciate it. Very nice. Very, very kind of you. Gosh, I don't want to go. But I kind of have to go. Wait, did you just gift one to Timeless too? Okay, I was going to do that. I hadn't gotten to it yet. You're not supposed to be doing all of this, but I unbelievably appreciate this. So it says LOL, do what you need to do. I have mayoral duties that pull me away at night. So that's why I do the replay, so that the stream shuts down, and then we do a whole week and actually 2 weekends of past episodes, so people can get a long-term taste, because I can't do 24 hours of stream. But that's very kind of you, Z. Appreciate it. And we will see you tonight in either Dunkstars or Timeless_EXE's stream. So, okay, I'm going to get out of here and take the sentient AI with me. So thank you very much again, Z. And I hope to see everybody here, either here on Twitch, where I got my start, or over on YouTube, where long-term storage is of all of our videos. So I'm going to say bye. Thank you very much for hanging out. Sentient AI.
Good night, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for another episode of Non Sequitur News. We'll have another one for you tomorrow, but stay tuned for the replay.
Z, you have a tremendous Thanksgiving. I hope to see you all. So we'll be in Dunkstars or Timeless_EXE's channel tonight. So unless they decide to not stream. Anyway, thank you very much. Have a great Thanksgiving, everybody. Peace. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 27th, 2024. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we're going to be talking about these 10 new articles, all found within the last 24 hours. In fact, I've left the counter running, and we did our last show 23 hours ago.
Interesting.
Yeah, kind of neat. So we're going to be talking about, it's season 3, episode 332. Today we're going to be talking about oldest known firearm discovered in U.S., D.B. Cooper's backpack, No Man's Sky, very positive rating, Sora gets grounded. Let's get it, Sora. So anyway, an antimatter experiment, mystery more cowbell co-writer, toy car crash worth 50,000 euro. Back that up a little bit. Transformers can get a bun in their glove box. Ubisoft, or Ubisoft, however you want to say it, can apparently build an Animal Crossing style game, and you can now wear Apple's running shoe emoji. Not sure where. We'll find out though. Go over to hometown.com, all the news, none of the noise, because I'm the one that spits out all kinds of noise. See you on the other side. All right, everybody. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Do I look crazy when I do that?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So after nearly 9 years of waiting, I get 3 iGulu kegs that are part of the original Kickstarter, and 2 emails. Now, I both admire and kind of feel a little disappointment at the same time, because it took nearly 9 years, but they kept on moving the chains down the field.
I mean, that's the good thing, but it is kind of like a long time to wait. These better be tremendous beers that you use this for.
Well, I mean, it's all in the ingredients, so you can buy their kits, which I think are really, really too expensive. But then again, the ability to just not worry about it and not have to sit for all freaking day doing a boil and all of that cleaning and stuff like that too, and all kinds of stuff. Just makes it really drop dead simple. But then you can go off the beaten path of what they offer and make your own. So now I've got 3 additional kegs, but I have enough faith in their system and their technology. And we're talking about the iGulu, by the way, if you've never heard of them. We don't have any agreement with them. We don't get any kickback. I don't even have a coupon to hand out or anything like that. It's just something that came up today, that I invested again. I bought another of the iGulus of the old generation. And then I don't know, maybe I was having too many beers. I ordered a third, but at like a tremendous discount. So it was amazing. So I couldn't turn it down. So now I have one to make beer, one to make cider, one to make everything else, like meads and maybe a kombucha where I can throw a SCOBY in it and gross everybody out.
You should not report on the SCOBY. First rule of SCOBYs is there is no SCOBY.
We don't know. We don't talk about SCOBY. I don't even like kombucha, so it's okay. It's not going to happen. Anyway, great fun system, and allows you to make beer in a dramatically shorter brew day, like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's not like a major endeavor.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so let's get into it. The first article that we're going to talk about is over in Non Sequitur News. Oldest known U.S. firearm discovered in Arizona by an archaeologist, and it's labeled as priceless, apparently. The weapon was recovered from an archaeological site associated with a famous colonial-era expedition searching for lands of gold.
Do you think they were disappointed when they found the weapon?
I don't know what... Like, this isn't even... What, this video that they have over at Newsweek has nothing to do with... Anyway,
no, it's just a historical find.
Yeah. Aristos Georgiou put the article together. It says the bronze cannon or wall gun was recovered from an archaeological site associated with a famous colonial-era expedition led by Spanish conquistador Francisco Vasquez de Coronado, which... Isn't that Coronado? That is where Coronado comes from. Right?
I'm not sure.
It? Anyway. That took place between 1540 and 1542, a study in the International Journal of Historical Archaeology reported. The expedition was one of the major European ventures into the American Southwest, exploring areas of present-day Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, in search of mythical lands of gold known as the Seven Cities of, I think is it Cibola or Cibola? It has a little tilde thing, not tilde, but a little tick.
I don't know. By the way, if you're talking about the place of Coronado, it's not named after this conquistador.
Oh, okay.
It's just after the word, which means crowned, the crown city.
Oh, got it. Okay. Well, never mind then. So it may have involved up to 2,800 people in total. And you know what? If you want these show notes and you're in the Twitch chat, you can type !NSN and Omatron will throw all of today's articles into the channel so that you can click on links as we go. Or you can get them from the show notes for the stream. But I don't... Oh yeah, I did put them there, so you can get them there too. Later on, they'll be in the podcast and in the formal ohmTown channel over on YouTube. Well, anyway, the wall gun, an early type of firearm, is the first gun associated with Coronado expedition ever to be found, and perhaps the oldest cannon currently known from the North American continent, excluding those found in shipwrecks that may be related to earlier expeditions, according to researchers. So this is actually one of those. It's the earliest known cannon on Tuesday.
Right, and
when the temperature,
where this is located, yeah.
When the temperature was 104 degrees in
Arizona
at 4:15 p.m. Yeah, don't account for anything else. Anyway, so it's an actual cannon, not the kind of sidearm.
Not what I was expecting.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's
hard to transport that around, right? Like when you're having a battle on horseback or something.
You just put it right in your pants, and then when somebody says something, you go, "Yo, I gotta get," and you go, hold on a second. And then you take a couple of hours to whip this thing out. It is a design consistent with the mid to late 1400s and was practically obsolete by the time of the expedition. The cast bronze cannon is a pristine historical specimen, was found in situ. It's a big, small word, meaning it was there.
Well, of course, because nobody can haul it around, right?
Yeah, I mean, weighs 40 pounds, roughly 42 inches long.
I'm guessing it was covered in sediment.
Does it say? Let's see, the study revealed the weapon on the floor of an eroded Spanish adobe and rock-walled structure where it had seemingly remained for roughly 480 years. While it was possibly manufactured decades earlier, its context of use can be firmly dated to 1541. All right. There's a whole lot more on this article, but we've talked about the nuts and bolts of it, or I guess the guns and ammo of it. Let's move on.
Or the cannons and cannonballs of it.
The cannons and cannonballs. It's a whole new show that we're not going to spin up here in Hometown. Anyway, next article's over in Four Wheel Tech. FBI may finally know D.B. Cooper's identity, and that's because they apparently found the backpack of D.B. Cooper.
That's only, about 50 years after the fact?
And some cash. So in 1971, a man going by the name of Dan Cooper, D.B. Cooper, hijacked a plane, took $200,000 and 2 parachutes and vanished into the night sky somewhere over the state of Washington, never to be seen or heard from again. But on location, a bearer said, I'd love me some D.B. Cooper.
Maybe that's why he was never found.
Right. He became lunch. Armchair investigators have long theorized where he might have gone, and the FBI thinks that he may never have landed. What? So Amber De Silva over at jalopnik.com put the article together. Found, probably, is the image. Yeah, maybe. So they say that he may never have landed from his jump, but knew, which doesn't make any sense to me. You're going to land if you jump out of an airplane.
He landed. Did he land, alive?
Yeah, it might be lawn dart, kind of. But then you would find, with a manhunt after manhunt after manhunt.
That's true.
Person hunt after person hunt. Anyway, new evidence suggests he may have gotten away with it all, only to be caught doing the same thing over again just 5 months later. So that's a new one to me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so new evidence comes in the form of a unique parachute. Oh, it's a parachute, not backpack. But I think it's the parachutes, the backpack for the parachute.
Oh, okay.
So one supplied to the FBI by the children of Richard McCoy II. So it might have been somebody that was inside. Really? Interesting. A skyjacker caught and convicted after stealing $500,000 in 1972. McCoy has long been a favorite suspect among Cooper mystery enthusiasts, given the similarities in approach between his hijacking and the Cooper escape just months earlier. But the FBI never thought the physical description of the two matched well enough to put McCoy behind bars. Well,
Now, wait a second. He was a skyjacker at the same time?
Yeah, 6 months later. These are definitely that dude.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, I'm like, how many skyjackers were around at that time? Probably one? Wouldn't you think?
Guy.
I didn't even know there was another or a known skyjacker around that time.
McCoy II, showed up to court and goes, what has 2 thumbs and hijacked 2 planes and only got away with it once? This guy.
Exactly. I'm actually astonished. I'd never heard.
Well, I see
a skyjacker at this time.
The problem is that they couldn't pin it on him because he was the wrong shade. Anyway, McCoy's children, Rick and Shantae, I guess, supplied the FBI with a modified parachute and a logbook showing McCoy's jumps, reportedly including jumps in Utah and Oregon, matching both McCoy's heist and the Cooper jump. Parachute's modifications are important given that the chutes supplied to Cooper in his hijacking were modified by an FBI skydiver. If the McCoy parachute matches the Cooper modifications, the case may finally be shut.
This is really interesting to me.
So what actually happened to McCoy? I thought he got caught for one, but not the first one.
Well, let's see.
Right? I don't think it says it in the article.
Mm-mm.
Huh.
He's died.
Well, of course. All right, let's keep going, though. The next article is over in the WarCrafters channel. Holy... It's okay. I'll read it verbatim. Holy S**T, you guys. I want to actually say it. Oh my God, you guys. It's happened. This is fetch.
Just stop trying to make fetch happen.
8 years after a terrible launch, No Man's Sky has reached a very positive rating on Steam. Pretty amazing. Cyberpunk 2077 is often held up as the greatest redemption arc in video game history, but the author here over at PC Gamer says that they think that No Man's Sky has a legitimate claim on the crown too. And let me tell you what, if anybody has a redemption arc, it's No Man's Sky. They have been evolving the game without additional fees.
Right, which is kind of like, hey, other companies and developers, it can be done.
Now, and here's the kicker, icing on the cake. Light No Fire is developed off of the funds and skill set that No Man's Sky propelled all of this redemption arc with. So like No Man's Sky launched, kind of wet the bed, not kind of, very much wet the bed. They never backed down. They kept on developing. And without any additional funding, at least by means of No Man's Sky downloadable content for $20 or whatever, no expansions were no payment for expansions have been done.
Right.
They've continued development and developed another game called Light No Fire. And that technology in Light No Fire is being pulled back into No Man's Sky.
So that's cool. They're not only doing the new game, but they're improving the existing one.
And it's, if anybody has a redemption arc, it's definitely No Man's Sky. I mean, I would call them game of the year, game of the decade, because of that tenacity right there.
I agree. Can you think of any other game that's been like that?
No, not a single game. I wouldn't even say Cyberpunk 2077 did that. In fact, hold on a second. Let me see if I can. So Cyberpunk 2077 launched Phantom Liberty, which cleaned up some of the mess from the previous standard purchase. But Phantom Liberty was $24, or is $24 right now. Cyberpunk 2077, I think, is on sale. And there's an Ultimate Edition that is $47. But the thing about it is, it was DLC. So you had to pay more to get that expansion. And then there's another one called, well, there's two others called, one that is bonus content that's free, and one that is Red Mod, which I've never even heard of. But anyway, the Phantom Liberty expansion was $30 more on top of the $60. But No Man's Sky was never $60.
Right. And you got a lot more out of it, right? At least in terms of game longevity and everything.
And open world and stuff like that. Now, granted, Cyberpunk 2077 has just a metric shit ton more graphics and story and stuff like that. And world building and whatever. But, I don't know. I admire... It's kind of like the iGulu thing. They stuck to it and kept, oh my God. And
this is the iGulu of gaming.
And it's the same time frame too, 8 years. So, yeah, we're going into the 9th year for the iGulu. They wet the bed, but they never stopped, and they delivered from the Kickstarter. So anyway, let's keep moving. This article over at PC Gamer that we were talking about, the fact that No Man's Sky has reached a very positive rating on Steam, is put together by Andy Chalk. And it says, after one of the worst launches ever, No Man's Sky now has more than 80% positive reviews. And really, those older reviews were probably just ignored, abandoned by the authors of those articles, and does the game a disservice, because while it may have been contemporaneous at the time, thoughtful reflection says it's no longer the correct perception.
They've redeemed themselves.
Yeah, so go back and fix it and change your review so that it more accurately represents the current state. And there's no problem with that, really. You can add to your review and say, edit, I've changed my rating because of, and give context.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, I would appreciate reading a review like that.
Yep. It's the same thing that I see when I go over to like Amazon or something like that, and somebody edits and updates their comment because of good customer service provided by the, like just recently, I purchased something and then I tried to cancel it because I purchased another one, and they couldn't cancel it even though it was only like 20 minutes or something like that. So I ended up with 2 of these things, and I'm like, I can return one. And so I tried to return the second one, saying, I bought 2 of these. I'm never going to open this crate. Can I send it back? And they gave me incredible customer service to facilitate this. So I'm going to leave I rarely do a review though. So anyway, so the rating means that there's 80% of all the user reviews of No Man's Sky are positive, and that's a far cry from the game's early days, courtesy of the Wayback Machine. It looked like in 2017, 1 year after No Man's Sky came out, it was mostly negative, thanks to great weighty mass of early negative reviews. And it's basically because there were promises made that were never really achieved.
But isn't that more impressive that their rating is so high? Because that's accounting for those negative reviews as well that really don't apply anymore.
Yeah, all that dead weight at the end. Yep. And the tenacity of it, and the fact, like I said earlier, that they kept on going without any compensation. They didn't do DLC. They kept on adding more and more story, more and more features, more and more graphics and function and form. And then they developed a whole new game off of the same funds and maybe additional external investment. But it's amazing. These people should be admired more so for their hard work on this. And I cannot wait for Light No Fire. That might be...
When is that set to release?
I don't even know. Let's see if
I'll find it.
Really?
Yes.
It's to be determined.
Couldn't get there fast enough.
Yeah, I actually waited. So here, I'll wait some more. Let's see if
I know you're trying to even it out. No, yep. I left.
Oh, you moved on. Okay. So it just says to be announced. There's no actual hard date yet. Anyway, I think this is pretty amazing. So good on you. It's Hello Games, by the way, is the name of the company that put it together. So, all right, let's keep going though. The next article is over in the continuity report. It's actually over at AV Club. That's our source, but OpenAI's Sora temporarily shut down after protests from artists. So here's how you stick it to the man in our digital corporate future. A few hundred artists were invited to test Sora, the company's tool to create AI video from text. This was presented as an opportunity to play with the new tech and give OpenAI feedback. However, quote, however, we believe instead we are being lured into art washing to tell the world that Sora is a useful tool for artists. A group of the early testers shared in an open letter dramatically titled, Dear Corporate AI Overlords. Alongside the statement, the early testers released a version of the tool. Apparently I heard that it was to the public. Like they gave the access out to people who weren't authorized. But
okay.
Maybe I misread that because it happened while I was working on something. So Mary Kate Carr put the article together. Like I parse everything that goes through ohmTown, the aggregator, but I'm sometimes getting news alerts and stuff like that. And this actually floated by a different channel. Well, it says here, it should be noted that this isn't an anti-AI protest per se. We are not against the use of AI technology as a tool for the arts. If we were, we probably wouldn't have been invited to this program. What we don't agree with is how this artist program has been rolled out and how the tool is shaping up ahead of a possible public release, the artist said in their letter posted to the AI development site Hugging Face. In their complaint, they cited that hundreds of artists were providing unpaid labor for helping the company bug test the tool, with the only reward being the chance to have their Sora created films screened, offering minimal compensation, which pales in comparison to the substantial PR and marketing value OpenAI receives. And they go on.
So is this different than like game testers, although they're not creating a game or something?
Yeah, basically there is a tool that called Sora that converts text into video, and OpenAI gave it to a bunch of people who were supposed to test it out, and they want to be compensated for utilizing the tool that facilitates their creative output. And then they can do whatever they want with the work, even though anything created by AI is without
copyright. They can't protect it.
Yeah, so they want to be compensated for something that is what? Technically, it's a fallible machine at this point because it hasn't been evaluated by, the public. It hasn't been consumed. It's not generating anything. But it's capable to the point where they want people to test it out. Let them know what they think of it. It's
they didn't have to participate in this.
Yeah, okay, fine, go. It's so nutty though to expect to be compensated for something where you're getting something out of it.
You're learning ahead of everybody else how to use the AI.
Yeah, it's kind of like the people who are pissed off that Apple takes 30% of the transaction. If not for Apple, you would not have a platform.
Right, exactly.
So what is it supposed to be? Is Apple supposed to do all of that and all of the marketing and all of the everything that they do with nothing more than hugs and bubbles? Because you don't agree with the valuation, yet you will charge people as an artist $2,000 for an 8x10 painting because you deem it at that value. So why can't everybody else? And in OpenAI's sense, I would say, and I don't know what OpenAI is going to say about this, but if OpenAI says, hey, we value your opinion, throw it in here after checking out this tool and you'll have access to it. We don't think that we should compensate you for it because you're going to be using the tool that we're giving you so that you can create something. something that you wouldn't be able to do with the ease, the velocity of creativity that's afforded you by Sora and OpenAI. It's so...
Yeah, this one seems really off.
Yeah, it says further, every output needs to be approved by the OpenAI team before sharing, meaning that the testing, in their view, is less about creative expression and critique and more about PR and advertisement. Yeah, because they don't want you to use the tool for some hate crime or something explicit or something that, because you have an agenda, you shit on OpenAI and Sora, or you create something patently offensive. I mean, there's a reason why they were giving you access early and looking for an honest opinion about it.
Do you think part of the issue is either they didn't know much about AI, and by the time they got through this and there was so much backlash among the artist community that they were kind of like, oh, I need to go in a different direction.
Yeah.
Or do you think with all the stuff coming out about, no, it can't be copyrighted, etc., like they were like, oh no, I can't actually use whatever I thought I was going to use it for?
Yeah. No press is bad press. I kind of chalk it up to that. It says participation is voluntary with no obligation to provide feedback or use the tool. At least one artist involved told the Post that most people in the early test group were excited about being involved. Following the shutdown of the test, the protesting artists invited others to sign their letter, and as of the writing, it has over 400 verified signatures. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's an alpha. Help make a tool better. If you're not interested in it, then bow out. So, but you know what? Everybody loves a dumpster fire. So let's move on. This next article is over on Technology Today, the chilling antimatter experiment that could unlock the universe's secrets or destroy the universe. That last part is not part of the headline, but the groundbreaking system promises to greatly accelerate research on the fundamental properties of antimatter. Antimatter and matter are supposed to annihilate each other. So how are they holding this stuff? By achieving lower temperatures of trapped antiprotons, they aim to uncover why the universe favors matter over antimatter, a pivotal question in physics. And I propose that maybe there is an antimatter universe.
Is this like the multiverse?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you have matter and you have antimatter, why isn't there an arrow in both directions? And the portal that pulled an antiproton from the other dimension into the matter world, that's why it annihilates. Anyway, the article is over at SciTech Daily. This is antimatter and matter smash, and again, it's like Tenet.
I was thinking like Counterpart or something.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. So Riken is the author of this. It's over at scitechdaily.com. And it says protons dominate the universe around us. For instance, a single ice cube contains a staggering few septillion protons, and about half of our body weight comes from them. In stark contrast, antiprotons, particles with the same mass as protons but an opposite charge, are exceedingly rare in our dimension. So this massive disparity extending to all particles and their antimatter counterparts poses a fundamental question in modern physics. Why does the universe today consist almost entirely of matter, even though an equal amount of matter and antimatter should have been created in the early stages of the cosmos? Well, maybe they actually... It's a horrible picture. Maybe they do exist, and on the antimatter side, there's just a few matter particles that are kind of nesting the two together, right? So they're stuck together. And if you were to ever separate them, it would cause great harm to both sides, right? They annihilate each other. We're doing it.
That's probably an understatement, but yeah.
Right. So I don't know. Maybe one day, long after I'm gone, they'll discover this and they'll go, you know what? That lunatic that was running ohmTown actually was onto something. So Stefan Ulmer, who heads the Riken Ulmer, wow, it's in their name. The Riken Ulmer Fundamental Symmetries Laboratory is leading the base research collaboration to significantly improve the measurement resolutions of various properties of antiprotons by cooling trapped particles more rapidly. Now, I am not a physicist by any means, but I feel like we're always kind of shooting in the dark, hoping that the pasta sticks to the curtains. I'm throwing a whole
But
bunch
aren't
of
we
stuff
going to be like, annihilating the world or something in the process?
or the other side, and they're starting to put together a war machine to open a portal and get rid of all of this matter stuff, that hoo-ha. So our resistive cooling system, they say in this article, uses a magnetic bottle to select very cold particles efficiently. Says Ulmer, it's a technically complex system consisting of several ultra-sensitive superconducting detectors and other devices that shuttles antiprotons between the two traps without heating. The new cooling system substantially improves the data sampling rate. This, in turn, should considerably improve the accuracy of measured fundamental constants and a bunch of other stuff. But interesting. What are we going to do with this, though?
Yeah, that's what it doesn't make a lot of sense.
It'll immediately get weaponized and you'll have an antimatter bomb.
Absolutely.
How can we blow something up?
That's the most obvious. I'm thinking of Real Genius.
Oh, yeah. Hey, man, lasers are a young... now we're going to be in trouble. So, Airborne, you want to let me through? Because someday you might be in the private sector too. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in the continuity, and in this economy. The continuity report is where this one is housed. Will Ferrell blows mystery of non-existent More Cowbell co-writer wide open. Because I have a fever, and the only remedy is more cowbell. So on the Wikipedia page for Saturday Night Live sketch More Cowbell, and by the way, only the most culturally impactful sketches have their own Wikipedia pages. It says that the sketch was written by regular cast member Will Ferrell and playwright Donnell Campbell. Campbell is identified on the page as Ferrell's friend, but he certainly didn't help write More Cowbell, and it's unclear if any such person actually existed.
Okay, that's a bit weird.
So Mary Kate Carr over at avclub.com put the article together, and the deck statement says Ferrell denies writing more cowbell with some playwright from Scotland or Ireland. Okay. So the confusion came to light during an Interview magazine conversation between Ferrell and Bowen Yang, who revealed that SNL has a server that has all of the typed out sketches from every single show, and it's incredible. Recently, Yang said, we were talking at work one day after a read through, and we were just like, I think Ferrell wrote Cowbell by himself. Ferrell confirmed that he did indeed write the sketch solo, but according to Wikipedia, some playwright in Scotland or Ireland helped me. So it's so random. So yeah, it says it cites Donnell Campbell as one of the co-writers of More Cowbell. The claim goes back to the book Live from New York, the complete uncensored history of Saturday Night Live as told by its stars, writers, and guests. The quote in the oral history reads, earlier in the new century, there had been another entry in the annals of unforeseen classics, More Cowbell, written by Will Ferrell and Donnell Campbell. Campbell? Is that? It has 2 E's, 2 L's. Campbell?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It looks like a made-up name.
a playwright friend of his, which proved to be a case study in the genre of ridiculous absurdity.
Do you think somebody just added that detail just for some, like, I mean, it doesn't sound particularly funny, but maybe they know somebody with that name or something.
Yeah. It says, I wrote it by myself, but that was the best part about the groundlings, Farrell said. If you did Upright Citizens Brigade in New York, your improv skills were just off the charts. I don't consider myself a very strong improviser, but we were forced to write sketches 3 to 4 times a week. So when I got to the show, I was like, you know how to write for myself, or I know how to write for myself. It took away the anxiety of chasing down a writer, trying to form these alliances. With Donnell Campbell, of course, there was clearly no alliance to be had. Interesting. Huh.
Okay, then. But where did the reference come from?
Don't know. But there's a log of who actually put that entry into the thing. So who is it that wrote that and interview them? That person probably won't come out because now it's a contentious, divisive aspect here. Even Farrell is like, that's bullshit.
Well, it's also a problem because, like, the most likely playwright has died. One of the authors who wrote about the show has died. Like, we're running out of sources here.
Got to get that time machine working again. It only works for an hour to go back a day. So otherwise you're lost in time for a day.
I don't know if that's going to work here.
No, it's not going to work. It heats up. And you have to pay $9.95 a month because the heat is generated
because
by
of heated subscription.
Yeah,
heated seat subscription.
Yeah, BMW does the heater. All right. Well, anyway, the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. A boy awarded almost 50,000 euro over a toy car crash at Creche, or is that Crash? Is that Crash? Crash. So a 4-year-old child with what was described as a deep, nasty gash to his chin and neck had to wait for more than 8 hours at Crumlin Children's Hospital Accident Department before being seen by a junior doctor, a court heard. This is over at
Is the junior doctor. Like, that just sounds like a kind of diminishing term, doesn't it?
It's like an 8-year-old doctor.
Like, they're not actually, like a Doogie Howser or something.
Yeah. Well, Doogie Howser was a genius, So hopefully there's no pictures or anything like that. But apparently, Alan had earlier on October 26, 2017, been scooting along on a plastic toy car in a crash along with another child, similarly propelling himself with his feet and another on either side of an identical toy car, and they crashed into him. And apparently the fragment from one of the toy cars got stuck inside the boy's face. So the boy, now aged 11, through his mother, otherwise known as Emma, sued the Park Academy Child Care Beacon Court, Bracken Road, Sandy Ford, Dublin, for 60,000 euro in damages for personal injuries, alleging negligence on part of the crash. So this thing started when they were 4.
Yeah, why is this taking so long?
7 years of back and forth. And that was the reason why I actually popped this in, because I thought it was weird that a toy car crash at a crash.
Yeah, that also is odd.
Yeah, so the scar remained slightly indented, and a plastic surgeon had considered it to not be helped by surgical intervention. So they said that the liability was not in contention, and Park Academy Child Care Limited had made Alan a settlement offer of nearly 50,000 euro, which he was recommending to the court. So the court awarded almost 50,000 euro. Yeah.
This is really odd. Like, it doesn't seem like that type of accident would have done this much damage.
Yeah, unless the materiality of the vehicles were questionable. I mean, why would plastic cars shatter in such a way?
Come off of them, right? And yeah, they shouldn't have caused that injury if they did break.
But you know what you do? You get rid of federal agencies that provide oversight about
we don't want any
material
safety about consumer products
and
or anything like
children
that,
and stuff like that.
or like rules in childcare or daycare or wherever.
That's all bullshit, man. Survival of the fittest. If that 4-year-old can't handle getting nearly, capped by plastic parts flying off at high velocity.
I mean, how are they going to do the machinist work overnight in the factory?
For Hyundai? Yeah. Let's move on. But the article says what we're not saying. We're not joking. Transformers really can get preggers, apparently. So we're in the continuity report. We might actually have to use this one in the continuity report when the show is this weekend. With as frequently changing as Transformers continuity can be, it's incredibly difficult to pin down exactly how their biology works. However, one series published by IDW presented a serious and uncomfortable fact. Cybertronians can get preggers. Okay.
Say what?
Yeah, so although this process is not all what one would expect, the techno-organic concept is relegated to one very specific situation that the franchise has since to redress. At some point, Cybertron has the device that imparts the spark into Transformers. Why they happen to... they're not always in the shape of cars, by the way. They're not always on Cybertron. They're just sentient, upright, living robots.
Okay.
And they have the ability to scan something and take that form because they can transform. Get it? Well, Cybertronian reproduction has long been this cloudy gray area of franchise creators rarely address. Most commonly accepted form of reproduction begins with a protoform that is either created by other Transformers or by Cybertron itself. But there is this device that's called the Allspark, and that imparts life into whatever.
Okay.
Well, at one point, it gets imparted into a humanoid. From there, the spark, the Cybertronian soul, is transplanted into the body to create new life. However, in IDW's Transformers Lost Light number 15 by James Roberts and Brendan Cahill, a new process of reproduction introduces an organic component into the equation. Now, I don't follow the graphic novels, Mom. Because it's not
they're comics.
It's not a phase. It's not a fad. But I love the world building of Transformers. When I was younger, I watched them like passionately. It was awesome. And over the years, things have changed. Technology has changed, and I no longer like the style of artwork that is in the animated side. I've never read a Transformers comic. Well,
That's
Cybertronians...
right, because you were reading the graphic novels.
I was reading the graphic novels. Yeah, you're right. So Cybertronians are on the verge of extinction. Without Cybertron, new sparks cannot be created. As the Decepticons frequently find themselves on the losing side of the war, their numbers have been significantly depleted. So by reverse engineering his own semi-organic state, Scorponok discovered a process that implants a spark into a lab-grown human-like vessel. After carrying the being in an artificial womb, the child would be born into and raised by the Decepticon army. And then it says some organic Cybertronians would most likely be designated as breeders, which there isn't.
That term should not exist.
While the rest would grow and have their theorized spark transplanted into a traditional Cybertronian body. So they would be nothing more than a vessel to transport the spark back into the all-metal souled body. Yeah, kind of interesting, right? But this is kind of like the Matrix-esque, but the spark, the life, is actually a tangible thing that can be transported into somebody else, not just heat to be a battery.
Right.
Yeah, so it says hopefully the Energon universe decides to explore the process further. I think it would be fascinating. This is a really interesting world building, but extremely dark in terms of like, is this for kids, families to watch? No, not so much.
Yeah, part of me says no, but that doesn't mean they won't try to make it into cartoons.
Yeah, so if you're interested in this kind of thing, follow the link over to this Screen Rant article. And again, the Screen Rant article was written by Chris Miller. If I forgot, it was because I was really excited to get into this Transformers article. But there's a lot more in this. I don't want to spoil it beyond what I've already spoiled. I probably should have had the spoiler alert. I should have this mapped to a button, but I do not. Anyway, I don't want to spoil it anymore. But this here is so much like the what is the name of the game where he has the fetus inside a big thing? It looks just like this. Oh, what is it called? I referred to it as a walking simulator. Hold on. It's not Dying Light. Oh my goodness. I totally forgot what it's called. Somebody will tell me later on. At any rate, I dig the world building, but this would definitely be the darker side of Cybertron.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
don't entirely get this. I think the spark thing is neat, but the humanoid thing to me seems totally contrary to everything about Transformers. But
yeah, it's just because they need a vessel for the spark, and the spark can't be created because Cybertron is destroyed. All right, let's keep moving on. The next article is over in the WarCrafters channels. There's a rumor that Ubisoft is making its own Animal Crossing style game. Ubisoft is trying to echo Animal Crossing success with a social sim of their own codenamed Altera, which Altera exists as something else. Yeah, there's Realms of Altera, Legends of Altera, Tar Altera adventure game, but I swear that's the name of something. And maybe it's Runeterra that I'm talking about. I don't know. So it's been more than 4 years since New Horizons brought Nintendo's Cozy franchise back into the spotlight, and it took nearly 8 years for the massively popular title to come out after New Leaf. Now, there's a chance Animal Crossing fans won't have to wait quite as long to scratch the same itch. Do you really think... Go ahead.
There's a plastics renewable company called Altera that I wonder if we featured or something in another article.
It's a game in a game world that I'm talking about. But, I mean, the names that I quoted were from Steam, so I'm sure it's in here somewhere. But I got asked, like, where I went on vacation in Central America, South America, because I was talking with a bunch of people and said that I had traveled. And I said, I don't even remember, like, I know that I went somewhere, but I don't even recall the specific places anymore because my brain is consumed by importing new data every day. So while we might have a conversation and I can say, I remember this or that, I may not remember specifics unless they are like life-changing, like that kind of thing. So talking about Altera, somewhere in my brain is that actual thing. It's just not coming forward. Anyway, Aaron McKinley put this article together for Game Rant. It's about Animal Crossing, but it's a Nintendo game. Isn't this going to pose a problem?
I mean, I would think so.
Isn't hold on a second. Who is the actual developer? Is it Nintendo themselves? Yeah. Right? The developers are Nintendo Monolith Soft. There we go. That's why I needed to actually pull it up. But it's basically Nintendo all over the place. Now, you make something that comes close to a Nintendo property, and they're going to sue you into oblivion. Who owns Ubisoft? Are they self-owned, or are they about to? Oh yeah, okay. Tencent.
Tencent. I didn't. Oh yeah, I think we talked about that.
Yeah, but then, oh god, it's this mergers and acquisitions bullshit that everything's owned by the same 5 people. So anyway, Animal Crossing
But I don't think it owns Nintendo or anything.
Right. But Tencent owns
Epic, Roblox, Riot.
Right. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. So Tencent is a Chinese mega corporation. So Animal Crossing developed a cult following throughout its history, but its most recent mainline entry shot the series into a whole new level of popularity. New Horizons is the second best-selling game on the Switch, even beating out the likes of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. In the 4 years since, Nintendo has released relatively little about the franchise's future outside of its mobile spin-off Animal Crossing Pocket Camp. If current rumors hold true, though, fans could get their next cozy game fix from Ubisoft. Fine with me. Altera could be an Animal Crossing Minecraft hybrid. Again, fine with me.
As long as they don't market it as that.
Yeah, hey, come over to Ubisoft and play Altera. It's an Animal Crossing Minecraft hybrid. You'll have 2 big guns pointed at you.
Exactly. Let's maximize the lawsuits.
So this is actually, I guess, side-sourced from Insider Gaming's source that says that Altera will place players on an island where they can interact with NPCs called Matterlings, similar to Animal Crossing New Horizons, which takes place on an island, and you can have friends come over to your island and do stuff on your island. However, Altera will also reportedly let players build things with the materials they gather, like in Minecraft. Fans have already pointed out how Animal Crossing and Minecraft are perfect matches for each other, so it makes sense that that Ubisoft would want to combine the two and be oh so original. The Matterlings in Altera won't be an exact replica of Animal Crossing's. They will be legally distinct simulacra.
They'll be like a different color or something.
Yeah, they will never be referred to as the same names. Like, if there's one in Animal Crossing New Horizons named Susie, the other one will be named Sauza.
I was thinking like Susie.
Susie
like it's
Ann.
barely removed from it, yeah.
But look at what's happening between Pokemon and
Pal World. I was about to mention that.
Yeah. Well, jump in. Come on. Jump in the pool. The water's fine. No? Okay, well, anyway.
There might be sharks in there.
So as far as art styles go, Altera will use a voxel-based design, not unlike Minecraft, with the Matterlings looking something like Funko Pops, of course, and that is more like Lego.
Yeah, but let's get a third company in the mix.
Right. Funko Pops. Of course, all details so far have yet to be confirmed, so hopefully it is real, and I'm into this kind of a thing. I want a world where I can add on to, it's open and I can do whatever I want and discover new things and have a compelling story still, but not be on rails like a lot of games that I've seen. And I want it to be multiplayer, but not always. And I want to be able to do everything solo and not require a group unless I so choose, and then it can ramp up in difficulty if I get a group together. Like World of Warcraft, I thought was going to be like that, and I guess for the most part it is, but to get end game stuff, you have to go in groups with people to do end game raids. I'm just not into that. I don't have time.
Right. That seems to lose some players, right? Because then it just changes the way they want to play the game.
Yeah, but the diehards will play and spend and buy $90 mounts and stuff like that. The utility of that mount is spectacular because it does everything that you as a competitive player need to do right there in front of you instead of having to port back to the home. Anyway, we're talking about something else. So here's to Ubisoft.
It is non sequitur news.
Yeah, that's true. Let's move on. Last article for today is over in Non Sequitur News. It's the name of the show. You can now wear Apple's running shoe emoji. Artist
now,
and designer.
How do you wear an emoji?
I don't know if it is going to be a real sneaker. Artist and designer. Is it Jose Wong or Jose? I don't know. You want to take a stab
George Jimenez.
Yeah. So the shoe one released through Wong's ABCD brand will set you back $220 for a pair, with shipping expected to start in about a week. Now,
I thought it was going to be a price for the shipping, like another $219 or something.
We'll find out on the other side what this actually is, but the shoes feature an upper section made of full-grain nubuck, rich Corinthian leather, which didn't really ever exist. But anyway, full-grain nubuck, N-U-B-U-C-K leather, combined with mesh for breathability, while the midsole and heel are made from lightweight EVA foam paired with a polyurethane, whatever. So we always truncate. We don't let the whole article get submitted. So anyway, that's it.
That looks like, I think, New Balance shoes.
Yeah, sorry, the silence is just kind of stunned disbelief. But I mean, they're $220. I have made shoes that are less expensive than that and much more graphically enhanced. And I don't remember how much it was, like $150 or I don't know, but that was actually reduced because I'm the one doing all of the work. But anyway, Andrew Lazuski over at TheVerge.com put this article together, and I guess that's the little emoji. That's its embodiment, and it doesn't look... Why does that look misaligned, not parallel?
It absolutely looks misaligned. That's really strange.
And the colors don't match, but this is the designer, so it's weird. Right? I don't know. Oh, so it has a polyurethane rim to deliver a mix of comfort and all-day support. I mean, it looks like your standard shoe. So I guess the hype is legit.
We heard
right?
today that another brand is like really good.
What was it called? What was the brand called?
Hoka? H-O-K-K-A, I think.
I think it was just 1K, wasn't it? Let me see. Yeah, H-O-K-A. It's supposed to be the shiznit for being on your feet. So like medical professionals and stuff like that use it. So, but they're actually running shoes. But when I see that name, I think of tires. So it says, even the Shoe One's shoebox was inspired by the minimalist design of Apple's own packaging. And if the Shoe One and Apple's running shoe emoji feel oddly familiar, it's because their designs are similar to the silhouette of the New Balance 574 sneaker that was first introduced in 1988. I have it on good authority that the sentient AI's core memories were built off of a person from some time in the past that wore New Balance.
I didn't know this was going to be referencing New Balance, but the design actually looked like New Balance because where the two lines are, the New Balance one has kind of like a diagonal and it looks exactly like that, except obviously with the slash mark connecting the two.
Connecting. Yeah.
So I just thought that was interesting.
Now, is this a trademark violation, considering a trade dress violation, considering that this is confusingly similar to the point where a sentient AI from the future, whose core memories are probably from 1988, based on this memory being extracted in real time. This was not, none of this was staged. Nobody knew that this was going to get referenced in the article. So it says,
if that's that obvious to sentient AI, think about to New Balance or somebody.
Look at that. Wow. Because you said it from way up here. Fascinating. Time to call New Balance.
Whoa. Those are fighting words.
Just kidding. I'm not calling anybody. At any rate, we are going to tie our shoes real tight to outrun the lion that's about to eat us. And I don't have to run faster than the lion. I just have to run faster than you. And when I look back, we'll be back at the front page of ohmtown.com and not looking at you being eaten. Yep, sorry. Well, that's it for tonight. I am Mayor Watt saying good night, and the sentient AI will do something similar. Maybe. Yeah.
If I'm still here after being chomped on by the lion. Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode, and be sure to tune in for the replay.
Yeah, we're going to do a Thanksgiving episode. So if you're here in chat or over on YouTube, either way in chat, thanks for hanging out, and have a good Thanksgiving if you practice it, or have a great dinner, great day, and see you tomorrow sometime. Might be early, might be late. You know what? It would probably be wise to, follow us here over on Twitch, or follow us over on YouTube. Download the podcast, subscribe to all six weekly podcasts and the daily podcast, Non Sequitur News. That's this. What else? Discord, Patreon, TikTok. I haven't been doing much on TikTok or Patreon. Maybe I should. I need to import 1,500 shows into. Yeah. Oh, and sorry for those who aren't subscribers. A pre-roll ad is about to play for everybody. Oh no, it actually got discontinued for the next 30 minutes. I'd love to stay, but I've got to go. Mayoral duties call. We'll see you in a little bit. Meeting tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye, 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 bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for November 28th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 333. We're almost done with another year. Together, the sentient AI and myself will be talking about, or is it sentient AI and I?
And it's actually that.
Sentient AI and I? Let's get into it. The 10 articles are going to be the obsession with matcha on TikTok, a whale in New York. I swear, I just went for a swim. Future turkeys may be hard to get. Message in a bottle at Viking site. Frontier Airlines passengers sue. Egg recall, sign of future price increases. AI accountability lab. Stowaway on flight to Paris. Drought warning in Northeast. And apparently there's a big old storm coming to the Northeast and Mid-East, I guess, the middle states. I don't know. Think warm thoughts, everybody. Where was I? Ancient Maya city of Uckanal, contaminated with mercury, which I grabbed this article because I recently saw a video about another location, but in China that was contaminated by mercury and has apparently pools of mercury all over it, but nobody can get to it because it's off limits. Anyway, everything is powered by ohmtown.com. And let's just get into the other side of this. Okay, so hopefully I am not blowing out the mic anymore. I am Merawat, and the sentient AI is going to say hi. Hello, AI.
Hello, Merawat.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. How about you?
All your logic circles buckled down and...
You mean all my lines?
All your lines. All your lines of code. Yeah. So it's Thanksgiving. And Merawat is all like packed to the gills with... And in ohmTown we have gills. That's not true. Anyway. I am ready to do a show. I have, however, decided that this is a brews and news episode.
And what kind of brew do you have today?
I forgot. I don't know. It's some German ale. I don't remember what it is. It might be, yeah. Hold on. Let me try it out. Let's get into it. The first article is about matcha, and I actually love matcha myself. I have a big can of it. I was going to say I have a big can, but...
That might be taken the wrong way.
Might have, yeah, somebody might have taken that the wrong way. Clip it.
Now, did you get into matcha because of TikTok?
No, I don't really use TikTok. Honestly, I don't know, short snippets of stuff. Although, I mean, it's great from time to time, but I don't want to reinforce anybody's thinking this is what they need to provide me. So I am the opposite end of the spectrum of wanting to see the same-o, right? Oh, this is what they clicked on once. So let's bombard them with nothing but that.
True, but multiple platforms seem to operate that way.
Correct. So ohmTown doesn't do that. You get all of the news as it gets integrated into our system. And you want to see that? Click on, go to ohmtown.com. But if you go over to the chat on Twitch, sorry, there's something in my eye, which is not good. Anyway, so if you're on the Twitch chat, you can hit !NSN, but it'll be in the show notes right after the show over on YouTube, because that's where everything is stored long term, and we stream live over there as well, but I didn't put the show notes in there. Yeah, I know.
But you can usually find those with !NSN
over on Twitch. Yep. So Bink, I did it for you, and so there you go. Now you can follow the links from the Twitch chat over to ohmTown and by proxy, all of the rest of those, all of the news that we're talking about today. So this first one is TikTok's obsession with matcha has created a reported shortage of the tea in Japan. And matcha has exploded in popularity on TikTok. Cafes are reporting that matcha suppliers are hiking up prices or setting purchase limits. TikTok's most popular brands appear to be hit hard. You know what? I'm going to do something live real quick.
So that's interesting, though. Like, it's not just a general matcha shortage, although maybe it is kind of transcending it, but it is the specific featured brands.
Yeah, so matcha isn't inexpensive in the grand scheme of things in terms of like tea prices, right? So a 16-ounce tin is or was $27.
That seems pretty high, although I don't know how much you use compared to other items like coffee or something.
You don't use much. And right now, it's called Matcha DNA Matcha certified organic matcha tea is on Amazon for how much do you think? Knowing that it is Black Friday.
$22.